His name was Mason Clausewitz, a name as noble and formal as his family name. The man in the photograph was none other than him, the sole heir to the Clausewitz family. Though his surname was unmistakably German, to Kingpin, this name was nothing but a source of trouble. Kingpin regarded him with undisguised hostility. Mason was only 1/16 German by blood, but that wasn't the main reason. What Kingpin truly couldn't tolerate was that Mason had disrupted his business. On the surface, New York appeared to be a bustling metropolis brimming with futuristic energy, but beneath its dazzling exterior, the underworld's criminal activities never ceased. The city's illicit enterprises were like a gold mine that never ran dry. Most of them were under Kingpin's control, and the rest were never far from his reach. Kingpin was the uncrowned king of New York's underworld, and the city had become a hotbed for all manner of evil. There was Madame Gao of the Hand, who profited from hired killers and illegal drugs, the infamous human trafficker known as Mr. Negative Crime Lord Hammerhead, and countless other shadowy villains. Never before had they been so united, and now every one of them had set their sights on Mason. After all, Mason was shaking the very foundations of their interests. In their eyes, this was an unforgivable offense. Far worse than any personal grudge, they wished nothing more than to eliminate him at once. Yet Mason was not only alive and well, he ran multiple private hospitals and psychiatric clinics. Lately, he'd even planned to establish a private prison, making him look every bit the successful entrepreneur. He idly toyed with a glass in his hand, savoring the delicate fragrance of his tea, the picture of ease and contentment. In moments like these, he would always open his personal status panel. This was his own special ritual, a private time and the very source of his power. His 4 attributes were wildly unbalanced. Strength and agility were shockingly low, while spirit and constitution stood out as exceptionally strong. Oddly enough, despite his formidable spirit, Mason was not a mage. If he were to go head-to-head with one of those close-combat sorcerers from the Marvel Universe, he'd likely come off the worse. But to him, this was hardly a problem. His vast fortune was his greatest weapon. Half of Mason's abilities came from his father, the Hydra member, Old Clausewitz. The other half came from the mysterious game system before him. This system was much like a management simulation game. He could send criminals into certain buildings, absorb their guilt to enhance his own attributes, and even exchange for all kinds of books. Already he'd obtained such volumes as An Introduction to the Occult and 300 Practical Examples of Witchcraft. The mystical power of the system was fundamentally different from the magic found in the Marvel Universe. Marvel's white magic originates from the Vishani, while black magic comes from the demon gods of the multiverse. Yet the power of this system stems from a being that is neither all-knowing nor all-powerful, and asks for no faith in return. If it weren't for the fact that the spells in those books truly worked, Mason would have suspected this was all just an elaborate prank. Ever since his physical attributes had been enhanced, he could clearly feel his abilities improving by leaps and bounds. Although he focused primarily on boosting his constitution and mental faculties, his agility and strength had unexpectedly increased as well, thanks entirely to the system's extra rewards. Being able to gain even a little advantage from the system left him deeply satisfied. After finishing his tea, he turned his gaze to the photo of Madame Gao on the blackboard. These photographs had all been taken in secret, capturing Madame Gao from every conceivable angle. Frank had nearly lost his life collecting this visual evidence. Had it been anyone other than Frank on the job, they would have long since fallen prey to Madame Gao's assassins. Madame Gao stood as one of the Hand's 5 core members, orchestrating both the assassin syndicate and the illicit drug trade in Hell's Kitchen. She also maintained close, illegal ties with the Rand Corporation, making her a true embodiment of the criminal underworld. He carefully studied the intelligence in front of him, gradually piecing together Madame Gao's movements. In fact, her assassins had tried to kill him on more than one occasion, but for them, actually succeeding was next to impossible. He had always been extremely cautious about his own safety. One might even call him self-preserving to a fault, and it was precisely this trait that drove him to continually enhance his constitution. Not a single attempt on his life had ever succeeded. With that thought, he made a phone call. Not long after Frank pushed open the door and entered, Mason scrutinized Frank closely, even beneath his loose shirt. His powerful muscles were hard to hide. At the spot where a gun could be drawn quickest, Frank always wore a loaded weapon, the mark of a seasoned soldier and the Punisher of the future. But now Frank had lost his left eye and wore a black eye patch. Coupled with his shaved head, he radiated an even more intimidating aura. At first, Mason had wanted to save this future Punisher. True, suffering can forge a hero, But if that suffering meant losing his wife and child, Mason would have preferred there be no hero at all. Regrettably, he'd arrived too late. The tragedy hadn't played out in Central Park, but in Frank's own home. He'd misjudged which universe's coordinates he was in, yet by a stroke of luck, he still managed to save Frank's daughter. To Mason, no matter the universe, saving even one more life was a victory. From that day on, he began investigating who in this universe had murdered the Punisher's wife and nearly wiped out Frank's entire family. Frank stared at the photograph on the blackboard, his hand instinctively resting on a Glock in his holster. "This woman is tough to handle," he said. "I'm well aware," Mason replied. "That restaurant we shut down in Hell's Kitchen a few days ago, that was her base of operations." "You mean that place?" Frank recalled the mission. There had been 37 people, all of them blind. "I sent every last one of them to Sector D so they could do some proper soul searching." Mason gave Frank a thumbs up. He remembered well. His rehabilitation center was divided into several levels, apart from the completed sectors. A B, C, and D. Two more sectors, E and F, were still in the planning stages. Among these, Sector D stood out as the most memorable. No one who left Sector D ever went back to their old ways. They turned over a new leaf for good. Once inside, people emerged as if reborn, utterly unmoved by any threats or temptations from the outside world. They never wanted to return to crime. This was precisely why the leaders of the underworld were desperate to eliminate Mason. Now in Hell's Kitchen, a strange phenomenon had spread. People spoke of Mason PTSD. Just hearing his name was enough to make hardened criminals uneasy, even tremble with fear. In their minds, Mason was no ordinary man, but someone in possession of mysterious powers. Some whispered that he practiced soul-swapping sorcery. After all, many who returned from Sector D became entirely different people, as if their very souls had been exchanged. This eerie transformation terrified others. They were no longer the persons they used to be. Mason had become a haunting shadow in their hearts. Some even compared him to a devil or to Satan himself, insisting he deserved to be brought to justice. At this moment, Mason sat back in his office chair and spoke slowly. "She's no ordinary opponent, but she's still human. She needs to make a living. If we destroy her businesses, what will she live on? Every time she opens a new place, we'll take it down. If she opens another, we'll bring that one down too. Sooner or later, she won't be able to keep up." He finished his tea in a single gulp, then continued, "Care to make a bet? Let's see, after how many places we dismantle, she'll finally show up herself." Frank formed his hand into the shape of a gun, aimed it at Madame Gao's photo on the wall, and said coldly, "I never gamble. And when I catch her, can I finish her off?" "No, Frank, absolutely not." Mason shook his head, pointing at Madame Gao's photo. "Letting her die that easily would be far too kind." Frank lowered his voice. "The guilty will face judgment in the end." Mason set his cup down and added, "That's right. By the way, I've just learned she's opened a new venue. I'm going to shut it down tonight. However, there's intelligence suggesting this might very well be a trap." "A trap?" Frank echoed, his tone unreadable. "That's right." Mason nodded. "You should know how to handle it. Now take me home. Without you around, I always feel surrounded by threats." As a bodyguard, Frank offered no further comment. He silently escorted Mason back to the Clausewitz estate on the outskirts of town. The estate was heavily guarded, having already thwarted countless assassins. Not a single green plant grew within its walls to prevent anyone from hiding. The entire place exuded a dry and desolate atmosphere, resembling a fortress of war. Every vantage point was manned by security. Drones patrolled the skies, surveillance cameras watched every corner, and bodyguards roamed the grounds accompanied by fierce mastiffs. Truth be told, this was less an estate and more a prison disguised in comfort. Mason stood before a bulletproof one-way picture window, a glass of Long Island iced tea in hand. He gazed at the bleak landscape outside, drained his drink in one swallow, and drew the heavy curtains shut. Next, Mason made his way to the back wall of his study, opening a hidden door built into the wall. He slipped into the concealed chamber with practiced ease. The room was filled with all manner of bizarre items. In one corner, skull soaked in potion let out a dry, cackling laugh. Mason cast it only a fleeting glance. The skull, named Era, was the result of a failed experiment. Aside from its incessant, unsettling laughter, it served no other purpose. Mason approached the workbench, took a small pinch of white powder, weighed it carefully on a scale, and then dissolved it into a cup of alcohol. He proceeded to the floor, using the mixture to draw a massive 8-pointed star. At each point, he placed a different object: a candle, a pat of butter, a feather, a skull, and so on. When everything was ready, he set a metal crucible at the center of the star and began his alchemical ritual. This time, he would attempt an enchantment known as the Curse of the Septic Patient. just one of his many minor spells, he measured out pure water, iris petals, a stalk of stinging hydroid, the brood pouch of a seahorse, and a tooth from a septic patient, adding each carefully to the crucible. As he began to chant a low prayer, a deep crimson glow flickered into existence, and the star's light spun before him. In the background, Mason could just make out the whispers of madness, as if someone were desperately calling out a name. But Mason paid them no heed. He recalled the teachings of the occult. Focus solely on your intent, no matter how many temptations arise. Never let your mind waver. His sole purpose was to complete the making of this enchanted potion. Closing his eyes, Mason focused intently, waiting in silence. A pale red glow seeped in from an unknown corner, casting its light over the cauldron. The solid materials, once distinct, gradually melted away within the glow, transforming into a clear liquid. When all was calm again, Mason opened his eyes. He tossed a bullet into the potion, then lifted it out with tweezers, carefully examining the effects of the enchantment. The potion's properties surfaced in his mind. Curse of the Scurvy Victim grade, common, white, effect, 1% chance to induce sudden chills in the enemy, interrupting any spell casting, chanting, or skills, 5% chance to cause high fever, confusion, and weakness in the limbs. Looking at the result, Mason's face showed neither satisfaction nor disappointment. After all, the last batch of this potion he brewed had an 11% chance of causing chills and had reached the rare, blue grade. He had already handed those bullets to Frank, who would no doubt put them to use in tonight's battle. As for this batch of common enchanted bullets, they were distributed to his team of bodyguards, well-trained subordinates who deserved stronger weapons. Stepping out of the secret chamber, Mason stood atop a high vantage point, gazing into the darkness. Beyond the manor grounds, he gripped his pistol tightly, murmuring under his breath, "Try to lure the tiger from his mountain lair, are you? If you need further revisions or wish to add content, feel free to let me know. Madame Gao, do you really think Frank is the only tiger at my side?" He continued softly, "Most of your men have already fallen under my control. Tonight, your territory will be wiped out once more. Now, who will you try to stop, Frank or Erica?" He spoke in a low voice, loading an enchanted bullet into his magazine, chambering the round. His gaze grew deep and distant, fixed on the far horizon. Night pressed in, and Hell's Kitchen was swallowed by darkness in the alleys and on the street corners. Young thugs armed with knives emerged quietly, drifting through the shadows as they searched for their next mark. Desperate to scrape together money for drugs, they moved with wary, restless energy, ready to strike at any moment. Frank, clad in tactical gear, seemed almost to blend into the night. He never fought alone. Two elite tactical squads followed silently at his back across the street. A Chinese restaurant had closed for the night. Several heavy trucks parked out front. A few burly men were swiftly and carefully unloading watermelons, moving them into the restaurant. Frank watched it all with an icy stare. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a pocket watch, softly kissed it, and murmured, "The guilty must be punished." Inside the watch was a photograph. What was once a group shot of three had been trimmed down to show only the portrait of his wife. His team quietly echoed the words, "The guilty must be punished." Once everyone had slipped inside the restaurant, Frank led his squad into action. They cut the power, blew open the doors, and tossed in flash grenades. All in one swift, seamless assault, they moved with the cold precision of machines. A mere lift of the hand, and the trigger was pulled, and their enemies fell in an instant. The bullets they used bore a special enchantment, known as the Siren Song. Anyone struck had a 10% chance of slipping into unconsciousness, their limbs drained of strength, stripped of any will to resist. Meanwhile, Mason sat in his study. As always before dinner, he offered a brief prayer to that great power who required no faith, then began his meal. Afterward, he settled before his computer and opened his inbox, where he found a single quietly waiting email. There was no greeting, no signature, just a few simple words. "Billy Russell, Anvil Security." Mason read the message in silence, absent-mindedly picking up the glass on his desk and swirling its contents. A habit of his when deep in thought. For some time, he had been investigating the shadowy hands behind Frank's murder. Now, at last, he had a lead. He murmured softly, "Billy Russell." Then he unlocked his desk drawer and retrieved a phone. After composing a message, he locked the phone away once more. Now he had a name and the name of a company. The information was vague, but for Mason, it was enough. He knew that if he followed this thread, more secrets would surely come to light. Of course, if Frank ever learned this name, he would charge. And without a second thought, just then a knock sounded at the door. Mason glanced at his watch. It was exactly 7:30 in the evening. He realized this was the time for his second late-night meal. The enhancements of the 2000 hours physique had given him great strength in many ways, but also brought certain side effects, such as the need for frequent meals, an undeniable inconvenience. "Come in," he called. The door opened, and a beautiful woman entered. Mason, though accustomed to the company of attractive women, couldn't help but acknowledge her striking beauty. She wore a close-fitting red garment that accentuated her graceful curves and long, slender legs. Ordinarily, such attire would leave no room for hidden weapons. Yet Mason still sensed a hint of danger about her. The woman pushed a serving cart toward him, her movements unhurried. Mason's face held a polite smile, yet beneath the table his hand had already closed around the handle of his elephant gun. The weapon lay concealed at his feet, ready to be drawn at a moment's notice. He had tested it before. Thanks to his enhanced physique, he could easily handle its tremendous recoil. Though it held but a single round, that was enough to tear through most enemies' torsos. He also kept a large-caliber revolver stashed under his desk. More importantly, he had memorized every escape route from this room long ago. Even if the person delivering the meal was beautiful, Mason knew perfectly well that something was amiss. According to custom, meals were always brought by two people, a butler and a server, but today only this woman had come alone, which was highly unusual. "What's your name? And how is the steak cooked today?" Mason asked, feigning casualness. The woman smiled and replied, "My name is Elia, Mr. Mason. Today's steak is medium rare." Meanwhile, an elite squad launched a raid on the drug factory downstairs. Most of the workers there were blind, though a few were not. They served as security. The squad moved in fully armed and highly trained, with suppressors fitted to their weapons. Any resistance was met with swift, precise shots, quickly dealt with. With no one left to slow them down, the squad advanced unimpeded to the factory's innermost chamber. At the center of the factory, there was nothing but sacks of illegal drugs. Everything else had been cleared away. Just as the squad prepared to burn the drugs, a group of assassins brandishing katana swords burst from beneath the pile of sacks. Whenever one of the assassins was struck down, they would crumble instantly to ash. At that moment, Madame Gao appeared. She was a frail, gentle-faced old woman, leaning on a cane, hidden behind a pillar. She watched calm and unflinching as her assassins clashed fiercely with the intruders. Her gaze remained tranquil and unfathomable throughout the chaos. Everything seemed to be under her control. This gathering was in fact a carefully laid trap, designed specifically for Mason. She surveyed the room, her eyes settling on those clad in combat gear, with skull insignias on their backs and black masks on their faces. Slowly, she extended her thin hand, yet she was far from a helpless old lady. She had once been a warrior of Kunlun, the land famed for its iron-fisted fighters, a place where heroes were forged. There, even legends who could rival the power of the Phoenix had arisen. She clenched her fist. To outsiders, it might have seemed as if she was doing nothing, but those nearby understood. She was gathering her chi, the unique martial art of Kunlun. She leveled her palm at the man in the skull-emblazoned uniform, harnessing her energy for a devastating strike. Caught off guard, the man was struck in the back by her chi. There was a sharp, unmistakable crack as his spine broke, and his body contorted in agony before collapsing to the ground. Clearly, beyond saving, Madame Gao withdrew her hand, satisfied. She had already noticed that this man was one of Mason's most trusted aides. As long as he was dead, the others would pose little threat. Tonight, she had set this elaborate snare to utterly cripple Mason's strength. Yet, just as she succeeded, a sudden, deafening crash erupted behind her. A thunderous roar from Mason's elephant gun shattered the air, filling the carriage with smoke. The gunshots sounded like the opening volley of a war. No one had expected that in such a cramped dining car, for ninja assassins were lurking in wait. With a single shot, Mason blew the carriage apart, obliterating the four ninjas before they even had a chance to react. At that moment, the woman in red, called herself Arya, moved with lightning speed. Although she could not outrun a bullet, she had already dodged swiftly before Mason pulled the trigger. The elephant gun, formidable as it was, could fire only a single round. Without hesitation, Mason tossed it aside and picked up a heavy-caliber revolver. Smiling as he said, "Darling, remember the code. Next time, steak. Medium well." Such a code phrase would baffle even the most devoted Germans, as the revolver's massive bullets screamed through the air. The woman in red had already retreated beyond the doorway, leaving the two sides locked in a tense standoff. At that moment, Mason heard gunfire outside, deducing that his bodyguard team had discovered the intruders. He shook his head. The bodyguards were well trained, but the assassins sent after him were equally accomplished. Yet no matter how skilled they were, they remained mere mortals, the adversaries Mason often faced possessed powers that defied human limits. As his enemies grew ever more formidable, he feared even his elite guards would be no match for those extraordinary antiheroes. Before arriving in this world, Mason's knowledge of Marvel extended only to the movies. He remembered how his colleague used to complain that the films placed too many restrictions on the heroes' and villains' abilities. Even so, with a single snap, Thanos could wipe out half the universe's life. How could anyone underestimate such power? Mason's colleague would endlessly explain the convoluted lore. The Celestials, the invincible Galactus, death, eternity, the Beyonders, and the enigmatic below all. Mason listened in utter confusion. To him, it all seemed a matter of which editor could spin the bigger tale. Whichever character was hyped up became the strongest. At this rate, the whole power system was bound to collapse. His colleague would just pat Mason on the shoulder and say, "Don't overthink it. Just enjoy the ride." Though those words still echoed in his mind, Mason's hands never hesitated. He quietly reached under the desk for a hidden button. With a soft click of well-oiled machinery, the entrance to his secret chamber slid open, and his executive chair glided smoothly down into the lower level. At the same time, he calmly pulled the safety pin from fragmentation, grenade, and tossed it out behind him without a second thought. Whether the grenade dealt with his pursuers was unimportant. He only needed to buy himself a little more time. The real control room was hidden underground. Mason slid steadily down a gently sloping chute and landed on solid ground. As he arrived, the lights flickered on automatically, illuminating his path. He walked toward a thick liquid nitrogen security door. After passing both iris and fingerprint scans, the door slowly opened. Inside, the control room was lined with monitors, each screen displaying the fierce encounters between his team of bodyguards and the mysterious assassins. At that very moment, a woman dressed in red, calling herself Elia, vaulted nimbly into Mason's empty study. Her movements were agile and swift, reminiscent of a cheetah closing in on its prey. Watching the scene unfold on his surveillance feeds, Mason felt a quiet satisfaction. He judged that someone with such skills must have plenty of blood on her hands. Individuals like her, he thought, were perfect candidates for a stay at the asylum, where their souls might be cleansed. He pressed another button, and the study was instantly transformed into a deadly trap. Specialized nets shot down from the ceiling designed to ensnare intruders, while tranquilizer darts fired from hidden sculptures in every direction, leaving almost nowhere to hide. This time, the so-called Elia was finally caught, although she sensed the danger as the trap activated. Powerful ultrasonic waves scrambled her senses, a device Mason had originally prepared for the most dangerous of enemies. Caution was Mason's guiding principle. He always assumed anyone could become his adversary. He hadn't expected that a device meant for even greater threats would be used on this female assassin. Caught off guard, she was struck by several tranquilizer darts, the potent chemicals acting almost instantly. She had undergone resistance training, but this dose was strong enough to bring down an elephant. She had no chance of fighting it off. She had expected people to be afraid of death, but she hadn't anticipated someone so meticulous, someone who set passwords, even for a midnight snack. A dose this strong would have been lethal to most, but Mason was unconcerned. To him, such measures were reserved only for true threats. He called out to his bodyguards outside. Though chaos still raged beyond, he knew it was all a distraction, orchestrated by the ninjas to help the woman in red get close enough to kill him. Mason held considerable sway in the criminal underworld, yet in the eyes of someone like Lady Gao, who hailed from Kunlun, he was just another ordinary man. The fact that they had sent the red-clad assassin after him was proof enough that he had earned their attention. However, after tonight, Mason suspected they would take him even more seriously, and that the methods they employed in the future would only become more complex and dangerous. The turmoil lasted about 10 minutes before the estate finally returned to calm. Mason directed the bodyguards into his study and gave the red-clad assassin an additional injection of muscle relaxant, ensuring she could not move before he emerged from a secret room. "Where are the butler and the servants?" Mason asked his bodyguards. The bodyguard replied, "They've been knocked unconscious and locked in the restroom." Hearing that their lives were not in danger, Mason finally breathed a sigh of relief. He detained the woman in red, the assassin. About an hour later, Frank returned to the manor with Madame Gao. Madame Gao looked utterly disheveled. All 4 of her limbs had been broken, and her body bore multiple bite wounds, as if she'd been mauled by a large dog. She tried to look at Mason, but couldn't utter a word. Frank had already dislocated her jaw and stuffed her mouth, so she couldn't make a sound. "Send them to the psychiatric hospital tonight," Mason ordered. He knew full well that keeping people like them here was always a risk. Ordinary restraints simply couldn't hold them. But the psychiatric hospital had specialized security measures, making it possible to contain them more effectively. They drove to the hospital together. The hospital's outer walls were tall and forbidding, made of gray concrete, with an electric iron gate at the entrance. The guards were all veterans, dressed in tactical jackets, gripping stun batons and flashlights with riot sticks at their waists. After a stringent identity check, Mason and Frank passed through several layers of security doors and finally arrived at Zone F. Zone F contained only 2 buildings. One was a chapel where a giant pipe organ played the Ode to Joy, the choir's voices filling the space with an almost sacred atmosphere. The other was a tavern, noisy and chaotic. Voices were raised in argument, and a bard was singing in the corner. Even though Frank had witnessed many strange things in his time, Zone F still made him uneasy. Part of that discomfort was due to the transformation potion he had taken earlier that day. To capture Madame Gao's attention, Frank had someone else don his combat gear, then took the werewolf potion himself, transforming into a beast and launching a ferocious attack on her. In his werewolf form, Frank was driven by pure instinct for the hunt. No matter what seductive tricks Madame Gao tried, she couldn't sway him. Madame Gao surveyed the desolate land. The only 2 buildings stood lonely and isolated against the bleak backdrop. Despite her perilous situation, her expression remained calm and composed. Even in captivity, she believed that given time, she would find a way to escape. Madame Gao was a woman of the world yet. The bizarre scene before her was unlike anything she had ever encountered. The chapel's doors were wide open, but peering inside, she saw not a soul, no choir singing, no organ's reverberation. On the other side, the tavern was equally silent, devoid of patrons, with no bartender behind the counter. Only a faint echo of noise lingered in the air, as if the laughter and music were drifting in from some other world. But to Mason's eyes, the buildings looked different from everyone else's. The chapel appeared with a sign. Devout Chapel LV2 requires 500 sin points to upgrade. Beneath the church, dense lines of small text described its functions. 1. Sin regulation. A great being continuously assesses the level of sin present here. 2. Sanctuary. The higher the church's level, the wider its sphere of peace, bringing a more powerful sense of tranquility. 3. Basic structure. 1. The maximum level for other buildings can be raised to level 5. 4. Confessional. Regularly absorbs sin points. With a cap of 100 points per hour, the church is the heart of all buildings here and must be given priority in construction. As for the tavern, it goes by the name Bob's Tavern. Level 2, upgrading requires 300 sin points. It serves 3 main purposes. 1. Heavy drinking. Bob's spirits are notoriously strong. Just 1 glass is enough to knock you out cold. 2. Unwind. If you've had too much, a glass of lemonade will help soothe the discomfort. 3. Recruitment. Here, you can hire the mercenaries you need most. Unlocked at level 5. This is the true face of District F. Many drifters and ruffians who once lingered here managed to leave and start life anew with a fresh identity. Mason and Frank stepped into the tavern together and took seats on the high stools. Snapping his fingers toward the unattended bar, Mason called out, "Excuse me, a glass of lemonade, please." He spent 50 sin points, and a glass of lemonade materialized before them as if by magic. Mason slid the lemonade toward Frank, smiling as he said, "This one's on me, old friend." Mason hadn't prioritized building Bob's Tavern for the recruitment feature unlocked at level 5 but for the second function, unwinding. His mastery of the occult was still shallow, and his witchcraft was only at a beginner's level. He could concoct transformation potions for werewolves, vampires, centaurs, and harpies, but their effects were fleeting and the side effects severe. Simply put, frequent use of these potions could push one's sanity to the brink. The tavern's unwinding function only cost 50 sin points each time. Drink a glass of lemonade, get a good night's sleep, and your sanity would be fully restored. Of course, please refer to the following modified version of the original. Yet, as his sanity value continued to drop, the restorative effect of the lemonade gradually weakened. To enhance its potency, Mason needed to upgrade the building, each upgrade requiring 300 sin points. As Mason listened to the gentle sound of Frank sipping his drink, blueprints of the buildings appeared in his mind. The entire complex was divided into 12 sections. The church stood as the core structure. Bob's Tavern was already completed, but the Whaler's Dungeon and the Arrow Tower remained unbuilt. Other structures would only be unlocked after the church was upgraded to a level 2 base building, although only a handful of buildings were currently available. Mason was satisfied with his progress so far. His next goal was clear: to construct the Whaler's Dungeon. Although the church can absorb the sins of others, its effect is rather gentle. Its main function is to keep the level of sin steady for those whose crimes are truly heinous. The church alone is not enough. Only the Whaler's Dungeon is a truly essential facility. A brief introduction to the Whaler's Dungeon. 1. Whaler's Sculpture. Every dungeon houses a statue of a whaler. It is said that their wailing is the most hauntingly beautiful music in the world. These statues emit an aura of fear, too. The Whaler's Lament. Anyone imprisoned here will eventually be driven to confess, unable to resist the compulsion. The dungeon can absorb 500 points of sin every hour. 3. No remorse in death. There are always those who remain stubborn, refusing to repent. For such people, they can be turned into whaler statues themselves to decorate other rooms. These statues, too, radiate a terrifying aura. It's fair to say that the Whaler's Dungeon is the only building truly dedicated to punishment, constructing a Level 1 dungeon for. The first time requires 500 units of constant sin, while subsequent upgrades cost 500 for churches and 300 for other buildings. Now that Lady Gao has been locked away in the church, Mason should have just enough sin points at hand to build the dungeon. After Frank finished his tea, Mason snapped his fingers again and smiled. "Bring me a glass of strong liquor, dear Bob," as his words fell. A glass filled with amber-colored spirit appeared before him. This was the first function of Bob's Tavern. Intoxication, it should be noted, though, that this drink was not meant for enjoyment. It was more akin to a sedative capable of knocking someone out in no time. Mason picked up the glass and walked over to Lady Gao. His voice carried a note of command as he said, "Drink this, madam. Believe me, I always respect the elderly and children. Don't force me to be rough." Mason chose to speak in Mandarin, for he knew Lady Gao was fluent in several languages: Mandarin, Cantonese, Hakka, English, and French. She spoke them all with ease. Hearing Mason's words, Lady Gao offered no resistance. She obediently drank half the glass. She was brimming with confidence in herself. For years she had been training her resistance to drugs and poisons, and she believed she could withstand whatever was in this drink. She decided to play along, pretending to faint in order to buy herself more time. Mason, however, didn't care how much Lady Gao drank, as long as she took the drink. That was enough. He raised the glass again, looking at the woman dressed in red. "Now it's your turn, my dear, but before you drink, may I know your name?" Erica gave no response. She simply tipped her head back and finished what was left in her glass. Soon, both women collapsed to the ground almost simultaneously, losing consciousness. Mason showed them no mercy, nor did he display any respect or concern. He gestured for Frank to step forward. Frank dutifully approached, grabbing each woman by the ankle and dragging them into the church. The church was completely empty. Not even a statue remained. At the center, a lone book and a fish tank sat on a table. Mason walked up and picked up the book. Addressing the unconscious women, he said, "Sorry, I might not be very professional, but I'll be presiding over things now." Then he continued, "I follow his instructions, and I am about to reveal your sins." With that, he reached into the fish tank and made a sweeping motion toward them. A mist rose from their bodies, and before his eyes, two numbers appeared. Above Lady Gao's head was the number 1,500, while Erica's was 500. Seeing these numbers, Mason murmured, "May he forgive your sins. Now, the extraction of your evil value begins." As his words faded, the entire church seemed to come alive. Invisible threads dropped from above, suspending the women's bodies in the posture of Christ on the cross. Mason and Frank turned and walked away. The extraction process would last 15 hours for Lady Gao and 5 hours for Erica. During this time, escaping was impossible. If there was any sign of an attempted escape, alarms would sound throughout the church. Now for adversaries like Lady Gao and Hammerhead, this book alone was more than enough. Only when facing even greater threats would they need to upgrade to more advanced structures. Frank was finding it increasingly difficult to gauge his new boss's abilities. The last time they'd been ambushed, a ninja had slashed Mason's throat with a blade. Everyone thought Mason was done for, but beneath his skin a black membrane had formed, utterly impervious to the knife. The blade didn't even leave a scratch. Mason hadn't shed a single drop of blood. Even Frank, who'd been by his side all along, had never seen Mason truly fight. To this day, Frank had no idea of his boss's real strength. The two walked silently to District D. Mason handed Frank a slip of paper. "Do you know this person?" Frank unfolded the note. It read, "Billy Russell." He nodded immediately. "Of course, he's a member of our squad." So, it was a squad member after all. Mason lit a cigarette and held it to his lips, his eyes fixed on the swirling smoke. In a low voice, he said, "Go find him, Frank. Some questions you have to answer yourself. I prepared a werewolf serum, a bloodlust potion, and an invisibility elixir for you. All your favorite weapons are in the armory. You'll set out. Tomorrow, Frank said nothing, just rose to his feet in silence. He understood exactly what Mason meant. Mason asked again, if it really is him, what will you do? Bring him back and put him on trial? Frank answered without even turning his head, no. If it really is him, I'll take care of that bastard myself. Impressive. Mason muttered to himself in appraisal. He sat alone in the pitch-black D block. Surrounded by cold, unfeeling concrete and steel, he whistled softly, tossed out a quick cool. Though it was unclear who he was talking to, he thrust his hands deep into his pockets and sat on the concrete bench. Overhead, a single light shone down, illuminating only the brim of his hat, casting half his face into shadow. He fished out another cigarette, held it between his lips, but didn't bother to light it. Seated on that cement bench in D block, his eyes were hidden by darkness, but from the direction of his gaze, it was clear he was keeping a close watch on F block. Mason knew all too well that capturing Lady Gao would set the entire situation ablaze. He had already traced the film's route and even discovered Hammerhead's hideout. But in the end, he chose Lady Gao. There was only one reason. Lady Gao's web of interest was far too tangled. She was the perfect bait capable of luring out the prey he truly sought. From this day forward, the asylum would be anything but ordinary. More and more skilled vigilantes would appear. The hand had 5 fingers. He'd only managed to grab hold of one. The rest would surely come to rescue her. The hand's influence in Hell's Kitchen ran far deeper than most imagined. There might even be those who called themselves vigilantes, drawn into the fray. As for the so-called street heroes of Hell's Kitchen, Mason had no intention of recruiting them. Their beliefs were worlds apart. They could never truly work together. Whether it was that hopeless Iron Fist Luke Cage or Jessica Jones, to them, Mason was the enemy. They walked the path of light, while Mason had chosen another way. Now, aside from Frank, no one stood with him. Or perhaps there were many wounded souls out there. His elite team was made up of retired American soldiers, fearless warriors. Finally, they understood their purpose, to fight for what they believed in. Yet in the eyes of those street heroes, Mason's methods were no different from evil itself, perhaps even more terrifying than the hand. With a sleight of hand, he produced a cup as if by magic, snapped his fingers, and with a deft twist of 3 fingers around the rim, orange juice flowed from between them into the cup. Every time you do that little magic trick, I can't help but be amused. The speaker emerged from the shadows behind the building. A bright-eyed young man with short hair, dressed in an orderly's uniform. Without hesitation, he sat down beside Mason, who passed him the cup of orange juice. The man lifted the cup to his nose, gave it a sniff, then set it aside and cocked his head, slightly, saying, "I'm not about to drink anything when I don't know where it came from." Mason's lips curled in a faint smile. "Ward, you're as cautious as ever." Ward didn't crack a smile. He felt this was no time for jokes. He fixed his gaze on Mason and said, "Your actions have already attracted SHILD's attention. I've been reassigned from Paris specifically to infiltrate this place and find out exactly what you're up to." I know. You've warned me plenty of times already." Mason raised both hands in a gesture of surrender. Ward, who claimed allegiance to SHLD, but in truth served Hydra, had been sent here to keep an eye on Mason, and so far his efforts had paid off. Mason was well aware of the true situation within SHILD, aside from a handful at the very top, such as the shrewd Director Fury and the few agents he trusted. The ranks beneath were riddled with Hydra infiltrators. Out of every 5 agents, 3 might well be Hydra, perhaps. Mason thought it was Hydra that had truly been infiltrated, not SHLD. It was like the Gotham City Police Department, where Commissioner Gordon stood alone in his integrity. Gotham had only one honest cop, and SHLD had only a handful who weren't Hydra. Ward frowned at Mason's nonchalance. He couldn't help it. Despite his long period undercover, he still hadn't figured out Mason's true intentions. Ward was a top-notch spy. His skill at blending in was second only to the legendary Black Widow herself. If she hadn't been busy with another mission, she might have been the one assigned to watch Mason instead. Yet Mason didn't seem to care that SHILD was watching him. Soon enough, SHILD would have far bigger crises to worry about. A billionaire playboy gets kidnapped and then dramatically announces himself as Iron Man. A green giant appears in New York, battling a gray colossus and leveling entire city blocks. A masked Spider-Man swings between skyscrapers, dispensing his own brand of justice. In New Mexico, a thunderous hammer falls from the sky. Thor, son of Odin, descends and wages an epic battle that stuns the world. Even aliens show up on the streets of New York, leaving half the city in ruins. Which of these Catastrophes isn't more urgent or significant than whatever Mason is doing. The only reason he's drawn such special attention is probably because of his father, but to Mason, that hardly matters. He clapped Ward on the shoulder and said, "All right, tomorrow's not. Go to be peaceful. My advice, don't go out, especially at night. And remember, under no circumstances should you leave your room." Ward watched Mason's retreating figure, then glanced at the cup on the table. His face remained calm, but he couldn't help reaching for the cup, yet just as his fingers brushed it, a sharp, tingling jolt shot up his hand, as if he'd been struck by a bolt of electricity. He looked down. Red welts were blooming across the back of his hand, itching furiously. At that moment, Mason, who had seemed to have left, reappeared at his side without a sound. He casually picked up his own glass and downed the orange juice in one gulp. Then, pointing at Ward's hand with his index finger, he spoke in a calm tone, "Don't touch it. Your hand will be back to normal in 3 hours." Ward waved his hand dismissively and replied offhandedly, "It's fine. Probably just came into contact with some chemicals." "Yes, you'll need to be more careful from now on," Mason said, his expression unchanged, as if Ward's attempt to steal his drink moments ago was of no consequence. Mason stepped into the building. Zone D was made up of 6 blocks, each one 13 stories high. The buildings were bare and crude, with no elevators, no coat of paint, and barely any light. Old flickering wiring made the bulbs stutter, plunging the halls into a gloom more oppressive than most prisons, a place that felt haunted, like a house of shadows. Mason intended to check on the fallen squad members, but he was also waiting for certain developments. Frank had just left, and sooner or later someone would notice. To outsiders, Frank was Mason's right hand, his closest aide, even his personal bodyguard. Now that Frank was gone, the fortress would seem vulnerable, and Mason knew people would see this as their best chance to strike. But was it really that simple? Mason wound his way through several corridors before arriving at a particular room. He pushed open the door and was met by the sight of shelves crowded with rag dolls. Every doll wore a small nameplate on its chest, each inscribed with a name. The names of the squad members who had fallen. Mason had used his own methods to temporarily bind their souls, sheltering them inside these dolls. Whether he could ever bring them back to life, even Mason didn't know, at least not yet. He tidied up his tools and materials, took out his pocket watch, and started the clock, preparing to attempt another seance. Meanwhile, the first to arrive at the scene was Daredevil, clad in his signature red suit. He appeared outside a Chinese restaurant. It felt as if a wild beast had broken loose in this corner of Hell's Kitchen. Though blind, his remaining senses were sharper than any ordinary man's. Guided by acute hearing and a keen sense of smell, he tracked the aftermath of the explosion to a battered doorway, then followed the underground passageways. His search led him straight to a hidden base where illegal drugs were being repackaged. The room was in chaos, the air thick with a harsh, unfamiliar scent. Daredevil, Matt, needed only a brief sniff to understand what had happened here. The place was an underground drug workshop. He recognized the scent all too well. He'd shut down plenty of operations just like it. Matt began to search for clues, piecing together what had taken place. However, just as he was about to make his move, the piercing sound of brakes shattered the silence outside. Several burly men, heavily armed, leapt down from a pickup truck. From another vehicle, James Wesley, Kingpin's trusted right hand, issued a terse command. "Clean this place up." The men set about their work with the same brutality that marked their appearance. They hefted a rocket launcher from the back seat of the pickup and, without a moment's hesitation, aimed it at the house and pulled the trigger. The rocket shrieked as it tore through the air, plunging into the building and setting off a deafening explosion. In an instant, the entire structure was engulfed in flames and smoke, reduced to a heap of smoldering rubble. "Keep moving," Wesley ordered, unperturbed by the thunderous blast or the attention it might draw. In Hell's Kitchen, such explosions rarely turned heads. People here knew how to look after themselves. Even the police tended to steer clear of this kind of trouble. No one would willingly approach the scene, except for those masked vigilantes obsessed with justice, surveying the ruins. Wesley finally picked up his phone and reported to his boss. "The target has been eliminated." "Good. Come back. And make sure you lose any tails," came the calm, commanding reply. "Understood, sir." Wesley hung up. Never once rolling down his window, he drove off into the darkness, his men swiftly packing up their equipment and melting away into the night. The blast had jolted the neighborhood awake, and even the vigilantes of Hell's Kitchen had been alerted, but by the time they arrived, all that remained was a charred wasteland, and Daredevil struggling to climb out from the debris. Meanwhile, high above the city, Kingpin stood in his office, listening quietly as his assistant, Leslie, delivered her report. The city lights glittered beyond the window, casting a steady glow over his imposing figure. He leaned on his cane, his gaze unwavering. "You're saying Madame Gao's territory has been wiped out completely. Are you sure it was Mason's crew?" Kingpin asked in a low voice. Judging by the evidence at the scene, only Mason's people would act with such decisiveness and have the means to pull it off, Leslie replied. "Any proof?" Kingpin pressed. "No solid evidence," Leslie admitted, shaking his head. Years of working for Kingpin had taught him to anticipate his boss's every thought. He had once tried to use the power of the police and the courts to put young Clausewitz behind bars, but that proved nearly impossible. The Clausewitz family commanded a formidable team of lawyers, and even with evidence in hand, the district attorney had no wish to provoke someone of their wealth and influence. Drawn-out lawsuits are both time-consuming and costly. Prosecutors aren't exactly working for charity either. Their fees are far from cheap. Faced with such troublesome and thankless cases, local prosecutorial offices usually prefer to steer clear. Kim listened to his deputy's analysis, the corners of his mouth lifting in a faint, disdainful smile. He was well aware that such an approach would never work, so he had already made other plans. After instructing his people to spread the word, Kim settled back into a spacious office chair and gave his orders in a calm voice. Send those masked thugs out to gather information. He wanted to know what kind of monster was hiding in that psychiatric hospital, and he added, bring Bullseye back from outside. I think it's time for him to make a move. Kim withdrew his gaze and watched as Weasley left the office. Weasley was an exceptional subordinate, always able to grasp his boss's intentions with precision. When it came to stirring up trouble for Mason, he had his own effective methods, a few well-chosen keywords. Mason's nationality, perhaps references to concentration camps or Nazis, or even branding him a warmonger, were more than enough. With the right psychological triggers, it was easy to manipulate these agitators, sending them into a frenzy like sharks drawn to the scent of blood, eager to tear into their prey. For Weasley, this was hardly a challenge, and he was far from the only one interested in these affairs. There were other members of the Hand, the young heir of the Rand Corporation, and countless other hidden forces lurking in the shadows. Even the NYPD was keeping a close eye on developments. All eyes were now fixed on the abandoned psychiatric hospital on the city's outskirts, a place rumored to devour all who entered. Inside this perilous hospital, Mason washed a large bowl with patient care, pressed the alarm button, and locked his door. It was time. He made his way on foot to Section F under the morning sun. The heavy iron doors gleamed with a cold, steely light. As the gates slowly opened, Mason stepped into the area alone. He saw Erica, crouched helplessly on the ground, lost and bewildered like a frightened child. Mason ignored her, striding directly into the chapel. Then, once again, he doused her with water from the fish tank. By now, not a trace of guilt remained on her. Mason opened the door to Section F and pointed at her. "You can leave now," he said. Erica broke down in tears, on the verge of collapse. She was not a born killer. She had once been the daughter of a Greek diplomat. She had longed to fight for justice, to become a vigilante like her ex-boyfriend, Matt. At this moment, Matt's fate was placed in Daredevil's hands, while Erica had fallen into the clutches of the Hand, becoming an assassin for their cause. She had betrayed her former self, willingly embracing darkness and sin. Mason looked at Erica and realized that the pillars supporting her spirit had already collapsed. Now, she needed a new faith and a new purpose to carry her forward. "Hi, it's a pleasure to meet you again. My name is Mason. Mason von Clausewitz," he said. Mason crouched down so that he was at eye level with Erica. He offered her a piece of candy and popped one in his own mouth as well. The moment the sourness hit his tongue, his face twisted in agony. The taste so sharp it seemed to overwhelm his senses. This rare blue confection was called Siren's Lozenge, one of Mason's few creations in witchcraft. It was intensely sour, yet carried an irresistibly enchanting effect that few could withstand, regardless of gender. Though Mason felt as if needles were pricking the inside of his mouth, he knew that having braved the bittersweet, it was now his turn to persuade Erica. In Mason's eyes, Erica was not a villain. Through and through, she had once possessed a sense of justice. It was only her methods that had grown too extreme. To him, these were not irredeemable faults. What he needed to do was guide Erica down his path, to make her his ally. Differences of opinion were acceptable, but their core principles must remain unshaken. For the justice Mason believed in was simple. Every evil must be punished. Without a care for appearances, Mason leaned over to the sink, letting cool water wash away the sourness lingering in his mouth. Erica, curious, followed close behind him. Surprised at how quickly she felt herself convinced, she sensed that this man before her might be the guide she had always needed. Every word he spoke struck a chord deep within her, as if he could read her heart. A feeling that lingered long after the moment had passed. There was no doubt that Erica carried within her an emptiness, a space once reserved for family, for her father. In the past, her brother had filled that void. Now Mason's silhouette quietly began to take its place. With Mason leading the way, Erica felt as though she had regained her sense of direction. She realized that life was not just about fighting and killing. What mattered more was the pursuit of inner peace. She made up her mind to follow in this young man's footsteps, but before she could take action, Erica's hand tightened around the twin blades at her waist. She spun around in an instant, shifting into a defensive stance. They were in a simple room in District D, one with its own bathroom, the door left ajar. Standing in the doorway was a person dressed in a nurse's uniform, eyeing the room with wary vigilance. Erica's instincts immediately sharpened. No ordinary person could have approached her so silently. Who is this person really? Even Agent Ward felt a rush of anxiety at this moment. Being targeted by such an assassin, he instinctively reached for the small of his back, ready to draw his gun at any time. Not every agent excelled at hand-to-hand combat. After all, fighting was just one of many skills required of an agent. But Ward stood out among them. Now a level 6 agent of S.H.I.L.D., his potential was immense. His mentor was Garrett, a man skilled at adapting to any situation. Ward's performance was well-rounded across all areas of agent training, and in the art of espionage, he was second only to Black Widow. Thanks to his stellar track record, he had earned a measure of fame within HYDRA. This assignment to watch Mason had in fact come directly from the upper echelons of the organization. In essence, it was a case of insiders keeping tabs on other insiders. Both Mason and Ward understood that their so-called camaraderie was nothing more than a facade. Hydra and the Nazi HYDRA were at heart worlds apart. The Nazi HYDRA sought to manipulate SHIELD as a means to conquer the world, while Hydra's current aim was to resurrect the exiled inhuman leader, Hive. When a moment of crisis arrived and interests clashed, no one would hesitate to turn their weapon on a former ally. In the world of agents, trust was always in short supply. Just then, Mason finished rinsing his mouth, breaking the silence. He looked up, waving his hand lightly to put everyone at ease. Relax. Let me introduce you. This is my capable assistant and good friend, Erica, and over here is my trusted colleague, Ward. Grant. Ward managed a slight strained smile in response. Erica, on the other hand, was composed and poised. She stepped forward confidently and extended her hand. Hello, I'm Erica. Ward was certain he had never seen this woman around Mason before. The only companion he'd seen by Mason's side was that one-eyed man, cold and menacing like a Nordic Viking warrior. Facing such an adversary, even Ward couldn't guarantee victory. Now, with a mysterious woman joining Mason, Ward couldn't help but wonder. What was it about Mason that drew such people to him? Mason looked at Ward and asked calmly, Ward, is there anything else you need? No, I was just passing by, Ward replied, his tone steady. Whether it was true or not, his training as an agent required that every word sound sincere. Mason nodded, a touch of humor in his voice. Well, thank you, Ward. Loyal employees like you are a rare breed. I'll consider giving you a raise. As he watched the devoted Hydra agent depart, Mason turned his attention to the twin blades in Erica's hands, offering his assessment. Nice weapons, but they could use a bit more punch. We'll need to reinforce them. Erica showed no objection as Mason picked up her weapons from inside his jacket. Mason produced a small glass vial containing the remnants of the curse from a last patient afflicted with septicemia. Mason still held another vial in his hand, which was the same siren song that had appeared before. Compared to the curse of the blood-poisoned patient, siren song was far more powerful. It was a rare, blue-grade item. Everything remained calm during the enchantment process. Once it was done, Mason returned the equipment to Erica. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he asked Erica, if you were sent to kill that young man from earlier, how confident would you be? Erica thought carefully for a moment before answering. If I could strike from the shadows, and he was completely unprepared, then there would only be two possible outcomes. Either I fail, or I succeed without fail. Mason didn't press her further, as though his question had been nothing more than a passing remark. He opened his character panel and made his way back to Zone F alone. ID. Mason Clausewitz. Sin value. 650 strength. 10. Initial 5. Spirit. 15. Initial 5. Agility. 10. Initial 5. Constitution. 20. Initial 5. Redeemed. Introduction to the Occult. 300 Practical Witchcrafts Building List. Hidden. Mason called up the building list and selected the Whaler's Dungeon, a shadowy patch appeared in his field of vision, drifting across the ground wherever he looked. Every spot the shadow touched glowed green, showing it was suitable for construction. He finally settled on a spot, right in front of the church. Spending 500 sin points, a massive progress bar materialized before his eyes. After just 3 seconds, the bar filled, signaling the dungeon's completion. The main structure of the dungeon lay underground above ground. Only a sculpture remained, a statue of the whaler. The statue closely resembled Lord Rhodes' wife, but unlike her, the figure had not been turned into a pillar of salt. Instead, she had become a stone effigy, her form entwined by withered vines. Whaler statue, LV1, Aura of Dread, 5x5, a field of dread covering 25 square meters. Mason activated the aura and sat atop the statue, lost in thought, waiting for Lady Gao's sin value to be drained completely. When Lady Gao's sin was finally exhausted, she looked at Mason in terror, but the emotions swiftly faded. Her will was unshakable. Even a Level 1 church was far from enough to break her faith. What she sought was immortality, and to her this was neither a mistake nor a crime. Whether hiring assassins or engaging in illicit deals, these were nothing but means to an end. Once Lady Gao walked out of the dungeon, she would soon rise again. Her foundation remained intact, her loyal subordinates were still by her side, her abilities undiminished. And her purpose as clear as ever. She was nothing like the ordinary street thugs. When Mrs. Gao appeared, Mason stepped forward to greet her, warmly grasping her hand, and without giving her a choice, led her deep into the whaler's dungeon. At this moment, Mrs. Gao's expression was calm and composed. Mason knew all too well how terrifying it was to extract the darkness from a person's soul. Inside the church, the fate of those petty criminals whose sins had been drawn out served as stark examples. Mrs. Gao had experienced that same terror herself, yet she still retained the strength to resist. "Let go of me," she demanded, her voice firm as she repeated it in Mandarin, English, and German. But Mason paid no attention to her protests. Seeing this, Mrs. Gao swiftly decided to fight back. She defended herself, channeling the energy within her body in an attempt to strike at Mason. In the past, after her own sins had been extracted, she had once forced Erica to confront her own true nature. Even so, Mrs. Gao's thirst for immortality had never wavered. Her will remained as unyielding as ever. Yet this time, before acting, she hesitated for a brief moment, a sign that the extraction had, indeed, left its mark on her. In the end, she used only a third of her strength. Even so, this blow was powerful enough to shatter an ordinary person's sternum and send ribs piercing into vital organs. But when her palm struck Mason's chest, it was as if a gentle breeze had brushed across the mountainside. Mason stood entirely unscathed, calmly dusting off his clothes as though brushing away a speck of lint. "That's enough, madam. Don't make this difficult. It's time to go," he said, gripping Mrs. Gao's wrist with unwavering resolve. His attitude made her realize at last that the handsome young man before her was far more formidable than he appeared. Summoning her strength, Mrs. Gao unleashed her full power, driving her energy into a second strike aimed at Mason's chest. This blow could have pulverized stone pillars and punched through concrete, but when it landed, it caused scarcely a sound. Once again, Mason remained completely unharmed. His iron grip held her wrist fast, while his smile remained polite yet distant. He began to whistle, utterly indifferent to Mrs. Gao's struggles and attacks as he dragged her deeper into the whaler's dungeon. Sometime later, Mason emerged from the dungeon, swinging the heavy door open and carrying a statue over his shoulder. Meanwhile, beneath the surface of Hell's Kitchen, dark currents were gathering. Even the Iron Anvil Company, run by Billy Russell under the guise of helping veterans find new jobs, was no longer at peace behind its respectable front. Secrets lurked in the shadows. Returning to the manor, Mason found a new text message waiting on the phone atop his study desk. The message was short, just one word: blacksmith, anvil, blacksmith. Mason sensed that things were about to get interesting. He had long heard of the new drug lord known as the blacksmith, whose tactic of flooding the market with cheap drugs had crushed many small gangs, whether it was Madame Gao, Kingpin, the Irish mob, or the Mexicans. All were searching for the blacksmith's whereabouts. Mason had been gathering information on blacksmith because in his eyes, this was a target teeming with potential, one that could earn him a great deal of sin points. But later he discovered that the blacksmith didn't seem to be in New York, so he hadn't pursued the matter further. Now, it seemed there might be some connection between Billy Russo and the blacksmith. Could he be the middleman, the so-called white glove? If you need more, I can always provide the next part or adjust the direction. Mason muttered softly to himself, then glanced at Erica, who had stayed by his side all this time. Smiling, he invited her, "My lady, It's time for dinner. Shall we indulge in some fine food together? With that, he popped open a bottle of champagne. The golden liquid trickled smoothly into their glasses. He handed one to Erica. Meanwhile, Frank grabbed a bottle of soda and downed it in one go. He had never felt such intense anger before, his heart pounding his chest like a war drum. Ever since he'd heard that name, his rage and adrenaline had surged. Higher and higher. Billy Russo. Billy was not only his closest friend, but also a comrade in arms. They had survived life and death together in Afghanistan, and after leaving the service, they had become as close as family. Frank truly regarded Billy as a brother. But now he felt deeply betrayed. If this was really true, then Billy Russo would have to pay the price. In Frank's mind, a traitor was far worse than an enemy. Trying to calm himself, he walked alone to the restroom, turned on the tap, and splashed his face hard with cold water. Just then his phone rang. After drying his hands, he picked it up. The message was from Mason. As always, it was brief. Every Friday, he visits a woman at the nursing home. An address was attached below. Frank checked the address and slipped the phone into his pocket. He paid his bill, left the restaurant, pulled on his hoodie, tugged the hood low over his head, and put on his mask before making his way toward the nursing home. Mason's intel was spot on. Frank soon found himself waiting at the entrance to the nursing home, where Billy Russo appeared right on schedule. Billy was as handsome as ever, his face lit by a gentle smile, unfailingly polite to everyone he met. Frank sat on a bench in the corridor, hands clasped over his knees, right across from the woman who lay sleeping in her hospital bed. Beneath her bed, Frank's weapon was hidden. At this moment, he was coldly calm, so calm that it felt as if he could pick up his sniper rifle at any moment and take out his target with surgical precision. Billy, oblivious to what was about to happen, strolled into the nursing home in high spirits. He habitually checked the sleeve blade and other weapons he carried, making sure everything was in place before heading upstairs. He smiled and greeted the young nurse at his side, asking gently, "How has she been lately?" The nurse blushed, her voice trembling a little. As she replied, "Yes, she's been recovering very well." Then, summoning her courage, she ventured, "Are you free next Thursday?" She was attempting to invite Billy Russo to meet her. Billy was already thinking of how to gently turn her down, but his gaze inadvertently landed on Frank, who was sitting in a chair nearby. For a brief moment, his expression froze, but quickly melted into a look of surprised delight. Turning to the nurse, Billy asked politely, "Would you mind giving us a moment alone?" Though the nurse was a little disappointed, she turned and left without protest. Billy Russo stepped into the hospital room, his demeanor suggesting he wanted to embrace Frank. Yet, just as he moved, he stopped dead in his tracks, for Frank asked without any preamble why. Billy felt a chill creeping into his heart, as if he were tumbling down an endless abyss. He was all too aware of Frank's capabilities, which only heightened his anxiety. Still, he kept his smile fixed in place, and as his raised arm slowly dropped, his hand drifted toward the small of his back, where his most trusted weapon was concealed. His gaze remained steady, betraying nothing, his expression carefully composed to reveal no hint of emotion. He even forced a casual tone, saying, "Frank, I'm really glad to see you're all right. What did you just say?" But to Frank, these feigned gestures were nothing short of laughable. Even though Frank's heart was racked with pain, his face remained utterly impassive. He had no desire to hear any more of Billy Russo's excuses. Without hesitation, Frank reached beneath the bed and pulled out a weapon he had hidden earlier, aiming it squarely at his former comrade. He squeezed the trigger without a moment's pause. A torrent of searing bullets erupted. The magazine emptied in mere seconds. Frank tossed the gun aside and, roaring with fury, charged for the door. Billy Russo's reflexes were nothing if not quick. The instant Frank opened fire, he darted behind the door for cover, but before he could even think of fighting back, Frank had already burst from the room, knocking the weapon from Billy's hand with a single savage punch. At that moment, Frank was like a wounded beast, swinging punch after punch, each one fueled by boundless rage and agony. Billy Russo swiftly flicked out his concealed blade, carving bloody lines across Frank's body, but nothing could stop Frank now. Under the influence of the bloodthirsty serum, he felt no pain at all. Blood sprayed through the air, each blow Frank landed seeming to vent every ounce of torment he carried inside. Only through this violence could he keep from drowning in his own sorrow. Billy Russo had never imagined things would come to this. He had always thought of himself as rational and self-serving, every step meticulously calculated, right down to his part in the massacre of Frank's family. In his mind, it had simply been another choice he had made. Even now, he refused to believe he was wrong. Reason can never truly withstand violence. Under Frank's relentless assault, Billy Russo's consciousness gradually slipped away. His vision faded beneath Frank's furious fists. His nose Broken, his cheekbones shattered. In the end, he blacked out entirely, not even knowing when he was taken to Mason's psychiatric hospital. After the beast-like man finished his brutal beating and carried Billy away, a team of professionals arrived swiftly. With expert equipment, they meticulously cleaned the scene, completing their work and disappearing long before the New York police arrived. Mason hadn't expected Frank to find Billy Russo so quickly, nor did he expect Frank to spare his life. Perhaps Frank had grown a little gentler, though such gentleness was only relative. At this moment, Billy Russo was in a terrible state. Mason had seen photos of him before, a handsome young man. Now, handsome was a word that had nothing to do with him. Billy suffered multiple fractures all over his body. His survival was nothing short of a medical miracle. Mason glanced at Frank and suggested, "If I were you, I'd take a hot shower, eat a good meal, then get a massage." Because of the drugs, Frank's face was pale and his steps unsteady. He looked like a man at death's door. Mason had no suitable medication on hand to help him. Erica, unfazed by the bloody scene, barely batted an eye. She even asked Mason if he needed her to interrogate Billy. But Mason shook his head. He lifted Billy gently and carried him into his new office. The office was spacious and bright, with a crimson carpet, a comfortable executive chair, and a wide solid-wood desk beside. The desk stood a sculpture. On the unpainted walls, a single large word was written in English: Justice. As for the sculpture, from every angle, there was something about it that faintly resembled Mrs. Goff. Mason's movements were gentle, almost like those of a professional nurse. He dissolved painkillers in water and helped Billy drink, then secured him to a chair. "Good night, sweet dreams," Mason murmured softly, closing the door and leaving Billy alone in the office. Truth be told, even Mason didn't like spending time in that office. The sculpture in the corner, though it carried only the faintest aura of dread, still made the air feel heavy. Perhaps here, Billy truly could have a good dream, humming an unfamiliar tune. Mason left the office and made his way toward the prayer room in Section D. There, everything he needed was prepared. Among them, a brass cauldron and an electronic scale waiting for him. Mason didn't care much for traditional balances. He trusted the precision of his digital scale far more. After carefully weighing out the required licorice root, he measured lavender essence in a graduated beaker. A segment of octopus tentacle landed in the cauldron with a practiced flick, followed by precisely 9.75 ounces of pure water. At that moment, he looked every bit the medieval alchemist, intently concocting his potion before the bubbling cauldron. This particular brew was known as a restorative elixir, a common staple in practical witchcraft. Mason believed it could replenish one's mental strength and serve as a basic healing potion. Though its effects were far from dramatic, the hefty tome, An Introduction to the Occult, still sat unfinished at his elbow. As he advanced through its pages, he discovered that this brick of a book, heavy enough to flatten an ox, could actually sharpen his mind. But he knew better than to plunge too deeply, too quickly. Reckless study could easily shatter one's sanity. Better to make steady progress than risk catastrophe. For now, Mason was content to take his time, thanks to Lady Goff's generous sponsorship of 1,500 sin points. His resources were more than sufficient for the moment. He glanced down at the pale blue liquid in his beaker and brought it close for a sniff, only to wrinkle his nose and hold it away again. Truth be told, the potion didn't smell unpleasant. It even carried a subtle hint of fragrance, with a touch of alcohol and a dash of patchouli, then properly diluted. It might have made a decent perfume. Still, the concentrated scent was far from appealing. "Luckily, I don't have to drink this stuff," Mason muttered to himself as he carried the potion out of the room. He had barely stepped into the hallway when he ran into Agent Ward, who seemed to be everywhere at once in this place. Mason offered a friendly warning. "Hey buddy, if I were you, I wouldn't wander around here after dark. This is a psychiatric hospital. You know, there could be a dangerous lunatic lurking behind any door." To lighten the mood, Mason set down his potion and mimed revving up a chainsaw, complete with a noisy sound effect for dramatic flair. When Ward didn't crack a smile, Mason felt somewhat deflated. He picked up the potion again and prepared to move on. "You're no fun, Agent Ward. Lighten up a little. Girls like guys who smile." Ward's gaze lingered on the potion in Mason's hand. He could smell the sharp, potent aroma as well. Far from amused, he sensed an undercurrent of menace in Mason's joke. The feeling was instinctive. If he kept tailing Mason so openly, it was entirely possible that one day a chainsaw-wielding madman would actually appear in these halls. As a seasoned agent, Ward prided himself on reading people. Now he was certain Mason was extremely dangerous, outwardly calm, yet beneath the surface turbulent. Currents swirled. At this moment, Mason, already marked as a high-risk individual by Ward, knocked on the door of the infirmary. When the door swung open, he saw Frank carefully stitching up a shallow wound on his skin with a device that looked much like a medical stapler. The pain was intense, almost unbearable, yet Frank's face betrayed no emotion. In silence, he accepted the medication Mason handed to him. As Mason passed him the vial, he explained, "You realize this is a hospital, don't you? I'm actually on the board of 4 private hospitals, so we have the best family doctors here. You think your injury is so serious that treating you is going to bankrupt me? I have medical insurance." "Frank, there's no need to spare my expenses." Of course, Frank's injury had little to do with Mason's insurance, but Frank didn't bother arguing the details. He tilted his head back and swallowed the medicine, letting Mason lead him over for the stitches. When the suturing was done, Frank suddenly asked, "Can I have a drink?" Of course, Mason replied with a nod, but this time, instead of taking Frank to their usual haunt at Bob's Tavern, Mason retrieved a bottle of whiskey from the chapel, pouring a generous measure for Frank, realizing that if Frank got too drunk, he'd be the one left to look after Frank's daughter. Mason added a hefty splash of tomato juice, transforming the drink into a cocktail. "Here, have a drink," he offered. For himself, Mason poured a cup of steaming goji berry tea, then sat down on the floor, gesturing for Frank to join him. Frank knocked back the cocktail in one go. He reached into his pocket, pulling out an old pocket watch, and gently traced the photo inside with his thumb. Beneath that hard exterior, there was a gentler side to him. Mason simply sat with him, sipping his hot tea. In quiet companionship, the two of them sat together in silence. Meanwhile, William Rawlins, Frank's former superior on the Afghan battlefield, now a rising star in the CIA with a future brighter than ever, was in a foul mood. The one-eyed operative's face was dark with anger, made worse after a call with the drug lord known as the blacksmith. Struggling to contain his fury, he drove back toward his estate. William came from a powerful background. It was he who led Frank and their squad during the Hellhound operation in Afghanistan. They used the bodies of fallen soldiers to smuggle illicit drugs, but during one mission, William's poor command almost got the whole squad wiped out. Frank fought his way through a bloody battle, and in his rage severely injured William, destroying one of his eyes. Later, it was William who orchestrated the assassination attempts on Frank, partly because Frank had uncovered their illegal operation, and partly to avenge the loss of his eye. Now backed by powerful capital, William had managed to clear his name, even wearing his blinded eye like a badge of honor from the Afghan battlefield. Yet at this moment he was seething with anger, for his beloved dog had vanished. In this way, the plot becomes clearer. The relationships and motivations of the characters are easier to grasp, and the choice of words and narrative style are better suited to the conventions of modern English fiction. Billy Russo was a good dog, and his disappearance exposed William's mood. With one hand, he tore off his tie, as if the tie were a noose tightening around his neck. William Rawlins possessed a stubborn, pathological kind of arrogance, a haughtiness that bordered on obsession. Many people might share this mindset, but most are careful to keep it well hidden. Unlike them, William Rawlins never bothered to conceal his attitudes toward others, whether dealing with subordinates or his own fixer. He made no effort to disguise his biting contempt. He had once bluntly warned Billy Russo, reminding him of his station and calling him a dog. He cared nothing for the wishes or dignity of a dog. Yet now that the dog was in trouble, a sense of caution crept in. He was determined to find out who had taken a shot at him from the shadows. By regulation, the CIA's main operations weren't supposed to be domestic, but rules were rules. And every rule had its exceptions. In recent years, the CIA had grown so bloated with power it was almost impossible to rein in anyone who crossed them, risked ending up in the back of a convertible, a single bullet sending them to the afterlife. But this time he had no intention of using his own people. Over the years, plenty of folks from various departments had taken his dirty money. On the surface, everyone joked and laughed, but when trouble came, they'd all work themselves to the bone for him. In his one remaining eye, a venomous hatred burned cold and deadly as a viper. He picked up another phone, dialed a number, and waited. Meanwhile, in the United States, at the Department of Homeland Security, Wolf's phone rang, looking at Madani, the agent who had just been transferred back to the country. He waved her off with a gesture. "I'll have someone show you around headquarters," he said. He summoned a sharp-looking young man and told him to give Madani a proper tour. Wolf was a cautious man. Perhaps it was because he'd done so many things he regretted, but caution had become second nature. He had already checked his office several times to ensure there were no bugs. "Didn't I tell you not to call me unless it was urgent?" He growled in a low, angry voice. On the other end, William snapped right back, refusing to back down. "Shut up. You idiot. Billy Russo's in trouble. He's gone off the grid. I want you to find out who's coming after us." Wolf's angry reply died on his lips. "I'll look into it once I have answers. I'll let you know." Until then, don't call me. Don't contact me at all. He ended the call, feeling a flicker of unease, but he quickly masked it after. So many years in the chair, he'd earned more than enough. Now all he wanted was a peaceful retirement. But before that, he needed to know who was coming for them. The walls of the psychiatric hospital were indeed high. Outside the concrete barrier, Daredevil stood silently looking up. His injuries hadn't yet healed on that night. In the restaurant's back kitchen, he had nearly lost his life, but he could not fall. At any moment, he could hear the anguished cries of others ringing in his ears. By day, he donned his suit and tried to defend the innocent, wielding the law as his weapon against those who did harm. By night, he put on the costume of Daredevil, becoming a lone ranger in the darkness. Now he could no longer turn a blind eye to this psychiatric hospital on the outskirts of New York. He had heard its name countless times spat from the mouths of abusers on the street. They called it the new concentration camp, and they spoke of it with fear and dread. Tonight he had come to see it for himself, to find out whether it was truly as terrifying. As the rumors claimed, the main entrance was heavily guarded, so he approached from the side. The walls were high, but there were few guards. Nearby, it couldn't be helped. After all, Mason hadn't managed to recruit that many retired American soldiers, and not all veterans were willing to work for him. Still, there were plenty of surveillance cameras, some security guards with mastiffs, and in certain places clusters of fighting dogs. For the heroes of the Avengers, these were mere trifles. But for this street-level vigilante, they posed a real challenge. Of course, the greatest challenge was that Mason had already discovered him. This was the suburbs, and around here, Mason had eyes and ears everywhere. Mason's knowledge of the arcane was not for show. Everything here was under his control, yet, rather than capturing Daredevil, Mason had chosen to keep company with the broken Frank, letting him be, not raising the alarm. There were no secrets. Here, if Daredevil wished to enter, so be it. At worst, Mason could always turn him into another statue. Mason took another sip of his goji berry tea. Before he could lower the cup, Frank seized his hand in a firm grip. I want to see him. Mason knew exactly who him referred to, and replied without surprise, of course, come with me. He opened the office door, then shut down the aura of fear. A device that could draw out a person's deepest terrors. Frank might not be afraid, but seeing his dead wife in his mind again would hardly be pleasant. At that moment, Billy Russo was nearing a breaking point, tormented by both physical and psychological pressure. Mason did not enter the room. Instead, he pressed a gun into Frank's hand and said, his fate is in your hands now. Just make sure to clean up. Afterward, I'd rather not be the one scrubbing the floor with a rag, and I doubt you'd enjoy it either. He patted Frank's shoulder, nudged him inside, and closed the door, then, standing guard outside, Mason began to whistle. He chose a classic tune. London Bridge is falling down. With his arms folded, he leaned against the wall, pretending not to hear the cries of pain and the gunshots echoing from within. Before the whistle had even finished echoing, the office door swung open. Mason handed Frank a towel he had ready, and after venting his anger, just now Frank seemed to have regained his composure. The sculpture inside looks familiar, he said, changing the subject. Mason nodded, replying, that's Madame Gao. Her greatest dream was immortality. One way or another, I accomplished her wish, though not in the way she imagined. But that's beside the point. The real point is our Madame Gao will never again become a villain for the sake of living forever. I know this. Her deepest wish had nothing to do with evil. He glanced at Billy Russell, who was a bloody, mangled mess, and frowned as he turned to Frank. He's still alive? Are you planning to turn him into a statue too? Either way, you're the one mopping the floor this time. Frank sat down by the door, rubbing the towel carelessly over his face. William Rollins, the colonel, and Russell, they're using the bodies of fallen soldiers to transport contraband. William gives the orders. The colonel makes it happen. Mason lit a cigarette. Though he'd never smoked before, he only did it to offer a little comfort to this poor soul. Without ceremony, he stuffed him into a special sack, slung him over his shoulder, and together with Frank headed to Section F. He opened the sack and let the evil seep out. Wow. The young man clearly understood his predicament. His evil surpassed even Madame Gao's. She'd lived for so many years, matching wits with Kunlunin. Her youth, stirring up trouble here ever since she was banished. Yet for all that, she was almost pitiful compared to this so-called white glove. Constant sin, Billy Russell, 2,000 sin points. That was no small number, 500 more than Madame Gao. Remarkable, really. It seemed that in the short span of his life, Billy had managed to commit endless atrocities. In contrast, Madame Gao almost seemed virtuous, a woman of vision. Mason stuffed him back in the bag, unlocked the dungeon, and descended alone to toss him inside. In 4 hours, every trace of sin would be drained from him. And then Mason would turn him into a giant figurine, But for Frank's sake, he decided he wouldn't give this one to him. Instead, it would stay in his own office. Frank stood silently, waiting for it all to end. When Mason finished, he dusted off his hands and asked, "So, who will you go to next? William or the Colonel?" After a moment of silence, Frank replied, "I'm going to see my daughter. No problem. She's adorable, like a little angel." Just as Mason was about to praise Frank's daughter, there was a loud crash. Erica strode in, hefting a man in a red bodysuit over her shoulder, and tossed him right at Mason's feet. "Oh, that's got to hurt, Frank. Help him up," Mason said, eyeing the battered Daredevil sprawled on the ground as if he could feel the pain. Himself, he gestured for Frank to pull Daredevil to his feet. Daredevil staggered upright, shaking off Frank's hand and looking ready to fight. But a sudden shiver ran through him, halting his every move. The curse of the septic patient had taken effect. Clearly, he'd suffered more than just a cut or two. Erica truly showed her ex-boyfriend no mercy. Perched atop the towering statue of the wailing 1-inch Mason, addressed the man on the floor. "Mr. Murdoch, you're looking rather worse for wear. Was it the exhaustion from arguing cases all day? Maybe you need an energy drink to perk you up? Or is it that the stress of the courtroom drives you to late-night jogging in New York's outskirts, clad in sportswear? That's hardly fair to your employer. You know, a battle of wits in court takes just as much brain power, especially when the judges have already been bought off." Mason spoke with all seriousness, convinced there wasn't a hint of disrespect in his tone. Of course, he was the only one who thought so. His infuriating manner made Matt want nothing more than to get up and punch him right in the face, but that was easier said than done. To land a fist on Mason, Matt would have to overcome two formidable obstacles. Mason watched him and continued, "I know you're skeptical, but this really is just a regular psychiatric hospital. Licensed, registered, staffed with doctors and workers. What exactly are you looking for here? If you don't believe me, I can have your ex-girlfriend give you a tour, right, Erica?" Mason delighted in exposing such things. Absorbing sin didn't mean erasing people's pasts after all. He had no idea what the church had been used for. Even though he'd once splashed himself with holy water, he had no intention of dwelling on those numbers, nor would he ever turn the tables on himself. Besides, he wasn't a fan of soap operas. Seeing the two of them frozen in awkward silence, Mason clapped his hands as if herding geese and called out, "Off you go. Off you go. Whatever it is you're planning, don't do it in front of me." Watching the pair leave, Frank turned to Mason and asked, "What kind of trouble are you stirring up this time, Mason?" Mason spread his hands innocently. No. I'm a good person. I never scheme by the way. What do you think would happen if I told him the real names and business dealings of Kingpin and his cronies?" Frank looked at him and said, "Mason, I swear, I'm starting to like you more and more." After stepping carefully down from the sculptor's platform, Mason said, "I know you'll be leaving soon as well. So before that happens, I want to throw New York into chaos, with everyone busy saving themselves. I'll be safe. By the way, my hackers and cleaners are still helping both you and me. But if you end up taking down someone from the CA, things could get tricky, so I suggest you deal with your colonel first. At this point, he's hardly a legitimate figure." Frank seemed to take Mason's advice to heart. Once he left, Mason started planning the construction of his Arrow Towers. No matter what, he always prioritized building those. Then he would sit within his besieged city, steadily stacking up his stats, waiting for Frank to return. "But you'd better come back soon," Mason added. "The food here is truly awful. Oh, and take this." He handed Frank a check. Frank took it, counted the zeros twice, and looked uncertain. "Are you sure you didn't make a mistake with the amount? Why is the tuition even higher now?" "Damn it, you really are a vampire," Frank grumbled, an unusually candid remark for him. Mason just shrugged. "If you say so, fine, but keep working hard, or soon you'll be taking out loans from those blood-sucking capitalists. Oh, and I found another dance teacher for a sweet little angel. Trust me, she's the best there is." "Enough." Frank cut him off. "That's my daughter. If you say so, I won't argue," Mason replied. "But you should know her dance teacher doesn't come cheap. If I were you, I'd work even harder to earn more." Then he added, "Let's go find Daredevil and give him a hand." Daredevil had never seen buildings so cold and austere. Bare concrete and steel left unpainted, with industrial lighting and casual iron doors. The whole place had a distinctly 1980s vibe. Most of the rooms were empty. In fact, every room was vacant. This was a ghost city. Occasionally a stray dog would wander by, or a tomcat in heat would let out a desperate yowl outside. Daredevil even opened the doors to several rooms to take a look inside. The interiors were cozy, bathed in warm tones. A big bed with rounded corners, walls padded with foam, and light from some unknown source. Of course, the light was only something he imagined. The place was utterly deserted. "This isn't how I remember it," Matt muttered to himself. Erica scoffed at his remark. She had been here before. If a couple of small-time crooks showed up, a few minutes of punishment and a handful of dollars for travel expenses would be enough to send them packing. But they needed to walk quite a distance now. Catching a ride here would not be an easy matter. What exactly are you doing? Why are you working for him? Matt finally couldn't hold his questions in any longer. Erica looked at him with a strange expression, and a chill involuntarily ran through him. Not out of fear, but because the effects of the drugs hadn't quite worn off. The effects of these concoctions depended entirely on the constitution of the person who took them, Mason had told Erica this long ago. Erica wasn't worried that Matt would suffer any lasting side effects. She addressed Matt earnestly, saying, "He's a good man, a good man." Matt found the statement utterly absurd and shot back, "Erica, you actually think he's a good man? He takes the law into his own hands. We should turn people like him over to the authorities." He blurted this out without thinking, but as soon as the words left his mouth, he realized how foolish he sounded. Erica responded lightly, "And what is it you're doing right now?" Matt fell silent. After a moment, he asked, "When did you start working for him?" It was a difficult question for him to ask. On the way here, he'd imagined many scenarios, but never that he'd run into his ex-girlfriend in this place. Erica thought for a moment and gave a precise answer. "Yesterday." Mason met with Matt alone, greeting him warmly and handing him a cup of tea. "Alcohol's bad for you, counselor. We should all try to live a little healthier." Matt set the cup down, lost in thought, while Mason looked at him and said, "By the way, I have a list here. I wonder if you might need it." "What did you do to Erica?" Matt didn't take the bait. Instead, he abruptly asked this question. "Nothing at all," Mason replied. "I just wanted to tell you something. Kingpin." "Oh, you know who Kingpin is, don't you?" Matt lifted his head, even though he didn't need to make that gesture to perceive his surroundings. He did it anyway. Of course he knew Kingpin. He'd heard that name countless times in the mouths of gangsters. They feared it, they dreaded it, they spoke of it as if it were a bloodthirsty beast. Before Mason's name had started circulating, Kingpin was the one most often spoken about among criminals. He was the ruler of the underworld. Many worked for him, many died because of him. Matt certainly wanted to bring this man to justice, but it wasn't that simple. He'd exhausted every possible lead, and still Kingpin had eluded him. In his search for Kingpin, Matt had encountered enough danger to fill a lifetime. Several times he'd barely escaped with his life. He knew Mason was trying to change the subject, but Matt couldn't help asking, "Who is he?" "He's a renowned philanthropist and businessman in New York, but in the shadows, he's a kingpin. He's strong-willed, massively built. An expert fighter, ruthless to the core." Mason's introduction was so theatrical. It was as if he were a WWE announcer. He solemnly handed Matt a photograph. Though Matt probably couldn't see what the person looked like, it didn't matter. Not everyone was blind. After Mason finished his flamboyant introduction of the opponent, he concluded, "This is our friend, Wilson Fisk." Matt had never heard this name before. Mason didn't mind in the slightest. He quickly found a dossier and said, "If you don't know him, take a look at this. Your old rival, the famous lawyer James Wesley. He's Kingpin's right-hand man. Now don't tell me you've never heard of this lawyer. It's him," Matt said, in surprise as he took the file from Mason's hand. Mason told him, "If you're looking for answers, go find them yourself. What I tell you could be a lie. But what you hear for yourself, that's a different story." Mason opened the door and walked out. He hadn't gone more than a few steps before his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he raised an eyebrow. It was his so-called dear old dad. Once he answered, his father's deep, commanding voice came through. "I need you to attend my cocktail party tomorrow night. Dress decently, you rascal." There was no room for negotiation in his tone. His father's way was always domineering, as cold and forceful as a Siberian wind, even to family. Mason had long since grown used to it, so he simply agreed without protest. Pointless arguments were a waste of time. He walked back, opened the door, and poked his head inside, saying, "By the way, Mr. Murdoch, you can use the front door now. I've cleared it with security." Matt didn't reply, still processing the information he'd just received. Mason left him to it and went to find Frank. "Looks like you'll have to postpone seeing your colonel by a couple of days. I got a cocktail party the day after tomorrow, and I need you there." Frank nodded. "No problem." Mason smiled at him. He knew his father was with HYDRA, Nazi HYDRA at that, and Hydra knew Mason was one of them, but the crime lords didn't know his father's true allegiance. That was the real issue. These were dangerous people, especially the Hand. Mason had already made an enemy of them, and if they found out he'd be at the party, they might just risk everything for an assassination attempt. Hydra security was nothing to scoff at, but even that had its limits. How many high-ranking Hydra members and SHIELD bigwigs had died under mysterious circumstances? Each one was supposed to be surrounded by layers of protection. In this damned world, anything could happen, even sudden death. If one day Captain America whispered "Hail Hydra" into his ear, or if any Avenger, or even just some street-level hero, suddenly turned and slaughtered the universe, he wouldn't be the least bit surprised. That's why he insisted on adding yet another layer of security on top of what they already had. Besides, when his father called him home, it was never for no reason. He was certain there was something important to discuss, with one fully equipped biochemical laboratory after another at their disposal. Mason didn't need to think twice to know what they were up to. They were making Superman for Hydra. Hydra, even now, remained as powerful as ever. In front of Madani lay a videotape sent anonymously. She had watched it countless times, yet her heart was still far from calm. The footage was grim and bloody, a textbook interrogation scene. Several masked men tied someone to a chair in a dark room, relentlessly questioning him. When their demands yielded nothing, they shot him dead. That man had been her informant back in Afghanistan. Before he died, he called to tell her he'd found some leads that might get him killed. After sending that message, he disappeared. When she returned home, this tape arrived. After scrutinizing it over and over, she finally discovered a flaw. Frank Castle, that was the only name she could trace. One of the interrogators, but the problem was he was supposed to be dead. Still, she refused to give up. She was convinced she could pick up his trail, one way or another. No matter what, she was determined to uncover the reason behind her informant's death. Someone else was on the same path. Wolf, a seasoned Homeland Security agent, had his own network of contacts. After his friends conducted a thorough sweep of the crime scene, he received a call. The opposition is highly professional. We couldn't find any surrounding surveillance footage, and even physical traces, blood, anything, were nearly impossible to locate, but we did track down a few eyewitnesses. One of them said she saw a strange man sitting there wearing sunglasses, a baseball cap, and a face mask. Wolf fell silent. He wasn't afraid of brash or ruthless opponents, but facing someone this prepared and skilled was a real headache. Is there really no way to pursue this further? He pressed, unwilling to let it go. A pause, then the voice on the other end admitted, "There's a way, but the technology isn't in our hands." Then, "Whose hands is it in?" Wolf pressed further. The answer: no one knew. He wanted to slam his fist on the table in frustration, but he held back. He knew anger wouldn't solve anything. Pressing his lips together, he realized just how difficult this was going to be. He took out a sheet of paper, drew a line across it, and when he reached the edge, he doubled back. Suddenly, he felt a new idea taking shape. Who knows? How do they find out? Who will deal with them? Each of these three questions could be explored in depth. He wiped the corner of his mouth with his thumb and forefinger, then swallowed the paper whole. Mason opened his character panel. ID: Mason Clausewitz. Sin value: 5700. Strength: 10, base 5. Spirit: 15, base 5. Agility: 10, base 5. Constitution: 20, base 5. Redeemed. Introduction to Occultism, *3. 100 Practical Witchcrafts, *building list. Hidden: killing and arson bring you a golden belt, while building bridges and mending roads leave no corpse behind. The small-time thugs I used to deal with never yielded much sin value. If I want more, I'll have to take it from those real villains. Only the big fish can truly satisfy my hunger. He had originally planned to use his sin value to build arrow towers, but with the banquet tonight, Mason needed to allocate more points. His current stats were no longer safe. Even if someone pressed a pistol to his head and pulled the trigger, he might walk away unscathed, yet he still felt insecure. He didn't add more to Constitution. After reaching 20, each additional point in Constitution required 500 sin value, while the other stats only cost 100 per point. Besides, once any stat reached 20, a qualitative leap would occur. When Mason's Constitution hit 20-inch, a dark membrane formed beneath his skin. His bones and internal organs were strengthened, and every attribute received a boost. But what about the rest of his stats? Alone in his room, he feverishly increased his strength. After burning through 1,000 sin value, Mason felt an odd itch beneath his ribs, and as he reached to scratch, a sudden rip echoed in the air. His tailored suit burst apart like a butterfly emerging from its cocoon. There was a mirror in front of him, but even without it, he could sense what had happened. Another pair of arms had sprouted beneath his ribs. Now he had one head and 4 arms. The new arms were tender and unfamiliar. He struggled to control them at first, but soon, as if conducting a symphony, he found he could direct them almost as well as his original 2. Testing their strength, he discovered they were just as powerful. In his brief experiment, the entire room was reduced to rubble. Nothing was left intact. Mason withdrew his arms. He couldn't quite control his newfound strength. Yet his coordination lagged behind. But that wasn't a real problem. Given time, he could train himself to master it. Unfortunately, the banquet was tonight, and he didn't have the luxury of practice. He kept adding points, raising agility to 20, and finally he brought spirit up to 20 as well. Thank heavens, he didn't grow a second head when his spirit reached 20. That at least was a blessing. Retracting the extra arms back into his body, Mason leaned in close to the mirror, twisting left and right, his gaze fixed on his ribs. These two arms were concealed with remarkable skill. Even knowing their location, Mason would have trouble detecting them. Gazing at his own muscular torso, Mason chuckled, "Things are getting stranger and stranger. My physique is starting to resemble something out of Indian mythology." Mason summoned the old butler, instructing him to clean up the aftermath, and then went to find Frank. Frank was busy applying Heracles' divine oil to his body, a magical potion Mason had concocted for them. It enhanced strength, resilience, and toughness, and was considered a rare, blue-grade item. He and his elite team made a habit of rubbing it on themselves at regular intervals. The sight of all those burly men slick with oil was almost too much for Mason to take in. The scene was so absurdly striking, it bordered on the surreal. Fortunately, Frank had just finished his application. He put on his clothes, caught up with Mason, and asked, "What's going on?" Mason replied, "How's the infiltration coming along?" "It's almost done. Most of the regular security staff are our people now, only those stationed at the outside research facility are still tough to handle. No progress there yet. This was part of a plan set in motion long ago." Mason had been steadily recruiting members of the family and research facility security staff. Bringing the average guards over to his side wasn't difficult. The real challenge lay with the core Hydra loyalists and those involved in the biological experiments. They were the true obstacles. For instance, this time, nearly all the security detail consisted of Mason's own people. The entire estate was for the most part under his control. Only the handful of bodyguards around old Clausewitz were truly loyal to Clausewitz himself. Mason and Frank moved over to the computer to check all the invitations. As Mason glanced at a particular photograph, his eyes narrowed with intrigue, and he said with a sly smile, "Bring the person in charge here. I want to know who invited her." A short while later, the head of security, having carefully double-checked everything, turned back to Mason, his face pale with shock. "There were supposed to be 33 invitations. This is the 34th. Well, isn't that interesting? All right, keep this matter strictly confidential. Tell no one," Mason said, giving the security officer a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Once the man had left, Frank clenched his fist and asked, "Want me to take care of her in advance?" "No need," Mason replied, shaking his head. "She's not the real threat tonight. The real danger is probably lurking among the waitstaff and the familiar faces." The banquet was being held in the garden. Mason used his finger to part the blinds and spotted the maids flitting about in their floral dresses below. Turning to Frank, he said, "Trust me, tonight's banquet is going to be very interesting indeed." Rhine Woodhart, once one of Hydra's Nazi-era leaders and a protege of the infamous Red Skull, Captain America's old nemesis, she could truly be called a child of a notorious lineage. Sitting across from him was the elder Clausewitz. The two of them shared many similarities. Their upright posture, a hint of madness lurking beneath a stern demeanor, and the meticulous suits they wore. "I never imagined I'd truly meet you. Thank you very much, little Clausewitz," Rhine said slowly, his smile appearing textbook perfect. The elder Clausewitz mirrored him, idly toying with the cup in his hand, just as a son would, before replying to the man before him, "No need, my father supported your cause, and so do I. It's only right we should work together, and besides, don't call me little Clausewitz. That's my son's name," the elder Clausewitz added. Rhine burst out in laughter and said, of course, please forgive my slip, but how should I address you then?" "Elder Clausewitz." Elder Clausewitz studied him for a long while. This man ought to be of his father's generation, with snowy hair and aged features. Yet here he was looking impossibly young. Clearly something had happened. Something Elder Clausewitz had not been told. Some secrets were being deliberately kept hidden by the Nazi Hydra, secrets they were unwilling to share with the rest of Hydra. There were those among Hydra's leadership who longed to uncover the truth, even if their lifelong ambition was to restore the hive. Still, the temptation of regaining one's youth was nearly unbearable. Who wouldn't want to stay young forever? Elder Clausewitz certainly did. Yet this secret was so tightly guarded that even now Hydra had failed to extract it from those who possessed it. Rhine, now operating under the alias Daniel Whitehall, remained active in a Nazi Hydra's many laboratories, always tinkering with unknown experiments. No one could say for sure what he was up to. Today, however, he had come to propose cooperation with Hydra, with Elder Clausewitz himself, cooperation on their new discovery. As for Elder Clausewitz, he was determined to present his son before the entirety of Hydra. He knew that the future would belong to his son, that all his life's work must eventually pass into his hands. At the very least, his son had already proven his worth, and that Elder Clausewitz found deeply satisfying. Mason, on the other hand, disliked such banquets. For one, there was no real semblance of security. For another, every man and woman in attendance harbored their own secret agendas. These impeccably dressed beasts, their eyes prowled the room like wolves on the hunt, searching for their next prey. Casually, Mason picked up a wine glass and drifted through the gathering like a specter. It didn't take long before he spotted another uninvited guest. A woman. Even though she had already bathed, Mason could still catch the heavy scent of alcohol clinging to her. It was as if he were a slab of bacon steeped and seasoned in liquor. Mason let out a long breath. Jessica Jones, that powerhouse of a woman, had shown up here too. If Sky was the master hacker who had slipped into the system and secured an invitation, then how had Jessica, a private detective, managed to get into this banquet? The security of the Clausewitz family, utterly worthless, the lot of them. Mason spotted his father's secretary, a towering man, nearly 2 meters tall and built like a grizzly bear. The secretary guided Mason through the throng to a secluded office, then quietly withdrew, closing the door behind him. Inside, 2 figures sat in the shifting shadows. They were by the table, the only light in the room, a dim, ambient lamp whose shades swallowed most of the glow, making their faces hard to discern. But not for Mason. He could see them both clearly. One was his father. The other had an unfamiliar face. Old Clausewitz rose to make the introductions. "This is my son, Mason. Mason, this is Daniel Whitehall. Daniel Whitehall." For the first time, a genuine, sweet smile blossomed on Mason's face, a joy welling up from deep within. Whitehall studied Mason. He was no stranger to the games of the world. An old fox, well-versed in reading people. He could instantly tell whether a smile was genuine or just for show. Mason's was unmistakably heartfelt, so infectious it seemed almost impossible to resist. Whitehall was sure that if Mason's father weren't present, the boy would have burst out in a peal of delighted laughter. The look Mason gave him burned with an intense fire, so fierce it felt like it might melt him. Not even lovers, Whitehall mused, looked at each other with such fervor. What on earth is wrong with this child? For a moment, even Whitehall doubted himself. Had his own charisma grown so irresistible as to captivate this boy? Or was Mason simply so wanton that he'd forgotten where he was? Even old Clausewitz frowned. He'd heard the rumors. Frank Castle, the muscle-bound man who was always at his son's side, is past his troubles. Clausewitz knew it all. It had always fallen to him to clean up Frank's messes. The two of them were altogether too close, but for Mason to look at Whitehall like that, it was simply outrageous. Old Clausewitz cleared his throat with a heavy cough. Mason, perfectly polite, gave an apologetic smile and said, "I'm sorry, truly. That was terribly rude of me. Mr. Whitehall has been my idol since childhood." It was a line fit to fool a ghost. Whitehall had always operated under an alias. Even within Hydra, his name was a secret. There was no way Mason could have known about him, but only Mason knew. Every word he'd spoken was true. What a curious fellow he was. Such a charming figure, yet also a clear-headed, cold-blooded scoundrel. He always knew exactly what he was doing. He was fully aware of his blood-stained hands and the unbearable weight of his sins. As a scientist, every action he took was calculated, his mind sharp as a blade. He understood the grisly steps behind each event, the wickedness he personally set in motion. His very existence in itself was a form of evil. Compared to him, Lady Gao was practically a radiant angel, shining with pure light. People like him were the true treasures, the very core of Mason's operations, the wellspring of all his misdeeds. Mason needed someone like this, with Whitehall at his side. He had not only a perfect collectible figure, but also a towering watchtower, and perhaps even a cadre of newly recruited heroes. Old Clausewitz was far from pleased with Mason's behavior. He stiffened his expression, doing his utmost to appear calm, and said to Mason, "All right, you should leave now. Young men should act their age. Go out there and join the party." "Yes, father," Mason replied. With elegance, he strode from the room. Just before leaving, he deliberately glanced at Whitehall, gave a slight nod, and then departed. From the very first moment, he set eyes on Whitehall. Mason knew he had him right where he wanted. No one could stand in his way. He was in such high spirits that, as he left the room and descended the staircase alone, even when a passing waiter suddenly changed expression and lunged at him with a samurai sword, Mason was still wearing a smile. He didn't so much as blink, as if that attacker had never even existed in his world. Just as the blade was about to come down on him, a flash of red swept behind him like a phantom. Mason walked on, stepping over the scattered ashes, and reached the platform on the first floor. There were more guests, some who looked as though they'd wandered in by mistake, and others, waiters who clearly didn't belong, turned their eyes in unison toward Mason. In the next instant, they all raised their blades and charged at him. Erica's sword was swifter than anyone else's, but even she couldn't protect Mason from every side. Several bodyguards rushed in, shielding Mason as they hustled him away, shoving him into an empty room and slamming the door behind him. It seemed chaos had broken loose in the world outside. Mason shrugged and turned around, only to see that self-important rascal, the one who fancied himself so stealthy, sitting on a couch with one leg crossed over the other. The room was unlit, but thankfully the curtains were open, and the glow from the ballroom illuminated his features. "Where is Lady Gao, Mason? Tell me, where is she?" The man rose to his feet, gripping the ninja sword in his hand and aiming it squarely at Mason, the threat in his voice unmistakable. "Lady Gao," Mason replied coolly. "She's in my hands, so tell me, who are you?" "I am X and Madame Gao's disciple. Take me to her now, or I'll kill you." His blade was pressed against Mason's neck, and at this moment, he brimmed with confidence. No one could dodge his knife from this close. Not even Erica. Mason regarded him with interest and asked, "Then why are you waiting for me here?" Xian replied impatiently, "Enough with the nonsense. Don't get your hopes up. No one's coming to save you. Everything has gone exactly as I planned. Before I start tormenting you, it would be best if you just told me everything." Mason let out a disappointed sigh. "You're certainly impressive, but didn't you realize this is my home? We're in a suite. Take a closer look." He pointed kindly to the door nearby. "What if all of this is my setup? There could be a beast waiting behind that door." The moment his words fell, with a thunderous crash, Frank burst through the door, tearing it from its frame and slamming it into Xian with tremendous force. Frank's strikes were always right on target. Fierce and merciless, his fists landed on Xian's ribs, his stomach, and his heart. Under such a relentless barrage, even Xian had no time to react. But that wasn't the worst of it. The real horror came when, after a few punches, Frank drew his 1911 from its holster, emptied an entire magazine into Xian's chest, then ripped open his shirt, pulled the pin from a grenade, shoved it inside Xian's clothing, and hurled him into the suite. His movements were fluid, almost effortless. Only after the shockwave of the explosion rolled through did Mason break the silence. "Perhaps you should have kept one alive. That's not my style," Frank replied, slipping the Colt 1911 back in his holster. Mason pointed at him, raising an eyebrow. "You switch guns again? From beginning to end? I'll finish this with this gun." I'll shove it down his throat and pull the trigger. He didn't specify whose throat, and Mason thought it best not to ask. Still, before opening the door, he couldn't help but comment, "But after all that, the gun's no good. Imagine a pistol soaked in spit. Disgusting." Frank seemed to consider this. He normally wouldn't care, but Mason's words gave him pause. He raised the gun, inspected it for a moment, hesitated, then holstered it and pulled out a Glock. Instead, deep in thought. Mason had only spoken casually. As he twisted open the door handle, he saw chaos outside. Ashes scattered everywhere, creating a grisly scene. The security staff had finally snapped to attention, beginning the process of clearing the area and securing the premises. Mason strolled out casually. Erica appeared from somewhere, smoothly sheathing her knife as she announced, "It's all taken care of." Mason responded with a low hum, then caught sight of a strong woman standing at the doorway. He walked past Jessica Jones and said to her, "Good evening, ma'am. What an interesting night this has been." Jessica didn't make a move, nor did Erica, after everyone exchanged peaceful farewells. Mason made his way to the buffet table, found a glass of unbroken wine, took a sip, and said, "There's still one young lady unaccounted for, isn't there? Find her." "Oh, that reminds me. There's a computer here, just one, and it's not even connected to the internet. These days, an offline computer is a real rarity, second only to someone using a typewriter to keep all their records." Mason began to understand why she had come here. No matter how lax the security usually was, this was the Clausewitz estate, a place where well-trained agents or powerful heroes could get in. But as things stood, Sky wouldn't be able to enter. She didn't have a mighty SHILD backing her up anymore. Tonight was her only chance. "All right, I'll go myself," he said, setting down his glass and heading out. Truth be told, he actually quite liked this girl. He admired her hacking skills. That was something his occult studies could never teach him. Every trade needs its own kind of talent, and he simply didn't have it. That made Sky's presence all the more essential. He walked slowly toward the staircase. With his mind sharp and focused, he could almost see through the walls, catching glimpses of the people in each room. Maybe he could even help the person working at the computer by bringing them a glass of water. Sky's feelings were a tangled mess. She had never imagined that her boyfriend would betray her. It was just too awful. She hated this feeling. She liked Miles. She trusted him. Beyond the bond they'd formed through their difficult pasts, she admired his convictions. He believed in the freedom of information, that in the digital age, those in power shouldn't keep the public in the dark. But just yesterday, she found out Her boyfriend had taken on a side job behind her back. Even worse, Miles had never realized that Sky's own computer skills now surpassed his. That was a serious problem. That was why she noticed what Frank was up to. It was beyond what any ordinary human could do. Her first thought had been biological. Experiments, there was no doubt about it. The idea was buried deep in everyone's mind. Evil governments, corrupt authorities, terrifying experiments on living people. So she followed Frank's digital trail online and ended up here. She detested anything that wasn't connected to the internet, but what she hated even more was the Clausewitz family's firewall. Unlike those government firewalls, which were hastily patched together by temp workers and riddled with holes there, Firewall was on par with the CIA's, blocking countless prying eyes from getting through. These businesses and banks really spared no expense, she thought bitterly. That's why she tried to find another way in. But what was even more infuriating was that after finally hacking her way into the Manor's system, she still came up empty-handed. All she found was a single computer that wasn't connected to the internet. This was her last hope. Frustration was boiling, overclouding her mind. Just as she finally cracked into the offline computer, a warm, gentle voice like a spring breeze spoke right beside her ear. "You've worked hard. Have some water." "What?" she gasped, suddenly jumping to her feet, hands and feet trembling as she looked wildly around, on the verge of screaming. But there was nothing, no one was speaking nearby, and there was no sign of any intercom, only a glass of water, somehow placed right by her hand without her noticing, still swirling with steam as if it had been heated up right before her eyes. "Drink more hot water, my friend. I know what you're looking for, but it's not here," the voice continued. She glanced around, desperate to escape. Then the door opened, and Mason walked in. Of course she recognized Mason. Ever since she discovered that Miles had been paid off to hack the system and delete a video, she'd started tracking Mason and had gathered plenty of information about this man. He seemed perfect, donating to charity, welcoming and gracious, with barely a hint of scandal, even in the tabloids. Combined with his wealth and striking good looks, he was the very image of perfection. So perfect, in fact, it almost felt unreal. Even though she'd come in with certain expectations about Mason, the truth was that most people in the world are swayed by appearances. Everyone is susceptible to first impressions, unless, like her, they'd been rigorously trained to resist. So, as she continued to edge backward, fear gnawing at her, she was surprised to find she couldn't muster any real dislike for Mason, with her mental focus at its sharpest and a subtle enchantment cast on her eyes, making them shimmer enticingly, a harmless trick favored by playboys to charm women. She watched Mason. He'd never imagined he'd need to use such magic here at this moment. Seeing Sky's alarm, Mason gestured for her to sit and said gently, "Relax, Sky. Relax. I'm not going to hurt you. How do you know my name?" When Mason spoke, Sky didn't relax. Instead, she grew even more agitated. Her eyes darted around the cramped, stifling space, searching desperately for something she could use to defend herself. Seeing Sky's panic-stricken face, Mason pulled a handgun from inside his jacket and tossed it to her. "If having something in your hand will help you calm down," he said, "I recommend you take this." Sky's hands trembled as she aimed the gun at Mason, but it was obvious she had little idea how to use a firearm. After all, she hadn't even disengaged the safety. Not that it would have mattered. Without Mason's fingerprint authorization, the trigger wouldn't budge. To her, the gun was nothing more than an oversized toy. "So what brings you here, Sky?" Mason didn't answer her question. Instead, he settled into a chair, arms crossed, leaning forward slightly. "Are you here for money? Because Miles and I were all squared up. He took $3 million from me. Well above market rate, considering the job he did." A wave of darkness seemed to sweep over Sky. In her mind, Miles's image was crumbling bit by bit. Mason watched her, noticing how lost and shaken she looked, then pressed on, his tone steady and composed, every word measured and sincere. Sky glanced anxiously from side to side, desperate for an escape route. This place felt like a den of nightmares to her now, and she couldn't understand how the man before her could remain so unruffled, even going so far as to toss her his own sidearm. There was a stun gun right behind him, but she knew she couldn't count on it. Not anymore, especially not after Mason had peeled back layers of truths she'd been unwilling to confront. Her heart was in turmoil and clutching at what felt like her last thread of hope. Sky cried out, "No, even if Miles did wrong, that doesn't make you any better. I saw that surveillance footage." Mason spread his hands and replied, "That was never a secret. What you saw was a soldier who lost his wife to a conspiracy." Lashing out in rage when he finally faced his enemy. "By the way, Sky, I remember you all believe in the freedom of information, don't you? You always think those in power are hiding something from you. Since you brought it up, I have to say you're right. You're absolutely right. They are keeping secret from you. But as it happens, I'm someone who loves to share, so I'm willing to share those secrets with you. Do you want to hear them? What do you mean? What exactly are you trying to do? Sky's mind spun into confusion. Too many revelations were crashing over her at once, especially from the man in front of her, whenever. He locked eyes with her. She couldn't help but feel as though he was telling the truth, that he would never deceive her. She stumbled backward, carelessly bumping into the corner of the table. It didn't matter to her. The person before her seemed like a demon constantly, luring her, urging her to descend into the abyss. Once she fell into that abyss, there would be no return. Her reason screamed and kept warning her. Yet she couldn't help but prick up her ears, unable to resist. Mason kept his head down, not meeting Sky's desperate gaze. He spoke slowly. During the war in Afghanistan, there was a man named William Rollins. He led a small squad on an operation that was never recorded in any official files. This mission was called Operation Hellhound. But as the mission unfolded, a soldier named Frank discovered something was wrong. These men were using the bodies of their fallen comrades to smuggle illegal drugs and making a fortune. Mason spoke unhurriedly, toying with a lighter in his hand. Then he pressed it. With a sharp snap, sparks erupted through the room. All the electronics fizzled out, rendered useless no matter how one looked at them. The room was plunged into darkness. A startled scream escaped Sky. She had finally been frightened. Mason slipped the EMP device into his pocket, watching her pointlessly squeeze the trigger, unable to fire no matter how hard she tried. Mason extended a hand. The sabotage recording device floated out from the terrified girl's clothes and landed in his palm. I know you're not feeling calm right now, but it's all right. I'll see you out. Every word I told you tonight is true. You can verify it if you like, but let me give you some advice as someone older. What I've told you tonight, just knowing it is enough. Don't dig any deeper, remember. Don't go digging. That soldier ended up targeted for assassination because he got too close to this. If I were you, I'd keep far away from all of it. He escorted a dazed and disoriented Sky outside, and even called a car specifically for her, standing at the door as he watched her leave. Frank appeared behind him at some point. Mason didn't even turn his head and said, "Was it the hand again tonight?" "That's right, it was. Definitely the hand." "Should we make a move?" Frank asked. Mason shook his head. "The moment we took down Madame Gao, we were already at war. By the way, have you uncovered anything new about the hand lately?" The burly bald man pulled a sheet of paper from his pocket and handed it to Mason. Mason's eyes narrowed as he saw a new name appear. "Gambler. One of the hand's 5 fingers? What's he up to?" "He's trafficking people," Frank replied. Mason said, "Isn't that blackmail's business? What, the hand is fighting him for territory now?" "No, that's not it. They regularly send some children overseas. Since this doesn't touch the very root of the negatives have always turned a blind eye to it. After all, even the negatives can't control everything at the port." Mason handed the document back and said to Frank, "Pass this on. After you leave, give the information to someone else. Let them take charge of this project. By the way, when is the next time they'll send people out?" Suddenly remembering he asked this question, Frank replied, "Tonight." "I can leave right now." "Leave? Why do you need to go yourself?" "I pay so much tax every year to keep those useless bureaucrats around. Is it just so they can sit in their offices drinking coffee?" "Go and make an anonymous tip-off. I don't care if it's the NYPD, the FBI, or Homeland Security. Hell, if you can get the White House on the line, go ahead. We have to trust the machinery of the state." "Frank, go, hurry. Don't miss your chance. We should be good citizens. We should report things when we see them. Go on, go on." Mason waved his hands, shooing Frank away. Frank hadn't expected things to turn out like this. He'd thought he'd be leading an elite team to stop them, but now, an anonymous tip? The idea had never crossed his mind, but since Mason insisted, Frank went ahead and did as he was told. After the events of that night were over, Mason, Frank, and Erica took a car back to the apartment. This was an upscale neighborhood. Even in the middle of the night, there were no idle passers-by. What mattered most was that Mason kept many important things here. He printed out the photographs and handed them to Erica and Frank, signaling for them to study every detail. The photos brimmed with information. In them, Mrs. Gao, a young woman neither of them recognized, and several other men and women were seen meeting or entering the same room together. Picture after picture. Clearly, Mason had been watching them for some time. Some of these people are senators, some are gang leaders, and others are business moguls. "Look at this." He pulled out one photo and handed it to the two of them. "Do you recognize this man?" Erica took the photo and, looking at the middle-aged man picture, said, "I think I know him." "Very good." Mason took the photo back. "That man is Harold Meacham. Along with his partner Wendell Rand, he founded Rand Enterprises." "Yes, that's right, the very same Rand Corporation you're thinking of." Seeing Frank's thoughtful expression at the mention of Rand Enterprises, Mason nodded to confirm his suspicion. Rand Corporation could certainly be considered an industrial giant. In recent years, their primary focus has been on aerospace and heavy industry, though in some areas they have collaborated with the military. There was a time when Rand tried to extend its reach into the pharmaceutical sector. But those ambitions were swiftly cut short by a coalition of major pharmaceutical companies. The company used to be steered by Wendell Rand many years ago. After Wendell and his family perished in a plane crash, this colossal corporation came under the control of his business partner, Harold. "He's working with Madame Gao," Frank asked, scrutinizing the photograph. Mason turned to Erica and inquired, "Do you know anything about Madame Gao and Harold's dealings?" "I only know of Harold as a person. As for what they're up to, I have no idea." Erica spoke openly, holding nothing back under Madame Gao. "My job was to kill. She didn't share everything with me. All I know is that in recent years the hand seems to have been using Rand Corporation for certain operations. But I wasn't involved in those, and I even suspect that some of these things weren't directly overseen by Madame Gao." Mason nodded, settling onto the sofa and motioning for the others to sit and talk. "There's something quite interesting I want to share with you. The Clausewitz family has deep roots in the pharmaceutical industry, and through some discreet channels, we're able to gather hidden information. To my knowledge, Harold was diagnosed with a malignant tumor, liver cancer, during a medical examination back in 2001. He wasn't expected to live long, yet here he is still going strong after all these years. Clearly, he's had some extraordinary experiences. From what I understand, your hand organization possesses certain methods for extending life, perhaps even reviving the dead. I suspect Harold has both benefited from and is now beholden to your organization. About a year ago, his people leased a dock. Then there's this man, Mason." Tossed another sheet of paper onto the table. On it was a photograph of a young man with a thick beard, probably in his 30s, standing beside a young woman who looked to be of Asian descent. "Who are they?" Frank asked again. Mason replied, "Colin One and his master Bordeaux. Bordeaux is one of the hand's principal agents. He runs a school in New York, and Colin is his disciple. Together they opened a martial art studio. Their real purpose was to recruit orphans for the school. These children would be shipped in containers to Japan, put through rigorous training, and when they returned, they became what you know as ninjas. In short, Bordeaux is responsible for trafficking people, the countless ninja assassins out there. Many of them are his handiwork." A hard edge crept into Frank's expression. Ever since he became a father, he could no longer bear to see such things. "I'm going out alone tonight, and we'll be back in the morning." Of course, Mason understood what he meant, but he shook his head and replied, "Tomorrow, you need to find the colonel. I've already tracked down his location. You don't have to kill anyone tonight. All you need to do is bring Corinne one to the docks. Tell her everything her master has done these past years. Let her see the human trafficking with her own eyes, and then slip her a gun." Frank stared at Mason for a few moments before saying, "That sounds like a hassle. It's only in chaos that true order emerges. If you blow someone's brains out now, we'll miss the real show. When you leave, I want Hell's Kitchen to descend into utter chaos. Complete pandemonium. Only then can we seize the advantage in the confusion." Mason looked at Frank and asked, "Have I convinced you? Still, I'd advise you, whether I have or not, get moving now. Never be late, Frank. You're the boss. It's your call." Frank never wasted words. If Mason wanted it done this way, then so be it. Once Frank had left, Erica asked, "What should I do?" "Nothing at all," Mason answered. "Your mere presence is bait enough. They'll come looking for you on their own." "Oh, actually, not quite nothing. Can you cook?" He feigned innocence, pointed toward the kitchen, and said, "I'm hungry." Tonight was destined to be anything but peaceful. Mason's interference had already ensured a sleepless night for many. Take Sky, for example. Instead of seeking out Miles, she went straight to her truck, a cozy little den packed with electronic gadgets. This was her true lair. Sitting inside, Sky was still trembling from head to toe. For reasons she couldn't explain, Mason's image filled her mind. His every move, his every word, each sentence etched into her brain as if carved with a knife. Impossible to forget. She poured herself a glass of ice water, wanting desperately to clear her mind, but the phrase Cerberus operation kept echoing in her thoughts. She knew it was dangerous, yet her curiosity had already been thoroughly piqued. She couldn't shake those two words, nor could she let go of Mason's voice. Meanwhile, Jessica Jones was pouring herself drink after drink, hoping to get through this dreadful night. In her apartment, empty bottles of all shapes and sizes lay scattered around, a makeshift arsenal of sleeping aids. Without them, she doubted she could make it through another day. Earlier that day, Jessica had shown up at the Clausewitz family estate. Not because anyone had hired her, but simply because she wanted to be there. No one is born a hero, and neither was she. It wasn't until she'd been exposed to those chemicals, gaining extraordinary strength, that she'd ever considered using her power to help others. She encountered a madman. She met the Purple Man. This was a madman gifted with supernatural abilities. His misfortune traced back to his childhood, where family abuse twisted his mind and robbed him of the capacity to love or be loved. He became infatuated with Jessica Jones, and so he controlled her. That episode nearly destroyed his beloved. This man with a penchant for purple attire could manipulate others through his own hormones and the power of his words. Though his influence had its limits, it was more than enough for the then inexperienced Jessica Jones. She had always wished she could forget those memories when she heard of someone with the ability to change a person's soul for a moment. She was tempted to seek him out. She even tracked down those small-time crooks who had turned over a new leaf, witnessed their transformation firsthand. At last, she made up her mind. She would seek out Mason and see for herself what kind of devil could so easily enchant and corrupt the hearts of men. New York, the harbor. Even in the dead of night, the port glowed with lights. This colossal beast, swallowing and spitting out endless cargo, knew no rest. Yet in a small, distant dock, all the security guards and workers had long since clocked out and gone home. Ever since this little port had been bought out, their days had become idle, punctual. Starts in the morning, on-time departures at dusk. It was by all accounts a rare and enviable job. They all sensed something was off, but what did it matter? Whatever shady dealings might be going on, their paychecks arrived just the same, even if the port were being used for illegal business. It would never come back to implicate low-level workers like them blissfully in the dark. But tonight, the port was anything but peaceful. NYPD agents and a squad of officers had already surrounded the place. Farther away, an Asian woman was tied to a chair, struggling desperately. Colleen Wing had never imagined she could be kidnapped so easily. From start to finish, she hadn't even glimpsed the faces of her abductors. "My boss wants you to see the truth." That was what her kidnapper had said. Frank always spoke plainly. He never cared for games or riddles. Direct and forceful, that was his way. He stood behind Colleen, holding a syringe of tranquilizer. If she really broke free, Frank wouldn't hesitate to use it. Mason's apartment. With a formidable mental strength of 20 points, Mason sat reading, a heavy tome in his hands. The cover was made of well-worn sheepskin, giving it the look of a deliberately aged artifact. This was Mason's treatise on the foundations of the occult, and he had made it halfway through. He had originally planned to use the rest as a means to hone his mind, but now it seemed unnecessary. A little convenience never hurt. Mason was now reading about the connection between dreams and the soul. This introduction to the occult was complex and eclectic, but also extremely useful. To advance further, he knew he had to decide what he truly wanted to specialize in. The introduction served as a kind of table of contents for the entire field. Trying to learn everything was out of the question for now. There were 300 practical spells alone, each merely scratching the surface and not requiring deeper study. Beyond those, there were many more sophisticated occult arts. That was what Mason truly sought. Books were the most expensive items in the entire game. Even the lowest tier occult book, something like 300 practical spells, could cost anywhere from 1 to 2,000. As for this book, An Introduction to the Occult, Mason had spent 3,000 sin points on it. In order to afford these books, Mason had nearly swept the streets clean of every petty thug and junkie he could lay his hands on, squeezing them for every drop he could get. He had seen the prices for the next stage of beginner-level books, 5,000 apiece, with no room for bargaining. "Knowledge is power," he murmured, lifting the glass by his side and taking a sip of water. Immersed in this ocean of knowledge, he barely noticed the passing of time. When the door finally opened, Mason didn't even need to look up to know Frank had returned, bringing with him the stench of gunpowder and blood. Mason pulled his phone from his pocket and said, "Everything you wanted is on there. The fake IDs as well. Good luck." Frank took the phone and asked, "Wanting to give you a lift back to the asylum?" Closing his book, Mason wearily rubbed his brow. "No need for now. After you leave, I've got something big I need to take care of. Can't let all this chaos go to waste." "Where did you hit last night?" "NYPD, quite a few casualties. A lot of the Triad's killers got taken out too, but all those kids were rescued." "Good," Mason replied. He had already arranged Frank's escape route. After seeing him off, Mason's phone suddenly rang. He wasn't surprised to see the name Old Clausewitz flashing on the screen. The moment he answered, the furious shouting on the other end told Mason that his cheapskate old man was truly angry. The voice grew louder and louder, and Mason could almost picture Old Clausewitz's face twisted in rage as he yelled into the phone at his son, "Mason, stop your idiotic activities at once. The military superhuman project has reached a critical stage, and I don't have the time or energy to deal with your childish nonsense. Keep yourself in check. I pretended not to see your antics before, but from now on, don't let me hear about you doing anything foolish again, or else don't expect a single cent from me." Old Clausewitz slammed the call shut. Even now, his heart was still pounding furiously after last Knight's assassination attempt, he was beside himself with rage. Whitehall, standing nearby, appeared as though he hadn't heard a thing, his face calm and composed. Before them, suspended in a glass vessel, floated a human body, if it could still be called human. Ever since the success of Captain America, the military had never abandoned their pursuit of superhuman research. Their obsession ran so deep that even a few flashy PowerPoint slides could secure a substantial amount of funding. Old Clausewitz used the military's resources to help Hydra create super soldiers, and together they developed the earliest version of the super soldier serum. But the side effects of this serum were severe. It caused the human body to dissolve itself, driving the mind into madness and stripping away all reason. None of the recent test subjects had survived the experiment. Though the American military was eager for swift results, those bureaucrats weren't fools. Tricking them out of their funding was no easy feat. Soon a delegation led by General Ross would arrive to inspect the progress. General Ross was the mouthpiece for those high-ranking officers. Desperate to create super soldiers, he too was infatuated with the idea of another Captain America. If Mason ever found out, he might have scoffed. He hadn't managed to recreate Captain America, but he did succeed in creating the Abomination, and ever since his own son-in-law transformed into the Hulk, he'd spent half his life chasing him. Whitehall gazed at the failed test subject, lost in thought. He was a scientist as well. Though his field was quite different from Clausewitz's. His was theology, when a legendary agent, Captain America's girlfriend, imprisoned he'd felt that his research was finally beginning to yield answers. To Whitehall, theology was simply science yet to be explained. He never believed in the existence of gods, only in the pursuit of their power. Nevertheless, he could still assist Clausewitz in his endeavors. Back in the days when the Nazis wreaked havoc across Europe, he had dissected many conscious, living subjects with his own hands, conducting a host of unspeakable experiments. His knowledge of the human body ran deep. Yet, even so, Mason's image kept surfacing in his mind. Only now did he realize that on that day, Mason's gaze wasn't that of a lover reunited. It was the greedy stare of a predator eyeing its prey. Whitehall had seen that look before in the mirror in his own eyes. Suddenly, clarity struck him. Young Clausewitz had set his sights on him, but what did it matter? He'd been targeted by so many before, now that he had once again seized a measure of power. His next move was clear: to retrieve from SHIELD the relic he'd once found on the European continent. Back when he was captured all those years ago, Nick Fury kept such a tight watch over SHIELD's assets that even he couldn't get his hands on certain things at will, especially those crucial items that were sealed away after being seized from Hydra. When it came to these, his caution bordered on paranoia. No one truly trusted that bald-headed hard-boiled egg. Not his friend Coulson, not his assistant Hill, not even his former superior Pierce. He was born to be a spy through and through. Yet with a man so deeply suspicious, Matt wondered, who could have possibly managed to take out one of his eyes? Everyone has their own troubles, and Matt was no exception. He felt utterly exhausted, drained by the double life of lawyer by day and vigilante by night. It had been a long time since he'd felt this powerless. It was as if his energy was slipping into a bottomless pit, vanishing without a trace. He couldn't be sure Mason was a good man, but he knew Mason hadn't lied to him. There was definitely something wrong with James Wesley. Matt had already dug up some evidence, but just those scraps weren't enough to bring him down, let alone topple the Kingpin. Matt had managed to uncover some of Kingpin's secrets, and the scale of his underground empire was even greater than he'd imagined. Just as Mason had told him, everything about Wilson Fisk's public life suggested nothing more than a model citizen. He was a philanthropist, donating generously to schools, orphanages, and care homes. He loved his family, kept a low profile, and treated others with humility. His businesses were spotless, their books in perfect order. Even Matt, when he first found all this, hesitated, wondering if Mason was just using him as a pawn. But the deeper he dug, the clearer it became how wrong he'd been. Wildly wrong. Mason hadn't lied. Wilson was indeed the Kingpin. Matt had even found evidence of Fisk's dealings with the Senate, with the Hand, and with other criminal syndicates. Those clues hadn't come easy. They were paid for with wounds and bruises all over his body. These weren't the kind of secrets that yielded to polite inquiries. On the contrary, Matt had to prowl the dark streets of New York, risking his life again and again to get them. He and Frank could both be called street-level heroes, though their methods were worlds apart. Frank was almost supernatural in his resilience. No matter how badly he was hurt, he'd bounce back in a few days as if nothing had happened. Matt, on the other hand, had no such gift. Last night's fight left him feeling like his bones had been shattered, the pain gnawing at him without respite. Still, he showed up to work on time, unlocking the door to his office as usual. Strangely, the door was already open. Today, he didn't have to unlock it at all. Pushing it open, curiosity tinged his weariness. Had that lazy Foggy actually beaten him to work for once? The legal profession is always like this. 20% of the people earn 99% of the money. But then again, isn't it the same in every industry? James Weasley was a shining star among lawyers. He commanded vast resources, a formidable network of contacts, and access to the most exclusive information. Compared to him, even Fogg and his ilk were mere small-timers in the field. Fogg was constantly trying to expand their business from every angle, seeking out new cases, which often left him unable to get up in the morning. On the other hand, it was usually Matt who opened the office door. As he swung it wide, he called out, "Fogg, what's this? Are you so hard-working now that you're sleeping on the office couch?" His tone was full of good-natured teasing, but in the next instant his expression froze. There was indeed someone in the office, but it wasn't Fogg. The man's breathing was different, and he was sitting at Matt's own desk, surrounded by several others. Who was he? Matt had no idea, but the man soon stood up and introduced himself. "Hello, I'm James Weasley. I've heard for some time that there's a rising star here, someone passionate about pro bono cases, so I came by to take a look." Straightening his clothes, he stood tall and said, "I have to be honest, your office isn't much to look at. In this line of work, skill alone isn't enough. You need brains, too." His words carried a hidden warning. Walking over to Matt, he continued, "You should know, there are some things you can touch, and some things you'd better not get involved with. If I remember correctly, this place is still rented, isn't it? How's the monthly rent? If you all lose your jobs, what happens to that rent? And wasn't it your partner Fogg who bought his car on a loan?" His tone was openly threatening. Matt stood motionless, knowing that Weasley had discovered his investigation. At least he probably hadn't found out that Matt was Daredevil. But that was enough. Matt understood the influence wielded by Weasley and Kingpin. Murder was their last resort. Making someone disappear was never their first move. For someone like Matt, they had other ways to silence him. With just a bit of effort, Weasley could see to it that Matt and Fogg's firm went under, leaving them with not a single case. Matt said nothing. He stood his ground, unmoving. Weasley walked to the door, paused before leaving, and remarked, "By the way, I've already paid your rent here for the next 3 years. I wish you the best of luck in your business." At that moment, Matt was not the only one feeling lost. There were many others in Mason's world who shared his confusion. Take Colleen Wing, for example. She had never imagined that her master could be a truly evil human trafficker. When the truth finally dawned on her, she was devastated. Clutching the pistol given her by that mysterious figure, she stumbled back to the dojo in a daze, tormented by the sudden urge to end her own life. She was her master's accomplice. She pushed those children into the abyss of suffering. The evil she had done was simply too much to count. What meaning was there in continuing to live like this? Mechanically, she raised the gun, gazing at it in confusion, her mouth opening as if to speak. At that moment, Danny happened to pass by and saw her at. This time, Iron Fist had yet to prove his identity, had not gained control of Rand Enterprises, and was homeless, temporarily staying at Colleen Wing's home. He helped out around the dojo, doing whatever work he could manage. He had actually come looking for Colleen. She hadn't returned home the night before, and when he saw her there today, he'd originally planned to tell her some good news. But he never expected that upon arriving at the dojo, he would witness such a shocking scene. Colleen was trying to take her own life. Without hesitation, Danny rushed forward. Colleen was never a match for Danny. Even though he was considered the weakest Iron Fist in history, he was still Iron Fist. Dealing with someone whose spirit had already collapsed was not a problem for him. After wresting the gun from her hands, Danny exclaimed in shock, "What are you doing?" Colleen stared at him in a daze, her mouth open, but unable to utter a single word. Instead, she threw her arms around Iron Fist and burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably. Not far away, someone recorded the entire scene on their phone. On the other end, Mason watched the footage stuff the last piece of meat into his mouth and, licking the flavor from his fingers without any regard for appearances, said, "Looks like things are turning around. Have our people follow them. If they get into a fight with the hand, knock everyone out and bring them all back to the chase. Remember, when something goes down, let our people take the lead. If they're discovered, just say you're working for Kingpin. Also, find a way to tell them about Harold's dealings with the hand. Help our Mr. Rand take control of the company. That's his father's legacy, and rightfully the person on the line remained silent, but it was clear he understood his mission and had already begun planning. Mason stood up, dialed another number, and said, "Send word out. Tell the hand my planned route. Even if Murakami isn't around, he should return for this time. I want to wipe out every last one of the hand's people. Bakuto, Murakami, Alexandra, Sound, all of them. And I want them alive, no problem," came the firm reply. Satisfied, Mason hung up, and turning abruptly to Erica asked, "If I had you wear the hand's robes and impersonate one of them, how convincingly could you play the part?" The more intricate a conspiracy, the lower its chances of success, for there are simply too many unpredictable variables. Mason's favorite tactic was to capitalize on the information gap. Like with these people from the hand, he knew things they didn't know he knew, that he believed was the reason for their downfall. Mason buried himself once more in the introduction to occult studies. The book seemed to drain one's sanity, even though he boasted a sanity score of 20 and, in theory, could read it through without trouble. He still felt exhausted after a while. Clearly, he needed a bit of fun, but how could he find amusement? Mason decided that after some time, he'd spar with someone. That might be a good idea. Closing the book, he announced, "Erica, let's head back to the asylum. I remember there's something interesting happening today." At last, the asylum had opened its doors. A prison van arrived, accompanied by security staff and a police officer. Together, they carefully escorted a patient off the vehicle. This was the asylum's first outsider. The security team glanced up at the long, gray concrete walls, their relief palpable. They had finally delivered the madman. Their job was done. This maniac was a euphoric-type serial killer. After being forcibly treated, he had been transferred to private care, and the team had been paid by the killer's father to handle the transfer. Given how dangerous he was, after all, there were 6 victims, all brutally murdered, some of them burly men. The level of security was nothing short of formidable. Once the madman was brought inside, another car arrived, and 3 people stepped out. A well-dressed gentleman, a police officer, and a noblewoman. The noblewoman's eyes glistened with tears as she gazed at her son, but none of them dared approach. This was their son, or at least they hoped he still was. Just a month before, the madman had called his mother. The call was laced with strange, crackling static, and from somewhere distant, faint sobs echoed through. In a panic, her son, now transformed into this euphoric killer, had confessed that he was possessed by a demon. Of course, such a claim was met with disbelief, even from his own father, but she believed him. Her son had always been well-behaved. The idea of him killing anyone was unthinkable, at least to her. That's why she had chosen this private asylum, and specifically this one. It boasted a grand chapel. God and Satan were eternal adversaries. Surely, God would help her son. The asylum's convoy couldn't enter the grounds, so the vehicles parked outside. As the main gates swung open, Mason entered with his security staff, casting his eyes on the asylum's very first patient. "Welcome," Mason said, greeting the newcomers. He completed the handover with the police officer, who, judging by his demeanor, was eager to depart the premises as soon as the paperwork was done. The parents, however, lingered, despite already having toured the asylum once. They insisted on another look, perhaps searching for something they had missed, or simply for reassurance. The young man, firmly restrained, had been uneasy from the moment he entered. He kept darting left and right, trying desperately to get away, but he was clearly just an ordinary person caught in the grip of the security staff. He couldn't break free. Perhaps he simply didn't want to use his extraordinary powers right now. All the way, his father, who carried himself like a gentleman, clenched his teeth and didn't say a single word. Mason happened to glance back and caught sight of this man, a recently notorious murderer. In his eyes, Mason glimpsed the crimson flames of hell burning deep within. Mason mused to himself. Meanwhile, his mother, disregarding her husband's dark expression, turned to Mason and said, "We'd like to visit the church again, the one you introduced online." Mason looked at her and replied, "Of course, that's not a problem. Will he be coming too?" "Yes. Our son has been tempted by the devil. We need to go to the church." She babbled anxiously, determined to make everyone believe that her son truly had fallen under a demonic influence. Seeing his wife continue with what he considered nonsense, the gentleman could not help but mutter angrily, "Enough." He clearly didn't believe a word of it. He wasn't religious and had never believed in such things. Mason tried to reassure them, saying, "Whether it's true or not, you don't have to worry. We have the best psychologists here and the most comfortable accommodations. If you'd like, I can even arrange for your son to stay in the room closest to the church, but that would cost extra." As soon as Mason said this, the gentleman inwardly cursed him as a vampire, a swindler out for nothing but money. Yet when he saw the hopeful look in his wife's eyes, he found himself unable to speak those words aloud. What could he possibly say? That this scoundrel was only pretending to be kind, while in reality he was rotten to the core. If this weren't his own flesh and blood, he would have abandoned such a person long ago and left him to his fate. But that was something he could never tell his wife. Besides, those medical bills others found unbearable. He could still afford them. Fine, so be it. With a long sigh, a gentleman nodded and agreed to Mason's extra charge. Mason showed them around a shuttered church and tavern, and after bidding farewell to the mother, who was reluctant to leave, he ushered the patient into the ward in Section D. Do you believe in demons? Strangely, as the young man was led inside, he didn't struggle at all. He simply stared at Mason, the infernal flames in his eyes burning hotter and more defiant than ever. Do you believe in demons? His voice became even stranger, like the warped, unfocused sound from a worn-out phonograph. Mason watched as the lights around them flickered and dimmed with each word the demon spoke. Spreading his hands in exasperation, Mason said, I'd advise you to just stay put. Even if you were a great lord from hell, don't forget, the Ancient One is still alive. If you keep causing trouble, are you planning to see if the sorcerers of Kamartaj have forgotten how to wield their whips? This isn't hell. This is Midgard. The demon fell abruptly silent. He sat back down on his bed, and the world around him snapped back to normal. Mason looked at him and said, since you finally managed to escape, it would be wise to keep your head down. Whatever schemes you and your kind are brewing, I'd suggest you don't let them interfere with me. He walked out of the building and saw yet another group of psychiatric patients being brought in. If Mason didn't already know these people were members of the Hand, he might have been a bit more cheerful about it. Madame Gao was indeed one of the leaders of the Hand. Even if her existence meant the spoils would be split a little thinner, the power she commanded was indispensable to the organization. Until her death was confirmed, the Hand's members would keep infiltrating this place by whatever means necessary, searching for any trace of her. Mason hadn't expected that before he could even go looking for these individuals, they would deliver themselves into his hands. Madame Gao might not be the most formidable fighter among the 5-inch, but she was certainly the shrewdest. He saw the elderly man who had brought in a patient and greeted him with a smile. Judging by your appearance, you're not American, are you? Yes, I am Japanese, the old man replied, after the interpreter translated his words. Mason responded warmly, why don't we take a look inside the building? The environment here is excellent, perfect for retirement. Mason stood there, fixing his gaze on the Japanese elder, who met Mason's eyes before suddenly breaking into a smile. I have no plans of retiring. I'm just here to have a look, he said. Once the interpreter relayed this, the old man patted Zhao Hao's arm and said, take good care of my relative. Of course, no problem at all. We are a responsible hospital, Mason replied. This Japanese man, well, there was no point pretending anymore. Mason recognized him at once. He was none other than Murakami, the most skilled swordsman among the fingers of the Hand. If Mason's guess was right, the son Murakami had just admitted was also a member of the Hand. After all, Murakami commanded a whole legion of ninjas. Murakami offered Mason a polite, friendly smile before leaving, and Mason waved cheerfully at his back, the picture of hospitality. Neither Murakami nor Mason had any intention of making a move here. On the surface, Mason was the wealthy son of an influential family, law-abiding, if a bit eccentric and difficult. And Murakami, he was an old man with no criminal record who looked energetic and spirited, his eyes bright and piercing. They would not start a fight here. Only at night, or when no one was around, would they bare their fangs and reveal their true nature. Murakami strolled out at a leisurely pace. Watching him leave, Mason remarked, I didn't expect him to come in person. It seems he has a good relationship with Madame Gao. But unfortunately, no one was there to respond to his words since Erica had already left. She was elsewhere, serving another purpose. Now, Mason had to deal with the pleasure-seeking maniac locked away here, a ticking time bomb he really didn't like having around. Still, he was tempted by the maniac's accumulated evil value. Mason was determined to extract this source of sin tonight. Even if he could only siphon off a little, he made his way alone to Section F and opened his character panel. ID. Mason Clausewitz sin value, 3200 strength, 20 base 5, spirit, 20 base 5, agility, 20 base 5, constitution, 20 base 5, redeemed. Introduction to Occultism, 300 Practical Witchcrafts building list. Hidden, gazing at the church and the Whaler's Dungeon, Mason paused in thought, then decided to upgrade the Whaler's Dungeon. He wasn't entirely sure how powerful the boy possessed by the demon really was. But by rights, that boy shouldn't be a match for Mason. Unless he truly was a lord of hell. Still, the unexpected could always happen. For others, an accident was just an accident. But for Mason, an accident could easily cost him his life. He could not allow that. He needed the highest level church currently available, enough to pass judgment, and a stronger, more secure dungeon. The level 1 dungeon had to be upgraded to level 5, the current maximum. With an impassive stare, he watched the progress bar flicker and advance as more details of the Whaler's Dungeon appear before his eyes. At last, the Whaler's Dungeon was complete. Its oppressive, fearful aura spread through most of the asylum. Not only the guards, but even the demons locked away in their rooms began to shudder uncontrollably in the depths of one cell crimson. Eyes once blazing with the fire of hell now flickered weakly on the verge of going out. The demon crouched on the ground, trembling. All previous arrogance vanished. He used to look down on the others in the courtyard, wary only of the mages. Even the Vatican's people rarely caught his attention. He'd seen what these exorcists were capable of. It was always the same old tricks, chanting holy water, prayers to God. But none of it ever worked on him. He thought these people were fools. Yet when that young man earlier mentioned the central court in Kamartaj, the demon realized this person knew more than he let on. He was no ignorant fool who knew nothing. Even so, he couldn't sense the slightest trace of magic from this man called Mason. What on earth was he? Could it be that he wasn't human either? Each person within this aura of terror was forced to confront something they desperately wished to avoid. Ward, in particular, clawed at the front of his shirt, struggling to breathe. As the nightmare that haunted him returned once more, it was the same nightmare he had always tried to sugarcoat in his subconscious. But this time, all the self-deceptions of his mind vanished. He collapsed to his knees, utterly submerged in the bloody reality. Mason had no idea just how deeply he was casting shadows across their minds. Stroking his chin, he gazed at the newly upgraded Level 5 building. At Level 5, Inch the statue in the Whaler's dungeon had completely transformed into a pillar of salt, entwined with withered morning glories. It looked as if it had stepped straight out of the Bible, and even if he was spouting nonsense in the future, he could at least back it up with a fitting reference. Whaler's dungeon, LV5. To put it simply, the effect was that the statue's aura of terror had been elevated to level 5. Its range extended to cover a 300 by 300 area, and the rate of sin extraction had increased to 2,500 per hour, and with the 5th level, the Whaler's dungeon had gained several new features as well. Pain Marsh. Once activated, prisoners will endure thorny wounds, with the pain matching the strength of their own most powerful attack, 100 per hour. Whaler's Confession. Prisoners are forced to relive the moments they most dread over and over again, 100 per hour. As Mason studied his dungeon, he remembered that Billy Russell was still locked up inside. He had been tempted to test out Pain Marsh and Whaler's Confession to see if they really worked, but then he considered, if Billy Russell couldn't handle it, that would be a waste. It was always more satisfying to take vengeance personally. Mason figured it would be best to let Frank finish him off instead. It was wiser to choose another test subject, turning to face the chapel. His expression remained impassive as he continued to pour points into construction. Soon, the joyful notes of the Ode to Joy echoed throughout the asylum. Just hearing it filled everyone with a sense of peace and happiness. This was the power of Sanctuary. The halo of tranquility now far surpassed the aura of terror, offering its blessing to every building here. Even if there were truly madmen within these walls, they would feel nothing but calm and joy. The people who had previously suffered psychological trauma finally relaxed, their faces softening. Even the dogs who had been frightened out of their wits began to frolic about once more, despite the chapel's upgrade. Its basic facilities remained unchanged. Apart from a greater variety of organ music, there was barely any improvement in the rate at which sins were extracted. It seemed the confessional's sin extraction was only a transitional measure for the earliest, most destitute days. Having finished all this, Mason glanced at his sin value. 400, so pitifully little. It was heartbreaking. Mason sat down and made a call. Ward, drenched in sweat, as if he'd been doused in water, lay on the emergency bed. He had never felt so weak. He used to think he'd long since forgotten about that experience, but now it was clear he was still too young. If something like this happened to him 2 more times, he felt he would completely break down. He'd rather be out defusing bombs than stay in this uncanny place. He pulled himself up from the bed, just as his walkie-talkie crackled to life. He heard someone speaking on the other end. After a moment's hesitation, he and another security guard made their way to the room of the newly arrived pleasure-driven killer. When they opened the door, the killer was for once calm. He looked at the 2 men at the doorway with a refined demeanor and asked, "What brings you here?" "We're here to take you for a psychological evaluation." "Let's go," one of them replied. Ward was on high alert, ready for any resistance. They were both equipped with stun batons and tranquilizers prepared to bring the man down at the first sign of trouble. But the pleasure-driven killer simply stood up and said, "All right, let's go." Ward remained cautious throughout the journey. Though he was a level 6 agent with considerable skills, he knew he was far from reaching the limits of human potential. Compared to level 10 agents like Hawkeye or Black Widow, he still had a long way to go. He could easily handle ordinary people. But that was no reason for arrogance. He sensed danger from this murderer, so he kept his hand firmly on his stun baton, ready to shove. Get into the killer's mouth at the slightest hint of trouble. Strangely, the killer didn't struggle at all. He simply followed Ward quietly to F-Zone. This wasn't Ward's first time here. On quiet days, he'd sneaked into F-Zone before, even stepping inside the chapel. And the bar, he'd never found so much as a clue. The bar was always silent and deserted, with dust covering the seats and countertop. The empty chapel's pews by the organ hadn't been touched in ages. But today, everything was different. Mason was the true master here, and only when he was present did these surroundings come alive. Ward heard the sacred singing of the choir from inside the chapel soaring, voices blending with the deep tones of the organ. The bar was bustling, filled with travelers from all directions, their lively chatter and accents filling the air. Mason was alone, sprawled across a pillar of salt. No matter how Ward looked at it, that salt pillar exuded an eerie, sinister aura. "I've brought the man you wanted," Ward announced. He entered alone. The other security guard had stopped at the entrance to F-Zone. Though Ward remained vigilant, he was also confident in himself. All the hardship and rigorous training he'd endured since childhood had not been for nothing. He was confident that as long as Mason's bald, one-eyed companion wasn't around, he could beat Mason to a pulp. Even if Mason possessed some strange powers, he, having never witnessed the supernatural, couldn't yet grasp their nature. The only way Mason could defeat him was if he had dozens of armed men lying in ambush here. But he knew those unlikely things hadn't reached a breaking point yet. He released the pleasure-seeking killer, who straightened his collar and looked toward the church, asking, "Are you taking me back? Or are you going to kill me?" The only reason he could keep up his bravado was that he'd just examined the church and found no trace of any truly divine presence within these walls. That was the one thing that puzzled him. Was it possible that the church didn't worship God at all? Mason looked at him and said, "In truth, I have no desire to kill you. I'm just curious. Why do you possess others and commit murder?" You and I both know the terms demon and devil are used loosely. Maybe you exploited a loophole. Maybe you just got lucky and ended up here in a Midgard, inhabiting the body of a playboy. But instead of enjoying life, you went out killing. Are you really evil by nature? Or is it blood you need to survive? Ward, standing off to the side, was completely bewildered. Mason made no effort to keep him out of the conversation. There was no need. Ward had seen many things in his life, but never anything like this. He had never encountered a demon, and now, before his eyes, Mason was conversing with one. A crimson gleam wanted to ignite in the demon's eyes, but the cheerful, harmonious music suppressed it. He hadn't refrained from resisting at first. He simply couldn't. The aura of tranquility pinned the demon's power deep within the body, rendering him unable to use his infernal strength. Without that power, this body, depleted by a life of indulgence, was no match for any of these robust men. Realizing he couldn't fight back, the killer possessed by the demon finally said, "If I told you that killing these people wasn't my intention, would you believe me? What do you think?" Mason replied ambiguously. The man stared straight at Mason, who returned the gaze with indifference, until at last the man's head dropped, and he muttered, "It's instinct. I couldn't control my urges. All I wanted was their souls. I just wanted their souls, but they wouldn't give them to me." Hearing this, Mason was stunned. In true, souls held a special significance for those lords. Some revered them, some craved them. Yet even the most powerful among them would never so bluntly take souls through murder. He looked at the demon before him and gave a thumbs up. "Then you truly deserve death. Here, there's only one way a soul can be earned from another. That's the nature of a contract. Even Mephisto only dares to claim souls through deception and trickery. But you, what gives you the right to seize another's soul through slaughter? It seems you truly deserve to be sent here. Still, why haven't they come for you? Are you not even worth their attention? Dealing with these demons has always been mankind's burden." Mason fixed his gaze on the young demon and spoke slowly. "It seems they're quite busy. In that case, shall I lend you a hand? Come, let's go in together." He stepped forward, seized the demon boy's hand, and flung him into the chapel. Immediately, Ward felt his hair stand on end. He couldn't see what was happening inside. After Mason entered, the doors of the chapel slammed shut, and soon, only the boy's heart-wrenching screams echoed out. Ward had no idea what transpired within those walls, but when the doors finally swung open and he saw the boy emerge, smoke curling from his skin, he knew the ordeal must have been agonizing. Mason straightened the boy's clothes and apologized sincerely. "I'm sorry. I didn't realize you're actually a good demon. Well, compared to the others, you truly are one of the better ones." There was no sarcasm in Mason's words. The boy had killed 6 people, accumulating a sin score of only 300. A far cry from the likes of Billy Russo or Erica. It seemed he really was a kind-hearted demon, perhaps only ever taking 6 lives after all. Mason wasn't sure if slaying other demons would also increase one's sin score, perhaps like the symbiote that would one day merge with Ed. He was just a small, unremarkable character, never a match for the other demons, always the prey rather than the hunter. But no matter how gentle he might be, punishment was still in order. Mason led him outside and turned to Ward. "Please wait a moment. I have something important to discuss with you." Ward remained where he was, sensing that whatever Mason was about to say would be of great consequence, perhaps shaping his path for years to come. Gripping the boy firmly, Mason took him down into the Whaler's dungeon. The place wasn't cold, but it exuded an ancient air. It looked as if it had been soaked in seawater for centuries. The copper bars were crusted with green patina, and traces of algae and shells hinted at life that once clung there. The layout was strange as well. After descending a staircase of 30 steps, they reached a spacious floor littered with sculptures, harmless figures that awaited the touch of a guilty soul to be awakened by Mason. Beyond them stretched a deep corridor, lined with 12 cells. For now, Billy Russo occupied only one. The other 11 stood empty. Mason ushered the demon boy into a cell. Suddenly, countless horrifying tendrils snaked down from the ceiling, plunging viciously into his body. The entire cell filled with the acrid stench of brimstone. The smell of sulfur was sharp and acrid, but Mason seemed completely unaware. He simply stared as the tentacle drew the demon out from within the young man's body, consuming it entirely. It didn't even take an hour. Mason dragged the innocent-looking youth outside. Though perhaps innocent wasn't quite accurate, a slender tentacle had quietly reached into the young man's body from who knew where, siphoning off a measure of sin. 320 points of sin, to be exact, along with a feeble demon and a playboy who had woken up and now wouldn't stop clamoring to go home. That was Mason's haul this time, but in exchange, he'd spent nearly 3,000 points of sin. The whole affair left him baffled. The cost and the reward simply didn't add up. Perched atop a pillar of salt, Mason realized something was off in his calculations. In his imagination, anyone who could come to a place like this should at least have been a high-level demon. Not necessarily an avatar of Mephisto, but at the very least someone like his son, the Blackheart. Yet this demon, to be honest, Mason found him ugly and pitifully weak. He could have beaten him to death with his bare hands. No need for any magical enhancements. Well, perhaps with the help of a few magical tools. Even so, Mason had no regrets, whether it was adding points or leveling up. It was all about being prepared for anything. Besides, the upgrades were already his. Sooner or later, they'd prove useful. Mason called for someone to shove a gag into the mouth of the incessantly shouting playboy and toss him into a hospital room. Turning to Ward, he remarked, "Gatler's really been slipping over the years, hasn't he?" "I have no idea what you're talking about," Ward replied. "A picture of innocence." Mason continued, "The Clausewitz family moving into the pharmaceutical business. You think that was our idea? No. That's what everyone wanted. Hydra needs super soldiers. The Winter Soldier might be strong, but there's only one of him. Hydra wants more. Whether it's us or you, we all need more superhuman warriors. The Death Warrior Project was always an incomplete super soldier initiative. When it started, I was still young, completely clueless about the details, and I had no idea why Gatler was so determined to turn himself into a Death Warrior. The Gatler Mason spoke of was now a senior agent at SHIELD, a renowned double agent and a key figure in Hydra's inner circle. Unfortunately, he seemed loyal to neither Hydra nor SHIELD. He trusted only himself. His values clashed with both organizations. Ward was working for such a man. It was Gatler who had discovered and trained Ward at his lowest point. Ward, scarred by an unhappy childhood, desperately needed someone to rely on. He needed a father figure, or perhaps a religious anchor. Either would do. Ward had clearly chosen Garrett as his anchor and pillar of support. As long as Garrett remained alive, Ward would never betray him. To be honest, Mason had taken a liking to Ward. He needed more subordinates, more people willing to serve him. He didn't want to handle everything. Personally, that simply wasn't his style. After all, Ward was no saint or moral exemplar. In truth, no agent had ever been a pure soul, especially someone like Ward. He was even less so. So far, he still walked in shades of gray. Even SHIELD's brightest faces, Coulson, who seemed so sunny, and Hill, who appeared so innocent, could hardly be called good people. Now, Mason was carefully calculating the moment when SHIELD would fall to Hydra, so he could seize the opportunity and reap the rewards from the chaos. He intended to gather a group of talented people from both Fury's ranks and Hydra's. But that wasn't important for now. What mattered was this: Mason looked at Ward and said, "The reason I bring this up is to let you know that when he dies, you can come to me. I can help you, if you're willing." Ward stared hard at Mason, but only for a brief moment. He quickly averted his gaze and asked, "Do you know something? Maybe." Mason replied, "But I think you should get back because that new guy just broke out of prison." Broke out? Ward followed Mason's gaze and saw a swarm of ninjas scaling over the main gate. Mason gave Ward a wry smile, tossed him a gun and some ammo, and said, "Good luck. You've got this." With that, he slipped into the dungeon and closed the heavy door behind him. Ward was left speechless. He glanced at the now-locked door, rushed over in frustration, and tried to open it, but the door was jammed tight and wouldn't budge for. Now, meanwhile, Murakami and Soanda walked together into the sanatorium. The young man who had let them in was still in a daze. He'd expected to have to fight his way through, maybe even take out a few people. Yet, when he emerged, he found that all the caregivers, security staff, and even the shockingly few doctors and nurses had vanished. He'd made his way to the entrance without a hitch, opened the door, and let Murakami and Soanda in from outside. Their army of followers quickly converged, surging through the main entrance into the eerie, deserted facility. There was not a soul in sight, and even the guard dog had been securely tied up to prevent any unexpected attacks. At the first security post, Mason had thoughtfully left a note. "She's in Section F." By every measure, this was an obvious trap, but Murakami and Soanda had no choice but to swallow the bait. They had come from Madame Gao. There was no turning back over a simple note. Besides, this time they had brought ample reinforcements. These ninjas were more than enough to sweep this place clean. What do they have to fear? The F zone was just ahead. Murakami and Soanda walked side by side down an empty street. Only the street lamps burned brightly everywhere else, especially the tall buildings lay shrouded in darkness, each structure looming like a slumbering beast. In silence, they arrived at the gate of the F zone. After climbing over the high wall, they saw Ward drenched in blood standing before them. He gripped a katana, clearly taken from one of the samurai who had charged in. Ashes littered the ground around him, the only trace left of the fallen ninjas. Murakami and Soanda turned in unison. Beneath the shadow of a nearby wall, several elite soldiers in tactical gear stood silently, weapons at the ready. One of them held out a tablet. Its screen turned toward the two men. On the display appeared a familiar and hateful face. Mason. Mason broke into a wide grin and greeted them. "Hello, Mr. Murakami, we meet." Again, Murakami tightened his grip on his sword and said, "Do you really think just a handful of you can kill me? They're not here to kill you," Mason replied, still grinning as he popped a piece of chocolate into his mouth. "They're here to protect themselves, to make sure they don't get killed. After all, they're just messengers. It would be such a shame if they died," he went on, clearly in high spirits. "I know you're looking for Madame Gao, and I'm quite certain you'll be seeing her very soon. In fact, you'll be meeting an old acquaintance as well, someone I'm sure you'll recognize. Oh, and next time you want to come in, you can use the front door. No need to climb the wall." As soon as he finished speaking, one of the heavily armed guards inside opened the gate. Murakami and Soanda both gripped their weapons tightly. "I didn't trust a word," Mason said. It was obvious that nothing truthful ever came out of that young man's mouth. Just as they were about to make their move, a body was flung violently through the doorway, landing hard on the ground. It was Botu who collapsed. With a pained groan, Erica stepped in through the open door, twin blades drawn. Behind her, two more of Mason's elite teams followed. Mason had 4 teams in total, named Crime and Punishment, numbered from 1 to 4. Now all of them had returned with Erica at their head. Seeing Erica with her blades ready, Murakami's expression darkened. He glared at her and said, "You betrayed the hand." Erica raised her blades, fixing her gaze on Murakami. Murakami looked past her, surveying the heavily armed squads behind, and continued, "Do you really think you can stop me with just this?" He spoke in Japanese, his expression resolute. Soanda remained silent, his eyes constantly scanning the members of the elite squads. He was skilled in striking pressure points, but the real issue was that everyone here wore thick bulletproof vests. He wasn't at all sure a single jab could pierce through that armor. Hidden beneath his own clothes was a gun, but he knew perfectly well he only had one shot. After that single bullet, he'd be riddled with holes in the blink of an eye. There were simply too many armed men here. He wasn't invincible, nor did he possess any indestructible martial arts techniques. Outside, the ground was carpeted with ashes, the remains of the Murakami Ninja Corps. Truth be told, the Murakami Ninja Corps weren't all that formidable, or at least not in this universe. They certainly didn't possess the earth-shattering power people claimed they did. The same could be said for Shin and Lady Gao. Their most powerful asset, the shadowy black sky, had not yet been revived, and likely couldn't be. He couldn't find a suitable host. Erica was alive, and Shin had been blown to pieces. After Frank took down Shin, he thoughtfully cremated the body and mixed the ashes with water, scattering them in the garden. Right now, the hand was a far cry from the terrifying force they claimed to be, if they truly were as powerful as their reputation suggested. They wouldn't be holed up in Hell's Kitchen, scraping by on illicit drugs and contract killings, all for the sake of dragon bones. They wouldn't be racking their brains trying to deal with the weakest iron fist in history, either, no matter how many times they boasted. About their goal of retaking Kunlun, Mason couldn't help but scoff. Kunlun itself was at one of its lowest points. Old man show, Iron Fist, and the Thunderer had all lost the glory of their ancestors, and as for these old monsters who'd lived for centuries, each one seemed more like a fool than the last, Lady Gao being the only exception. Though Murakami spoke lightly of escape, the truth was whether he could get out tonight was a complete unknown. The odds were heavily stacked against him. Ward and Erica were here too, their bodies gleaming from countless essential oil massages, well-fed, well-trained, each carrying transformation serums. An elite squad in every sense. What made him think he could just walk away? And then another unexpected visitor stepped into the sanatorium. Mason hadn't expected her, especially not alone. Had she not yet teamed up with Luke Cage? Or was she sneaking around behind his back? It was almost laughable. Luke Cage was a super soldier, altered beyond human limits. Immensely strong, bulletproof, embodying everything the U.S. military dreamed of. The Clausewitz family had spent years seeking a serum to create such super soldiers, but most of their attempts ended in failure, even when they succeeded. The formulas couldn't be mass-produced, the side effects were too severe, and it never met General Ross's standards. Yet here was Luke Cage, a man experimented on in prison, who'd gained extraordinary powers, but regardless of all that, Jessica Jones had stormed in alone. There were still a few stragglers outside. Yet Jessica had burst through the perimeter, swinging a ninja by the ankle like a blazing wheel of fire, smashing her way. Inside, the ninjas had barely escaped death, some just brushing past serious injury. Outside, the security guards were about to hit her with a heavy dose from their tranquilizer guns, but Mason stopped them through the walkie-talkie. As mentioned before, he had absolute control over this place. This wasn't an exaggeration. Everything happening today was orchestrated by him, except for Jessica Jones's arrival from outside. Who had hired her? Or had she come of her own accord? While tension crackled inside, Jessica Jones fought her way through and finally caught sight of the gates to Section F. In fact, this was her first time seeing living people here, the men standing at the entrance. Simply watched as she walked in. No one tried to stop her. Stepping through the gates, she saw the standoff unfolding within. "So what brings you here?" Mason's voice came through a tablet directed at Jessica Jones. For a moment, Jessica found herself at a loss for words. The pain of her past had become unbearable, and after a failed attempt to end it all, she decided to seek out Mason. Yet she had no idea where he lived, so she picked the place Mason was most likely to be, his sanatorium. She'd done her homework. Mason owned plenty of businesses, but his favorite by far was the sanatorium. No one knew why. Even his henchmen, it was rumored, had received treatment there. Staring at the unseen Mason, Jessica said, "I want to talk to you." "All right," Mason replied crisply. "Do me a favor, help my people take down these two in front of you, and we can continue our conversation." "And Orderly Ward, I think you could lend a hand as well." Ward spat on the ground, making his feelings clear. Or maybe not. Either way, it was obvious he intended to help Mason. He raised his gun and aimed at Murakami, whom he saw as the biggest threat. In the room, Murakami took in the scene, finally tightening his grip on his sword. Deep down, he knew there was no escape. His opponent had prepared too thoroughly. There was no way out, but even so, he refused to go down without a fight. He drew his katana, while Sawanda's hand crept slowly toward his own weapon. But before he could draw, Jessica Jones, and Ward had already surged forward. Mason wanted them alive, which was why he bothered with all this negotiation. Otherwise, his elite squads could have stepped in at any moment. Long-range sniping was a basic skill for any special agent, though not everyone could pull it off. As it happened, Mason had someone who could. Frank, but dead men were of no use to him. Not in the slightest. That's why he'd held back from using the most brutal methods all along. Jessica Jones was brimming with brute strength, while Erica's knife work was swift and fierce. Add to that Ward and the armed guards lurking nearby like venomous snakes, and the two found themselves growing ever more frustrated as the fight dragged on. In the end, both were knocked to the ground. The armed men, who had been watching from the sidelines, brought out a sealed case. When they opened it, a pale blue serum cooled by liquid nitrogen was revealed. After taking it out, they injected the serum directly into the veins of the two fallen figures. Ward had never seen anything like this before, so he asked, "What is that?" But Awkwardly, no one answered him. The armed guards remained silent. Erica truly had no idea. And Ward, getting no response, simply fell quiet. Once everything was done, Mason's cheerful voice rang out from the tablet. "All right, gentlemen, tonight's crisis has finally been resolved. Let's play something joyful and celebrate a little." As Jessica Jones looked on in confusion, the silent chapel seemed to come alive, glowing with radiant light, as a slightly off-key ode to joy echoed throughout the entire sanatorium. Ward witnessed this strange phenomenon once again. This time, the sense of terror was gone. Even that gnawing pain and dread that used to burn inside him began to fade. Jessica Jones felt it too. Just for a moment, she experienced something like liberation. It was as if the nightmare that had always haunted her simply melted away with the music, and for the first time, warmth touched her heart. The elite squad members all closed their eyes in unison, standing ramrod straight. All whose sin shall be punished. With conviction, they struck their right fists hard against their chests, their voices ringing with unwavering determination. Mason didn't emerge from the dungeon until everyone else had left. Whistling softly, he grabbed the ankles of the gambler and Murakami, who were sprawled on the floor, and dragged them toward the chapel. As for the one who remained, he simply floated in the air, an act of pure psychic power. Mason still didn't know the full extent of his own strength. After all, he hadn't truly tested it. But he was certain, even if the hand's 5 fingers joined forces and Kingpin and his top enforcer Bullseye joined in, none of them would be a match for him. As for others, like an unseasoned Spider-Man or even a level 10 agent, Mason no longer felt the slightest fear, but since his subordinates could accomplish everything he required, he saw no need to get his own hands dirty. Opening a book in his hand, Mason dipped his finger into the water of a nearby fish tank and flicked a few droplets onto the fingers of the 3 hand members before him. Instantly, he received a clear answer. The gambler was the kindest. Among them, his sin value standing at 1,300. While no one knew what Murakami had done to earn a score of over 1,400, they couldn't even compare to Madame Gao or to Billy Russell. Could it be that they had killed fewer people than Billy Russell? They were all in the illegal drug business. Why should some be condemned more than others? Madame Gao and these 5 fingers had survived for so many years. Had they spent half their lives plotting how to strike back at Kunlun? Still, there was one person who hadn't disappointed Mason, and that was Soanda, whose sin value had reached 3,000. Now that was interesting. He knew well enough that these members of the hand rarely gathered together. Each had their own enterprise. Alexandra belonged among the tycoons. Soanda was a warlord from a lawless land. And the gambler was certainly not a school principal. He ran a mercenary company. His sin value was so low because mercenaries rarely resorted to violence. After all, they were in it for the money. The dead can enjoy wealth. Most of their work involved security or catering to the peculiar whims of the rich, so his sins didn't compare to Murakami's. Murakami belonged to the financial elite, but he also had ties to the local Yakuza. As for Soanda, his high sin value was due to his unique role as an agent of chaos in a troubled region. His hands were indeed stained with many lives. But no matter the details, today was a day of harvest. Mason led them into the dungeons of the Whaler, where the demon gazed in horror as tentacles reached down from the top of the cages, probing into their minds and relentlessly extracting their sins. "You're more of a demon than I am," it said to Mason. Mason shot a sidelong glance and replied, "What are you uncomfortable with? Your accommodations? Want to try some of the new tricks here?" The demon, with a distinctly human gesture, raised its hands in surrender. Mason turned away, leaving the scene behind. He didn't care about these matters. He cast one more glance at Billy Russell, who seemed to have retreated into himself completely. Mason could only hope the man would survive until Frank returned. Colonel Scunner, Frank's old commander back in Afghanistan, had long since shed his edge, now appearing more like a silver-haired retiree enjoying peace. At home, he lived alone most of the time. It was already evening. He'd lit the fireplace and planned to enjoy a cup of sweet soup by the warm glow. Frank stood at the colonel's door, an unusual sight. He knocked softly, like a polite and humble student. Quietly, he slipped the crimson bloodthirst elixir into his mouth and listened intently to the sound from within. Footsteps drew closer and closer, echoing through the silence. He lowered his gaze, looking for all the world like a statue lost in thought. Not until Colonel Skinner appeared at the door did he move, and before the colonel could even ask a question, he lunged forward. The colonel's door was sturdy enough, but that all depended on who was trying to break it down. This solitary villa, set far from the city, was quiet, just the way Frank liked it. He hunched his shoulders and slammed hard into the door. Frank's fist crashed through the wood and landed squarely on his former superior's chest. Bones shattered, a rib snapped and pierced the man's insides. But it wasn't enough to kill him, at least, not yet. The colonel had never imagined things would turn out this way. Eyes wide with pain, his mind clouded by agony, he looked up and saw the faces before him. Familiar, or at least once familiar. It was Frank's face, the face he thought should have long since disappeared from this world. Billy Russell really was a useless failure. That was the colonel's first thought, to kill Frank and his family. Billy had personally led the team, even bringing along a few professional killers. Yet the outcome was Billy's arm dislocated and every last hitman wiped out. After their botched attempt, the colonel knew this day would come, unless he could somehow remain forever in the dark. They tried to track down who had saved Frank, but found nothing. Now, gazing up at Frank looming over him, Colonel managed a weak, bitter smile. You never should have come here, Frank. You never should have uncovered those secrets. What difference does it make whose bidding you do? You're just someone's dog, all the same, aren't you? Frank said nothing. He crouched in front of his old commander and spoke coldly. Billy Russell. Who else? Tell me everything, and I'll make it quick. The colonel let out a hollow, rasping laugh, putting on a show of toughness. Frank watched the dark blood ooze from his mouth, the telltale shade of ruptured organs, and replied, I won't let you die so easily. He shoved a pill into the dying man's mouth. Not Mason's miraculous concoction, but a drug designed solely to magnify one's senses. Then Frank began pounding the colonel's face again and again, relentless, each blow echoing in the silent house. The villa was utterly still. Heavy footsteps trailed into the kitchen. Bloody hands twisted the faucet open, and Frank meticulously washed his hands clean. He had finally gotten the answers he wanted. Meanwhile, at that very moment, Wolf and his team had arrived at the colonel's doorstep. With no leads left, Wolf had begun investigating the reason behind Billy Russell's death. As a veteran of Homeland Security, he had plenty of tricks up his sleeve. He'd even dug into the old affairs in Afghanistan, and following that thread, he discovered something that changed everything. He called Rollins to ask for help. After a bout of impotent raging, Rollins finally relented. Back in Afghanistan, the ones smuggling illegal drugs were him, the colonel, a lackey named Bannister, and later Billy Russell, who joined them. But something went wrong back then. Someone in the squad caught sight of what they were doing. In the end, he suspected that Frank from the squad had figured it all out, which is why they sent the team to take Frank out. But the attempt failed. That was Rollins' version of the story. Wolf couldn't say if he believed it or not, but at this moment, what he needed to do was eliminate this relentless specter of vengeance. If his guess was right, this so-called ghost was Frank himself. He'd read Frank's dossier. The man was a true harbinger of death, his record steeped in blood. Frank's skills had been forged in violence. Facing someone like that, Wolf knew he couldn't do it alone. Behind him stood several corrupt cops like himself, along with a squad of fully armed soldiers. These were William's men. In the end, Wolf had broken his own rule about not using his family's power. He'd called in these soldiers as reinforcements. Their mission was simple: take down the vengeful ghost lurking inside this house. As for Rollins, he wouldn't mind if the colonel died. One less person to split the money with. And the colonel was never a loyal dog anyway. In fact, he'd always resisted the role. Wolf felt no particular attachment to the colonel. If he died, so be it. After all, the blacksmith was never just one man. It was many. Infrared confirmed there was just one person inside, hiding in the kitchen. Move, Wolf commanded. This time, Wolf didn't bring his handgun. He could only hit a target with it at 15 meters, and he never wanted to find himself within 50 meters of Frank. Instead, he carried a semi-automatic rifle, as did the rest of his team. They began inching their way into the house. Frank already had his answer. He heard the footsteps outside and swallowed another dose of serum. The toll on his body was immense, but he no longer cared. Gulping down the drug, Frank's body began to swell, almost reaching the ceiling. His muscles bulged with unnatural strength, and under the flickering light, his shadow stretched longer and longer. Two massive horns burst from Frank's head, and his breath carried the sharp tang of sulfur. His indigo skin crawled with writhing veins, and his blood-red eyes now fixed on the colonel's front door. There were no doors left at the colonel's house. The door had been knocked clean off its frame by Frank. Now, nothing stood in the way, and the soldiers hurled tear gas inside. By their nature, they would have preferred to simply blow the place up, ending things swiftly and cleanly with no casualties at all. But Rollins wanted him alive. Even now, he had only one eye, a source of utter humiliation for him. Every time he looked in the mirror, he saw his ruined eye and felt a stabbing pain deep within. That was why he insisted on taking Frank alive. He wanted to torture him, to bring this man back breathing, and make him wish he were dead. The soldiers' concerns were brushed aside. All they'd been told was that they were after an extremely dangerous criminal. But just how dangerous? They had no idea. In their minds, maybe he was some lunatic strapped with explosives or perhaps a tactical genius. But when a monster burst from the house, they realized just how wrong they'd been. Wolf, crouching behind a car with some corrupt cops, stared wide-eyed, his lips moving in a senseless mumble. He didn't even know what he was saying. All he could hear was someone nearby exclaiming, "What the hell?" At that moment, Wolf knew he'd made a grave mistake. He'd been far too naive. His real opponent wasn't Frank. He'd always thought the Demon of Vengeance was just a figure of speech, but now he saw it was all too real. Watching that Demon of Vengeance charge out of the house, Wolf didn't even have the courage to raise his gun and fire a burst. "Let's get out." Now, his nerve had completely deserted him, gazing at the towering Minotaur 3 meters tall. If he was an inch, Wolf jumped in his car and sped away, ignoring the soldiers still fighting their hopeless battle. That thing wasn't something any human could defeat. That was a demon. As Frank watched the vehicle attempt to escape, he let out a furious roar. He might not have been the fastest runner, but his strength was monstrous. He seized a nearby soldier still firing his weapon and hurled him through the air. With a sickening crash, the soldier's body slammed into the windshield of the fleeing car. Wolf lost control, and the vehicle smashed into a roadside tree, the airbags bursting out in a puff. Inside, no one knew if the people were dead or alive. Mason switched on the light. This was an office in Section D. Jessica and Mason sat properly on either side of the desk, both neatly dressed. Mason, entirely satisfied, poured himself a glass of milk, scooping up the last bits of fruit cereal until the bowl was spotless. Looking at Jessica, he said, "Are you sure you want to live here? This is an asylum. Everyone locked up in here is insane." Jessica Jones, sitting across from him, looked resolute as she said to Mason, "Yes, I want to stay here." Mason's smile turned sly and calculating. With a casual wave of his hand, he produced a bill and said, "Well, if that's the case, let's take a look at your invoice. It's all a flat rate, honest and fair for everyone." Jessica's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the numbers. She read them over again, just to be sure she hadn't made a mistake, then cried out, You're robbing me blind." She had earned a bit of money working as a private investigator lately, but compared to these medical expenses, her savings were a mere drop in the bucket. Jessica even thought that selling herself wouldn't be enough to cover the cost here. She glanced at Mason. Once she might have admired that handsome face, but now she was certain. This pale-skinned fellow must be a vampire from the stories. Yes, that had to be it. He was a bloodsucker through and through. Watching Jessica scowl and fret, Mason looked on with satisfaction. He hadn't deceived her. The prices at the sanatorium were indeed just as high as stated. When he'd taken in those small-time thugs from Hell's Kitchen, that had been charity, as far as Mason was concerned. But a man has to make a living, and Mason had no intention of running a free asylum anymore. He knew perfectly well Jessica couldn't afford these fees, and truth be told, he never expected her pay. He just wanted to open a window, so he told people he was locking the door. If they refused to open the door, then opening a window didn't seem so difficult anymore. This kind of psychology isn't unique to China. In fact, it works everywhere. If you don't have money, there are ways to deal with that too, Mason said, his tone free of any disappointment. He produced a pamphlet, much like a brochure, and handed it to Jessica. "Our pricing isn't arbitrary. Look closely at every itemized charge. Each one is fair and reasonable. If you find anything unreasonable, you can bring it up with me." Jessica furrowed her brow. She felt she was at a disadvantage for not being educated. Every term on the list, from the environment to medical procedures, was described in technical jargon. To put it plainly, this so-called professional language was crafted to make everything sound incomprehensible. Forget Jessica. Even Mason himself would frown reading these terms. He didn't understand them either, but that didn't matter. As long as he kept quiet, no one would suspect he didn't know. He was the boss. No one dared to question him. Any client's questions would naturally be answered by the professionals. Mason sat in the chair with his fingers interlaced. Jessica Jones strained to decipher what was written on the piece of paper Mason had handed her, but after giving it her best effort, she gave up. Her head throbbed with pain. She couldn't make heads or tails of the treatment plan on the page. Setting the paper aside, she looked at Mason in utter despair. Mason seemed completely oblivious. Without warning, he produced a packet of instant coffee from somewhere, hesitated for a moment, but then went ahead and made the coffee, passing the steaming cup to Jessica Jones. "So, ma'am, may I ask you a rather direct question? Are you hoping for a complete cure of your post-traumatic stress disorder, or are you just looking for temporary relief?" Of course, Jessica Jones wanted to be cured for good, but her lips only trembled without uttering the words. She realized that in front of this vampire, everything came down to money, money, and more money. This devilish man possessed an almost enchanting confidence, as if with enough cash he could accomplish anything. The problem was she didn't have any money. Illness had her in its grip, but the gravest illness of all was poverty. At this point, she thought perhaps suppressing her symptoms for a while would be better than holding out for a cure. What's the difference between the two? Jessica Jones managed to ask, though she already suspected the answer. Looking at her, Mason gave an expression that said, "Just as I thought," and replied, "Very well, Miss Jessica, I think I understand. And that's perfectly all right. I have here an employment contract for you to look over." As if he'd been waiting for this moment, Mason pulled a standard contract out from his jacket and handed it to her. "Take a look at this agreement." Jessica Jones was momentarily bewildered as she took the contract. It was a caregiver contract requiring her to work here as a caretaker for 10 years. The rest was just minor details, which she didn't bother to read. She fixed her gaze on Mason and asked, "What does this mean?" "It's a way to ease your suffering," Mason said, getting straight to the point. "If you look, you'll see I'm offering a rate well above the average for caregivers. I don't need you to go out and hunt people for me. All you need to do is help look after the patients here, make sure they don't get out and hurt anyone. You'll stay here, and the sacred music of the chapel will soothe your mind. Of course, you can refuse and try to save up more money. When you're ready, I'll design a better treatment plan for you. Or if you'd rather, you can pitch a small tent beside the sanatorium. I wouldn't object to that either." Mason placed the contract and a pen in front of her, then stepped outside for some fresh air he'd already cut off for the triad's fingers, and now it seemed the last one's time was almost up. He stood quietly in the courtyard waiting for Alexandra to arrive. His way of dealing with her was never violent. There was simply no need. Alexandra's consortium was not a dictatorship ruled by her alone. In fact, there were quite a few who wished to see this iron-willed woman vanish from the scene. She was formidable, too domineering for most people's liking. Yet as long as she stood before the consortium, no one dared utter a word of dissent. Over all these years as the leader of the syndicate, her presence was so imposing that anyone bold enough to challenge her was swiftly removed. Even the loyal hound she'd raised from scratch, once set back on their feet, could one day turn against her, but as long as she lived, no one dared to make a move. However, once she was gone, money would stir desire in people's hearts. In the face of the immense fortune she left behind, no one would care whether she lived or died. This time, to bring down this powerful woman, Mason had deployed a little wolf dog. His identity and every detail about him had been carefully arranged by the Clausewitz family. All this young man had to do was forget everything else and fall in love with Alexandra, playing the role of the obedient, affectionate companion. Now the time had come for him to act. The gates of the sanatorium swung open. Among the echoes of crime and punishment, the last team emerged from within, and behind them walked Alexandra, her hands bound. "You," she said. Of course, she recognized Mason. Ever since he'd captured Madame Gao, she'd begun investigating him. The reason she hadn't suspected the man in her bed was because, even before anything happened, he had already been her favorite little wolf dog. He was loyal, unaffiliated with any outside power. She had even used ninja techniques to hypnotize her confidant. Yet nothing ever seemed amiss. But now the man she trusted so completely had betrayed her, right in front of her subordinates. These people had descended like a storm and slaughtered everyone under her command. "You planned to move against us from the very beginning. Why?" she demanded. She had known since then that Mason had set his sights on her. But why? Mason looked at her with genuine regret. "Because I want to." Live, Alexandra stared at Mason in confusion. He met her gaze and said, "Enough. I know you don't understand. Just rest easy and go. Your consortium will find someone to take over." Watching Alexandra being led away, Mason took out his phone and called old Clausewitz on the other. And the voice was filled with displeasure and vexation, coldly asking, "What's gone wrong now?" "It's good news. I've captured Alexandra. Her company is yours now. Your people in hiding finally proved useful, stationing people at Alexandra's side and brainwashing those around her. Those were things Mason could never have accomplished. In truth, all of this was thanks to old Clausewitz's handiwork. Mason was now willing to let his cheap father reap the rewards because he knew, one day, all of this would be his. The Hydra will ultimately vanish into the dust of history. Their guiding principle was flawed from the very beginning. The hive leader they yearned to welcome back was nothing more than a biological weapon engineered by the Kree. Even if they did succeed in bringing him back, he would never help Hydra rule the world. And with the way Midgard, Earth, keeps producing ever more bizarre threats, his return would likely make little difference. The future must be claimed by one's own hands. Right now, he needed Sin points. He needed to dismantle Hydra before the plotline of Captain America 2 began. Fish tank, rippling water. A mantra recited softly. Sin maintained. Mason moved through the familiar motions of the program. But when the rising white mist finally Condensed into a number, it was one he hadn't anticipated. 3,500. Mason stood there, unmoving for a long time at him. Gao, who'd been involved in illegal drugs and assassination for years, had only racked up 1,500. The mercenary kingpin Bakuto had. Even less than she did. Yet the woman before him, Alexandra, who wore the gentlest, most benevolent face of them all, had the highest sin. Points. Greater than even warlords who'd slaughtered entire villages. What exactly had she done? Mason seized her and led her down to the dungeon. Within the dungeon, aside from Madame Gao, the rest of the Hands leaders were already gathered. They had come here for the dragon. Bones rumored to be hidden in Hell's Kitchen, New York, but this time, those bones had eluded their grasp. They had all been defeated. All the remaining fingers, now drained of their sin points, sat cross-legged in their cells. Utterly motionless, they had turned to statues after absorbing their sin. Mason had transformed them into sculptures. Tier 1 statues, each emanating a fear aura that covered just 25 square meters. But that would be more than enough for Alexandra. She followed Mason into the dungeon of the Whalers. With every step, her expression grew more fearful. When she finally saw her 3 old companions, now transfigured into stone, her eyes went wide with horror. Her mouth opened in a silent scream. She couldn't make a sound. Mason didn't even look back. He simply reached out a hand. A surge of psychic power pinned her still. She was unable to utter a single word. He arranged the 3 statues together, then, with a wave of his hand, hurled Alexandra into the cell with invisible force. Mason gazed at her and activated the fear auras around the 3 Whaler statues. Then for the first time, he unleashed the ability. Confession of the Whalers, forcing her to relive over and over the scene she most dreaded to face. A dual assault. He meant to shatter Alexandra's soul, to uncover what she had done to amass such a staggering sin point total as the confession of the Whalers took hold in the dungeon. Even the lesser demons who weren't directly targeted found themselves instinctively shrinking into the corners, a creeping chill seeping into their bones. What a rare and precious sensation this was. In his own dimensional plane, deadly lava and sulfur compounds were everywhere, elements that the demon lords of that realm seemed to relish. Yet, as a demon himself, he did not share their taste. He never imagined that after finally making his way to the middle court, he would encounter someone as terrifying as a dimensional demon god. To him, regardless of any difference in power between this person and a demon god, it made no difference. Both were beings whose wrath would condemn him to a fate worse than death should he provoke them. Mason stood outside the prison, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Alexandra. Hours slipped by. Only after 3 hours had passed did she finally break down, curling up on the ground like a newborn child. Countless tendrils absorbed her sins, and when dawn broke, the 5 great leaders of the syndicate were finally gathered together. They were transformed into statues and placed in Mason's office at the asylum. Rising to his feet once more, Mason went in search of Jessica. He found her, sprawled across a desk, sleeping soundly. It was the first peaceful slumber she'd known since escaping the Purple Man. No nightmares, no helpless despair to jolt her awake. Mason did not disturb her. Instead, he made his way to the rooftop, grabbed a small stool, and sat down beneath the open sky. The sunlight warmed his skin, and he found the sensation surprisingly pleasant. He absent-mindedly unlocked his phone and pressed a button, bringing up the day's top headline. Breaking news. Tony Stark, arms magnate and head of Stark Industries, missing after a plane crash over Afghanistan. At that very moment, this news swept across America. Televisions in countless homes broadcast the story. Stark Industries was one of the nation's premier arms manufacturers. At its level, every action of its leader, Tony Stark, was closely watched by millions. His disappearance sent shockwaves everywhere. Now that he was gone, the CIA, the military, the Pentagon, and other tycoons, as well as shadowy factions beneath the surface, Hydras, HLD, all mobilized to search for him. Dead or alive, they were determined to find Tony Stark. The news played on a television in Kingpin's restaurant as well. Upon hearing the broadcast, Kingpin's knife and fork froze midway through slicing his steak. The man sitting across from him paused as well, finishing his bite of Mexican wrap before lifting a glass and taking a slow sip. The man dining with Kingpin was bald as well, but his bald head was distinctive. A tattoo of a dartboard marked his forehead. He was Kingpin's top assassin, known as Bullseye. Though he possessed no superpowers, he relied on his extraordinary natural talent. He could turn anything into a deadly projectile, be it the cutlery on the table, the single peanut, or a small piece of broccoli. Any of these could become instruments of death. In his hands, after swallowing his mouthful of food with a sip of water, he spoke up, "The person you wanted me to take care of is already gone. 300,000. No debts, no tabs. So, who's the next target?" Compared to the obedient James Wesley, Bullseye was almost rebellious, but Kingpin didn't mind. He had a high tolerance for capable people. His relationship with Bullseye was unusual. He paid, Bullseye killed. Yet, during his downtime, Bullseye would sometimes seek out his own jobs. Kingpin knew this, but he didn't care. He handed a photograph to Bullseye and said, "The reason I called you here today is to take out someone, Mason Clausewitz. Do this, and 2 million is yours. 2 million, huh?" Bullseye stared at the photo and pulled out his phone, tapping away for a moment before replying, "No problem. You'll hear good news from me soon." For a second-generation rich kid, this price was reasonable. Bullseye had already looked into it. The Clausewitz family business did not list young Clausewitz as a shareholder. Bullseye was a hitman with principles. For a simple rich kid with a few assets, 2 million was neither high nor low. Since Kingpin was an old client, taking a small loss didn't matter. Soon someone would deliver the necessary details to him. With Kingpin's information combined with his own research, once he'd located the target, he'd be ready to strike. Watching Bullseye walk out the door, Kingpin's face remained expressionless, yet a heavy sense of oppression pressed down on him. Hell's Kitchen had become a whirlwind of trouble lately. With a surge of vigilantes torching many of his enterprises, the pressure was mounting. He swallowed his last bite of food, knowing he could no longer tolerate this. These pests lurking in the shadows had become too much of a nuisance. One way or another, he would have to exterminate them, even if it meant resorting to violence. Starks disappeared. The story is picking up speed now. Mason sat on the rooftop, gazing down at the nurses coming and going, as well as the privileged youths out for a stroll. Ever since the demon had been exorcised from his body, he was actually fit for discharge. Yet neither Mason nor his parents truly wished for him to leave the hospital. In Mason's eyes, it was the demon who had committed the murders. In the demon's eyes, Mason was nothing more than a vessel. To the other rich kids, Mason too was just another victim. But in the eyes of everyone else, he was a killer who took pleasure in murder. A despicable man who deserved to spend the rest of his life behind bars. Among those people was his own father. His father, a textile tycoon, didn't lack for money. Saving his son's life was already the limit of what he was willing to do. As for getting him out of prison, that was absolutely out of the question. In his father's view, his son was now nothing but trouble, a stain on the family's reputation. Better to let him stay locked up. After all, he wouldn't even miss the money spent on his upkeep. As long as Mason treated him decently and the cost was worth it, that was enough. He also saw a ward, even with a major event like Stark's disappearance. HILD would never mobilize all its forces. This world was anything but peaceful while Stark was missing. Other things were happening as well. The world was constantly changing, growing more and more dangerous. Take Peter Parker, for example, who was now lying in pain at home. Earlier today, he had gone to visit the Oscorp Tower, home of his good friend Harry Osborn. Peter and Harry were close friends, and Harry was the only son of Norman Osborn, the head of Oscorp, a company that stood at the forefront of biotechnology. In this field, Oscorp was considered an industry giant. Norman Osborn watched the group of students enter the building with a complex expression. He had sent his own assistant to guide these high school kids around the facility. His gaze was troubled because he had spotted Peter Parker among the crowd. Norman knew Peter's parents. They had once been the most promising researchers. Under his command, he had entrusted them with everything, his fortune, even his life. And how had they repaid him when their research finally bore fruit? They abandoned their child and vanished without a trace. That research was supposed to be the miracle cure for him. And Harry, the Osborn family carried a genetic defect. By their 40s, or sometimes much earlier, madness and death would inevitably follow. Peter's parents had been his confidants, his last hope. They had used his funding, his equipment, and just when they were on the verge of a breakthrough, they disappeared. In those days, Norman's rage nearly consumed him. He even considered ending Peter Parker's life, despite the boy's innocence. But after shattering everything in his office that could be broken, he slumped down in defeat. Some scrap of humanity still lingered in him. He couldn't bring himself to do something so cruel. The urge to take it out on the child passed, and as the years went by, he hired countless brilliant graduates and poached experienced scientists, pouring resources into research after research. Yet progress remained elusive. He had been standing above, gazing down at the group, when a sudden surge of restlessness and anger swept over him. A sharp reminder that it was time to take his medication. He fished a vial of medicine out of his own coat pocket and swallowed it down, no longer paying attention to his surroundings. These past few days, he kept feeling as if something unseen was watching him from the shadows, whispering incessantly in his ear. Yet every time he tried to listen closely, he heard nothing at all. He felt himself teetering on the edge of madness, and feared that one morning he might just wake up and find he had finally lost his mind. He even considered scheduling an appointment with a psychiatrist, but he couldn't afford to collapse. Not now. If he fell, young Harry would be left alone to face that pack of wolves in the boardroom. Those old men were just like the ancient Roman senators, each one convinced he deserved to be emperor more than Caesar himself. Norman Osborn had originally thought that with his assistant leading the team, nothing could go wrong, but he never imagined that Peter Parker's parents would be even more unhinged than he had suspected. They had completed their research and left the fruit of their work right here in Oscorp Industries, locked away, waiting for their son, Peter Parker, to claim it. Peter Parker had never expected to receive such an inheritance. Now he lay writhing in pain at home. Even though Aunt May was out, he didn't dare make a sound. The process of genetic recombination was excruciating, but fortunately, Peter's mind managed to shut off the source of his agony, plunging him into unconsciousness. At that very moment, Attorney Matt encountered a familiar figure. As the door swung open, the first thing he heard was the tapping of a blind man's cane against the floor, followed by a voice he knew all too well. This was the voice that had taught him how to fight, the voice that had guided him to become Daredevil after their training had ended. This man had always vanished without a word, ignoring all of Matt's pleas for him to stay. Why had he returned now? The hand? The dragon bones? Matt sat with the old man in a quiet fast food restaurant. It wasn't mealtime, so the place was nearly empty. Luckily, the house-cured pastrami sandwiches here were still decent. Matt had always had a healthy appetite. A cup of coffee and a sandwich sat before him as he looked at the old stick-wielder who hadn't touched a thing and asked him why he had come. When it came to the hand, Matt figured he might not need to intervene this time. The night before, he had raided an underground factory and overheard a heated argument inside. The ringleader, someone called Zhou Chung, seemed intent on leaving, but someone else stopped him. The person blocking his path declared that they were already rescuing people. Madame Gao would return safely. After taking care of those men, Matt planned to tell Mason, although he still found Mason's behavior suspicious and couldn't shake the feeling that he wasn't exactly a good guy, but he hadn't found any evidence of Mason's wrongdoing. And besides, Mason was not an unreasonable man. He decided he must go and see Mason first. However, when he arrived at the gates of the asylum, he was surprised to find the entire place calm and peaceful, as if nothing had happened at all. He made no attempt to enter, especially after he saw Erica leading a small team inside, carrying someone who was still breathing. That made him even less inclined to act rashly. The door remained ajar after they went in, but what took him by surprise was that he heard Mason's voice, clear as if it were coming from the chirping of a cricket nearby. To this day, he still doesn't understand why. He heard Mason say to him, "Leave now. The hand is no more. Hell's Kitchen still teems with greater evils. Those innocent people need you." As he recalled that night's events, he found himself lost in thought. The old man with the cane noticed his distraction and tapped his foot gently with the cane, asking, "Is there something you know?" Matt furrowed his brow and looked at the old man, replying, "The hand. It may truly be gone." As for the fate of the hand, Mason didn't care much. He had already sent people out to gather up the remnants. What mattered now was deciding his own path, right there in his office. He held in his hands a cup of some indeterminate herbal brew. Before him lay the hefty volume of Asterisk in Introduction to Occult Studies Asterisk. At last, Mason had time to settle down and study. Jessica's contract was right at hand. She had decided to stay and become an excellent caregiver. As for everything else, Mason wasn't planning to get involved. His knowledge of the occult was still only at the beginner's level. He could build structures as he pleased, but for now, knowledge had to be learned slowly, one page at a time. His finger traced the dense, cryptic lines of text, sometimes pausing to savor a phrase before moving on. He picked up a pencil and a blank sheet of paper, jotting down notes and sketches, mapping out the road ahead. It was clear to him that the basic spells among the 300 simple enchantments he knew would no longer suffice against future enemies. Choosing what to learn next had become crucial. Mason slowly closed the book and paced the room with his hands clasped behind his back. When a knock sounded at the door, he opened it without surprise. And there stood Frank. Frank's blood had been washed away, but the madness in his eyes could not be concealed. As expected, Mason handed him a glass of water, into which he mixed a calming remedy. Frank drank it down in one gulp. This time, he hadn't brought back any prisoners. Mason glanced behind Frank, checking to see if anyone had followed, but found no one. After Frank drank the potion, Mason dragged him into the office and let him fall into a deep sleep. Then let it be alchemy. After all, there will be more subordinates in the future, and it seems that from here on out, they'll be the ones taking action. Mason set his sights on introductory-level alchemy. Alchemy came with an introduction to alchemy, priced at 5,000 sin points. Alongside this, there were various branches of alchemy: transformation alchemy, enhancement alchemy, life alchemy, and specialized studies like elven troll and dragon alchemy. The dense, sprawling classifications were enough to make his head spin, and these were only the books priced at 5,000 sin points higher up the ladder. It was as if an entire library had been transported here. So, which kind of potion would offer the greatest boost to his warriors with the least side effects? Would it be a transformation potion, an enhancement formula, or perhaps something from life or elven alchemy? Dragon potion seemed promising too. Fortunately, not every alchemical tome required purchase just to be read. At least the introductions and tables of contents could be browsed in advance. After carefully poring over these prefaces and indexes, Mason finally found Dragon Alchemy. There was always a certain ruggedness to Dragon Alchemy. Mason opened his character panel. ID: Mason Clausewitz. Sin points: 96, 20 strength, 20, starting from 5, spirit, 20, starting from 5, agility, 20, starting from 5, constitution, 20, starting from 5, already redeemed. Introduction to Occultism, 300 practical witchcrafts building list. Hidden: the 5 fingers of the Hand Society still hadn't earned him 10,000 sin points. A book cost 5,000 each, leaving him with 4,000 sin points, just enough to build an arrow tower. Mason redeemed Dragon Alchemy. More than a dozen hefty tomes, thicker than even the introduction to Occultism, shimmered from ethereal light into solid form and settled lightly on the table. He found the volume marked 1. The first book of Dragon Alchemy. He had chosen Dragon Alchemy because dragon magic was rough and pragmatic. Although labeled as alchemy, it encompassed much more beyond potions. Most importantly, within the table of contents he had discovered the body-tempering elixir. This was a formula dragons reserved for their newborns, those who were malnourished, frail, and unlikely to survive. As powerful magical beings, dragons had highly advanced magical sciences, not just alchemy, but also dragon occult studies, dragon automaton, crafts, and dragon sigil arts. The Dragon Alchemy collection Mason redeemed had all its formulas refined and adapted by the system. He suspected the 5,000 sin points were little more than a translation and adaptation fee for the system's trouble. The rest of the knowledge might as well have been free. Mason opened the first chapter of Alchemy. At first, the pages were filled with incomprehensible symbols, but as he turned them, Mason kept an eye on the time. After about 15 minutes, the first chapter finally transformed into readable text. All the ingredients used now are the same as those in the central courtyard. The only difference is that before using them, he must undergo a series of elaborate preparations and rituals. Compared to the introduction to mysticism, this book is even more challenging to read. He read slowly, and as he did, many small objects around him began to float uncontrollably. In his mind, dragons were roaring everywhere, a deafening uproar. With no one else present, Mason's head throbbed and swelled, visibly distorting as if pulled by unseen forces. Fortunately, his attributes in the 4 dimensions were high enough to keep him safe for the moment. The book itself was thick, more than 10 volumes, but Mason had read only a dozen pages of the first before nausea overtook him. There are limits to what a person can endure, he muttered as he closed the book. As the covers shut, the volumes dissolved into glowing firefly-like motes that drifted away. Mason began to meditate, using a method described in the introduction to mysticism. With a 20-point boost to his spirit, his recovery was swift. Half an hour later, he opened his eyes, left a note, and departed the office. Only Mason knew the location where he prepared his materials. All the ingredients for the body tempering potion were there, though they needed to be transformed. A slow and meticulous task. While Mason hurried to brew the potion, a visitor finally arrived at the hospital under his name. More precisely, a doctor was making a house call to the imposing Osborne family mansion. Meanwhile, outside the colonel's residence, Wolf's corpse was mutilated beyond recognition. Madani and her colleagues stood in stunned silence, overwhelmed by nausea at the bloody scene. His head had been smashed to pieces, making it impossible to tell he had ever been a person. The same fate had befallen those inside the house. Traces of a struggle could still be seen outside, but strangely, those marks had been cleaned up there. Should have been more bodies outside. Yet inexplicably, all the corpses had been removed. No one knew who was behind these atrocities but Madani. Sensed that things were far from simple. She had her own channels and continued to track every lead. She found Frank, found Billy Russo, and located the rest of Frank's old comrades. Of course, she knew who had died here. Frank's commanding officer. Why? She whispered, unable to find the right words, but anger smoldered within her. What did the killer want? Did he intend to wipe out everyone who had been in Kandahar? No matter how she tried to reason it out, the person determined to kill them all was now calmly seated, watching Mason pour the potion into a large pool of water. Once a swimming pool, it now brimmed with a blood-red liquid, the deadly cold-blooded Special Ops Squad, so fierce in battle. Now, huddled at the pool's edge like a flock of startled quails, unwilling to enter the crimson water, Mason looked at them, clapped his hands in satisfaction, and said, "Since none of you are willing to get in, I'll do it myself. Down you go," with a swift kick to each hesitant soldier's backside. He sent them all tumbling harshly into the swimming pool. Ignoring their cries and protests, Mason grabbed a small stool, set it down at the side, and sat down to watch. Frank stood up, took off his clothes, and declared, "I'll get in on my own." The strength of this body-tempering potion was formidable. After all, even a young dragon is still a dragon. Mason noticed that even using just 1/30th of the potion's full potency was still a bit too much for humans. He watched as these men began to spit fire from their throats, scales sprouting beneath their skin, and even their breath carried the acrid scent of sulfur. They looked for all the world like dragon knights. Frank was handling it somewhat better. Mason's potion, after all, was of blue rare quality. In truth, in the entire field of draconic alchemy, as long as the potion wasn't a defective batch, it would always be blue rare. This was the crucial difference between draconic alchemy and the 300 practical witchcraft recipes. Blue rare potions naturally had fewer side effects, at least for now. Everyone retained their sanity. Mason was counting the seconds, timing each person's immersion down to the last detail. He knew the faces of every person under his command, their family backgrounds, birthdays, and life's major events, all committed to memory. When the time was up, he hauled each of them out in turn and hosed them down until the dragon scales and other strange effects finally faded away. "All right, that's enough. Go train. Get used to your new strength. All of you move." After sending everyone off, Mason waited another 3 minutes before calling Frank out. He washed Frank off thoroughly, and Frank sat down heavily on the ground. Looking at his slowly healing wounds, he remarked, "Did you use a different potion this time? I really like this one." Mason looked at him and replied, "This batch was a bit stronger. By the way, how many did you take out this time?" "Too many. I've lost count." Frank sat there then added, "The Colonel's dead. Along with a few Homeland Security agents, they were lying in wait for me behind the Colonel. Here are their badges. Who brings their IDs when they're out doing dirty work?" Mason glanced at the credentials, still finding these people unfathomable. He closed the badge case just as his radio crackled to life. After hanging up, he turned to Frank and said, "Matt's here, and he's got an old blind man with him. Must be the Stick Elder." The Stick Elder? Frank was clearly unfamiliar with the Old Stick. Mason explained as they walked. The Old Stick's origins are tied to the Hand. Nowadays, the main leaders of the Hand all come from the ancient holy land of Kunlun. The difference is the Hand worships the beast, while the sect Old Stick belongs to, the True Purity Society, shares the same founder as the Hand. But later, the founder of the Hand felt things had gone astray. So he left and established the True Purity Society. Old Stick is now the leader of that society. As for the beast's true power, Mason had no idea. He still didn't know what kind of world he truly lived in. And in different worlds, the beast's abilities could be vastly different. In some cases, it was just a demon. In others, it was a demon lord on par with Mephisto and his ilk. The former was easy enough to handle. Even the latter wasn't a problem. In the short term, Mason could deal with the lesser demons himself, but when it came to the greater ones, that was a job for those skilled in the mystical arts. The Sorcerer Supreme was no pushover for the peace of the 9 realms if anyone dared to make trouble. Even the All-Father, who'd supposedly retired, would step in. The current peace in the 9 realms wasn't negotiated, it was won in battle. Odin built his rule on blood and ruin, and to secure his power, he even crushed his own eldest daughter. Even Thor's famous hammer, Mjolnir, was actually his sister's hand-me-down. Both Valhalla and the goddess of death Hela now lay buried in the dust of history, rarely spoken of. Even if Odin had softened into a kind father, Mason wasn't sure the old man couldn't still lift Gungnir if he had to. After all, Odin wasn't dead yet. As for the cosmic games Thanos would play in the future, Odin had already played them and moved on. So even if the sky fell, there'd always be someone tall enough to hold it up. Why should Mason worry? Lost in thought, Mason soon reached area at the most comfortable section of the entire asylum. He dropped himself into a sofa Right across from Matt and the old stick, the two blind men sat facing him steady and calm. Mason looked at them and said, Matt, I didn't expect to run into you here. And this gentleman, may I ask who he is? Your uncle, perhaps? Are you here to inspect our facility? Our care isn't bad. You know, we're old acquaintances, Matt, so if your uncle wants to stay, I can give you both a discount. Matt remained silent. It was the old stick who spoke slowly. I hear Erica is here as well. That's right, Mason replied, spreading his hands. But she's not an orderly. You can't request her specifically to care for you. The old stick frowned at Mason's lazy tone. Do you realize she's an extremely dangerous person? I do, Mason replied easily. So are you really not considering my suggestion? This place is more than just an asylum. You know, it's a pretty good retreat, too. Mason looked at the other man with sincere eyes. Even though the other might not have noticed it, the old man with the cane continued to speak slowly. What about Madam Gouf in the hand? Is she here too? She left after I treated her injuries, Mason replied. Mason knew all too well what kind of temper the old man had. Proud and straightforward, never mincing his words, the old man said to Mason, You're still too young. You don't understand the stakes in all of this. Hand the members of the hand over to us now, and we'll deal with them properly. Mason looked at them and sighed. Since you have no intention of staying at the sanatorium, so be it, but you're welcome to stay for lunch. Our staff meals at noon are free. By the way, Mr. Murdoch, did this gentleman tell you that your father was also killed by Kingpin? Having said this, Mason turned to leave, but the old man wasn't about to let it go. He could sense that Mason wasn't telling the truth. His cane darted toward Mason's throat like a venomous snake. As a martial arts master, his speed and timing were flawless. At such close range, his move was even faster than most people could draw a gun. Unfortunately for him, he was up against Mason, who played by no one's rules. Matt could tell that even his own senses couldn't keep up with Mason's speed. Frank, standing nearby, was just as stunned. They saw the cane shatter into pieces and fall to the floor, and then the old man's limbs were struck at odd angles, dislocating with a sickening crack. It was clear Mason had held back. He hadn't killed the old man with a single blow, which meant he wasn't out for blood. Just pop his limbs back in when you get home. I'm doing you a favor here, Mr. Murdoch, Mason said, tossing the old man aside as casually as if he were taking out the trash. Mason had never been known for his patience, especially not with people who suddenly tried to attack him. The only reason he didn't kill him was out of respect for Matt, or rather mostly because he didn't want bloodstains on his carpet. After all, killing the old man would mean he'd have to kill Matt too. And what would be the point of that? It wouldn't earn him any evil points, nor would it improve his mood. Killing without reason was evil in itself. He tapped the old man lightly, and making a show of invoking the names of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, said, Mr. Murdoch, I know you've hit a wall in your investigation. We have some information here that might be useful to you. And by the way, I really didn't shatter the old man's limbs. You can set them right? Matt looked at Mason. He wanted to call him a monster, but thought better of it, swallowing the words before they escaped. There was no need to provoke Mason here. His fighting skills had all been taught by the old man, even if age had worn him down over the years. Yet his skills had grown ever more seasoned and refined. That last move, if he hadn't been prepared in advance, Matt was certain even he couldn't have withstood it. But Mason not only blocked the attack, he managed to bring down the old man with the staff. Matt knew the man standing beside Mason was formidable, but he'd never realized Mason himself possessed such strength. The old man seemed to want to speak, his mouth open in vain, but it was as if an invisible pair of hands had clamped over his lips, silencing him completely. Not a single word could escape. After Matt had seen the old man off, Mason stood at the doorway and said, Take the next few days to get used to your new strength. We still have important work ahead of us. Frank didn't say a word. He was here to get things done, not to ask questions. Now Mason's attention shifted to someone else. Rollins, he was also quietly infiltrating old Clausewitz's circle, searching for any trace of Whitehall. Mason gazed at the evidence he'd gathered, rubbing his fingers together, and murmured, What we need now is a Snowden, someone to uncover wounds that were never meant to be exposed. The Snowden he spoke of was, at that very moment, sitting at home, lost in thought. Madani was someone who had never encountered true danger. The comfort of her upbringing had shielded her from the storms of the world's darker side. She was still so young, yet now found herself in the midst of a raging tempest. What struck her even more deeply was Wolf's death, a warning that life could be unimaginably fragile. That night, she sat alone in her bedroom, the lights off, arms wrapped around herself as she crouched on the floor. Her mind was haunted by images of the fallen wolf and the colonel. She could never have imagined that life was so delicate, nor that someone she'd spoken to just days before, her own superior, could vanish so abruptly from her world. Just then, her phone suddenly chimed. It was a text message. Tomorrow at 4 in the afternoon, the location, an abandoned factory on the outskirts of New York. At the end of the message, it read, I can tell you everything that happened in Kandahar. She sprang to her feet. The word Kandahar hitting her nerves again and again. She felt certain that everything unfolding now had its roots in that place. She thought about tracing the number, but in the end her hand fell limply and the phone slipped from her grasp. She was exhausted. She decided she would go to the meeting tomorrow, even if it turned out to be a trap, but she was not the only one struggling to believe what was happening. There was someone else whose job made her even more of a Snowden than Madani. Sky, sitting in her car. Sky clapped a hand over her mouth in shock. She hadn't been able to uncover anything about Operation Hellhound, aside from the soldiers and Orange agents involved at the time. There was not a shred of written evidence that Operation had ever existed. She couldn't find any information. Yet somehow, she stumbled upon Kandahar. However, she didn't find anything about the deceased Madani's contact. Instead, she uncovered something else. At first glance, each incident seemed isolated, just a handful of stray events. But when she started connecting these dots, a terrifying conclusion began to take shape. Someone's trafficking illegal drugs across borders. Sky pushed her keyboard away, her vision dimming as if the world itself had turned gray. She hadn't expected that what Mason told her would be a bottomless pit. One with no end in sight. Fear crept in. Her fingers trembled as they hovered above the keys. She knew this was huge. So huge it could cost her life. Worse yet, she realized she was being tracked. The person tailing her was no amateur. One by one, her proxy servers were being discovered and traced. She grabbed the keyboard again, plunging herself into a grueling battle of wits. But on the other side, the CIA's top minds weren't sitting idle, earning their pay for nothing. With vast resources at their disposal, they launched a relentless counter-tracking operation. Standing behind his team, Rollins was in a foul mood. He'd already lost enough people, yet their target was still at large. Fury surged within him. He wanted to smash Frank's skull, gouge out his eyes. But even as rage clouded his mind, it never overcame his reason. Frank couldn't have pulled this off alone. There had to be someone else helping him. He ordered his people to comb the web for signs of an accomplice. And that was when Sky, by the worst luck, walked straight into their trap. They kept closing and triangulating her location again and again. Meanwhile, field agents were already preparing to move in. As soon as they got a lock, they would strike without hesitation. Hands trembling, Sky clutched her laptop to her chest and fled. The rest of her gear had to be left behind. There was no time to gather anything else. The only thing she could take now was the laptop in her arms. Inside, files were self-erasing one after another. When the process finished, the devices would destroy themselves. Painful, yes, it was a huge loss, but she had no choice. If she hesitated even a moment longer, she might never get away. But where should she go now? Confusion clouded her mind. Then, strangely enough, Mason's voice suddenly echoed by her ear, his silhouette flickering in her thoughts. Sky's investigation might spell trouble for Mason. But right now, trouble was the last thing Mason feared. At this moment, a chalkboard in front of him was covered with pinned photographs. All of the same man. The man in the photo was Asian, with a kindly, benevolent face. He truly did work in charity. He ran a homeless shelter, gathering in anyone who needed refuge. This is Mr. Negative, the kingpin of New York's underworld and the archenemy of Hammerhead. His name is Martin Lee. Of course, that's the name he goes by now. As for his old name, not even he mentions it, and no one dares to ask within the criminal underground. Mr. Negative possesses a rare and admirable virtue. He keeps to his own affairs and never stirs up trouble without cause, at least as long as Hammerhead and his men from the Magia don't show up in front of him. After all, back in the day, Hammerhead got his hands on the unfortunate Mr. Negative and subjected him to a series of bio-experiments. He became two people, two souls inhabiting a single body, with powers as strange as they are fearsome. Mason calls his power polarity inversion. He can turn a good man into a villain, or a villain into a good man. In comics and games, his opponent is the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. There's no question Spider-Man is a true hero, but what Mr. Negative enjoys most is corrupting the good, twisting virtue into vice. Mason has studied Mr. Negative's methods and discovered they are indeed formidable, almost unfair, but also limited. He can only reverse someone's nature once, and his power, though potent, can be broken by other means, at least for someone like Peter Parker, who may look down on his luck, but is really just approachable by nature. Figuring out how to break this effect is hardly a challenge with enough wit. Of course, for Mason, it's even less of a problem. There are plenty of ways to take down Mr. Negative. The only reason he's survived this long is because of people like Spider-Man, who refuse to kill their enemies and prefer to leave them for the police. Had he crossed paths with someone like Frank backed by vast resources and ruthlessness, his fate would have been sealed long ago. Yet Mr. Negative isn't purely evil. He has always been two men. One Inch, the entrepreneur and philanthropist Martin Lee, the other, the sinister Mr. Negative, whom Mason is determined to bring down. Mr. Negative knows he's being watched. In fact, from the moment Mason began rounding up street thugs, he was already on alert. Hammerhead once tried to unite New York's criminal factions, but Mr. Negative is a man of principle. His one rule is simple. Hammerhead and his Magia men are not to appear before him. If they do, he'll take them out, one by one, swiftly and cleanly. That's why those who came to negotiate with him ended up at the bottom of the open sea. He never finds it troublesome to eliminate such people. But while he flatly refused Hammerhead's offer of alliance, he did not turn down the olive branch from Kingpin. He is a guardian of his own domain, uninterested in expanding his territory. But that hardly means he's reclusive or willing to let himself be caught, especially not by some sinister German, rather than the authorities. Mr. Negative has no wish to become a hollow shell, a walking corpse. Yet today something happened that left him deeply unsettled. Several of his men were captured in Queens, caught red-handed with stolen goods. The one responsible was a newcomer. As he studied the photo that had been sent over, he noticed a blurry figure. Was it tinged with red? The subject in the picture was moving at high speed, leaving the image unfocused. Mr. Negative set the photo down and addressed his subordinates. Find this kid. I want a corpse, not a living soul. At this moment, he was the embodiment of darkness and negativity, not the usual affable Martin Lee. In this state, his moods were unpredictable. His presence powerful and terrifying. The people surrounding him were the core members of the demon gang. Wearing their demonic masks, they nodded in fearful agreement to their boss's command, their apprehension palpable. New York, Queens. Even now, Peter Parker couldn't believe what had happened the previous night. He'd worn a shabby old outfit, hastily pulling a hood over his head. With a fiery sense of justice, he simply couldn't stand to see the strong bullying the weak. What he hadn't expected was that this time he'd drawn the wrath of Mr. Negative's demon gang. He was just an ordinary high school student. How could he possibly understand the complexities of the criminal underworld? Mr. Negative was determined to become the kingpin of Chinatown, and his demon gang now controlled many enterprises. Their biggest operation was still at the docks of New York Harbor. The demon gang had inherited most of the old snakeheads' business, but now a new problem had arisen. Many of his most trusted lieutenants kept disappearing under mysterious circumstances, and when they returned, they seemed completely reformed. He tried to use his powers to convert them back, but to his frustration, these former thugs only became more virtuous. Eventually, he discovered that Mason had taken them to an asylum. Yet, Mason hadn't tampered with their minds at all. However they'd been on the inside, they came out exactly the same. But whether good or bad, none dared return to a life of crime. To this day, Mr. Negative still hadn't managed to uncover exactly what Mason had done. It seemed as though there was some kind of circuit breaker in their minds. If pushed too hard, they'd simply lose their memories. Yet, when they woke, they would quietly and diligently lead honest lives. In the end, Mr. Negative concluded it was fear of Mason that surpassed even their fear of him. Because of this, Mr. Negative had no desire to fall into Mason's hands. He'd once hoped to capture Mason and alter his mind. After all, he believed Mason was nothing less than a villain himself. If their roles were reversed, perhaps Mason would become gentle and humble. The threat would be neutralized, but he could never find the chance. Mason was far too cautious. To this day, Mr. Negative had not found a single opportunity to get close to him, unless they stormed Mason's asylum and caught him there. That was the only place Mason ever appeared. Mason was also familiar with Madame Gao of the Hand. This old lady particularly liked to linger in Chinatown so naturally. They come and know each other. Her ninjas had once forced their way into Mason's estate. Within those walls, a great number of Madame Gao's elite fighters had perished. Mason's own people were certainly capable, but when compared to the professional killers of the Hand, they still fell short. Breaking into Mason's estate was simply impossible for them. This matter had been giving him quite a headache. For now, he just couldn't get a handle on Mason's background. Mason, however, had already found out everything about his opponent. Staring at the map before him, his eyes landed on the docks. He turned to Frank and asked, if I sent people to launch a surprise attack on these docks, what do you think would happen to Mr. Russo? He'd kill you for sure, Frank replied curtly. Frank wasn't one for words, and Mason didn't pursue the topic. Instead, after a moment, he suddenly asked, have you ever heard of a technique that lets someone temporarily become another person? As he spoke, he pulled out several photos and laid them on the table. These people are all with the Magia. They're enemies of the demons. What do you think? If we disguised ourselves as Hammerhead's men and attacked the demons, would Mr. Russo, in a fit of rage, do something reckless? stirring up trouble for others. That's my favorite trick. He rose to his feet and let out a sigh. What a brilliant plan. Too bad I'm not fond of such convoluted schemes. Wouldn't it be nice if I could simply sweep aside all obstacles? But if I really went through with it, the whole of New York would be thrown into chaos, one wave of disorder after another. Would have the senators swarming around, and even the Clausewitz family wouldn't be able to handle it. But fortunately, we won't have to wait much longer. Soon enough, New York will become a battlefield. That will be our time of harvest, but to reap rewards. From chaos, you need real skill. Otherwise, it's just death waiting for you. Right now, most of the CIA's resources are tied up searching for Tony Stark. We'd best take this opportunity to find him and bring Rollins back. I've already informed Madani. Share everything we know with her. She'll help us keep a tight hold on Rollins. At the same time, I need you to find someone. He handed Frank a photograph and continued, this man's name is David Lieberman, a former threat assessor for Homeland Security. He was targeted by Wolf. You know, the one you beat to a pulp? I know. Frank nodded, signaling Mason to go on. Mason explained after he uncovered what you were up to, Wolf shot him, and he fell into the river. This man is quite resourceful. He also found out about what happened in Kandahar and tried to expose it, but was silenced before he could speak because he once worked as a risk assessor for the Department of Homeland Security. He's familiar with not only the DHS, but also several other agencies. He knows their operating procedures inside and out. That kind of talent is exactly what we need. Where can I find him? Frank was already getting ready to leave when Mason said to him, finding David isn't that hard. His wife and child are both alive. You just need to track them down. No. Mason hadn't expected Frank to refuse so bluntly. He turned to see Frank's serious expression and sighed in exasperation. I'm not asking you to kidnap his wife and child. I have my limits, Frank. You don't need to question that. All you have to do is show up. David will come to you on his own. Frank was a man with principles, and his bottom line was never to involve anyone's family. Mason respected that a person with principles is someone you're lucky to have around, whether as a friend or even as an enemy. Order is not just a weapon to protect others. It's something that keeps you safe too. Without order, there's only chaos, and in chaos, no one is safe. Of course, Mason wasn't above breaking the rules himself, but he understood the old saying, the shot strikes the bird that sticks its head out. He would never make a habit of it. He gazed into the abyss, determined not to become part of it. Only when something bigger was happening would people overlook the little currents hidden beneath the river surface. He only sought small gains in the midst of a raging storm. Mason made himself a cup of coffee. It seemed like he was always eating something. His extraordinary abilities demanded a constant supply of food. He needed dragon snacks to solve this problem. According to the index, the recipe for dragon snacks was detailed in the first book. For Mason right now, dragon snacks were the key to breaking free from the relentless grip of hunger. He felt just like the speedster next door, always stuffing his mouth with junk food. Spread out before him was a table full of computer monitors, each displaying a different feed. News from various TV stations, NYPD, internal broadcasts, and encrypted channels, only with enough information could he ensure he was always a step ahead. Mason's gaze finally settled on one of the news feeds, and he pressed pause. The report covered a recent appearance of a vigilante in Queens. This figure moved between tall buildings, using something like webs to bind criminals. Before notifying the police, the local officers had already caught more than one criminal this way, with the evidence right there in their hands. Mason studied the blurry photos on the screen. A figure in a skin-tight suit, hands swaying with a peculiar rhythm, flashed by. A mere streak of red in motion. No one could say for certain whether the person beneath that suit was a man or a woman, whether it was a matter of fate or a twist of genetics. But there was one thing beyond doubt. The name, he or perhaps she must be called Spider-Man. So Spider-Man, you've appeared as well? Hell's Kitchen was finally coming alive. A strange elation surged in Mason's heart. He felt it was time to embark on his private prison venture. After all, not every wrongdoer ends up in an asylum, but every one of them eventually finds their way to prison. He had already picked the perfect site, Eagles Beak Town, a place so desolate it seemed untouched by time, where even a phone signal was a luxury. If you wanted to see another soul, you'd have to drive for over 3 hours. This was true wilderness. Vast land, sparse people. Mason had visited once, and he'd taken a liking to it at once. He knew, of course, that a private prison was just a front. The real purpose of this prison was to serve as a not-so-secret base. All the paperwork was done. Now, all that remained was to wait for the prison to be built, at least until the Great Battle in New York. Mason had no plans to leave the city. Right now, New York was a land of opportunity, gold scattered everywhere. Suddenly, the shrill ring of his phone cut through Mason's daydreams. He answered, only to hear a young woman's voice trembling with fear on the other end. It was Sky. Listening to Sky's panic, Mason spoke with a calm authority that brooked no argument. Sky, listen to me. Tell me where you are right now. Is there anywhere nearby you can hide? If there is, go there immediately and stay hidden. Do you understand? Yes, yes. Okay. Sky was utterly lost, panic overwhelming her. It was the first time she had faced anything like this. The security cameras showed it all. A dozen men with headsets found her work van without the slightest attempt at secrecy and broke the door down. They didn't bother to hide their intentions. And when they found the van empty, one of them spoke into his earpiece. Sir, she's not here. Then they spotted Sky's camera, moved in, and tore it away. Sky realized with a sinking feeling that she had nowhere left to run. She had grown up in orphanages, passed from family to family, adopted only to be sent away again after 2 years. Her childhood was little more than a patchwork of broken memories. As an adult, she'd met Miles, joined the rising tide, learned and grown. Only for her boyfriend to betray her now, she truly had nowhere to go. In that moment, the only person she could think to call was Mason, a man she'd met only once. She couldn't explain why, but his image filled her mind. Mason's power of persuasion was taking hold. She glanced around at her surroundings. This was a street that could hardly be called bustling. In fact, there were barely any people to be seen. Even in broad daylight, the place exuded an air of desolation. Only then did Sky realize she was in trouble. In her panic, she had fled into a neighborhood notorious for its terrible security. The walls here were covered in graffiti, abandoned houses lined the street, shattered glass glinted in the light, and gang members, recently acquainted with illegal substances, lounged lazily on the pavement, basking in the sun. A few of them clustered together in small groups, eyed Sky with thinly veiled menace, their gazes heavy with unspoken intentions. Just as Sky was about to turn back, she noticed several vehicles pulling up at the end of the street. Cars were a rare sight here. On the off chance someone did pass through, they would speed by as if fleeing for their lives, desperate not to linger. But these cars were different. The people inside paused for a moment, and then, as if recognizing Sky as their target, they suddenly accelerated toward her. Nearby, a few gang members idly playing with knives seemed to have set their sights on her as well. It wasn't unusual for a girl like Sky to wander into this area by mistake. 1 or 2 did every year. But just as they moved in, Sky surprised them by charging straight at them. These gang members were burly and tall. There was no way Sky could simply shove her way through. They laughed, grabbing hold of her easily, but they hadn't expected that at that very moment several men with guns would leap out of the vehicles behind, training their weapons on the gang members. The gangsters instantly raised their hands and dropped to their knees, surrendering with a practiced ease that spoke of bitter experience. They weren't stupid. They could tell these men were professionals and wouldn't hesitate to shoot. Faced with that, surrender was the only option. One of the armed men cursed under his breath. Even this brief delay had allowed their quarry, the girl, to stumble away and dash into the alley behind them. The alley was narrow, littered with meaningless graffiti and garbage strewn everywhere. The men advanced cautiously, scanning every corner. But the girl was nowhere to be seen. They weren't worried. This alley was dead and completely closed off. She had nowhere to run. As their footsteps drew nearer, Sky's heart pounded faster and faster. She risked a glance outside, but the moment she poked her head out, she was spotted. Come out. Hands on your head. Now, someone barked. In a cramped alley like this, nobody wanted to fire. Ricocheting bullets could be deadly. Eyes locked on the spot behind the trash bin where Sky was hiding, 2 of them rushed forward and dragged her out. Compared to these trained agents, Sky was as feeble as a child. There were 6 of them in total, with 2 cars. 5 had come in pursuit of Sky, leaving 1 behind to watch the vehicles. For Sky, this was already considered a grand affair. They had thoroughly investigated Sky's background. After all, she was nothing more than an orphan from an orphanage, repeatedly sent away because of her difficult personality. Dealing with someone like her was child's play for them. They returned to the car, and Sky was overcome with despair. She could only see darkness ahead. Now that she'd been caught by the CA, she would lose her freedom, lose everything. Would they send her off to undergo some terrifying experiment? Sky tried to cover her face with her hands, but her arms were held in a vice-like grip by the burly men beside her, giving her no chance to move. Let's go, said one of the men to Mason as they climbed into the car. Mason, his gloved hand resting idly on the steering wheel, started to whistle a tune. He glanced at the men. The rearview mirror, then flashed a smile and said, Gentlemen, don't you feel ashamed treating a lady this way? Without a word of warning, they raised their guns and fired at Mason at point-blank range. Sky wanted to cover her mouth. She wanted to scream. It was horrifying. People often criticized Pistol for their lack of power, but at this distance, a hail of bullets was more than enough to kill anyone. Mason didn't fight back. He let the bullets rain down on him and said calmly, "Gentlemen, I told you before. Humans have their limits." Unbothered by the gunfire, shredding his clothes, he reached up and tore what was left of his shirt away. The agents kept firing until their guns clicked empty, the firing pins making pitiful metallic whimpers. Mason addressed them with unsettling calm. "That's why I've decided not to be human anymore. Now that you're done, it's my turn." The agents still had a few tricks up their sleeves for dealing with enemies, but now they had no chance to use them. Mason had no patience left for games. His hand glided softly across their throats. They clutched at their necks in agony and collapsed onto the back seats. The car behind them sensed something was wrong, but before they could react, the guns in their holsters floated up under Mason's overwhelming psychic force and fired straight at their hearts. In just those few moments, the only survivors were Mason and Sky. All the others were dead. Mason stepped out of the car. After finishing his work, he reached into the back seat and pulled out a mask from the demon gang, fitting it over his face before opening the door and stepping out. He seized Sky by the arm as he exited, and she thrashed against him desperately. "Let me go." Her face was streaked with tears and snot. She was truly terrified to be shot at point-blank range and remain unharmed. No matter how she looked at it, Sky couldn't see Mason as human anymore. She was now overwhelmed with terror and fear. Mason gently pinched the back of her neck, hoisted her onto his shoulder, and carried her out of the neighborhood. The mask he wore wasn't to avoid surveillance cameras. There simply weren't any in this part of town. What he wanted to avoid was being recognized by the local gangsters. He had no intention of letting those people see his face, but things didn't go as planned. After only a few steps, Mason suddenly stopped and looked up. In that instant, a dart flew straight toward his eye. Mason made no move to dodge. The dart struck him square in the eye. Yet he felt no pain at all. He placed the unconscious Sky into the car. During the process, countless bullets rained down on him, and a few cunning shots even tried to find their way to Sky. Mason blocked them all. By all logic, when facing such an obviously inhuman opponent, any assassin would have fled in an instant, but Bullseye was stubborn. He refused to admit defeat and wanted to try his luck once more. Unfortunately for him, when he finally decided to retreat, it was already too late. The man who had seemed content to stand and take the blows suddenly sprang to life. As a former FBI agent, Bullseye's hand-to-hand combat skills were hardly lacking, but his opponent was Mason. No matter where Bullseye struck, no matter how precise or vicious his attacks, Mason's expression remained unmoved. Bullseye's technique was impressive, but in terms of raw power, he was simply outmatched. If Mason had been facing the Hulk, he would never have been so casual about engaging in close combat. Or if it had been a well-trained Spider-Man, Mason might not have been his equal. Compared to those heroes, Bullseye was far too weak. Just as Bullseye prepared to strike again, Mason's patience snapped. With a powerful uppercut to Bullseye's jaw, he sent him crashing to the ground. Bullseye collapsed hard, utterly unconscious. The blow had been merciless. With both of them slung over his shoulders, Mason strode out of the street. A fierce battle had erupted on that block, and a long time passed before anyone dared emerge. Even the junkies who'd been lying about like dead fish had already vanished, seeking shelter wherever they could. Once Mason reached the end of the street, he spotted a refrigerated van waiting at the corner. He stuffed his two captives into the van and left the rest to others. These weren't his people. They were professional cleaners hired precisely for jobs like this and paid accordingly. He didn't trust them entirely, but there was no problem with their reliability. Mason had found them through an intermediary, and as for the intermediary, the two had no idea who Mason really was. Passing by a Chinese restaurant, Mason changed his appearance and caught a ride back to the manor in the suburbs. Whatever needed to be handled next would be taken care of by others. There was no need for Mason to get involved any further. Back at the manor, he switched into a fresh set of clothes. The only reason he'd personally gone to rescue her this time was because both Frank and Elio were away. As for the elite teams, their response had been far too slow. That truly was not good news. He sat down beside the table, and his phone rang once more. When he picked it up, he saw an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, a hoarse voice came from the other end. "Mason Clausewitz, I've heard you're an excellent psychiatrist." Mason was taken aback. For as long as he could remember, people had always called him Little Clausewitz, or simply Mason, or sometimes even the lunatic from the asylum. He'd worn all sorts of titles. It had been so long since anyone had addressed him as a psychiatrist, a real, practicing psychiatrist, that he'd nearly forgotten that was who he was. He quickly collected himself and replied, "Yes, sir, in the field of mental health, I am indeed a specialist." The voice on the other end continued, still low and rough. Meanwhile, Mason could hear the faint rustling of static, as though someone was trying to muffle their voice. What exactly was being said, Mason couldn't make out, but he could clearly sense the person's tone growing increasingly agitated and impatient. "So may I book an appointment with you, Dr. Mason?" the voice asked. Mason considered for a moment. He wasn't busy at the moment, but after his recent brush with an assassination attempt the last time he'd ventured out, he preferred to stay indoors. So he replied, "Of course, I'm available all this week. However, you'll need to come to my clinic, but sir, if you'll forgive my asking, who am I speaking with?" "Oh, very well, I'll come by tomorrow morning at 10. I'm Norman Osborn. I assume you know who I am." "So, it's Mr. Norman Osborn of Oscorp Industries." "Very well, tomorrow at 10. I'll be expecting you." Mason waited for the call to end, then looked on with a peculiar expression and murmured, "If Spider-Man's here, can the Green Goblin be far behind?" Norman Osborn arrived quietly, without entourage or fanfare, at the gates of the clinic, even as Mason observed. The formidable head of Oscorp Industries, his powerful presence remained undiminished. Yet his subtle gestures betrayed a deep unease and fatigue. Worse still, Norman confessed to hearing voices, auditory hallucinations, he called them. Mason and Norman sat together in a sealed room. Mason sank into his armchair, gently poured himself a glass of plain water, and took a sip, if those sinister, whispering voices threading through the room counted as hallucinations, then either Osborn's madness was contagious, or he wasn't hallucinating at all. Norman Osborn, seated in the quiet of the room, experienced a rare sense of peace. It had been a long time since he'd felt so calm. He chatted idly with Mason, but his head kept drooping lower and lower, until at last he drifted off to sleep. Mason simply watched him sleep, making no move to disturb him. Clearly, the aura of the chapel shielded Norman Osborn's senses, yet those seductive whispers had not vanished. They were still here. Mason strained to make out what the whisper was saying, but no matter how carefully he listened, he just couldn't catch the words. Instead, the effort only made him increasingly irritated. He tried stepping outside and realized that the sound came with Osborn. It only appeared when he was near. Mason waved over Jessica, who happened to be passing by, and asked her to sit and listen carefully. Jessica Jones jumped in surprise, but since the boss had spoken, she obediently took a seat and listened. After spending many days here, Jessica's complexion had improved, and she'd even kicked her drinking habit. She had never felt this good before, so she looked at Mason with curiosity. Mason asked, "Do you hear someone whispering in your ear?" "No." Jessica Jones replied firmly with a shake of her head. What she heard was the church organ playing the Street Matthew Passion. She had become utterly fascinated by organ music. Without it, she couldn't fall asleep. After Mason confirmed several times that she hadn't heard anything unusual, he motioned for her to get back to work. After all, he was a capitalist now, and he couldn't stand seeing someone he paid just lounging around in front of him. He returned to the room, lost in thought. Was it because his spirit stat was at 20-inch, making him unusually attuned to the supernatural and able to hear these whispers? With that thought, Mason headed behind the bookshelf and summoned the introductory volume on occult studies. The book did describe such phenomena. Could this be the beguiling whispers of an otherworldly entity? If that were the case, then there must be a portal nearby, or perhaps a weak spirit lingering close by. Mason took the book with him and went to Osborn, who was still fast asleep. With practiced ease, he pinched the back of Osborn's neck. Then, hoisting Mr. Osborn over his shoulder, Mason climbed out through the window and left. When Jessica Jones had entered earlier, Osborn's well-paid bodyguard had glanced inside, seen his employer snoring soundly, and relaxed a little. Truth be told, as Osborn's bodyguard, he too had occasionally heard strange sounds, like someone perched on his back, whispering endlessly in his ear, but whenever he tried to listen closely, the voice would vanish. He always chalked it up to nerves. With Mason carrying Osborn away, the whole house was empty. The bodyguard remained at his post by the door, quietly waiting. He knew his boss hadn't slept well in ages, so letting him get a good rest seemed like a blessing. Little did he know that his employer had already been spirited away. Mason brought Osborn to his own laboratory. After sketching a hexagram on the floor, he placed a glass of pure water, a feather, somewhat a piece of bread, a candle, and essential oils at each of the star's 6 points. Osborn was placed right in the center of the hexagram, while Mason himself moved around him, flicking water from a cup onto his body again and again. This was the simplest. Pure water. Really, it was just a medium. The true effect came from the ritual Mason had arranged. Once the ceremony was complete, he wrapped Osborn up in linen. After finishing these preparations, Mason saw a thin, blood-red silhouette crawl out from Osborn's body. His face remained impassive as he watched this happen. The bloody figure emerging was grotesque, resembling a skeleton. Yet when it tried to step out of the hexagram, it found itself trapped within the star. Mason looked at it and said, "So, you're the notorious villain who won't let others sleep?" Him, the demon seemed to understand human speech, but as soon as it reached out, attempting to cross the hexagram, the lines burned into its skin, leaving it covered in flaming red cracks. Mason addressed it calmly. "If I were you, I wouldn't try anything. You can see for yourself. I'm a mage." He raised a finger and pointed at the demon. The creature fixed its eyes on Mason, then slammed itself headfirst into the star's edge. Mason didn't stop it, only frowned as he turned his gaze to Norman Osborn. This was not a standard exorcism. He'd only meant to give it a try, never expecting a real demon to emerge. In his memory, the Green Goblin's origin was supposed to be a split personality resulting from an experimental drug, but now, it seemed there was something more, an actual demon at work inside him. This demon was surprisingly fierce, although what happened didn't match what Mason knew. It didn't matter. After finishing the exorcism, Mason hefted Osborn and carried him back. When Osborn finally woke, he rubbed his temples. It had been ages since he'd slept so soundly. Upon waking, he felt a long-lost sense of ease. He rolled his neck, got up, and paced around before turning to Mason. His whole body felt light and comfortable. Even when he listened closely, he couldn't hear any of those maddening voices. Yet what had he actually done here today? Nothing at all. He'd come, and then he'd slept. Had anything really happened in between? Unconsciously, Osborn's gaze fixed on Mason. He was a deeply suspicious man, burdened with many secrets. Mason sat on the sofa, smiling at Osborn. "Mr. Osborn, are you feeling much better now? I just hypnotized you so you could get a good rest. In fact, there's nothing wrong with your mind. You just lack a sense of security. That's all, Mr. Osborn. I know you are a successful entrepreneur, and I understand you won't believe me so easily, but that's all right. Everything I say, I'll put in words we both understand. What you hear and what you see. These are all the result of your anxiety and lack of sleep. You can simply think of them as hallucinations." Mason said with a shrug, "So what you really need is just a good night's sleep. Still, even though I'm being this transparent, the medical fees remain unchanged. $300,000, Mr. Osborn. Will you be paying by credit card or check?" $300,000 for a consultation. Expensive, even for psychological treatment. Osborn was indeed wealthy, but his fortune hadn't blown in from nowhere. Yet this time, he signed the check without hesitation. After exchanging contact details with Mason, Osborn left, and Mason, beaming, saw him out. Once he returned to his office, Mason opened a video recording. It was footage from the day before, when his people met with Madame Mask. He watched it carefully from beginning to end, and, satisfied there were no problems, he heard a vehicle pull up outside. A large truck had arrived, loaded with food and daily necessities. The driver was someone he knew. After unloading the goods, Mason pulled out Sky and Bullseye, both still unconscious. These people were indeed professionals. After all, Bullseye had once been an FBI agent, and even he couldn't escape. Clearly they knew what they were doing. But Mason also understood that before long, Kingpin would find out his top enforcer, Bullseye, had been captured. It wouldn't be long before the trail led straight to Mason. After all, Kingpin ruled New York's underworld, and nothing stayed hidden from him for long. Mason had never planned to hide it from him, even if Kingpin knew. So what? Everyone in New York's underworld knew Mason was coming after them. But as long as the knife wasn't at their throats, they would always hesitate before making a move. These crime lords never trusted anyone easily. Call it self-deception or appeasement. Either way, it was the truth. Mason dragged Bullseye into the church, dumped him unceremoniously inside, and, after closing the door, set to work. When he finally stepped back outside, his expression was calm and composed. No wonder Bullseye was Kingpin's professional killer. His record of evil surpassed even Erica's. Erica had 500 points, Bullseye 800. Mason opened his personal status panel. ID. Mason Clausewitz. Sin value 46, 20 strength, 20 base 5 spirit, 20 base 5 agility, 20 base 5 constitution, 20 base 5 redeemed. Introduction to the occult. 300 practical witchcrafts. Dragon alchemy building list. Hidden. There's still so much sin value left. It'd be a shame not to spend it. As Mason pondered, he tossed Bullseye into the dungeon. He still couldn't tell which demon had possessed Osborn. Marvel's world teemed with demons and devils. So many, so tangled. There were ancient gods who hadn't appeared in years, like the beast worshipped by the Hand, or Mephisto, who wandered everywhere making soul-stealing pacts, and Blackheart, Mephisto's own son. There was Thon, master of the Darkhold, Dormammu, who had fallen into darkness. And dimensional demon gods parading around in Satan's guise. No matter who they were, these demon gods were all troublesome in their own right. Still, Mason wasn't worried at all. After tossing Bullseye into the cell, he had barely taken a few steps when he heard the demon inside trembling and muttering over and over, "He's coming. He's really coming. He's coming for me." Mason stopped in front of the cell door and asked, "What's going on? Who's coming?" "I don't know. I don't know." The demon stared at him in terror. "I truly don't know. Who's coming? But I can feel it. He's on his way. He's coming for me tonight. It has to be tonight. He'll find me for sure. What does he want from you?" Mason looked at him, frowning again. "Are you certain he'll come for you? This is my gift. I'm sure of it. It's my ability. I know it for certain. He will come for me." Tonight, trembling with fear, the demon curled up into a tight ball. If it were possible, he would have shrunk himself until he was invisible to the naked eye. Mason just watched him for a moment before finally saying, "Just stay put and keep calm. You'll be fine." He made his way to Section F and began to construct an arrow tower. Spending 500 sin points, the tower appeared. At his side, a squat, shabby structure barely 3 meters tall. Not a single archer manned its battered ramparts. Arrow tower. LV1. Infinite reload. The tower possesses unlimited ammunition. No matter the time or place, it can always fire bolts. That was all. Nothing more. Mason read the description, a little taken aback. That was it, he sighed. The tower's range wasn't listed, nor its power. Nothing at all. Mason instructed the tower to attack him, and then caught the bolt it fired straight at his eye. A second bolt shot out. He caught that one, too, shaking his head in disappointment. It took nearly 30 seconds for the tower to reload and fire another. The bolt's power was enough to threaten an ordinary person, but against a trained assassin or agent, the arrow tower posed no real danger at all. Without hesitation, he upgraded it a second time. This time, the arrow tower transformed into level 2. At level 2 the tower gained an additional ability. Stone Skin. Mason looked up at the now slightly taller tower, which had grown to 4 meters high. He tested the tower's attack again. The arrows were more powerful, and the intervals between attacks were shorter. Mason could feel the strength behind each shot. Yet, the force of the arrows was still insufficient. Talented agents like Ward could easily dodge them. However, if there were more arrow towers, Ward might not be able to evade so easily. Mason continued to allocate points. This time, the tower grew even taller, reaching a height of 10 meters. Now, at last, the arrow tower looked truly imposing. At level 3 the tower gained a truly useful skill. Piercing Arrow LV1. Each mithril arrow now carried a magical energy that dispelled enchantments. Piercing Arrow. Mason tested the new arrows. He deliberately dropped his guard, letting the arrows strike him. They pierced his skin. The attack power was impressive, and the rate of fire had increased. He finally felt a sense of satisfaction after upgrading the tower. Once more, it stopped growing taller. Instead, Piercing Arrow advanced to level 2, and the tower gained yet another ability, Death-Seeking Tracker. When Mason tested it, he discovered that this so-called tracking meant no matter where the target tried to hide, as long as the tower locked on, the arrows would relentlessly pursue until they struck their mark. Mason was quite pleased with this feature. At last, Mason pushed the upgrade to the current maximum. Arrow Tower level 5, temporarily unable to upgrade further. Unlimited ammunition. The tower has an endless supply of arrows. No matter where or when, it can always fire. Piercing Arrow LV3. Each mithril arrow carries a potent magical force. Death-Seeking Tracker. Hey kid, I see you. I'll hunt you down and make you pay no matter how fast you run. True sight. Whatever you are, I can see you. Looking at his creation, Mason snapped his fingers. He kept only 320 points of sin value for himself, using the rest to construct 2 more level 5 arrow towers. Altogether, 3 towers formed a triangular formation. The tower's effective range covered the entire sanatorium, but for someone like Mason, the real battlefield was in Zone F. After setting up his defenses, Mason decided not to leave. He settled in quietly, waiting for the guest who could even make demons tremble. That night, Mason finally received his guest. The man was courteous, handing over his invitation at the entrance of the asylum, and only stepping inside after receiving permission. Mason, standing at the open doors of Zone F, watched as this fearsome guest approached. The man wore a black trench coat. His gaunt face was lined with wrinkles, and meticulously combed gray hair lent him the air of an old gentleman. But when he reached the entrance to Section F, he suddenly stopped in his tracks, gazing up at the arrow tower, at that illusory, enormous eye, visible only to himself and Mason. He seemed to fall into deep thought. "Excuse me, may I come in?" The old gentleman fixed his gaze on the 3 giant pupils above and asked Mason politely. Mason, watching him in return, replied, "Do you want to come in?" The old gentleman answered with his actions, leaning on his cane with both hands. He stood before the gate, making no move to enter. It seemed he did not wish to come in after all. What brings you here? Mason asked with no intention of stepping outside himself. The old gentleman offered an apologetic smile. Forgive the curiosity of it. Old man, I sense my son's presence here as I passed by, so I wanted to take a look. There's no son of yours here, Mason replied. Gently, though his posture suggested he was ready for anything. Clearly, he had no intention of letting the old gentleman enter. The old gentleman looked at Mason and said, I know, of course my son is not here, and he wouldn't want to come here either. His eyes bore into Mason, and the once cultured, affable face took on a dark and menacing cast. Mason knew it was no illusion in the old gentleman's eyes. He saw the flames of hell. His eyes seemed to become two bottomless abysses, hellfire turning them into deep pits. From those eye sockets, demons clawed their way out, reaching to seize Mason's ankles and drag him into the endless darkness. This was black magic, magic that pried into the deepest, most hidden memories of the soul, and perhaps served to intimidate as well. Yet, as the magic neared Mason, it was forcefully stopped. Suddenly, the once quiet arrow tower unleashed a hail of arrows, each one gleaming with the power to dispel evil. They struck the ground around the old gentleman with a resounding force, pinning him in place. The hellfire faded from the old gentleman's eyes, and he returned to normal. He glanced at the arrows surrounding him and said, I was right about you. You're no ordinary man, but neither can I sense the presence of white magic from you. Mason Clausewitz, you're the most unusual soul I have ever encountered. I like your soul. I like you too. It's a pity I'm not that fellow who collects godsons. Otherwise, I think you'd be perfect, Mason Clausewitz, when I come to reclaim the seeds I've sown. I'll return for you. With those words, he turned and walked away. Mason, in a languid tone, called after him, I'm sorry to say this, but this isn't the kind of place you can come and go as you please. This is an asylum. Here I make the rules. I can't destroy your true form, but I can certainly shatter your projection. Let me guess. It wasn't easy for you to slip through the cracks and make it to the courtyard, was it? The old gentleman turned slightly and replied, Oh yes, you're absolutely right. It was rather troublesome to come here. If you'd like, you may call me Mephisto. That's what they call me in Faust. Mason looked at this infamous Marvel demon lord and said, so it's Mr. Mephisto. I've heard quite a lot about you. He bowed politely and added, in that case, you'd better make your exit soon. If the seeds you've sown turn out to be brambles and end up hurting you, the gardener, that would be a shame. Mephisto let out a low chuckle. No need to worry, I'm not afraid of pain. Mason watched him leave, then personally went down to haul the demon out. Facing him, Mason said, Now tell me step by step how you managed to get out. Honestly, I didn't expect you to pull this off, especially with Blackheart's aura still lingering on you. There was no need for Mephisto to lie about this. Besides, in the Marvel comics, there was indeed an incident where his son, Blackheart, escaped from hell. The relationship between Mephisto and Blackheart could only be described as complicated. The father thought his son was a stubborn fool, while the son wished nothing more than to overthrow his dear old dad. Unfortunately for Mephisto, Blackheart was not only his son, but also formidable and cunning enough that even he couldn't get rid of him. The seed Mephisto planted was most likely the Ghost Rider. But the thing is, Ghost Rider was never something he could fully control. The spirit of vengeance never belonged to him. It was a creation of God. Mason questioned the demon in detail about his escape, then toss him back in. Blackheart and his followers had managed to pry open a rift between hell and the courtyard, sneaking through in secret. Quite a feat. After that, Mason activated the Eye of Truth atop the watchtower. He scanned the asylum for any threats before heading to his office, where he had set up a computer. News headlines splashed across the screen. If Spider-Man is here, can Iron Man be far behind? Mason opened his book on dragon alchemy, searching the table of contents for a particular recipe. At last, he found the potion he was looking for. It's time for me to brew a new potion. Who knows? Maybe I'll end up as a dragon myself, he mused, closing the book and heading off to prepare his experimental reagents. Night fell. Dressed in his clearly upgraded suit, Spider-Man prowled the rooftops of Queens. He had come to relish this vigilante life. Perched atop a tall building, he kept a careful, watchful eye on the city below. Strangely enough, tonight in Queens, everything was unusually quiet. The crimes that so often broke out after dark didn't happen even once. But not far from Queens, in Hell's Kitchen, Spider-Man heard the desperate cries of a woman. He wasn't familiar with that part of the city. After all, he was just a high school student. Hell's Kitchen had earned its name for good reason. There's an old story. A rookie cop once walked through those streets with a grizzled veteran. What he saw, there was chaos and cruelty, raw and unfiltered. The rookie gasped. If there's a hell on earth, this must be it. The veteran simply replied, with a world-weary smile, No, son. This is only the kitchen of hell. When Spider-Man heard the screams coming from Hell's Kitchen, he hesitated. something he rarely did, but the cries grew more harrowing, tugging at his conscience. He couldn't stand by any longer. "Come on, Peter, you have to go. You can do this, Peter. Believe in yourself," he muttered, pumping himself up as he swung toward Hell's Kitchen. Meanwhile, lurking in the shadows, Mr. Negative and Kingpin watched from a darkened alley. This collaboration was Mr. Negative's idea, and Spider-Man, the young hero, was to be Kingpin's gift to Mr. Negative. Just a few blocks away, a gang of hulking men was mercilessly beating a young woman. Judging by their size, they could have finished her off in 3 minutes, but the beating had dragged on for 10. The girl's screams had not stopped, her voice still strong and defiant. Daredevil had been there for a while, but he didn't rush in. He'd sensed something was wrong. Stick, his old mentor, stood beside him. He hadn't left Daredevil's side these past days, still obsessed with finding Mason. "They're hunting," Stick whispered, both men listening intently. Soon they both heard someone flying in from afar. In an instant they understood. The main act was about to begin. Spider-Man, still new to the hero game, was only a student a few days ago. Now, hearing someone in need, he pressed his hand against his chest, trying to calm his racing heart. "It's okay, Peter Parker, you'll be fine. Everything will be all right," he reassured himself. He glanced down, fired a web, and swung down from above, swooping in like a hero from the sky. "Hey, I'm warning you. Let her go, or you're going to have to deal with me," he called out sternly to the brutes. The thugs exchanged glances, but ignored him, turning back to continue their assault. "Hey, I said I warned. You guys are real pieces of work," Spider-Man chattered on, true to his talkative nature. With a flick of his wrist, web shot from his web shooters, sticking to the gang. With a powerful tug, he sent the thugs flying, their screams echoing as they crashed into a distant building like kites torn loose in a storm. It wouldn't be fatal, but it would definitely be unpleasant from his place in the shadows. Kingpin watched Spider-Man's movements with no surprise at all, his face expressionless. He noted that this newcomer, this short guy, possessed quite a bit of strength, but that was all there was to it. Kingpin didn't take the young Spider-Man seriously. He could tell at a glance that this spandex-clad rookie had no real fighting experience. More importantly, he still held onto some naive sense of goodness. What a foolish simpleton. If it weren't for this alliance battle with Negative, Kingpin wouldn't even bother dealing with such a person himself. Kingpin flexed his muscles, producing a series of cracking sounds, then strode out from the darkness. The burly men nearby, upon seeing their boss emerge, all bowed their heads in awe. Spider-Man eyed his opponent with caution. He could feel a sense of pressure emanating from this man. More than that, a sudden jolt ran through his mind, a sensation he'd come to call the Peter Tingle. It meant that danger was imminent. This was his spider sense. Kingpin was a truly terrifying adversary. He looked at Spider-Man and flashed a devilish grin. "Today is the day you die. By the way, do you have a name?" "Yes, sir, I'm Spider-Man," the young hero replied earnestly. "Spider-Man, huh? I'll remember that name. Now prepare to die," Kingpin thundered. He charged forward like a heavy tank, head lowered. If this had been the Spider-Man at his peak, or one who had fully grown into his powers, Kingpin wouldn't have stood a chance. But tonight he was facing a rookie. As Kingpin barreled toward him, Spider-Man instinctively made a choice. One that was right in theory, but fatal in practice. He shot a web up towards the overhead floor, hoping to swing clear of Kingpin's charge. At that instant, Stick and Daredevil, who had been listening and shook their heads in disappointment. The outcome was already decided. The new Spider-Man had lost. Both Stick and Daredevil readied themselves to rush out and help. They couldn't just stand by and watch this new vigilante get crushed by the thug who had just emerged. What they didn't know was that the hulking brute was Kingpin himself. He hadn't bothered to announce his name, and neither Stick nor Daredevil had ever seen Kingpin in person. They had no idea what he looked like. Kingpin closed the distance in just a few strides before Spider-Man could even get airborne. Kingpin snatched him up as if tossing out the trash, tearing through his prototype webbing and smashing him hard against the ground. A nearby fire hydrant was shattered by the force of Spider-Man's body, sending a torrent of water spraying up from below, every nerve in Spider-Man's body screamed in pain. He clutched his head, trying to clear his vision, but before he could even get to his feet, Kingpin was already looming over him. The imposing crime lord, whose very presence seemed almost inhuman, moved with a technique that made full use of his considerable weight. He charged toward Spider-Man, building momentum, then leapt into the air, aiming his elbow straight at Spider-Man's chest. "Oh no!" Spider-Man gasped as he saw what was coming and quickly dodged to the side. In midair, Kingpin changed tactics, landing flat on his back instead. Spider-Man had tried to get back on his feet, but Kingpin managed to seize him by the ankle. The difference in their size was staggering. Kingpin, with an agility that belied his massive frame, sprang upright and unleashed the Hulk toss on Spider-Man, a move originally used by the Hulk on the infamous sorcerer Loki, Thor's brother. and now wielded by Kingpin. This time, it was Spider-Man who suffered. Kingpin swung him violently several times, then slammed him hard into the ground. In less than a second, Spider-Man was left barely conscious. Gasping for breath, Stick and Daredevil knew they couldn't wait any longer. Just as they sprang into action, something awkward happened. Kingpin rolled aside like a giant meatball, narrowly dodging a flying dagger. Suddenly, a force of ninjas appeared from the street corner swiftly. Encircling the area, at their rear strode Elektra, her twin blades glinting in hand. In less than a minute, the ninjas had surrounded them. Completely, from the shadows emerged Mr. Negative. He eyed the ninjas warily. Making no sudden moves, Elektra spotted him and immediately withdrew behind her ninjas. "Trust me, Mr. Negative," she called. "I know what you're capable of, but I can assure you, you can't take all of us. On your own." She issued a cold order to her ninjas. "If his light touches me, kill him. Don't worry about me." With sinister intent, the ninjas drew their katanas and leveled them at Mr. Negative. He said nothing at first, standing his ground. He raised his hands in a gesture of peace. "I mean no harm. There's no need for hostility." Despite his words, Elektra didn't emerge from behind her ninjas. Meanwhile, Stick and Daredevil stepped out of hiding as well. Elektra noticed them but stayed silent, her focus firmly on Kingpin. To be honest, all she wanted now was to take Kingpin away. In her eyes, he was a criminal through, and every crime deserves punishment. Kingpin, she believed, was someone who ought to face justice. But just as she was thinking this, Kingpin calmly got to his feet, pulled a towel from inside his coat, and wiped his hands clean before speaking. "So, the Hand is calling the shots now?" "Yes," Elektra replied. Kingpin looked her in the eye. "You want to arrest me?" "Yes," she answered. Erica continued to admit the truth, as Kingpin rose steadily to his feet and said, "Although I'd very much like to follow a beautiful woman like you home, today is not the day." From the shadows, a number of figures began to emerge. These armed men were led by James Wesley. More people wearing devilish masks slipped out from the darkness as well. These were members of the Demon Gang, Mr. Negative's men. It was clear that neither Mr. Negative nor Kingpin trusted the other. Yet both parties acted as though they hadn't even noticed the others' presence. Watching the flood of newcomers, Erica said, "Well, in that case, let me propose this. Leave this man here, and we'll go. What do you say, Mr. Fisk?" "I think I could keep all of you here if I wished," Kingpin replied, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. In his mind, he was calculating his chances. Just how confident was he that he could keep the Hand's people from escaping the temptation to eliminate the Hand, Daredevil, and this newly emerged strong young man, Spider-Man, was almost irresistible, but logic told him it was impossible. The situation in Hell's Kitchen was far too complicated. He couldn't risk a fight without drawing the attention of the Ultimate Hunter. Mason Clausewitz, that was Kingpin's true enemy. He glanced at Spider-Man, who lay barely conscious on the ground, and smiled. "So that's all settled then? Let's leave. I'll consider this little guy a gift to you all." Kingpin and Mr. Negative left with their men unopposed. Erica did the same. Ever since those men had appeared, she knew she wouldn't be able to take Kingpin with her. As she watched him depart, she made no move to attack. The ninjas lifted Spider-Man, and Erica planned to bring him to Mason. She had a feeling he would make a valuable ally. "What about them?" one of the ninjas asked. Erica glanced in their direction and replied, "Let them go." In the past, Erica might have held a grudge against Stick for all he had done, but now more important matters demanded her attention. She was about to leave when Stick called out to her, unwilling to let her go. "Child, you must come back with me. You've strayed onto a dangerous path. That man is dangerous." Erica didn't even spare him a glance. Stick tried to rush forward, but the ninjas held him back, forcing him to watch helplessly as Erica walked away. Mason emerged from the house, surprised to see Spider-Man laid out in the center of the room. The young face was now visible, his mask pulled away. Mason, considerate as ever, brewed him a pot of tea. Knowing young people often had a sweet tooth, he called the kitchen to prepare some desserts and added honey to the tea. The little spider seemed to be waking up. He was still not very good at hiding his heartbeat and breathing. "I'm not a bad person. Since you're awake, I think you should open your eyes and take a look at me," Mason said to him. The young spider promptly opened his eyes. One had to admit that Spider Bite had given him remarkable powers of recovery. To escape from Kingpin's men is no small stroke of luck. "I think you need something to calm your nerves. Here," Mason said, handing him a porcelain teacup. The little spider took the cup, glanced at Mason, and stammered, Sir, I know it's a bit rude, but may I ask, who are you?" "I'm Mason Clausewitz. I believe you've heard of me. I once donated a library to your middle school. It's you, sir." The young spider's face lit up with surprise. He hadn't realized until now what it meant for Mason to mention the donation to his school. It meant Mason already knew his true identity. It was only after he subconsciously took a sip of tea that he suddenly realized his mask was missing. "Oh, sir." He stood up nervously. Mason handed him the mask and said, "I believe you're looking for this, but honestly, it's outlived its usefulness. And listen, kid, this gear of yours is far too basic, it won't do. Much to help you become a true hero." The little spider had no idea what Mason was getting at and stood there a loss. Mason continued, "For now, I can't offer you any technological support. I know what you're capable of, so what I can give you is just a bit of advice and a little help. Do you think you need my help?" He tore a page from his notebook, wrote down a phone number, and said, "If you ever figure things out, call this number. And remember, being a hero is an honor, but first you must learn to protect yourself." He pressed a small glass vial into the boy's palm and said, "Keep this with you. When you bathe, pour it into the water." The young spider was utterly bewildered by what was happening. Mason assured him, "I'll see you out safely. Remember, no matter the situation, never reveal your true identity. Otherwise, it could spell disaster." The little spider came in a fog and left in a fog. Mason watched him go, then rolled up his sleeve once more. On his arm was an unfinished tattoo, designed from the draconic school of potion making, specifically the anti-magic elixir. As for the tattoo's pattern, it was a common motif in alchemy. The duality of opposites, on one arm, the Red King, on the other, the White Queen. Mason had no idea what pain felt like to a dragon, but he could sense that the feeling these potions left on him was no different from acid burning into his skin. Excruciating. Sweat beaded on his forehead, dripping to the floor, and, at the same time, he noticed changes on his character panel. His spirit had increased by 2 points, thanks to the 2 alchemical symbols. Painful enough, Mason muttered through gritted teeth. He poured some more potion into his mouth and resumed the great work of tattooing. To this day, he still hadn't managed to etch the Red King's symbol properly, but alchemy had one advantage. As long as he didn't do anything reckless, he wouldn't be plagued by the same hallucinations he'd experienced watching Dragon Apothecary. Or perhaps those hadn't been hallucinations at all. Just like the introduction to the occult, what he took for illusions were really the limits of his spirit and understanding, unable to glimpse the true nature of that knowledge. Mason's gaze drifted off into the distance. The tattoo needle in his hand snapped yet again. He shook his head and pulled another one from the box. "Pain drives people mad. Maybe I should listen to something a bit softer," he murmured to himself, feeling an urgent, almost violent impulse. He desperately wanted to take someone down. Preferably, that person would step right out in front of him. Tony Stark, the man at the helm of Stark Industries, a young billionaire, was now sitting in the desert, utterly lost and disheartened. The reactor in his chest was proof enough. He'd already dealt with the terrorists who had kidnapped him, and he'd regained his freedom. But now, with no water, no food, he felt as if he were on the brink of death. All he could think about was having a hamburger. From the moment he was kidnapped, forced to build weapons, and finally escaped, it had all happened so quickly. Compared to the span of his life, these days were almost nothing. And yet this ordeal had changed his thinking. He'd always believed the weapons his company produced were for warriors fighting for justice and freedom. Now he knew the truth. Nothing but lies, all of it. Filled with anger and frustration, he trudged unevenly through the desert. The scorching sun beat down on him, burning his skin. Suddenly he heard a sound and looked up. Several military helicopters hovered in the sky before him, and a familiar face appeared. Rhodey. It was his good friend Rhodey. The military had found him at last. Sky sat in Mason's office, taking in her surroundings. It was the first time she'd seen a workspace so cluttered, yet somehow orderly. The television mounted on the wall was broadcasting the news, while the radios that once sat on the desk had all been relegated to the floor. On television, the once-lost Tony Stark had miraculously reappeared in the public eye, and reporters drawn like sharks, scenting blood, swarmed outside the Stark family tower. It was the kind of scene that would normally pique anyone's curiosity. In the past, Sky would have scoured the internet for the truth behind such events, but now, she simply couldn't spare the attention. All she could feel was a cold that cut to the bone, leaving her trembling. She saw Mason seated behind his desk. He was tattooing himself, by hand no less. He was already at the stage of adding color. For some reason, just watching made Sky feel a sharp, visceral pain. Even more disturbing, the symbols he was engraving were completely unfamiliar to her. "You saved me," Sky said, her words tumbling out in rapid succession. "Who exactly are you? What do you know so much? What are you really after?" "One thing at a time," Mason replied, unbothered by Sky, witnessing the veins bulging beneath his skin. "Dragons truly are a fearsome race." Pain from the tattooing potion barely seemed to affect him at all. The Red King tattoo was nearly finished. 90% complete. Beside him was a bowl of ice water. Not for drinking, as he preferred to splash it over his own head. It was his way of physically cooling down. Blood trickled from the fresh tattoo, the potion suppressing his natural healing. And as the droplets fell onto the desk. They left behind tiny craters. No matter how Sky looked at it, the scene was deeply unsettling. In her eyes, Mason was no longer quite human. There's no need to be nervous, Sky. I mean you no harm, just as I've never investigated you, Mason said. Gently, no. That's a lie, Sky shot back, her voice raised from the very first day I showed up. You called me by my name. Mason looked at her, setting the special tattoo needle aside. He shook out his arm, and as it slammed against the floor, it left a few fresh dents. Then he said, I know you. Not because of your boyfriend, nor your identity, but because of you, Sky. What? Sky shook her head, leaning forward, with her palms open. Do you even know what you're saying? Do you really know? Did you know me before? Have we met before? Yes, I think. I do. There's no need to keep repeating yourself. Mason exhaled, his tone softening. I know you have a lot of questions, but I think it's better if you watch the news first. Sky couldn't calm herself. Mason seemed shrouded in mystery, his words full of troubling implications. Her childhood had always been a thorn lodged deep in her heart, something she wanted to escape from, yet longed to understand. Mason appeared to know everything. How could she not be anxious? Mason paid her no mind because at that moment, Tony Stark appeared on the television screen, standing. Beside him was his former friend and admirer, Obadiah Stane. Obadiah had been a friend of Tony's father, Howard, and was now Tony's friend as well, a founding member of Stark Industries. Yet it was this seemingly harmless man who had leaked Tony's whereabouts, leading to his capture. However, it was clear that Obadiah's allies hadn't followed through with his plan to kill Tony. Instead, they'd kept him alive to force him to build weapons. Obadiah gently placed a reassuring hand on Tony's back, shielding him as they made their way through the throng of reporters and onto the stage. With his favorite burger clutched in hand, Tony took a big bite, then sat down on the floor in the most unceremonious fashion and declared, everyone, have a seat. It's too tall up here for my liking. The reporters laughed good-naturedly. They were used to Tony's eccentricities and quirks. He'd always march to the beat of his own drum, once everyone had settled on the ground. Every eye and camera lens focused intently on Stark. Mason, for his part, remained unfazed. He knew exactly what was about to happen. Tony was about to announce that Stark Industries would cease its weapons manufacturing. That single statement alone would cost the company 40%, if not more, of its revenue. It was the corporate equivalent of cutting off one's own arm. But did it really matter? Geniuses are called geniuses for a reason. As long as they have the resources, they can create greater miracles and even vaster fortunes. Sure enough, as soon as Tony uttered his earth-shattering announcement, the entire venue erupted into chaos. Obadiah grabbed Tony and hurried him away, making excuses as they left, saying things like Tony was only joking. Colonel Rhodes furrowed his brows deeply. Even though he knew Tony well, he was still stunned by what he'd just heard. Even Sky, watching from outside on television, gasped in disbelief. She didn't follow Stark Industries closely, but she knew what a powerhouse it was in America to shut down the weapons division did. This playboy really understand what that meant. Mason knew that Tony understood perfectly well, and that he already had plans for what came next, but there was no need to explain that to Sky. Watching her fascination, Mason said with some amusement, I told you not to dig into the Cerberus operation. Why didn't you listen to me? Did you really think everyone would be as easy to deal with as I am? You're the devil, Sky said, covering her face, lost for words. Mason looked at her and went on, actually, if you're out of options, I'm hiring. I think you'd make a decent caregiver. At least it's honest work. He fixed her with a steady gaze and asked, interested? Not interested, Sky shouted loudly, looking as furious as a cat with its fur standing on end. It was true that Quake's powers, once awakened, could bring destruction on an epic scale, but without Terrigen, it was clear she couldn't undergo any transformation. As she was now, she was harmless, as long as she stayed away from computers. Mason looked at Sky and said, if you're not interested, I won't force you to stay. You're free to leave at any time. Sky gazed at him in confusion. She had no idea where else she could possibly go. Mason paused for a moment to rest, then picked up the tattoo needle once more and continued inking his arm. The pain was, as expected, quite intense. He kept talking to her, but at that moment he caught a glimpse of the camera turning. The reporter was speaking excitedly, chattering nonstop about who knew what. Mason's eyes drifted past the reporter, and he spotted a familiar silhouette in the background. This man was not exactly someone Mason knew personally. He had never met him face to face, but based on the storyline, he should be standing right there. Even though it was just a profile, Mason recognized him instantly. Phil Coulson, senior agent of SHIELD, a diehard fan of Captain America. His appearance here meant the story was still on track. Before long, Black Widow would join Stark Industries under the guise of secretary, and Pepper Potts would uncover Obadiah Stane's ambitions. Obadiah would use the remnants Tony left behind in Afghanistan to create the Iron Monger, and another great battle would soon erupt. Mason was rather fond of this story. But for now, his priority was to give Kingpin and Mr. Negative a surprise. That would have to wait until Frank returned. Right now his main task was to keep drawing in and corrupting Clausewitz's men. He needed to find out exactly what Whitehall was plotting with the old general. Mason had coveted Whitehall's secrets for a long time. Whitehall was a sly old fox. He'd gained a wealth of knowledge and experience back when he served under his mentor, the Red Skull. Though he was just a mortal, Whitehall had brushed against the extraordinary. He was cunning enough, and having abandoned his humanity, had shed many of the usual human weaknesses. Fortunately, Mason didn't care about any of that. His favorite thing was to defeat his opponents head-on, without subterfuge. Just as he was openly recruiting Clausewitz's men now, he knew full well that for the time being he couldn't touch Clausewitz's personal guard. Unless he resorted to mysticism, those people would never switch sides for Mason. They were Clausewitz's most loyal followers. After all, his convenient father had a certain charismatic charm, a palpable, tangible force, which was displayed most vividly in the old general. Suddenly, Mason heard someone knocking at the door. When he opened it, a burly man stepped inside. His hair was cut short, and his eyes gleamed like a tiger stalking its prey. He glanced at Skye with utter nonchalance, but that single look sent a shiver down her spine, raising goosebumps all over her skin. He spared her only that fleeting glance before his gaze shifted to Mason, noticing how Mason's blood dripped onto the table each drop punching a tiny crater into the wood. His stare grew fiery. He no longer looked at Skye, but strode over to Mason, crouched low, and leaned across the table, his eyes zeroing in on Mason's arm from up close. "So, this is power. Is this the strength you promised me?" he murmured, greedily reaching out, desperate to snatch at the falling blood, but before his hand could reach it, Skye nearly cried out in shock. Her vision blurred, and in the next instant, Mason seemed to vanish from his chair as if nothing had happened. When Mason reappeared, he was already standing in front of Skye. The brute who had tried to touch Mason's blood now had his head slammed down against the table with a force that made it clear. One bit more pressure, and this burly man's head would burst open like a melon. "Do you realize," Mason said, releasing his grip, "how revolting your greedy lack of respect is? Since you walked in, you haven't once called my name, or even addressed me as boss." He let the man go, then added, "I know why you joined the company. I've heard your thirst for power has driven you to madness. You've even signed up for the human experimentation program, haven't you? But do you know the actual chances of success for that program?" Even in her panic, Skye couldn't help but perk up at the mention of human experimentation, her ears straining for every word. "I don't care," the man replied, even with his head pressed to the table. He showed no hint of anger. He rolled his neck, and once Mason released him, found a chair, sat down, and continued, "All I want is to become stronger. That's it. What happens after that, I couldn't care less." "You really are a madman," Mason drawled, reclining in his chair. "I don't think you're suited to be security. You'd make a better patient in our program." The man laughed, a wild, unsettling sound. It was as if Skye didn't exist to either of them. Mason made no effort to hide anything from her. He knew exactly what kind of person Skye was. All he had to do was spark her curiosity, and sooner or later, she'd fall right into his net. He wasn't about to let anyone useful slip through his fingers. He knew he couldn't accomplish anything significant on his own. He needed strong arms to carry out his will. Even Thanos had the Black Order to serve him, sure 4 out of the 5 harbored betrayal in their hearts, and nothing would have pleased them more than to see Thanos dead. But as long as Thanos drew breath, not one of them dared to make a move. This was exactly the effect Mason was looking for. Take the burly man standing before him. For instance, he was a security officer for the Clausewitz family's research facility. Mason had looked into his background. In his early days, the man had worked as a mercenary, and not just any mercenary, but one who dealt in the most lucrative and notorious business of all, human lives. He had made a name for himself, but after one particular job in the Balkans, an entire mercenary company was nearly wiped out. In the end, he was the sole survivor. From that point on, he became obsessed with seeking power so much so that he was willing to become a test subject himself for the sake of strength. Mason looked at him and asked, "Ever heard of Captain America?" "Are you kidding? Who? Hasn't heard of someone that famous? What? Are you going to dig him up or something?" The buzz-cut giant shot back, his tone half-mocking. Mason paid no mind to the sarcasm. Continuing on his own, Steve Rogers, the superhuman. He's the result of humanity's most perfect evolutionary serum. After him, every other serum has had its flaws. So, you see, the most stable evolutionary formula now comes from the blood of these superhumans. Using their blood to make serum offers a significant chance for further evolution. But there's also a Risk genetic collapse, becoming a monster. Still, it's a path worth considering. So, Eric, do you want my blood? His words slithered into Eric's ears, seductive as the devil's whisper. Eric met Mason's gaze, clenching his fists tight before forcing himself to relax. He swore under his breath, but didn't lash out. Instead, his expression grew calm. He had just realized that ever since entering the room. Mason had been controlling the pace of the conversation. Eric studied Mason, who said, "So after all I've told you, do you still want to get stronger? There's always a price for power. You know what kind of person I am? I'm a greedy devil. If you gain strength from me, I'll want your loyalty and your soul." In return, Sky hadn't expected to hear so many secrets in this place. She watched Eric, curious to see what he would choose. To her surprise, Eric replied, "Give me the power. Whatever you want, it's yours." But Mason didn't give him his blood. He hadn't been bluffing earlier. Everything he said was true. Just look at the Hulk's cousin, Jennifer Walters, after she was gravely wounded and lost a lot of blood. Her cousin, Bruce Banner, Hulk himself, saved her life by giving her a transfusion of his own blood, transforming her into She-Hulk. And that's not to mention all the other super soldier projects, each desperately trying to replicate Steve Rogers again and again. But they all failed. In the Marvel Universe, where theology and science are so intricately entwined, luck plays an enormous role. Even with Rogers' serum, success is never guaranteed. Mason wasn't interested in leaving things to chance. What he handed Eric was a potion from Practical Sorcery, number 300. It was a rare blue concoction, a transformation elixir, to be precise, the Centaur elixir. With a single swallow, one would briefly take on the form of a centaur. Eric gave Mason a sideways glance before continuing, "If he turns out to be useful, then you're my boss now. What do you need from me? Keep working on bringing the others over to our side." "You know what I want," Mason replied, producing yet another potion from his palm. "Do well in this. One's yours too. Oh, and as for the elixir you already have, I've told you how to use it. If you don't believe me, you're welcome to try it. I don't mind." Eric looked Mason in the eye and said, "But I do mind." He pushed open the door and walked out. With the transformation elixir in hand, he didn't spare another glance back. Mason watched him leave, a satisfied smile on his lips. "Not a bad start," he murmured. Meanwhile, Sky was eager, desperate even, to know what Mason intended for her. But before she could ask, she found herself locked in the sitting room. Mason had gone to meet someone, David Lieberman, a cunning man, but one with attachments. A lovely daughter, a rebellious son, and a beautiful wife. With such ties, there was no escaping Frank's gaze. The moment Frank showed up at his home, Lieberman sensed it immediately, like he'd been hit with a surge of adrenaline, nearly leaping out of his skin. He had been searching for Frank all this time. Years ago, he tried to expose Frank's secrets, only to take a bullet for his trouble, and fake his own death to escape. Now, seeing Frank in the flesh, how could he not be excited? Yet the thrill evaporated the instant Lieberman saw Frank pretend to get hit by his wife's car. What was he playing at? This damned bastard. What the hell was he after? Sarah, ever the kind soul, had actually invited the man into their home. Is Frank even human? Lieberman felt a wave of panic wash over him as he busied himself with tapping and tinkering, finally tracking down Frank's contact information. After tending to his wounds in Lieberman's home, Frank stepped outside, and the two men finally met face to face. Lieberman was cautious. He always was. But after chasing the shadow for so long, and with Frank seeming to take a peculiar interest in his wife, his nerves were stretched to the breaking point. And so, David Lieberman was captured and brought in, staring at the young, handsome face before him. He felt nothing but despair. "Are you going to kill me too?" he asked, his voice weak. Mason took him to sight, shook his head, and poured him a glass of tequila. "Neat, no ice." And handed it over. "Have a drink to perk yourself up. Look at you. Do you see any trace of a father in that face?" Hearing him mention his child, Lieberman picked up the glass and asked, "What do you want to do?" "What do I want?" The man sneered. "Take down Rollins, your so-called orange agent, the one who set you up. How does that plan sound to you?" "You can't do it." Lieberman threw back the tequila in one gulp, and the burn brought color to his cheeks. He spoke to Mason, agitated. "That's impossible. If Rollins really is our opponent, we don't stand a chance. He's the new director of covert operations of the CIA. Do you even know what kind of power that position holds?" "Oh." Mason was utterly unfazed. "Then let's take him out. What do you think?" "I find the idea perfectly achievable." Lieberman stared at Mason in disbelief. "Who are you really? Why are you helping me?" "I'm just helping him, and helping you along the way." Mason looked Lieberman in the eye, gave his shoulder a reassuring pat, and said, "If you want to break free from this ghost-like existence, you'll have to fight for it. Right now, that fight means going after this man." He pulled out a photograph, an image of a group of Marines, Frank's old comrades. "This man, his name is Bannies. Back in the day, he used corpses as cover to smuggle illegal drugs, and he was in on it. Your job is to find him. Frank will bring him in. He'll testify against the others in court. Mason pointed at David and continued, rising to his feet. If you want your name cleared sooner, then you'd better find Bannies as soon as possible. I think you already know we're genuinely trying to help you, of course. You could just as easily turn on us. I wouldn't blame you for it there. We'll always be idealists willing to tear away the veil of corruption. No matter how powerful the CIA is, they won't keep covering things up just for a dead man. After Mason walked out, Frank followed. He went to Bob's bar, down a couple of drinks, and soaked in a medicinal bath. Once he dried off with a towel, Mason came in and said, I need you to act now. Go after the Russian gangs and those Mexicans running illegal drugs. Bring every last one of them in. They don't deserve to walk free. When the big sharks are about to choke, there's no place for the minnows in the pond. Fisk has joined forces with the Kingpin. That means it's time we gave him a little surprise. Suit up in Devil's gang colors and stir things up on Hammerhead's turf. They'll never believe it. Frank spoke as he finished getting dressed, strapping on his weapons, and addressed Mason. Mason, hearing this, curled his lips in a wry smile and replied, No one believes in this sort of thing. I know it, you know it, the Devil's gang knows it, Kingpin, Hammerhead, and all the others. They all know, but it doesn't matter. I still want to go through with it. If nothing else, it'll leave them uneasy, eh? Grin blossomed on Mason's face as he continued. I just enjoy doing these little things that can never see the light of day, you know? They're fun. With that, Mason brewed himself a cup of coffee and returned to his office. The elite are truly elite. Tonight the city would be lively once again. Back in his office, Mason hoped the caffeine would dull the ache in his body, though it did little good. Sky sat beside him, watching with a look of discomfort. Sometimes just looking at someone's pain is enough to make you wince even. Though Sky had always harbored a bit of hostility toward Mason, after staring at his tattoos for a while, she couldn't help but ask, What is that? Mason's tone softened as he replied, These are two symbols from the art of alchemy. One is called the White Queen, other the Red King. Are you interested in alchemy too? She found it all utterly incomprehensible. You're insane. Why? Why do you believe in things like this? Sky blurted out. Mason snapped his fingers with a sharp, crisp sound, and as if by magic his coffee cup floated smoothly through the air and landed gently by Sky's hand. Even without touching it, Mason's skill with latte art was still impressive. What? Sky nearly jumped out of her seat, her mind flashing back to the strange events at the Clausewitz Manor. Mason didn't bat an eye, continuing to etch his tattoo as he said, Sky, do you really think everything you've seen is all there is? Do you really believe that what you see every day is what's truly there? You're a computer whiz. Have you ever cracked the Stark Industries firewall? Or Oscorp's? Or the Clausewitz Family's Research Institute? Or the Life Foundation Security? I'm guessing you've never managed to get into any of them. As she listened to the ever-growing list of companies, Sky seemed to realize something. She looked at Mason in disbelief and asked, Are you saying there's something wrong with all of them? Of course, did you really think the top industries don't keep any secrets? Did you really believe the reason you moved to a new foster family every 2 years was because they didn't love you? No, they do love you, This Sky's eyes flew open. She grabbed Mason's shoulder in a panic, her voice cracking as she cried. What do you know? What exactly do you? No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't move Mason even a fraction. Even the hand with which he was tattooing stayed perfectly steady. Without so much as a tremor, he looked at Sky and said to her, If I told you that you're not human, would your mind collapse right now? You're lying. You're a liar, Sky shouted, her voice trembling with panic. Mason gazed in her eyes and said, It seems you haven't calmed down yet. Let's put this matter aside for now. Go back to your seat, and in a few days, I'll show you something interesting. Hearing Mason's indifferent tone, Sky couldn't explain why, but a surge of nameless frustration welled up inside her. Mason shook his head as he looked at her and said, Perhaps you need to cool off a bit. Would you rather calm yourself down? Or do you need my help to physically cool you down? Trust me, you won't enjoy it if I have to give you a knock on the back of your head. It'll leave you hurting for days. Eating, drinking, you might even feel nauseous. If I were you, I'd definitely choose the first option. After he finished speaking, the tattooing continued, but the fuming Sky fell silent. He smiled at Sky, then turned his attention back to the tattoo on his arm, completely absorbed in his work. Time passed until his phone rang. He answered, and a stammering voice came through the line. Yes, sir, this is Peter Parker. On the other end, the young Spider-Man's voice was so anxious that he could barely get the words out. Mason recalled that this kid hadn't even introduced himself that night for someone who didn't know his identity. There might have been a moment of confusion, but Mason was well aware that Spider-Man was Peter Parker. He replied, Yes, Parker. I know who you are. What is it? Do you need my help? Peter hesitated, clearly struggling. He knew it wasn't ideal to reach out like this, but among all the people he knew, only Mr. Mason might be able to help. Earlier today, he'd accidentally snapped a leg off his desk, and while roughhousing with Harry, he'd sent him flying without meaning to. if he couldn't get his strength under control. He worried he might end up hurting Aunt May by accident. What Peter needed right now was a guide, someone who could show him the way. That should have been Uncle Ben or Tony Stark, but in this universe, Aunt May had been alone for years. And as for Tony, he had his own troubles to deal with. So Mason was the only one Peter could think of. Hearing the young Spider-Man's plea, Mason considered for a moment, then said, "Tonight, come here with your mask on. I'll teach you how to use your powers, teaching control over one's power was something Mason didn't even need to do himself. Any hand ninja could handle that. The reason he asked Peter to come at night and wear his mask was simple. Mason knew there were still plenty of eyes watching the asylum surroundings. As long as Mason is willing, not a single one of these people could escape his grasp. But clearly, things had turned out this way because he didn't want to act. As night fell, Spiderling slipped out of the house, a bit anxious, his mask concealing his mood. He had barely taken a few steps when he heard a commotion coming from Hell's Kitchen. He hadn't intended to check it out, but the blood-curdling screams from that direction ignited his damnable curiosity, and before he knew it, his body was already swinging toward the distant noise. By now, he had updated his web shooters once again. These were the second-generation models, boasting much greater strength and capacity. As he floated down into Hell's Kitchen, his eyes widened behind his mask. Oh my God, what am I looking at? He knew what he was seeing was real, but still the scene before him was beyond anything he could have imagined. A group of hulking men, clearly well-trained, charged into a shop with swift, practiced motions. They locked up the people inside and tossed them into the back of a truck. As if they'd done this 100 times before, Spiderling stared in shock, struggling to make sense of what he was witnessing. Was this a kidnapping? And if so, why kidnap so many people all at once? It didn't add up, but whatever the reason, he knew it was time to step in. With a whoosh, he swung down from the rooftop, but before he could even speak, several muzzles were already pointed straight at him. His mind raced, pounding with a frantic rhythm, while his spider sense blared warning after warning. Danger was everywhere. He moved with agile skill, dodging left and right, narrowly evading the tranquilizer darts. Mason's squad, realizing their target was too fast, holstered their guns and pulled out vials of unknown drugs. Just then Frank emerged from the building, carrying the last captive. A burly Russian who looked as tough as a bear. Frank tossed the man to the ground. The Russian grimaced in pain, cursed in his native tongue, and tried to stand, only for Frank to boot him in the head like a soccer ball, sending him into unconsciousness. "Count carefully. Don't leave anyone behind," Frank growled. Then, hefting his rifle, he turned to Spiderling. "You new around here? Haven't seen you before, of course. Hey, I'm warning you, what you're doing is already against the..." Spiderling didn't get to finish. Frank had already charged at him, moving with a force and speed reminiscent of Kingpin. That was never a good sign. "Oh, the Rhino charge. I knew you guys all loved that move." Spiderling grumbled to himself. Ever since Kingpin pulled that stunt on him, he'd even given the move a name. What he hadn't expected was that Frank was even faster than that foolish big bear. Once again, he was seized around the waist and slammed heavily to the ground. Before he could even fight back, Frank had already locked his joints in place. As the little spider struggled desperately, the two soldiers swiftly injected a muscle relaxant into his neck. At last, the little spider quieted down. After binding him tightly, they tossed him into the vehicle as well. "One squad has already intercepted those street heroes," one of the men reported, pushing forward a portable display. "But there's one among them. This big guy in black is just too strong. Our guns can't do any real harm to him. Still, our task was only to hold him back. So we haven't used any heavier force." Frank glanced at the screen. The black giant was a mountain of muscle and height, charging through a hail of bullets straight toward them, but was stalled by the first squad. His strength was immense, but those elite squad members, greased and powerful, were no pushovers either. After one final look at the screen, Frank shouldered his gun and climbed into the back seat. "Tell the first squad to fall back. We're heading home." "Yes, sir." The man saluted Frank and hurried off. Frank cast one last glance outside before boarding the truck, leaving behind a battered and devastated Hell's Kitchen. The team drove away. In their wake lay empty, yawning shops and apartments, doors left wide open. The Russian and Mexican gangs. Tonight in Hell's Kitchen, they'd been uprooted to the last man. Luke Cage stared in disbelief at the deserted streets of Hell's Kitchen, feeling as if even his breath had stopped. Good Lord above, what on earth happened here? Was this the aftermath of a Viking raid? Equally stunned were Stick and Daredevil, who had hurried over upon hearing the news. They could hear the wind whistling around the street corners, and the desolation struck them to the core. Nothing but abandoned buildings and emptiness remained. In just half a night, the Russians and Mexicans who had once entrenched themselves here had all vanished. A few beat cops happened to be patrolling the area. They stepped out of their car, staring at the missing people with mouths agape. They weren't dirty cops, but after so many years surviving in Hell's Kitchen, they developed a philosophy of their own. Now, it was more unshakable than ever. Someone had made a move here, but who? That they didn't care to know. The less you know, the longer you live. That was their creed. Mason's name never reached their ears, and even if it had, they wouldn't have breathed a word to anyone else. Behind them appeared a hulking figure, a young man whose fists glowed with energy, and a woman. They looked at the emptied city block, their mouths agape in shock, and muttered a startled invocation to the Almighty. Who did this? What happened here? They asked. The two patrol officers surveyed the scene, exchanged a silent glance, and decided unspoken to turn a blind eye. Without another word, they spun on their heels and walked away. Stick and Daredevil remained hidden in the shadows, making no move to reveal themselves. Instead, Mason had made use of their presence and gotten into a scuffle with the gambler. Now recovered, Iron Fist shouted loudly, "Hey man, aren't you going to do something?" The two patrol officers ignored him completely and left the area. Who in their right mind would stick around? Anyone wandering Hell's Kitchen at night was either a thug, a junkie, a murderer, a thief, or perhaps one of those vigilantes the street gangs whispered about like Daredevil. Whatever the case, these officers had no wish to get acquainted. All they wanted was to get out fast. Watching the retreating patrolman, Iron Fist turned to Colleen Wing beside him, exasperated. What's with their attitude? Something obviously went down here, shouldn't they call for backup? Luke Cage, taking in the scene, said, "You don't know Hell's Kitchen." Iron Fist glanced over and asked, "And who are you exactly?" Luke Cage gave him a look, but said nothing. Stick spoke quietly to Daredevil. "It was him. What is he planning?" Daredevil, Matthew Murdock, knew exactly whom Stick meant. Of everyone he knew, only Mason would dare to pull off something like this. Who else could clear out 2 entire city blocks of gangsters in the dead of night? But what was Mason's goal? Murder. That didn't seem right. Could it be? Suddenly, Stick straightened and exclaimed, "This isn't good. We have to stop him, stop him." Daredevil looked at Stick, who continued in a grave voice, "They're going to use living people as a sacrifice to bring forth the beast." From Stick's perspective, it was a logical conclusion. Daredevil, though, was unconvinced. He hadn't spent much time talking to Mason, but even so, he could tell Mason wasn't that kind of person. Still, if Stick was determined to prevent Mason from summoning the beast, Matt had no choice but to follow and see it through. Meanwhile, those two unfortunate patrol officers hadn't gotten far when a brick came hurtling through the air, shattering their car window. Before they could even step out to investigate, several figures grabbed them roughly, dragged them into a nearby alley, and pinned them against a wall. One officer reached for his gun, only to feel the cold press of a weapon against his temple. "If I were you," came a chilling voice, "I'd cooperate and not get any ideas." The person who had kidnapped them spoke up, while the two police officers raised their hands, signaling that they meant no harm. They said, all right. What do you want to know? We'll tell you everything we know." "That's more like it," the man replied with satisfaction. Then he continued, "Tell me what happened in the direction you just came from." "Everyone inside has vanished," one of the patrol officers answered curtly. The kidnappers tilted their heads at this, exchanged glances, and soon someone went to check from a distance. After confirming, they nodded, and the leader let the officers go. "Get lost and stay far away," he said gruffly. The two patrolmen, without a trace of resentment, hurried off at once. Once they had the information they needed, a few of the men said, "All right, report to the boss. Those Russians and Mexicans are all gone." But just as he finished speaking, the lookout at the end of the alley didn't reply. When he turned to look, he saw a figure in a red suit stride forward and knock him out cold with a single punch. "Those must be Kingpin's men," Daredevil said. He and Stick had just happened upon the scene and decided to step in. Stick glanced at the group and said, "We can't waste time on these people. We need to stop Mason from summoning that evil beast. Leave these guys to the one whose fists glow. I know him. He must be the new Iron Fist." Stick didn't explain how he knew this, and Daredevil didn't ask. Stick was in a hurry, already heading toward the asylum on the outskirts of the city, with no other choice after telling a few people standing nearby. They left the scene. This was Iron Fist's first time acting as a hero, taking in everything around him. He turned to Luke Cage and asked, "Big guy, what should we do now? Call the cops?" Luke Cage looked around and said, "Honestly, I'd rather not get mixed up in this. The people who disappeared today were notorious criminals, but I think whoever took them all is an even bigger villain. I'm calling the police." "Oh, thank goodness you called the cops. I'm heading home," Iron Fist said, ready to leave with Colleen Wing. But Colleen looked at the scene and said, "Something's not right. I've heard of the gangs around here. They're completely unhinged. If they're pushed too far, they might really snap. They'd strap on bombs and head for City Hall or Times Square." She was telling the truth. Right now in Hell's Kitchen, only the Irish mob was still active. These gangsters were tough, ruthless, and had no fear of death. They were all out of their minds. If word got out that the other gangs had all been wiped out, Who's to say they wouldn't load up with explosives and attack City Hall? It wasn't impossible at all. At this moment, however, the Irish mob's office was quiet with 4 or 5 people sitting in silence. In front of them sat a laptop, and on its screen appeared a familiar face. Mason. Mason was on the other end of the call, speaking with the leader of the Irish gang. Will you keep your word? The gang boss asked, his eyes fixed on a man in the laptop. This wasn't the first time he had seen Mason. His portrait hung in the boss's private clinic. Yet this was their first face-to-face conversation. Seated nearby were several men radiating an air of menace. They sat as still as stone, saying nothing. When they arrived, they'd introduced themselves as members of the Thousand Eyes. The Thousand Eyes would be taking over the territories once controlled by the Russians and the Mexicans. At the same time, they would yield a portion of their business to the Irish. In return, they required recognition and assistance from the Irish, particularly in gaining control of certain channels in the early stages. Mason served as the guarantor for this deal. The Irish mob boss, a huge man, weighing well over 250 pounds and dressed in suspenders, stared intently at the face on the screen. After a long silence, he extended his large, hairy hand and shook hands with the leader of the Thousand Eyes across from him. This gesture sealed their partnership. Mason watched the proceedings with satisfaction, then closed the video call. As he looked up, he saw Ward sitting across from him. This time, Ward acted as the intermediary between Garrett and Mason. Garrett called himself Thousand Eyes. This was supposed to be a secret, but to Mason, it was hardly hidden at all. With the deal concluded, Ward handed Mason a sheet of paper and hurried out of the office. For reasons he couldn't explain, Ward always felt deeply uneasy in Mason's study. The sculptures scattered around the room seemed almost alive, their eyes following his every move. If it were up to him, he wouldn't have stayed a minute longer. To Ward, the man across from him seemed like a figure torn from legend, a sorcerer shrouded in mystery, both sinister and powerful. Given the choice, Ward would never want to cross someone like Mason. The paper Ward had delivered listed several names. These were all Hydra operatives, Hydra agents embedded within the Clausewitz Institute. Hydra had never been a single, unified force. Each faction planted spies within the other's ranks. They cooperated, competed, laid traps, and worked together in a tangled web of intrigue, a grand drama, where spies lurked within spies, and no one was ever truly alone. Garrett was an outlier among Hydra. He neither believed in the legend of the Hive, nor did he aspire to rule the world. All he wanted was to carve out a place for himself. The profits of Hell's Kitchen have never been small. Countless shady products circulate there. Garrett needed these resources. Clairvoyant was under his control, and once Hell's Kitchen belonged to him, all the profits would flow into his hands. As for the cost, Hydra paid it for him. He handed the list of these people to Mason, and with that, their business was settled. Money and goods exchanged, accounts cleared. Mason looked at the names on the list, and even saw their disguised home addresses. A genuine smile spread across his face. These people look quite promising. Some of them have even worked their way into management. This saves me who knows how much effort. So first things first, we need to turn them into my people. The Hydra members on the list were intriguing. Some reported directly to headquarters, while others reported to their immediate superiors. Among them were both Pierce's men and Von Strucker's. Selling out these people didn't trouble Garrett in the slightest. Mason studied the list again, then took out his copy of 300 practical spells. As he slowly searched through the book, he muttered to himself, "Oh, if that's the case, time is tight, and I have no patience for subtleties with these people. As the saying goes, some fear threats more than they fear conscience. So it seems the best way to deal with them is with intimidation. A voodoo doll? Now, that could be interesting. The voodoo doll originated from voodoo, a tool with many uses. But the one Mason had in mind belonged to the realm of black magic. It resembled the voodoo dolls he'd seen in Pirates of the Caribbean, like Blackbeard's doll. Mason examined the ingredients. Most were easy enough to acquire, but half an ounce of the target's blood and a strand of hair were required. The hair was simple, but half an ounce of blood. He let out a sigh. Gentleness is a deadly poison. Only violence commands true respect. Let's keep things simple. He carefully reviewed the information again before calling Eric. I think I need your help right now, he said, holding a slip of paper as he spoke to Eric. The NYPD arrived in Hell's Kitchen, standing with arms akimbo on the street, feeling a chill in broad daylight. Everything about this case radiated strangeness. The houses and shops all bore signs of struggle. Yet for someone to have swept away all these gangsters in a single night, this was no feat for ordinary people. By the time they reached this stage in the investigation, the detectives had little desire to dig deeper. The waters ran far too deep, and no sensible captain would willingly poke around in something so dangerous. Fortunately, just then, others stepped forward to take on the burden. The person who came to hand over the case had a round face and looked easy to talk to. He pulled out his credentials, stared at them for a long moment, and finally said, "Hello, I'm from the National Strategic, Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. Yes, that's right. I'm an agent from that agency. Phil Coulson. You can call me Coulson." The chief shook his hand. Suspicion written all over his face. You couldn't really blame him for being doubtful. After all, what kind of employee can't even say their own agency's name smoothly? Coulson's face still wore a friendly smile. These days he was S.H.A.L.D., this resident firefighter always sent wherever he was needed with. Barely a moment's rest. After Natasha infiltrated Stark Industries, he was finally free once more. S.H.A.L.D. paid close attention to Hell's Kitchen. After all, quite a few precious items had leaked out from here over the years, especially now, with the area only spanning a handful of blocks, and yet the gangs in 2 of them had vanished overnight. No matter how you looked at it, this was a big deal. Coulson had no choice but to come in person. Several agents followed behind him. Noticing the doubt in the chief's eyes, Coulson smiled and said, "We'll take it from here. You can go back and report in." Before the chief could even voice his confusion, his phone rang. He answered, gave a couple of short replies, and then looked at Coulson with even more bewilderment, but didn't say a word. He led his team away, watching them leave. Coulson rolled up his sleeves and got to work. For now, he didn't have a fixed team of his own. The agents with him were all S.H.I.L.D. operatives, and their numbers changed from day to day. He looked up at the empty 3-story building before him. He knew he'd have to start from scratch. He stepped inside, but had barely made it a few paces when a heavily accented English voice called out from behind him, "Hey man, that's our house. What are you doing in our house? If you go in any further, we're calling the cops." "HM?" Coulson turned at the sound and saw, at some point, the street corner had filled with Russians, each one bigger and bullier than the last. Yet, oddly enough, they all seemed rather polite. A whole gang of tough-looking men, some with scars slashing across their faces and bodies, others sporting gunshot wounds, stood at the corner, watching him with hard eyes. These must be the missing Russian mobsters. Coulson was no stranger to such scenes. Seeing them return didn't worry him in the least. He didn't even consider reaching for his gun. He sized them up. There had to be at least 50 by his estimate, though most of them didn't appear to be armed. But Coulson still had no intention of making a move. He believed in his own charm. So he raised his hands where everyone could see them and said, "We mean no harm. We're just responding to a report. Heard you'd all gone missing, so we came to check up." Suspicion filled these people's eyes. Was this a joke? They'd seen police before, and these men in black suits with 2 wearing sunglasses at the back looked nothing like investigators on official business. Still, the Russian gangsters showed no sign of wanting a fight. They just issued a warning, telling Coulson and his team to leave their home. "If you don't get out, we'll call the police." They declared this with such conviction, it was as if they truly believed they'd call the authorities if Coulson didn't leave. For a moment, even the experienced Coulson found himself at a loss for words. He felt like the whole thing was absurd. Since when did the police care about Hell's Kitchen? When did the NYPD ever call the shots in this neighborhood? Yet here was this bizarre situation unfolding right before him. Coulson's smile felt a bit stiff, though it didn't matter. No one could tell. After all, communication was his greatest strength. But these people refused to engage. They walked past Coulson, entered the building, and began to gather their belongings. After a while, they climbed into their pickup trucks, ready to leave. Seeing this, Coulson hurried to one of the trucks and tapped on its window. "I know it's a bit sudden, but I have to ask. Where are you headed?" "Us. We've found new jobs. Now, if you'd please let go of the window, we're leaving." Though they looked rough and brawny, their tone was surprisingly genial. If Coulson wasn't mistaken, he detected a note of hope for a better future in their voices. For a moment, even Coulson was taken aback. He hesitated, but ultimately decided to pursue this lead. No matter how he looked at it, something about these people was off. He was a seasoned agent, after all, and he trusted his instincts. Mason looked at the little spider in front of him and couldn't help but want to laugh. The poor kid had been beaten black and blue, and the culprit behind it all was sitting right next to him. Frank and Mason were in the back of a truck, and the muscle relaxant hadn't worked as well on the kid as they'd hoped. He'd woken up halfway through the trip and ended up fighting Frank in the cramped space for much of the ride, taking such a beating that even his head was swollen. No matter how hard he fought, he was no match for Frank. He was still far too inexperienced. If Frank hadn't noticed the lack of lethal intent in his attacks, and seen, once the mask was pulled off, that the kid looked just like a high school student and not some gang member, he might have finished him off right then and there. Mason looked at the little spider and wondered whether he should offer him a shot of tequila to calm his nerves. But then he remembered the boy wasn't of age yet. Perhaps it wouldn't be right to let him drink, so he switched to black tea instead. He settled himself on the edge of the table, leaning forward slightly as he passed the teacup to the young spider. The boy clutched the cup in his hands, his face full of confusion as he glanced between Frank and Mason. completely taken aback to find Mason here. He'd honestly thought he was going to have to break a promise this time. Sir, they? The little spider was clearly bursting with things to say. Mason smiled at him and said, "Things aren't quite what you think they are, I know. It probably looked like a kidnapping. To you. But the truth is, I invited them all here to talk over a contract. Look, these are standard contracts." He gestured at a stack of papers on the table and continued. "See, these are the agreements they signed with me. They're working here as caretakers. You know, running such a large asylum requires a lot of hands. I don't believe they're bad people living in Hell's Kitchen. They were probably just desperate to get by. That's why I hired them. Now that they have jobs, there's no need to go back to their old ways. This is the only way to pull them out of the fire." The little spider took the papers Mason handed over and, glancing down instinctively, realized that it really did seem to be the case. Mr. Mason hadn't lied. Standing nearby, Frank, who knew the truth, showed no reaction at all. He might as well have been a statue. After all, there were already 3 extra statues in the room now. That made 8 in total. The 3 new faces, no matter how you looked at them, bore an uncanny resemblance to the Russian mob boss and the Mexican cartel leader. The little spider touched his own face, feeling unsettled. Mason looked at him and said, "You know, your powers are actually far greater than you realize. If only you could tap into them. If you did, neither the Kingpin nor this big guy here would stand a chance against you in a fair fight. I mean face to face. But even if you're strong, remember this. If your enemy is a skilled and cunning hunter, he can figure out your weaknesses, learn your habits, and strike at your most vulnerable point, ending the fight in an instant. If you want to be a superhero, you must always be wary of this. Your weakness is your greatest danger." Though the little spider didn't fully grasp everything Mason was saying, he couldn't help but feel that Mason was truly formidable. More importantly, he sensed that Mr. Mason genuinely cared about him and might actually be able to help. Mason fixed his gaze on the young spider and said, "I think you want to be a hero. To do that, you'll need more than just training. Some equipment, perhaps. I can't give you the gear for now, but as for training, that I can give you right away." Little Spider-Man hadn't even had time to react before Mason tossed him over to Frank. "Get someone to train him properly. Make sure he understands his own strength," Mason instructed. What?" The look on Little Spider-Man's face was one of pure confusion from beginning to end, and he wore the same bewildered expression. As he was led away, Mason waved at him in a friendly manner, calling out, "Don't worry. I've already arranged your leave of absence." "Wait, what?" Little Spider-Man was still completely at a loss, his face full of questions. Once Mason saw him leave, the smile faded from his face. With the business with the gangsters dealt with, he had other matters to attend to. He opened messages on his device and quickly located the chip. Lieberman had already found traces of Barnes, and he had also arranged another meeting with Madani to pass along more information. Right now, Rollins was finding things increasingly troublesome. Madani was gathering more and more evidence, and the higher-ups at Homeland Security and the CIA had begun secret discussions. The CIA knew this was a looming scandal, one that couldn't be allowed to come to light. Yet, they couldn't simply resort to their usual tricks like staging a car accident to get rid of the whistleblower from Homeland Security. That would cross a line that could never be uncrossed. After all, Homeland Security weren't a bunch of sheep. If they blatantly eliminated one of their own agents, it would be like setting off a bomb. So now Rollins and his superior stood before a floor-to-ceiling window. The superior, looking worn and weary, spoke in a tired voice. "In a few days, we'll give you a proper funeral. We'll tell everyone you died stopping an attack, and we'll grant you the honors you deserve. You know, this is the biggest concession we can offer. I'll give you a few more days. Make sure you clean up every trace. Otherwise, when it comes time for that funeral, you'll really end up locked in that coffin for good." Rollins looked like a cornered beast. His eyes burned with fury and malice. He knew this wasn't over, not by a long shot, but he also knew the coward in front of him was right. He had to eliminate everyone who knew the truth. People like Barnes. No matter what, Barnes had to die, and once Rollins was safe, he'd make sure that Madani, the Homeland Security agent, lost everything. The gates to Mason's rehab center swung wide open, and several cars rolled out, disappearing down the road. Frank and Mason were both in those cars, though not together. As soon as they left the gates, they went their separate ways. Frank was off to find Barnes and to take care of some of those troublesome weeds in the suburbs. Now was the time for action, the kind of busy work that would one day lead to a bountiful harvest. The car carrying Mason soon pulled up in front of an apartment building in New York. Stepping out, Mason's purpose was clear. He was here for the spies hidden among the researchers. He glided past the registration desk like a ghost, neither hurried nor sluggish as he made his way upstairs. Meanwhile, the others who had arrived with him headed to the surveillance room. After confirming the room number, Mason knocked on the door, and Eric's voice came from inside. "Who is it?" "It's me," Mason replied. Simply, recognizing Mason's voice, the door swung open, and Mason was greeted by the sight of a pitiful researcher tied up within. she looked utterly helpless. And as an insider, Eric demonstrated remarkable professionalism. He had expertly neutralized every possible way this poor woman could try to call for help. This unfortunate lady had been caught by Eric, and at first she thought her cover had been blown. But once she found herself bound in this place, doubt crept in if her identity as a spy had truly been discovered. She should have been taken to the Research Institute's security department, not kidnapped and brought here. Then, when she spotted young Clausewitz, her anxiety visibly escalated. A torrent of thoughts raced through her mind, but never had she imagined she would encounter Clausewitz here of all places. Mason glanced at her name badge, and with little gentleness, took a blood sample and a lock of hair from her. Then he produced a voodoo doll. Right in front of him, he tied the blood and hair onto the doll. Closing his eyes, he began to chant in a manner that felt eerily mystical. A swirling dark aura of ill omen seemed to emanate from his hands, seeping into the doll. The voodoo doll suddenly appeared to come alive, its mouth opened wide, greedily devouring every last wisp of that sinister aura. At last, everything returned to normal. All of this unfolded before the eyes of the researcher still bound to her chair, and Eric, who watched coldly from the side. Unlike the panicked researcher, Eric's eyes showed not fear, but rather excitement and fascination. "What is that?" he couldn't help but ask. Mason glanced at him, signaling for him to untie the researcher, and replied, "It's a voodoo doll. Ever heard of voodoo? This is one of their signature tricks." Eric seemed to be reminded of something unpleasant by that remark. He didn't answer Mason, but instead set about freeing the researcher. For reasons she couldn't explain, the researcher felt her heart racing and her breath coming short, especially when her gaze fell on the voodoo doll in Mason's hand. Unable to contain herself, she whispered, "What did you do to me?" "See for yourself." Mason manipulated the doll slightly, and the researcher against her will found herself mimicking the doll's movements exactly. "Stop. What did you do to me?" she cried out. Though she was a spy, her scientific training and expertise were formidable. Otherwise, she would never have been recruited by the Institute. She had never believed in the supernatural. Her family had no faith, and she herself was a rare non-believer. But everything she saw today left her uneasy, thrown into panic and confusion. Mason looked at her, and with a smile, swept his finger across the mouth of the voodoo doll. Instantly, she found herself stammering, unable to utter a word. This was the work of a demon. The researcher's state of mind shifted dramatically. She stared at Mason in terror, instinctively trying to distance herself, nearly toppling over, chair and all. Mason reacted quickly, steadying the chair with a swift, firm grip. He addressed her, saying, "I'm truly sorry, Miss Chien-san, for frightening you like this. Please accept my apology. Also, I must admit, though it's unfair to you, that I'm not particularly learned or experienced. In truth, I can hardly tell if the fear in your eyes is genuine or merely an act, so I had no choice but to use some rather drastic measures. This was my failing, and I apologize in advance. Here, these are your credentials." Mason handed her the documents and continued, "I believe you weren't trained as a spy from childhood. You've been forced into this, haven't you? So tell me, did they offer you a hefty sum of money, or did they threaten your family? From what I know, that's exactly the kind of thing those bastards like to do. Don't be afraid. As long as you tell us the truth, we will do everything in our power to help you. Otherwise, you know what will happen here. We'll execute you as a traitor, and if your family is in their hands when they stop hearing from you, what do you think they'll believe? That you've been discovered? Or that you've betrayed them? Either way, your family won't survive, and if they're blackmailing you with something else, ask yourself, if you die, will those threats still hold any power over you? Speak up, Miss Chien-san. Trust me, I'm the only one here who can help you." As Mason spoke, his voice took on an eerie, serpentine rasp, hissing and hoarse. He leaned in closer and closer, until his words were nearly whispered directly into Miss Chien-san's ear. The researcher named Chien-san unconsciously clutched at her clothes, squeezing so tightly that her knuckles turned white. If one looked closely, they'd see her eyes widening, her pupils dilating with mounting anxiety. She was truly on edge. Equally tense was Eric. Standing to the side, his hand instinctively moved toward the holster at his waist, and cold sweat drenched his brow and back. The memory of those damn days surged up. Those disgusting tycoons flashing their dirty Franklins had sent them into the heart of the jungle in search of some bizarre creature's blood. And it was on that expedition that he had encountered an unbelievable giant python. It lay hidden in the swamp, blending perfectly with the tall grass, a predator nearly flawless in its craft. When they trespassed onto its territory, it sprang out with the force of a coiled spring. The cries of his companions still echoed in his ears, and he let out a long, involuntary breath. Lifting his gaze, he met Mason's eyes. "Maybe you need a glass of water. You don't look well," Mason said. He braced both hands on the chair that bound Miss Chien-sun, exposing his chest and abdomen, his most vulnerable spots, to her without a care, and turned his head to speak to Eric. When Eric met Mason's eyes, it was as if a bucket of ice water had been dumped over him. He snapped back to his senses in an instant. He quickly withdrew his hand, pretending nothing had happened. Mason didn't care in the slightest. He had heard Miss Chien-sun's voice at last. She had yielded, or rather her mental defenses had finally been breached. She'd borne the brunt of the pressure just now, and making it this far already showed remarkable resilience. After all, she was no trained spy. Mason listened intently, and after a long pause, he nodded. "I see. It wasn't such a grave matter, truth be told. Her only real misstep was that her graduation thesis had been fabricated. Ordinarily, this wouldn't be the end of the world, but her current job was directly tied to her thesis, if this ever came to light. Her entire life and career would be in ruins." "All right, it's fine, really. Who else knows about this?" Mason asked. Miss Chien-sun hurriedly wiped away her tears and replied, "Joe. Joe knows. He's been pursuing me for a long time, but I always turned him down. Later, he found out about this. He planned to use it to threaten me, but then those people came. They told me Joe was already dead, killed by them, and that I had to do as they said, eliminating rivals swiftly and decisively. That was Hydra's way. Sometimes SHLD would resort to gentler methods, but for Hydra, sending in a soldier with a mechanical arm to take someone out was routine. Take Tony's father, Howard Stark. He was killed on the road by the Winter Soldier, who stole the serum from him. Mason wore an easygoing expression. Persuading someone whose spirit was already shattered was no challenge for him. He had already figured out her true concern. Wasn't her reputation. It was her future prospects, of course. If she could save her reputation while securing her future, all the better. Mason had promised her that once this was over, she could be his secretary. The salary he offered was generous. Miss Chien-sun had no reason to refuse. With the first problem settled, Mason left the apartment. Eric didn't follow. He still had matters to attend to. He knew that the researchers underwent a physical examination once every 3 months. Now, it had been over 2 months since the last checkup, and next week, it would be time for them to be examined again, with a mole on the inside, getting a sample of someone's blood. Wouldn't be difficult at all. After all, with the help of Eric and Miss Chien-sun, the information he had already gathered was more than enough. Mason returned to the car. The vehicle cruised smoothly through the suburbs, but suddenly, the driver gave a warning. The security personnel in the front passenger seat and the back seat instinctively reached for their guns, but it was too late, perhaps. The brakes hadn't been checked before the trip, or maybe it was something else, but the car's brakes suddenly failed as the driver saw an elderly gentleman standing in the middle of the road. He instinctively jerked the steering wheel, trying to avoid him. But as the car swerved, a large rock appeared in its path. No one knew whether it had just rolled there or had been lying in wait all along. Regardless, it sat there quietly, unmoving, waiting for the tire to strike it, and in that instant, fate played its hand. The car rolled over. Worse still, after the vehicle toppled, gasoline began to gush from the tank, trickling across the ground. The driver's kerosene lighter slipped from his clothes, a small flame flickering silently beside the wreck. As soon as the gasoline reached the fire, the car would explode. The only slight relief was that the lighter had landed some distance away from the spreading fuel. There was still a bit of time before disaster struck. Mephisto approached calm and unhurried, his expression filled with uprightness and compassion, just as he bent down to peer into the car of the passengers. A door suddenly burst outward with tremendous force, sending Mephisto flying. Mother! Normally cultured and mild-mannered, Mason finally lost his composure. He crawled out of the wreck, bent down, and snatched up the still-burning lighter, then turned and rescued the other from the car. He found a pack of cigarettes in the driver's pocket, pulled one out, and stuck it between his lips, lighting it as he strode alone toward Mephisto. "You think I'm Blaze Johnny? Or maybe Robbie, dragging his little brother around the city? You really thought you could steal my soul with a trick like this?" The old gentleman was still sprawled on the ground, unable to get up. Mason grabbed him by the collar without a hint of politeness, hauling him upright and landing a heavy punch right on his face. Mason's expression twisted into something savage and ferocious. He lunged forward, seized Mephisto's face, and smashed his fist into him again. "You!" Mephisto had never suffered such humiliation before. Though he had heard the name Blazing Johnny at this moment, he paid it no mind. What truly mattered to him was that someone had struck him. Who was he? Mephisto, the lord of the underworld, a mighty demon god. Even if this was not his true form, even if it was. Only his projection, a projection still has its dignity. His projection stood about as tall as Mason, but the instant he shouted that word, the sky around them rumbled with thunder, where moments before it had been cloudless. Now the heavens were crowded with storm clouds. Silver bolts of lightning flickered and danced across the sky, as if at any second this place would become the heart of a tempest. Mason stared down the storm without fear and said, "Is this all you're capable of, Mephisto? Can you truly open a gateway and bring your real self here? Is this the extent of your fury, Mephisto? Are you so angry you want to show your true form? If that's the case, let me help you." With a forceful tug, Mason tore his shirt to shreds. He took a deep drag from his cigarette, revealing the red king emblazoned upon his body. "Let all things reveal their spirit. Let the light shine forth here." Mephisto's eyes landed on the alchemical symbol on Mason's arm, and he let out another furious roar. No, there was no blinding radiance, no suffocating pressure. Nothing at all. The powerful demon locked his gaze on Mason, as if determined to burn the man's image into his mind forever. "I'll be back for you, I swear it." The only thing the Red King summoned was a restless wind swirling in place, a dry, almost parched wind. It swept across Mephisto's face, peeling away his skin, stripping it from his body, and sending it spiraling in the air, like the ashes of burned paper. At last his crimson skin, flaming and raw, emerged from beneath his human disguise, and more than that. The twisted ram's horns of the demon appeared once more upon his brow. His eyes blazed with a wicked blood-red light, and as he shed his human shell, his form grew taller and taller. Those crimson eyes fixed on Mason, and Mephisto roared, "Mason, I will remember your face. I will remember your soul. Everything you are belongs to me, and you will not escape. No one can save you. Pray like a lamb awaiting slaughter. You have truly enraged me, Mason," he shouted in Mason's direction, but Mason looked back at him, his face unmoved and expressionless. The Mephisto now standing before him was the very image of a textbook demon. But Mason knew that this might not be his true form at all. Mephisto was a liar, a deceiver, a cruel father, a faithless betrayer. He had his own code of conduct. Even though he needed souls, he would never simply eliminate his targets. That was the style of his son, the Blackheart. Not his own. He always relied on deception and contracts to claim souls, whether it was Johnny Blaze or Faust. He used trickery rather than brute force to get what he wanted. Mason listened to his furious outburst, then bowed politely and said, "It's an honor to be remembered by someone of your stature. By the way, there's always a spot for you in my prison. I'll be waiting for you." Their exchange lasted only a few seconds before a circular portal of magic appeared nearby. This was Mason's first time seeing the current Sorcerer Supreme of Earth, the guardian of the mystical arts, and the master of Camartage. The Ancient One. She stepped out of the portal, dressed in what resembled the robes of a monk. She didn't seem the least bit surprised to see Mephisto here. Looking at the powerful demon, she addressed him calmly. "Will you leave on your own, or must I make you?" Mephisto glanced between Mason and the Ancient One inch, but before he could respond, magical chains materialized around her. She hadn't even called upon the power of the Vishanti. Yet she could handle Mephisto's projection with ease. As Mephisto was bound by the chains, Mason couldn't resist and landed a heavy punch right on his face. Seeing Mephisto truly enraged, the Ancient One tightened the chains with a subtle gesture. Mephisto's form collapsed into ash and drifted quietly to the ground. After finishing, the Ancient One regarded Mason with serene composure. "Be careful. Mephisto may not be as angry as he seemed. He never wears his emotions so openly." With those words, the most formidable mage Midgard had ever known offered Mason a friendly smile, then turned and disappeared into the portal. Watching the Ancient One leave, Mason exhaled a smoke ring, tucked his lighter into his suit trousers, and walked over to check the driver's and the bodyguard's vital signs. Fortunately, the driver had only broken a rib, and the bodyguard in the front and back seats had suffered some scrapes and bruises. Nothing life-threatening. Mason roughly pried, opened their jaws, and poured a dose of plain white life elixir into each of their mouths. The stuff would heal their injuries quickly, though the price was a few days of nausea, vomiting, and dizziness. He tore open the driver's shirt, found his phone, and dialed a number, "Send a car for me, quickly, and send 2 or 3 sturdy guys. I need help moving people." After hanging up, he sat down on the sun-baked pavement, which pressed uncomfortably against him, feeling it wasn't quite proper to be bare-chested. He strode over with no sense of ceremony, yanked a bodyguard's jacket off, and slipped it on himself. He then reset the driver's dislocated bone with a crisp snap. No matter how well he tried to guard himself, Mason never expected that Mephisto would set his sights on him. If that old fox has taken an interest in his soul, there must be something special about it, but it didn't matter. No matter who wanted his soul, Mason would never hand it over willingly. He clutched the cigarette, but in his hand, at 10p, his spirits weren't high enough to grant him the power to conjure fire from nothing, since he couldn't light it up and smoke. He simply stuffed the stub into his pocket, sat down on the ground, and waited bored and listless. He had no intention of walking all the way to the sanatorium without a car. Not that he couldn't, but there was simply no need. He certainly wasn't about to carry 3 grown men on his back and dash dozens, even hundreds of kilometers. That would be far too undignified. It would take quite some time for a car to arrive from outside. To pass the time, Mason grabbed the driver's phone and found a game of Snake to occupy himself. He played until he heard a distant engine revving, the sound drawing closer. Judging by the route, whoever was on that motorcycle wasn't headed for the suburbs, but was instead making their way toward New York. Mason looked up. An elderly man with a shock of white hair was riding a motorcycle toward them. When he drew near, the old man brought the bike to a halt. "This place looks like a disaster. What happened here? Do you need any help?" The old man, surprisingly fit for his age, hopped off the motorcycle with ease. He took into sight of the still leaking car and the 3 injured men sprawled on the ground, then strode over to check on them with the practiced hands of someone well-versed in battlefield first aid. "No, we're fine, thank you," Mason replied. His gaze lingered for a moment on the vintage motorcycle, then shifted to the old man, whose swift and efficient movements bore the unmistakable air of a soldier. Suddenly, Mason asked, "Were you in the service?" "You could say that. I was once." The old man caught Mason's look and smiled. "Recognized it, did you? She's a real beauty, this one. A trusty old friend from the battlefield, Harley Davidson." Mason got to his feet, watching the figure in the white jacket. "You're heading to New York? At your age, riding alone on the open road isn't exactly safe. This isn't some old western, and you're no cowboy. Safe? These days this place is as safe as they come." Seeing that things were under control, the old man pulled out his phone. "Need to make a call." "What happened to you folks anyway? You don't exactly look like you've just been in a car accident." Mason glanced down at his unscathed torso. "Suppose I told you we ran into a demon. Would you believe me? Then you'd better say a few good prayers." The old man sat down beside him, gave Mason's arm a reassuring pat, and said, "Don't worry. Even if you all did run into a demon, there are people out there who deal with that sort of thing." Mason gave him a searching look, then said abruptly, "I'm little Clausewitz. May I ask who you are? That sounds like a German name, doesn't it? Are you German? As for me, I'm just an old man passing through on my way to visit an old friend," the veteran said to Mason, his face free of any sign of annoyance. Mason looked at him and asked, "Did you serve in World War II?" "That's right, but I didn't really accomplish anything noteworthy. I mostly sang and danced, helped people buy war bonds, that sort of thing." The old man laughed at himself, then stood up, getting ready to leave. As he prepared to go, Mason said, "New York hasn't been safe lately. Are you sure you want to go there?" The old man glanced down at Mason once more and replied, "Unsafe? Kid, there isn't a single place that's truly safe." He swung his leg over his motorcycle, kicked the clutch, and with a sputtering rumble, rode off into the distance. Mason watched the veteran disappear, pulled out another cigarette, let it hang loosely from his lips, and gazed up absently, lost in thought. "If I caught him, drew his blood too. Use as bait. Whitehall would probably go mad," he muttered to himself, sitting back down to wait for the rescue vehicle to arrive. To him, this whole episode was nothing more than a brief interlude. No matter who that passing veteran was, even if he happened to be the aged Rogers himself, it had nothing to do with Mason. He was an innocent man, unable to extract guilt from the blameless. In Mason's eyes, the old man was a good person, and good people, he believed, should only have dealings with others like themselves. Captain America, Steve Rogers, whether old or young. Apart from his entanglement with Sharon and her aunt, Mason couldn't really find any major faults in him. Well, even that Mason didn't hold against him. If someone gave Carter a miraculous serum and she ended up fighting the captain, that would just be a family matter, no business of anyone else's. Mason didn't watch Rogers right away. That era belonged to the past. Rogers was no longer Captain America. That title now lay frozen under the ice, waiting for someone to uncover it again. The man who had just left was, after all, just an old soldier. Meeting Rogers here, Mason felt a strange sense of both surprise and inevitability. Captain America traveling back in time and living out his life in peace. That was a beautiful thing, he thought. Even if that wasn't the case, seeing such a healthy, stylish old man was still something to be happy about. What delighted Mason even more was the growing sense that he was finally getting a grasp on the threads of this Marvel universe. This must be the movie universe, he figured. If that was true, he could relax. There were no heroes constantly rebooting the universe, no immortals who refused to rest in peace. No cosmic beings yanking people back from other dimensions. For once, Mason felt genuinely at ease. It was, he thought, the best news he'd heard all day. Looking up at the sky, Mason felt as though the whole world had become a little brighter, just as he felt at ease far beyond the universe. A massive ship hovered above a distant planet. From its hull, countless monsters surged forth, their roars echoing as they stormed down and tore apart every living creature they encountered. At the rear of this monstrous tide, a towering, armored figure descended from the ship. He gripped a blade as large as an oar, his presence commanding and imposing. Behind him stood the 5 obsidian generals under his command, as well as his 2 daughters, Gamora and Nebula. All of them gazed upon their leader, the Eternal from Titan, the mad Titan Thanos. Lost in his ritual, Thanos spoke with unrestrained fervor to a lifeless body at his feet, declaring, "I, Thanos, offer up half the life on this planet as a sacrifice to you, my goddess." Meanwhile, Mason returned to the sanatorium, only to find clear signs of a recent fight. Jessica Jones bore a few scrapes and bruises, and those Russians and Mexicans who had come so cheerfully now nursed wounds on their bodies and faces. What happened here? Did some kind of monster break in? Mason asked. After all, Jessica Jones was famously tough, unless a real monster had shown up. There were few who could stand up to her. It was Daredevil and some old man. "I broke the old man's arm," Jessica replied, her temper flaring as she spoke. Mason clapped in genuine admiration. "Impressive. You actually managed to break Stick's arm. What were they here for?" "I overheard the mention of Beast." Jessica was all business, her tone serious. "The old man said he was here to stop you from summoning the Beast. But when they saw the new orderly come in, they suddenly froze. So that was that." At this, Mason immediately understood how Stick's arm had ended up broken. Distracted and caught off guard, Stick had been overpowered by Jessica Jones. Clearly the old man was past his prime. Mason let the matter drop, as if it were nothing worth dwelling on. But was it really that simple? Mason doubted this was the end of it. He had already let Stick off the hook once, knowing the man was upright and proud, but Stick was also stubborn to the core. Mason could sympathize, yet Stick could never understand Mason, which made things complicated. So Mason pulled out his phone and made a call. Once the line connected, he spoke to the person on the other end. "Your master. You should know who I mean. I'm inviting him to dinner tonight, 7 o'clock. Right here at the sanatorium. Go and invite him. Tell him I want to see him. If he refuses, you know what to do next. I've already prepared the meal, and it would be terribly rude not to have a guest." He hung up and noticed Jessica Jones fixing him with a steady, unwavering stare. "Is there anything else you want to tell me?" He asked her. "If you don't have anything else, then get to work, young lady. I've already bought your time, and my money is worth every penny. Bloodsucker," Jessica Jones muttered as she walked away. Mason watched her go, shaking his head with a chuckle. He made a point of buying a cup of stress relief lemonade from Section F, then set off to find Jessica Jones. This young caretaker wasn't exactly following orders. Truth be told, the nursing home was nearly deserted, with only one patient inside. The wealthy heir who had once been possessed, he was now confined to Section D, forced to study. Every day, a young man, brimming with energy. If you didn't give him something to do, he'd be sure to find something for you instead. The rest of the time, the caretakers doubled as janitors. Mason caught up to Jessica Jones, lifted the lemonade in his hand, and offered care for some. Jessica didn't smell any trace of alcohol. She grabbed the large cup, eyed it with suspicion, and gave it a cautious sniff beneath her nose. Outside the nursing home, Phil Coulson stood, gazing up at the stark concrete walls. "Well, it's a pretty big place," he remarked. "If only there were a soccer field inside." He held a tablet-like display in his hand, its screen crowded with information about the nursing home and its owner, Mason. Although this was a Level 4 clearance file, they had sent a Level 6 agent. Coulson's finger paused mid-scroll. "Interesting," he murmured. The orders hadn't come from Nick Fury. In fact, Nick had been preoccupied lately tinkering with who knows what, and wasn't paying much attention to small matters like this. The directive had come from an Agent Hannah, Level 8. He knew Hannah, an outstanding agent, and by protocol, she had every right to assign this kind of mission. Coulson kept scrolling through Mason's dossier. An SHIELDS database. Mason's life was neatly chronicled from childhood onward. Nothing out of the ordinary. Coulson had seen countless backgrounds just like this one. There's no sign of anything unusual, nothing that warranted sending a Level 6 agent. Was it because of the urban legends? Just as he was about to move on, something caught his eye. The original agent assigned to this mission had been Black Widow. Coulson's hand froze. Black Widow was a Level 10 agent. One of SHIELD's very best. Aside from the director, no one could command her, and yet she had been slated to go undercover here. Coulson flipped through the covert operation plan again. His clearance matched Hannah's, and the files he could access were nearly identical. Yet he still found nothing that would justify deploying an agent of Black Widow's caliber. It wasn't until he came across such a peculiar file that he felt a hint of unease. He entered his credentials into the computer, intending to access the file, but was unexpectedly met with a cold, mechanical denial. "I'm sorry, Agent Phil J. Coulson, you do not have clearance to access this file." "What? There must be some mistake. Repeat." "I want to access this file." Back in his car, he reached out, and a control panel materialized before him. Speaking to the console, he repeated his request, but the female voice once again refused him. "I'm sorry, Agent Phil J. Coulson, you do not have clearance to access this file." After being denied twice, Phil forced himself to calm down. He paused to think, then asked, "Query, who sealed this file?" The mechanical female voice responded promptly, "Director Nick Fury, Agent Phil Coulson." Coulson fell silent, lost in thought. This answer was not unexpected. If anyone could assign a level 10 agent, it would be Nick Fury. But what was hidden in this sanatorium that required such high-level clearance? What could possibly need the involvement of a level 10 agent? Phil gazed up at the building, deciding it was time to leave. He had no idea that, while he was operating the console, a single Italian cockleburr had clung to his clothes. Through this tiny burr, every word he spoke had been carried straight to Mason's ears. "Nick Fury," Mason murmured, settling into his chair in front of a large bowl of sweet soup, spoonful by spoonful. He fed himself, thoughtful. Nick Fury, known as the King of Agents, truly lived up to his reputation. He had been watching this place all along, and now wanted to deploy a level 10 agent, even for disarming a nuclear bomb. That level of clearance would be overkill. Expressionless, Mason finished the last spoonful and wiped his mouth, dropping the spoon onto the table. It seemed he'd grown a bit complacent. These past few days, after dealing with the Stick Elder tonight, he'd need to resume work on the Dragon Elixir. He remembered that for now he couldn't breathe fire, but in the alchemical lore of the Dragon Elixir, there was a potion called Chimera's Wrath. If he succeeded, this would be his first epic-grade purple potion, a concoction of wide-reaching corrosion and flames. The banquet was held in Area A of the sanatorium. Mason sat at the head of the table, his expression solemn, hands placed neatly in front of him, as if he were a student waiting for class to begin. It was a long table large enough to seat dozens at once, yet the surroundings left much to be desired. The scene was anything but picturesque. Bare cement walls, unpainted and rough, encircled them, while overhead numerous oval tungsten bulbs hung in plain view. Some, perhaps suffering from years of neglect, flickered with faint electrical static, filling the air with a soft, restless hum. Mason's guest had not yet arrived. He flipped open his pocket watch for a quick glance, then set it down on the table to avoid repeatedly checking the time and appearing impolite. It was now 6:40 in the evening, with 20 minutes left before the banquet was set to begin. He lifted his glass and took a gentle sip of lemon water. He was quite fond of this drink. Its tartness awakened his taste buds and roused his appetite. There were no attendants nearby, nor were any needed for this gathering, leaving the place wrapped in a tranquil silence. That silence lingered until Mason stood up and opened the gramophone. Music began to flow from the machine, swelling to fill the entire room. The background was a Scriabin improvisation. Sitting there alone, Mason waited quietly for his guest to arrive. Ellie did not disappoint him. With just 5 minutes to 7-inch, she finally arrived, bringing the old cane man along. The guest's hands and feet were bound, and he was carried and secured to a chair. When Mason saw the guest arrive, he turned to Ellie and said, "You should sit down as well. Dinner will begin soon." For reasons she couldn't quite name, Ellie felt a chill in her heart as she looked at Mason in this moment. A gut instinct honed from her life as an assassin. The old cane man felt it too. It was as if the young man before them was a dormant volcano ready at any moment to erupt and lay waste to everything around him. Yet he remained disdainful, proud as ever. And of course that was only to be expected. If he were to lose that pride, he would no longer be the old cane man. Still bound to the chair, the old cane man waited as Mason signaled Ellie to untie him. Mason then picked up a bell and gave it a casual shake. At that cue, the meal began to arrive from outside. This banquet was in truth rather modest, hardly fit to be called a proper dinner. For the sake of visual appeal, only a small portion of pasta was served, with no appetizer, side, dessert, or soup. There was almost nothing. Mason picked up his fork, twirled some noodles, and slid them into his mouth. Only after swallowing did he speak. "Mr. Kane, I think there's been a misunderstanding between us. Misunderstandings are born of distrust and unfamiliarity, so I believe it's best to lay things out plainly. I am a good man. You ought to know that I'm not ignorant of your business in New York. You're looking for the dragon bone, aren't you? It's right here in Hell's Kitchen. let me be frank. Whether it's your purity society or anyone else's union, I don't care. I have no interest in being your enemy. There's no conflict of interest between us. Mason's pace was unhurried. When he finished, he set his fork down beside his plate and took another sip of lemon water. The old cane man responded calmly. I want to take Ellie back. She does not belong here. She possesses a power she doesn't even understand. When he spoke, that commanding tone that brooked no objection made Mason feel irritated. So Mason replied, I know what you want to say. Whether it's about Black Sky or the Beast, let me assure you, I won't sacrifice them or let them out. I keep my word, old man Kane, and I hope you understand that. You can't just barge in and disrupt things every time you suspect I'm up to no good. We're all reasonable people here. Even if you were with the FBI, you need a warrant to come in, not just stroll in accusing me and attacking my people. Old man Kane sat there, not taking a single bite of his food. He looked straight at Mason and said, I may not know how you've learned so many secrets, but I still don't trust you. I need to take Erica back with me, or she needs to disband the hand. She's my disciple. I know who she is and what she could become. I have to take her home. No matter what Mason said, old man Kane refused to agree with him. Mason let out a laugh of disbelief. Even Erica's expression darkened, because old man Kane's words made it clear. He didn't trust her character at all. So, are you planning to kill me? Mason asked. Old man Kane answered calmly, and without a hint of expression, gripped his fork tightly in his hand. Mason watched his movements and said, Relax. I told you I'm one of the good guys. I don't believe in solving problems with violence. Look, there are 3 of us here. He pointed first to himself, then to old man Kane, and finally to Erica. 3 people. Just right for a simple democratic meeting. Erica's Greek, so let's use an ancient method. Ostracism. As he spoke, Mason broke his plate into 3 shards and handed one each to Erica and old man Kane. Let's hold a democratic vote. One person will be chosen to be exiled. Shameless. Old man Kane burst out, standing up in anger. Even though he'd been injured by Jessica Jones and kidnapped by Erica, he still believed he had one good fight left in him. He hadn't yet used his secret arts. Though the cost would be great, he was fearless. The moment Mason suggested ostracism, the outcome was already sealed. The one to be exiled would be old man Kane. And only him. But Mason was unmoved. He ignored old man Kane, took his dinner knife, and carved the old man's name into the shard. Erica did the same, placing her shard beside Mason's. Mason combined the 2 and announced 2-1, Old man Kane, you've lost. You are to be exiled. Just as the old man with the staff was about to hurl his trident, the main door was battered down once again. According to their earlier agreement, Jessica Jones, who had just arrived, burst in without hesitation. She swung her leg high, but the old man dodged, so she followed up with a powerful punch. Meanwhile, Erica's twin blades were already pressed against the old man's body, clinging to him like maggots burrowing in a bone. Mason turned away, smashing through a wall as he left. There was no need for him to handle the situation any further. He had other matters to attend to now. After all, Chimera's Fury was an epic-level potion one he had never concocted before, and it demanded his careful study and attention. As for what to do with the old man once he was captured, Mason had already made up his mind. There were still empty beds in the Whaler's dungeon, more than enough to accommodate him. There would be no escape from this place. The reason Mason didn't kill him was simple. He followed his conscience. Deep down, he knew he was doing the right thing. He was certain of it. He wasn't like those who lied to themselves about what they were doing after. Oh, what if one day he encountered the Ghost Rider? What if he faced the penance stare? That gaze was powerful and absolute. It cared nothing for whether its victim was blind or sighted. All that mattered was the presence of guilt. Yet the penance stare had once faltered against Frank. No matter how it judged him, Frank remained steadfast in his belief that he was not guilty. For him, the penance stare had no effect. Mason didn't really know how much mental fortitude was required to resist the penance stare. Was a willpower score of 22 enough? He wasn't sure, so he made his choice, not to deceive his own heart, with a clear conscience. Even the penance stare would have no power over him. Returning to his office, he glanced at the live feed from the banquet hall. The old man's defeat was already sealed. Erica's blades had grazed him, and he showed signs of shivering, the onset of chills, even. His arcane skills couldn't be activated, constantly interrupted by the assault. He no longer had the strength to fight back. Satisfied, Mason looked away. By now, Frank should have found Baines. It was time for Mason to return to his alchemical work. Rollins hadn't taken the field personally in a long while. This time, he chose to do so because he knew that if he failed, the promises made by his superiors might vanish like bubbles on water. He would really end up in a coffin with gun salutes, a flag draped over him, dying a stifled and pointless death. In the same, not a single word was to be trusted, not even those exchanged. Among their own, he sat inside the car, surrounded by his own men. He waited for news of Bane's death. For Rollins, Bane's death would be the signal that he was finally safe. Contrary to what Frank had imagined, this time he wasn't acting alone. A skilled squad moved closely behind him, working together with seamless coordination. David handled logistics, ensuring everything ran smoothly. They quickly located Bannister's hideout, only to discover that someone else had found him too. Judging by the scene, this other group was planning to take Bannister out. Leave no one alive except Bannister. On the battlefield, Frank had never known mercy. To show kindness to these armed adversaries would be nothing short of cruelty to himself. They eliminated the sentries and chose to launch a surprise attack from behind. Rollins listened to the distant gunfire, his expression growing increasingly grim. Something's wrong. After all, he was no stranger to combat, and the sound of those shots told him this wasn't his strike team taking Bannister down. Bannister didn't have that many men. As if struck by a sudden realization, a name slipped from the corner of his mouth. Frank. This time he hadn't equipped his soldiers with visual devices, so whatever was happening over there, he couldn't see it. Still, it didn't cloud his judgment. Notify everyone. Repeat. Notify everyone. Envelop the area and take out every visible target. I repeat, eliminate every visible target. After issuing his orders, he drove off without the slightest intention of lingering. This place was far too dangerous for his liking. What he needed now was Frank's corpse. He couldn't afford to take any more risks, nor did he have the right to. Mason fixed his gaze on the cauldron before him. He had already swallowed more than enough of the concoction. The pronunciation rooted in the language of dragons posed a tremendous challenge for him. Inhuman syllables spilled from his lips, each word brimming with raw power. With every syllable he uttered into the cauldron, the potion's color deepened, growing ever more mysterious, like, well, a pot of green vomit. Large bubbles rose from the depths with a dull, gurgling sound. Mason eyed the potion, uncertain about its current state. By rights, now was the time to toss in the crushed mint leaves. The trouble was he couldn't be sure he'd prepared the mint correctly, and the idea of throwing mint leaves into the Chimera's fury just fell off, no matter how he looked at it. Regardless of his own misgivings, Mason seized the moment and dropped the mint leaves into the cauldron. The reaction inside became even more baffling. At last, Mason's formidable mental focus proved its worth. With painstaking observation and the quick recall of the incantations words, he managed to steady the volatile mixture. The roiling cauldron finally began to show the first signs of cooling. The rage of the Chimera. So, do we still need to pray for blood? This time, of course, he could not use his own blood. In fact, not even the Chimera's blood would suffice. It was, after all, just a concoction. He tossed a vial into the mix, mind racing with calculations. By all accounts, Tony Stark's old acquaintance, the veteran Obadiah, who had served since Howard's era, should have been exposed by now. He was growing impatient, eager to seize his chance amid the chaos of the coming battle in New York. As for Obadiah, who was the focus of Mason's schemes, he had not yet been unmasked as the traitor. At that moment, in the seclusion of his lavish mansion, he received a messenger from the Ten Rings. Pointing at the visitor, Obadiah's anger flared as he said, "We had an agreement. This time, Tony would be eliminated. I gave you his whereabouts, but how did you repay me? You let him go. You let him return, and now he's about to shut down Stark Industries' entire weapons division. Do you have any idea what loss that means? You've truly let me down." The representative from the Ten Rings bowed respectfully and replied, "Esteemed Mr. Obadiah, we admit our fault this time. As reparation, everyone involved in the failure has been dealt with, and as a token of our sincerity, we've brought you the suit of armor, the one Tony built in Afghanistan." The envoy wore a congenial smile as he spoke. Obadiah looked at him and said, Fine, fine. At least that's some small comfort in an otherwise disastrous outcome. But the item you want, I can't get it for you right now. Tony's hired a new secretary, someone who's watching things closely. For the time being, I can't get you what you're after." The envoy smiled again, his tone gracious. "There's no hurry. We're friends, Mr. Obadiah. If that's all for now, I'll take my leave. Here's my card. Should you need any assistance or come across something we might want, do give me a call." He bowed once more before being shown out. Obadiah hardly gave these people a second thought. To him, the Ten Rings were nothing more than vermin skulking in the shadows. His own wealth could have wiped them out several times over. Meanwhile, as the Ten Rings envoy stepped out of Obadiah's mansion, he dialed a number and said, "My lord, as you instructed." "I've handed the item to Obadiah. He doesn't seem truly willing to cooperate with us," a calm, detached voice responded from the other end. "Return. He's nothing but a short-sighted swine. He'll never see beyond what's in front of him. That ultimately is his greatest flaw. Only the future is worth fighting for. Go and find the rest of the people from Stark Industries. From this man, called Tony. I've gained some inspiration. Assign someone to keep an eye on this Tony Stark. I want to know exactly what he's been up to these days. And also, abduct a few scientists for me. Specialists in every field. I want them all. Once the call ended, the representative of the 10 rings hung up and immediately began devising a plan in his mind. The first step, he needed to gather a list of scientists, no matter what. The boss's orders must be carried out to the letter. Hammerhead was in a foul mood lately. His business had been declining day by day, ruthlessly sabotaged by a gang of people wearing devil masks. Even his usual cash flow had been disrupted by their interference. The frustration gnawed at him. Every time the phone rang, it brought one bad piece of news after another, piling up inside him like barrels of gunpowder ready to explode. It would take only a single spark to ignite his fury. He knew those masked men didn't actually belong to the Devil's Gang, but that didn't stop him from loathing them even more. The Maggia gang he led and the Devil's Gang under Mr. Negative's command were mortal enemies. They could never coexist. Every few weeks, the two gangs would clash in brutal turf wars. But this time, things were pushing Hammerhead to the edge of his patience, his warehouses, and his business. Everything was being wrecked by those men. In devil masks. Damn it. Filthy rats crawling in the gutters. Hammerhead sat restlessly on his wide sofa, venting his fury as he smashed the table. In front of him with his head, Mr. Negative was a damned rat, a failed product of a biochemical experiment. By sheer luck, he had escaped from the lab and gone on to found the Devil's Gang. I should have finished him off back then. Should have crushed him right here along with these imposters. Pretending to be his men, Hammerhead's thoughts seethed with resentment. Ever since he'd been wounded in a gang war and undergone surgery, he'd become addicted to the feeling of being superhuman. With his specially reinforced skull implanted in his head, he could shatter steel with a single blow. But that wasn't enough for him. Not by a long shot. He craved more power, greater strength. Only strength creates authority, and only authority brings money and fortune. That's why, as a mob boss, he secretly built a top-tier biochemical laboratory and gathered a crew of rogue scientists. Together, they conducted experiments that respectable scientists would call forbidden. Mr. Negative was nothing more than a mouse that had slipped through his fingers. Now that little mouse had joined forces with Kingpin, supposedly to unite against young Clausewitz, the new master of Clausewitz Pharmaceuticals and son of old Clausewitz. At the mere mention of that name, his anger flared even more. He rose to his feet, pacing back and forth across the spacious office like a trapped beast. In the end, he dialed old Clausewitz's number. He was not a reckless brute who charged blindly ahead. Otherwise, he'd never have made it to his current position. More than one person won his head. Over the years, there had been countless assassination attempts against him. Yet he had survived them all. Instead, it was those would-be assassins who ended up with shattered skulls, their bodies dumped in the Hudson River. He knew exactly what young Clausewitz had done, and there was little doubt that these people were acting on his behalf. The boy was trying to provoke a conflict between him and Negative. The only reason he had tolerated young Clausewitz for so long was, of course, business. Nothing mattered more than business. Now his operations were being disrupted, and that filled him with disgust. He knew the Devil's Gang wasn't behind this. Not unless Negative had lost his mind. There was no reason for Negative to make enemies on two fronts, especially since he didn't have men so highly trained. This crew wearing devil masks. They moved like a special forces unit, striking and vanishing without a trace. Not once had they managed to capture a single one alive. Such an enemy couldn't belong to the Devil's Gang. The most likely suspect was young Clausewitz's faction. He decided it was time to send a warning. Old Clausewitz picked up quickly. His voice was as commanding and steady as ever. What's happened, Hammerhead? Hearing that voice, Hammerhead struggled to contain his fury. He forced himself to sound as cordial as possible and said, "There's a situation. It concerns your son, young Clausewitz." At the mention of the name, old Clausewitz unconsciously pressed his fingers to his temple, feeling a nerve twitching beneath the skin. "What trouble has he caused this time?" he asked Hammerhead. Hammerhead replied, "He lost a shipment of our merchandise. Because of that, our experiment has been delayed. We were ready to begin trials, but now the schedule must be pushed back. All of this is because of your son, Mr. Clausewitz. And I make no apologies for saying so." Without waiting for a response, he hung up. On the other end, old Clausewitz's expression darkened, shifting between anger and contemplation. At last, he slipped his phone into his pocket. Hammerhead's rudeness didn't anger him. He had always intended to use Hammerhead's underworld connections and status for his own ends. Once the experiment succeeded, both Hammerhead and his so-called Maggia gang would be swept into the trash heap. Taking down a crime syndicate was hardly a challenge for either Hydra or SHLD. Still, he recalled that not long ago he had called Mason to warn him to keep a low profile in the coming days. Right now, it seemed he hadn't taken his words to heart at all. This wouldn't do. Disobedient children needed to be disciplined, and at a time like this, he couldn't let Mason cause any more trouble. If Mason weren't his only son, he might have simply gotten rid of him and started grooming the next one. Thinking about it, perhaps having another child wouldn't be such a bad idea. If the super serum could really be produced, he would finally make that wish come true. With that thought, he pulled out his phone again and called Mason, saying, "I don't care where you are or what you're doing tomorrow by 3 o'clock. At the latest, I want to see you in front of me up here at the 3rd Research Institute." Mason heard the busy tone on the other end and set his phone aside, returning to his midnight snack. Just an hour ago, he had successfully created Chimera's Wrath. Well, not exactly a perfect success. Chimera's Wrath, defective, still carried the same grade. It was a purple epic potion, though those last 2 words stung a bit. Still, Mason thought everything was fine. Ever since he'd brewed those potions, his mood had been excellent, and not even an angry call from old Clausewitz could ruin it. Originally, he'd planned to give this epic-level potion to Erica or Frank and have them make some headlines. But this flawed Chimera's Wrath had lost both its delayed effect and friend or foe recognition. Once unleashed, even he would be within its blast radius. If he really gave it to them, Mason might end up losing 2 like-minded partners. As for old Clausewitz, Mason figured it was time to find something for his dear old dad to busy himself with. After all, as the old Chinese proverb goes, on a rainy day, it's as well to spank the child. Idleness is idleness. People shouldn't let themselves go idle. Mason decided he'd go see what old Clausewitz had been up to lately. He was someone who kept work and personal life strictly separate and never discussed business at home. Besides, neither Mason nor Clausewitz had been home in quite some time. The 3rd Research Institute, Mason muttered, pulling out his phone and opening the map app. He searched carefully until he finally found its location. "It's a bit far," he said after a glance. "By helicopter, it'd be just a few hours, but Mason would rather die than fly over New York in a chopper. There was simply no guarantee of safety. The last thing he wanted was to fall out of the sky before finishing high school. He was certain that both Kingpin and Black Mask, if they knew he was in a helicopter, would be delighted to fire a rocket and blast him out of the air. Well, there's only one option. Better set out now, I'll go by car. He had no intention of falling out with old von Clausewitz just yet. In his view, now was the most foolish time to turn against the elder Clausewitz. At this moment, Hydra remained powerful. Pierce and Malik still held seats on the World Security Council, and agents loyal to Hydra were scattered throughout SHIELD. Baron Strucker commanded a formidable team, his super soldier research backed by vast resources and countless tech companies and assets lay hidden among the masses. Hydra had survived since ancient times, its foundations running deep indeed. What Mason coveted were those innumerable resources, the technology, and the fruits of their research. To break with Hydra now would bring him nothing but endless battles with no advantage whatsoever. As it stood, he hadn't even gained control over the Clausewitz Pharmaceuticals Research Institute. Without those assets, Mason would never be content. Greed is humanity's greatest weakness, and Mason was no exception. The black sedan moved through the traffic of New York. Mason kept the interior lights off. The glow from outside filtered through the windows, but it couldn't illuminate the expression in his eyes. Through the glass, he caught sight of the towering Stark Industries building. The entire edifice blazed with light. After all, for a company like Stark Industries, time was money. There was no distinction between day and night. Every moment, people inside were generating and producing untold wealth. Even when Tony announced the dismantling of Stark Industries' weapons division and shares plummeted 56%, it did nothing to change the reality that Stark Industries remained a giant. Mason had managed to buy in while minor shareholders dumped their stock, but unfortunately, he still hadn't acquired enough to qualify for a seat at the shareholders' meeting. At present, he was simply too poor. Bullseye's information was correct. He was the son of old von Clausewitz, but not a shareholder in Clausewitz Pharmaceuticals. With his hands folded over his abdomen and his body leaning slightly against the seat, Mason reflected. He knew that right now, the genius billionaire of Stark Industries probably wasn't in the building, nor paying any attention to what was happening at his company. Tony was immersed in his own world, likely at home, perfecting his Mark II armor. No hero clad in red iron had yet appeared in Gemera, meaning Stark's suit was still in development, not yet tested in real combat. The golden age of Marvel's rapid ascent had not yet arrived. To be honest, Mason felt a deep envy for people like Stark, whether it was Peter Parker, Tony Stark, Howard Stark, or even Mr. Reed Richards of the Fantastic Four. They were all dazzlingly talented, each a genius in their own right. Gifts like theirs were truly enviable. Fortunately, he had found a young spider, Peter Parker, before Stark could. Parker was a treasure trove of infinite potential. With the right guidance and careful cultivation, he could shine with dazzling brilliance. Parker Industries, Mason, popped a piece of gum into his mouth, his lips curling into an inscrutable smile. His gaze drifted off into the distance once more. If his guess was right, given the current strength of Kingpin's organization and the resilience of the Vulture, Kingpin by now had already received word that his ace assassin Bullseye was dead. As for whether this news would enrage Kingpin, drive him to rash decisions, and give Mason an opening to exploit, Mason thought that was impossible. Kingpin wouldn't lose his cool over something that wasn't truly his. The death of James Wesley might stir up genuine fury, but Bullseye, Mason knew all too well. As long as you paid Bullseye enough, your own name could easily land on his hit list. But James Wesley was different. He was Kingpin's true confidant, this seemingly rotund, unremarkable man was no omniscient mastermind. He controlled the big picture, but not every tiny detail. If something happened to Wesley, Kingpin would be thrown into chaos. The reason neither he nor Negatives had made a move against Kingpin just yet was because the Foresight Gang now controlled the territories that once belonged to the Mexicans and the Russians. At this moment, they were Kingpin's true nemesis. Like a pack of hungry wolves, they relentlessly plundered Kingpin's resources and territory, keeping him too distracted to focus on Mason. This, too, was part of a deal Mason had struck in advance with Gatler. Gatler was more than happy to play along. Their latest prey was already in their sights. James Wesley, of course, the vigilantes now haunting Hell's Kitchen were another thorn in their side, a constant source of annoyance. Rarely did Mason have the luxury to pause and take stock of his actions, but now his mind was racing, already strategizing the next move he needed to prepare for. As Mason's convoy passed in front of Stark Tower, Obadiah sat in his office, studying the rough model on his computer screen with intense scrutiny. "Tony, you truly are a genius," he muttered to himself. Obadiah prided himself on his honesty, never one to deceive himself. He knew he could never match Tony, not in creativity, nor in flashes of brilliance. He could not measure up to Tony, nor to Howard. If fate had allowed, he wished he'd never been driven to the point of hiring an assassin. But life seldom unfolds as one hopes. In the end, he had no choice but to break with the golden goose that once laid him fortunes. Obadiah stared at the mechanical suit displayed on his computer. Stark Industries had the best engineers and materials in this field. Given some time, these engineers could produce an entire legion of such suits. But the problem was energy. Damned energy. How had Tony Stark managed to create a portable power source? That was the real key to everything. He had already put people on this research, but why? Why had those fools, despite having had the suit for so long, still failed to replicate the power supply Tony managed to build in the primitive conditions of Afghanistan with whatever materials he could find? Every passing second felt like torture for Obadiah. He pushed his chair back and rose to his feet. After calling to order a pizza, he decided to bring it along on a visit to Tony Stark's house, hoping to probe for more information. As he reached for his phone, his hand brushed against the business card given to him by the Ten Rings representative. He tore the card into pieces and tossed the fragments into the trash. To him, those vermin lurking in the shadows had lost their usefulness, and now they even posed a risk of leaking information. He had already assigned someone to investigate the Ten Rings thoroughly. Once their secrets were uncovered, he planned to wipe them out, root and branch. As he made his way out, his eyes fell once again on that secretary he so despised. A stunning beauty whose every glance and smile seemed to ensnare the men around her, as if they wished they could glue their eyes to her figure. By all rights, she shouldn't have been here at this time. Tony Stark's Iron Man identity hadn't yet been revealed, so stationing a level 10 agent here seemed like a waste, but no one had raised any objections after all. Only Nick Fury knew the whereabouts of level 10 agents. If Fury approved, that usually meant everyone else did too. Hear this. Beautiful secretary went by the name Natalie Rushman. Of course, her real name was Natasha. Agent Natasha, level 10 operative of SHIELD, a master spy and assassin. Even Obadiah, preoccupied as he was, couldn't help but let his gaze linger on her a moment longer. Men are honest creatures. Their words may deceive, but their eyes never lie. What a pristine folder she was holding. Obadiah hurried downstairs, slid into his sports car, and set out to pick up the pizza. In Manhattan, New York, high above the city in a towering skyscraper, Kingpin stood by the floor-to-ceiling windows, leaning on his cane and gazing down at the sea of lights. A relaxed smile played at the corners of his mouth. Mr. Negative was there as well, while his men stacked crate after crate of loose bills in the office. The cash was especially alluring, untraceable in odd amounts, some of it still bearing stains from food or gasoline. It was the perfect tool for slipping past the taxman, looking at the stacks of cash piled high. Negative spoke. Are you sure this person can take Mason out this time? I believe so. If he accepts the job, Mason will be as good as dead. But his price is quite steep. He wants $1.5 million in cash, 50% up front. Even Mr. Negative furrowed his brow at this. Honestly, the price was far beyond what he'd expected. Even the notorious Hand or Bullseye, known for their sky-high fees, wouldn't charge a third as much as this man. I hope he's worth every penny. Kingpin. Who is he? Mr. Negative asked. Kingpin, who was busy with his phone, and revealed the name of their hired assassin. I believe his name is the Taskmaster. Mason stepped out of the car, savoring the fresh air outside, feeling invigorated. 6 hours left until the deadline. Now that's something worth celebrating. The rest of his bodyguards exited the vehicle and formed a protective ring around him. Half of them were his elite squad, the other half professional assassins from the Hand. Only a killer knows the habits of another killer. Mason found a small restaurant, and his group practically filled every table, making the owner, who also served as the waiter, visibly nervous. But upon hearing they were just there to eat, the owner finally relaxed. Stuffing his mouth with a tangy pickle and bacon sandwich, Mason praised the owner's culinary skills. Just then, he noticed an armored vehicle rolling up outside. Judging by their direction, they were headed for the third research facility in the distance. Taking a delicate sip of his coffee, Mason mused aloud. Looks like the old man is up to something big, collaborating with the military. Something seemed to amuse him, and he let out a soft chuckle. The military, after all, was always the most enthusiastic backer of the super soldier program, with Hydra pocketing their funds. Who knew how many weapons had been developed in secret? In the end, the military was the biggest sucker in the game. Finishing off the rest of his sandwich, Mason gathered his bodyguards and left the restaurant, muttering to himself, "Let's go, we should see what tricks old Clausewitz has up his sleeve this time." In front of the facility, layers of American soldiers had formed an impenetrable blockade. As Mason and his entourage approached, the soldiers instantly raised their guns, shouting at him, "This area is under lockdown. Whoever you are, turn back. Now, this is your final warning. Leave immediately." Watching their fingers tense on the triggers, Mason realized they weren't joking around. He raised his hands and said, I get it, relax. We're not here to force our way in." The soldiers eyed Mason as he began to back away, their nerves finally easing a little. Clearly, these were young men who had never seen real combat. There wasn't a trace of battle-hardened steel about them. Their nerves were already stretched taut. One wrong move from Mason, and these hot-blooded youngsters might just open fire in panic. Mason saw no reason to take them out. Violence can be a cure-all. But just as often, it's the spark that sets off trouble. He stepped aside and made a call on his phone. Not long after, a man, built like a brown bear, the secretary from old Clausewitz's house, appeared at the perimeter. "He's with the Institute. Let him through." The secretary strode over and, after glancing at the people with Mason, turned to him and said with some regret, "I'm sorry, Mason. Mr. Clausewitz said only you are allowed inside." "That's fine," Mason replied. He gestured to his companions to stay put, then followed the secretarian alone. To him, it made no difference who went inside, unless someone had managed to hide an angry Hulk in here. There was no one who could humiliate him. And as for those who tried to make him lose face, Mason had always preferred to return the favor with interest. This was his first time at the Third Institute. Mason walked in silence, quietly taking in every detail around him. From what he could see, security at the entrance was the most relaxed. All it took was scanning an ID card. On the first floor, there was a restroom, a lounge area, and some rather perfunctory security measures. Curiously, the Institute had no fire stairs, only elevators. Access to the elevators was the strictest part. Mason watched the secretary closely. The elevator required an ID card, a fingerprint, and an iris scan. Every floor had different clearance levels. "Well, this is interesting," Mason mused as he glanced down at his toes. "But with everything so automated, all it would take to get in here is hacking the central computer." He didn't have that particular skill, but Sky did, and David could lend a hand too. With the two of them, hacking in should be plenty doable, and if not, he could always recruit more hackers. The bear-like secretary led him all the way to the top floor, then stepped aside and opened the door, signaling for Mason to enter. Inside sat the master of the house, old Clausewitz. Whitehall was nowhere to be seen. Old Clausewitz spotted Mason, tossed him a piece of clothing with a gruff look, and said, "Starting today, pull yourself together, do." what you're supposed to do, and don't disgrace your family name. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to give you another little brother. When that happens, you'll be nothing more than irredeemable trash in the junkyard. I'll abandon you. You'll be like a doll thrown away by a child, left to rot forever in the garbage. Without me, you're nothing, so don't push me to give up on you, Mason. As the accusing finger almost jabbed him in the eye, Mason smiled and leaned back slightly to avoid it, replying, of course, Father, I'll do exactly as you say. Old Clausewitz stared at Mason, eyes locked and unwavering. Neither of them intended to look away. Clausewitz's gaze grew increasingly dangerous. While Mason remained calm and composed, his eyes were sincere and clear, without a trace of anger. The tension in the room grew razor-sharp, a clash of titans. Old Clausewitz lived by the laws of the wolf pack. He was the alpha, the king of the family. As long as he lived, all the other wolves had to submit. No exceptions, not even blood relatives. He couldn't read much from Mason's eyes, but from Mason's posture he sensed resistance. Do you really think that with just a handful of men at your disposal, you can stand against me, Mason? Do you believe I couldn't have your precious asylum razed to the ground this instant? Or wipe out your pathetic little toy squad? Mason looked at him, bowed his head slightly, and said, I have no intention of defying you, Father. If doing so would put your mind at ease, then do as you wish. He meant every word. If old Clausewitz insisted on going down that road, Mason would simply put his Phoenix Rising plan in motion ahead of schedule. He would cleanse the upper echelons of Clausewitz, pharmaceuticals and blood, and replace them with his own people. The risk was that Hydra would likely catch wind of it, and Mason didn't care what Hydra might do in response. He merely hoped for a peaceful transition in the early stages, but if others wouldn't allow it, he was more than willing to turn this place upside down with his men. Old Clausewitz continued to study Mason intently, tried to discern whether his son was truly submitting or just humoring him. But he saw nothing. In his son's eyes there was only a deep calm, as unfathomable as the sea, as if none of this mattered to him at all. For the first time, Clausewitz felt uncertain whether his son was truly on his side. At that moment, a knock came at the door, and the secretary's voice floated in from outside. Sir, General Ross and his delegation have arrived. General Ross appeared with graying hair, but his spirit was robust. As a soldier, he maintained a meticulous standard for his appearance. Yet what stood out even more was his relentless drive and determination. After all, he was a man who had spent half his life pursuing a son-in-law, only to always come up short. Now, following the guide, he arrived upstairs, his expression far from pleasant. The military had poured an incalculable amount of funding into this project, and worse still, he was the one leading this operation. If anything were to go wrong, there would be no escaping the blame. It was entirely possible his career would end right here. So he understood. This time he could not afford to fail. The guide was explaining the scientific principles with great enthusiasm, but Ross cut him off coldly. You know, that's not what I want to hear. What I need now are good news. Do you understand? Show me something concrete. Don't try to fool me. I'm not like those idiots in Congress. My anger is not something you can handle. Of course, General Ross, there's no need to be upset. The guide replied quickly. We've already made progress with the Super Soldier project. We even have tangible results. If you'd like, we can show you what we've accomplished. Would you care to see? General Ross lifted his head and saw old Clausewitz speaking above. You'd better not be lying to me, he warned. Clausewitz smiled, replying, How could we possibly deceive you? We're partners in this. You provide the funding, and we deliver the results you want. Mason followed closely behind Clausewitz, studying General Ross. To be honest, Ross looked younger than his actual age. His uniform was immaculate, and he had a commanding presence, his voice still resonant. On the surface, he was unquestionably an excellent spokesperson for the military. But as for being a great leader, Mason was certain he was not. Ross wasn't a fool, but he was far from a genius. Just a by-the-book, hardline general through and through, whether in films or comics. During the endless hunt for his elusive son-in-law, Ross had rarely outsmarted anyone. Ross barely glanced at Mason. With just a look, he noticed the resemblance between Mason and Clausewitz, immediately categorizing Mason as a young man brought along by his father or family to gain experience and make connections. Ross was more than willing to mentor promising youths, as long as Clausewitz truly hadn't deceived him, and the serum had indeed been created. He ascended the stairs with steady confidence. Old Clausewitz reached out a hand in a polite gesture and said to General Ross, General, please come with me. He personally led the way, with Mason following close behind. Together, they entered the biochemical laboratory. The entire lab was encased in a shell of reinforced specialty glass. Inside several life support pods, numerous humanoid beings were lying dormant. Is this all? General Ross looked down at the figures inside the pods, then raised his eyes to old Clausewitz. Of course, there's more than just these. General, look over here. He clapped his hands, and soon several people in hazmat suits stepped forward. They opened the pods and roughly dragged the people out, tossing them into a massive holding cell made of reinforced glass. Release the gas, old Clausewitz ordered coldly. A pale blue gas began to flow steadily into the holding cell, slowly filling up the transparent chamber until it was entirely shrouded in mist. For a moment, no one could see what was happening inside, the experimental subjects lost in a dense, swirling fog. This is the result you wanted. To show me, General Ross turned to old Clausewitz, his tone sharp and unfriendly. He felt certain that Clausewitz was mocking him, insulting his intelligence. Even, Mason stood silently by, already attuned to the presence of the people inside. From the moment he laid eyes on them, he knew the military would never accept this kind of super soldier serum, no matter how successful it might be in certain aspects. Just as Clausewitz was explaining to Ross, a muffled, tormented roar suddenly tore through the glass cell. A wild, animalistic sound echoed from within the blue mist, making the swirling fog tremble and shift. What the— General Ross took 2 steps forward, but before he could finish, a massive claw slammed down hard against the glass wall of the cell, cutting him off mid-sentence. What kind of monster was this? The person who had been dragged from the life pod was a thin, middle-aged man. The 2 small dents on the bridge of his nose suggested he'd worn glasses for many years. But now, half concealed in the blue haze, the creature before them stood at least 2.3 meters tall, its body bulging with muscle and veins protruding beneath the skin. Its face had completely transformed into that of a lion, and it hurled itself against the walls again and again, an unstoppable force of aggression. Everyone standing behind General Ross recoiled in shock. Panic rippled through the group as they whispered anxiously among themselves. These were experts in their fields, and none of them had ever imagined that the final product of the Super Soldier Project would be such a terrifying beast. At last, General Ross could no longer contain his fury. He jabbed his finger hard into old Clausewitz's chest, forcing him to retreat step by step. Spittle flew from Ross's mouth, splattering across Clausewitz's face. He cared nothing for decorum now. He was truly ablaze with rage. Staring at Clausewitz's wrinkled face, Ross could barely resist the urge to smash his fist into it and kill the old man right here and now. This is your so-called research. This is what you wanted me to see. Clausewitz, you despicable, loathsome German. You're wasting my time and the government's money. I ought to have you thrown in prison for the rest of your miserable life. Just look at what you've done. These abominations devoid of beauty or reason, and you claim these are the results of your serum. They can't use tools, can't think or strategize, can't even fire a gun or wear equipment. These monsters, one missile is all it would take to wipe them out. You imbecile. Worthless, confronted with a matter that could end his career, even General Ross lost control. Unleashing a torrent of curses, his trembling hand hovered near his sidearm. He was an inch away from putting a bullet in Clausewitz's face, yet Clausewitz remained calm, betraying no emotion. Clearly, he had anticipated this reaction. He looked at the general, now teetering on the brink of eruption, and endured the torrent of spittle in silence, waiting quietly for Ross to regain his composure. When his outburst finally subsided, General Ross shoved Clausewitz aside and pointed a finger at his face, enunciating each word. You'd better have a damn good explanation for me. Otherwise, you know what's coming. The military is not run by idiots who'll let themselves be made fools of. Throughout it all, Mason stood by, expressionless, as if none of this concerned him. Hydra had its people in the military too. After all, when the military decided to fund this project, there was no doubt some Hydra agent behind the scenes fanning the flames. Clausewitz lifted his hand as though trying to press down the general's anger from afar. Trust me, General Ross, Clausewitz Pharmaceuticals has never disappointed its partners. Next, Mason watched as the guards once again dragged a test subject, this time a woman who looked to be of Latin descent, from the life support pod. The men in biohazard suits tossed her unceremoniously into another glass cell and turned on the gas. Pale blue vapor filled the chamber, and Mason, with his uncanny foresight, witnessed the transformation begin. Unlike the previous subjects, this woman's change was different. Inside the cell, she morphed into a leopard woman, her body taking on the sleek, predatory grace of a panther. Her enhancement seemed focused on agility, but as for strength, how much strength could a cheetah possess after all? This creature, a member of a unique genus, was little more than a big cat, a weakling that would be injured fighting a lone hyena, to a leopard. A cheetah was nothing more than prey. Even an unarmed adult man could injure this cat. In Mason's eyes, the cheetah woman, whose agility had been enhanced wasn't particularly remarkable. After all, whether it was the Lion Man or the Cheetah Woman, even if there were 10 times as many of them, none would be a match for Mason. However, once this creature appeared, General Ross seemed to relax a little. He gazed at the Cheetah Woman, who was pressed against a glass, desperately trying to get out, and said, "Now, this is somewhat interesting, but what about intelligence? I want to know how much intelligence she possesses. I don't want my soldiers to be nothing but mindless beasts, General." Ross only asked about the things that truly concerned him. As for other technical matters, there were experts in the background ready to ask their own questions. Speaking of intelligence, General Ross, if you'll come with me, I'd like to show you our greatest invention this time. You'll see that the military's money has been well spent, said the guide. After seeing the Cheetah Woman, General Ross's expression softened a bit. Compared to the Lion Man, the Cheetah Woman's build was much closer to what he required. Her height was about the same as an average person, though she was a bit heavier. She was already capable of using some military equipment. As for her appearance, General Ross realized that he wasn't quite as concerned about it as he had imagined. Old Clausewitz led his delegation and General Ross deeper into the facility. Mason, however, did not follow closely behind. Instead, he walked slowly to the front of the glass enclosure. At this moment, his formidable mental strength came into play. He pressed his hand against the glass, mirroring the Cheetah Woman's own hand. On the other side, looking into her eyes with sincerity, Mason spoke in a strangely hypnotic tone. "It's all right, trust me, everything is going to be fine. Just wait patiently. I will get you out of here." He comforted the Cheetah Woman as if soothing a frightened child. The agitation in her eyes gradually faded, and she quieted under the spell of Mason's dreamlike words. Old Clausewitz was in the middle of his introduction when he noticed Mason was missing. He glanced around and spotted him, hand pressed to the glass with the Cheetah Woman. Whispering to his assistant, Clausewitz sent him off at once to retrieve Mason and bring him back to the group. As Mason left, the Cheetah Woman pounded the wall in frustration and disappointment. But this glass cell was strong, far too strong for her to break. Or even the Lion Man, for that matter. Only Mason himself could have shattered it, but he wasn't the one imprisoned inside, and besides, the glass enclosure was quite valuable. Mason wasn't in the habit of damaging his own property. Gentlemen, ladies, what you see before you now is the crowning achievement of Clausewitz Pharmaceuticals, our latest and greatest creation. He took the box from his assistant and, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, opened it and drew out a chip, a small, unremarkable chip. "What is this? What does it do?" General Ross voiced the question everyone was dying to ask. Old Clausewitz smiled mysteriously and replied to General Ross, "Forgive me for keeping you in suspense. Very soon, you'll see what it can do." Sedative gas flowed relentlessly into the glass cell holding the Lion Man. The towering creature, over 2 meters tall, eventually succumbed to the gas and, with a heavy thud, collapsed to the ground. A researcher clad in a biohazard suit, holding a specialized instrument, opened the door and entered. He injected the chip beneath the skin at the base of the Lion Man's skull. Watching all this, Mason was suddenly reminded of a film he'd seen long ago. *G.I. Joe, the Rise of Cobra*. In that movie, the villains destroyed their henchmen's pain nerves with snake venom, implanted chips in them, and turned them into fearless, pain-immune shock troops. Mason never expected to see something so similar in the Marvel Universe. Old Clausewitz beckoned General Ross aside. The assistant, as if by magic, produced a laptop and handed it to Clausewitz. Mason glanced at the computer. The screen was filled with streams of data, all of it unintelligible to him. Clearly, General Ross, like Mason, couldn't make heads or tails of the information, but as the client, he had every right to ask questions before he could voice them. The massive Lion Man, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly rose to his feet. "Oh my God!" Someone from the delegation screamed in panic. The monster, once locked away in a glass cell, had broken free. Now standing, the sheer force of its presence made it clear this was no mere beast in a cage. The guards accompanying General Ross all drew their guns and opened fire on the Lion Man, while the rest of the group scrambled to hide behind Old Clausewitz. Only he remained standing confidently, where he was as steady as a rock. In the midst of a storm, even Mason, glancing around, noticed the look on General Ross's face, the perfect blend of terror and forced composure he himself aspired to master. He quickly mimicked the expression, flexing his facial muscles to get it just right. Old Clausewitz took in the reactions of everyone in the room, his sense of superiority rising once more. Nevertheless, he reassured General Ross, "There's no need to be afraid, General. He is completely under my control now. This is exactly what I wanted you to see. Our latest technological breakthrough. With just a single chip, we can command a monster like this. What do you think?" Old Clausewitz smiled as he handed the computer over to General Ross and said, "General, now you can experience for yourself what it feels like to control this terrifying behemoth." Mason accompanied Old Clausewitz in flawlessly, bringing this farce to a close, then returned to his office on the top floor for the visiting delegation who had no idea what was really going on. Everything they witnessed today might have seemed truly astonishing, but to Mason, it was nothing more than a charade. He knew that whatever Clausewitz pharmaceuticals managed to develop would never be such shoddy products as these. This was just something they put together to fool the military. He could sense the fleeting vitality burning inside these experimental subjects, a vitality like the dying rays of sun about to go out, flaring in one last burst. Whether it was the leopard woman or the lion monster, once activated, neither could survive more than a few hours with bioweapons like these. Even if you implanted them with chips, what real use could they have on the battlefield? Even the lion monster, the strongest of them, all fully equipped for war, would likely be no match for an abomination. Yet General Ross was completely in the dark after he reported. Back tonight, the military would pour even more funds into this project, feeding Hydra with a steady stream of manpower and technology, helping them cultivate ever more fighting forces. Of everything that happened today, there was only one thing that truly piqued Mason's interest, and it wasn't the beast serum, it was the chip. He wanted to know just how much the chip was truly capable of. Could it really rewrite a person's memories, turning them into the most loyal of hounds? If the chip actually worked, Mason was convinced Old Clausewitz would have had one injected beneath the skin of every security guard and researcher by now. Hydra would have no qualms about doing such a thing. He even suspected that Old Clausewitz would have implanted one in the back of his own head, but since he hadn't done that, it meant the chip must have some kind of fatal flaw. Directly asking would get him nowhere, and Mason had no intention of confronting Clausewitz head-on. After a thorough wash, Clausewitz dried his face and finally settled onto the office sofa. It was clear he had no intention of inviting Mason to sit. "Listen up, you idiot," Clausewitz fixed Mason with a sharp, unblinking stare. "When you get back, I want you to stay put in the hospital or in that damned madhouse of yours, or I'll book you a ticket right now to Los Angeles, Las Vegas, wherever. I don't care where you go, as long as you don't stir up trouble for me." He jabbed a finger for emphasis. "Now choose. Otherwise, next time, I won't be so accommodating. Next time, you'll learn that family means far less to me than you imagine." Mason looked at the aggressive Old Clausewitz and spoke earnestly. "My respected father, I choose the first option. Please rest assured when I return, I will strictly follow your teachings. There won't be a next time." When Mason said there wouldn't be a next time, what he meant was there wouldn't be another opportunity for his father to reprimand him. Clearly, Old Clausewitz understood it differently. He thought Mason was promising never to go against his wishes again. He was quite satisfied with his son's rare display of submission. Gazing at Mason, he said, "Then go back. Remember what I told you today?" "Yes, father," with a smile on his face. Mason left. Old Clausewitz remained on the top floor, standing like an alpha wolf, surveying his territory. Through the glass window, he watched his son's departing figure. His eyes grew sharp and cold. The look of a predator realizing its prey was slipping out of reach. Of course, Mason could sense someone watching him, and not with goodwill. But what did it matter? He continued to whistle as he walked away, hands stuffed in his pockets. Bouncing lightly as he returned to the car, taking his seat beside the hand assassin, he said, "Tomorrow at lunch, ask Erica to come see me. I have a small favor I need her help with." With that, Mason leaned back in the rear seat and feigned sleep. At the very same moment, Old Clausewitz made a call. "Keep a close eye on Mason's little toy squad. If they make any suspicious moves, take them out." He hung up the phone and finally returned to his desk. Sitting down, he opened his computer and initiated a secure call. On the other end, a bald head appeared. On the screen, it was Jasper Sitwell, a level 7 agent of SHIELD, one of Hydra's covert operatives embedded in SHIELD, under Alexander Pierce, former director of SHIELD, and now a member of the World Security Council. Hydra had never been a monolith. Not even in the Red Skull's time did he manage to fully unite the Nazi Hydra, let alone the ancient Hydra that had survived throughout history by constantly changing its face. Ward, for instance, was a staunch supporter of Garrett. Without Garrett, he'd be willing to put a bullet through the head of any Hydra leader, not to mention the other chiefs and bankers, each with their own territories, plans, resources, and men. Old Clausewitz was no different. His position in Hydra was not above Pierce's, but that didn't mean he had to follow all of Pierce's orders. In terms of personal connections, he was actually closer to Pierce's old friend, Hydra's elder statesman Malik, Facing Pierce, old Clausewitz looked at the person across the computer screen and said, "So, what brings you to me this time?" When Mason returned to the sanatorium, he settled back in his office. He hadn't even managed to coax a satisfying flower pattern out of his coffee before someone knocked on the door. "Oh, damn it. I knew I wouldn't get a moment's peace. Whoever you are, come in." "The door's not locked." Mason glanced down at the latte art he'd ruined, a piece of missing one wing, and shook his head. He grabbed his mug and took a sip. The one who entered was Jessica Jones, dressed in her caregiver's uniform. She looked at Mason and said, "Hey, boss, last time I helped you rough up that old man, but he's not one of our patients. The contract doesn't say I have to use force on elderly folks who aren't residents here." "I understand. I'll pay you extra." Mason decisively ended the discussion. Jessica Jones hadn't expected a raise or promotion to come this easily. She opened her mouth, then closed it again, at a loss for words. "Close the door and get to work," Mason instructed, pointing her toward her next task as he leaned back in his chair. Now he was waiting for news from Frank. Mason was craving it, craving Bannister, craving Rollins. He wanted to know just how much sin a man so steeped in wickedness could offer him. With these sins, he could upgrade the church exchanged for books. He had grown fond of learning. It brought him joy. It made him better. With a snap of his fingers, thick tomes on dragon alchemy stacked themselves across the desk. He turned on all the radios and TV news channels at once, and surrounded by a cacophony of noise began to read. But before diving in, he made a phone call. After all, he'd promised the leopard woman that he'd keep her safe. More importantly, he wanted to test whether the enhancement potions from dragon alchemy could be used on her. Once Mason had wrapped up these matters, he immersed himself in his books for a quiet spell. Until Erica returned. "Take a look at this," Mason said, tossing her a stack of files. Erica caught them and gave Mason an extra searching glance. "These files are all about your father." She hadn't expected the target to be someone like this. The documents detailed old Clausewitz's personal information, including anecdotes only those close to him would know. "Yes, your target this time is him, old Clausewitz. I need you to keep him busy for a while. I don't care if it's an accident, pressure from rivals, or trouble stirred up by charity organizations. I want to see him scrambling to keep up. By the way, I have plenty of evidence here of his experiments on human subjects. Find a newspaper with the guts to publish it and get the story out there. As for human rights organizations, I know their higher-ups have all accepted funding from Clausewitz Pharmaceuticals, so they won't take a stand, but under those corrupt leaders there are always a few naive idealists. Stir them up. Let them give old Clausewitz a real headache, of course, if something goes wrong and you end up turning him into a vegetable. I assure you, I'll be deeply mournful. I'll sit by his hospital bed, give him the best medicine, arrange the finest treatment, and seek out the top doctors. Truly, I'll be the model of filial piety, I promise." Mason spoke to her, and Erica didn't press for more. She turned to leave. The information she needed, Mason had already provided: the destination, the target. With those two pieces, a powerful assassin syndicate could already be set in motion. Just as she was about to go, Mason suddenly called out to her again. "One more thing. He's with Hydra. I don't know if he has any mutants with him. After all these years, I have no idea how far their human experiments have gone, or whether they've had any breakthroughs. Be careful. If anything feels off, pull out immediately." "Understood." "No problem." Erica had never heard of Hydra. For people like them, Hydra was like a giant kraken lurking beneath the waves. No one knew its true size until it surfaced. Mason watched Erica depart, then turned to his walkie-talkie and contacted two more people. This was the first meeting between Skye and David Lieberman. The two regarded each other warily until Mason, standing between them, made the introductions. "This is Skye from the Rising Tide." "Skye, this is a former CIA analyst. You can call him Microchip, or just David Lieberman." After the introductions, Mason brewed them each a cup of tea. With the care of a kindly grandmother, he arranged a plate of snacks and placed it between them. Rising Tide? David Lieberman recognized the name. On the surface, the organization presented itself as a charity, but its background was anything but clean. The CIA had always kept a close eye on the Rising Tide. Not that he was going to say any of that aloud. What surprised him was finding a member of the Rising Tide in this madhouse. Skye felt the same. She had been stewing in silence for days. No one came to comfort her, but no one threatened her either. She'd grown up in an orphanage and dropped out of school young. There wasn't much she hadn't seen. From her perspective, those orderlies outside were nothing but gangsters. Yet, what puzzled her was that the hulking, tattooed men with their fierce expressions were against all expectations, remarkably easy to talk to. Skye even felt that if you dressed each of them in a suit and tie, and put a pair of non-prescription glasses on them, they'd be ready to sell insurance. These burly men, so polite and well-mannered, were almost disturbingly gentle. If Sky hadn't seen what a real gang looked like, she might have been fooled into thinking they were just members of a motorcycle enthusiast club. Her curiosity distracted her from her worries. She felt certain there was a secret hidden here, but strangely Mason didn't put too many restrictions on her freedom. She was allowed to wander through every area at will except for running outside. She enjoyed almost unlimited freedom within a limited space. Yet no matter how much she investigated, she couldn't uncover anything suspicious. David hadn't been at ease these days either. He could see his wife and child at any moment, but he worried that Mason was keeping them as hostages. Even if someone on the outside tried to help them, David remained convinced that Mason harbored ill intentions. Of the three people present, two carried their own secret agendas. Mason paid this no heed. Looking at these two accomplished computer security experts, he said, "I need to break into a heavily guarded research institute. Would you please help me out? Any ideas?" Sky and David Lieberman exchanged a glance. David spoke first. "I know this isn't the right thing to say, well, but I have to. This is illegal." He spread his hands toward Mason in a helpless gesture. Mason shot him a look and replied, "Hacking into the traffic management cameras was illegal too, Mr. Lieberman. From where I stand, you're not as law-abiding as you claim to be." David, a bit embarrassed, rubbed his chin with 3 fingers, trying to look thoughtful. Meanwhile, Sky tentatively asked, "Which research institute do you want to break into?" Mason answered without hesitation, "The Krauswitz family's 3rd research institute." After he spoke, David was still processing, but Sky sprang to her feet in shock. She wondered if this playboy had lost his mind. She blurted out, "Are you serious? Are you out of your mind?" "Krauswitz Pharmaceuticals, little." "Krauswitz, that's your company. You want us to help you hack into your own business. What on earth are you thinking?" Sky couldn't fathom his motives, and after her outburst, David looked calm on the surface. But that was only appearances. His heart skipped a beat. This was the first time he realized Mason was part of the Krauswitz family. But this only strengthened his belief that Mason was a madman. Nothing Mason did seemed to make any sense. Mason stood up, a trace of melancholy in his voice. "If I had any other choice, believe me, I wouldn't want to do this either. Under my father's leadership, Clausewitz Pharmaceuticals has embarked on a path of no return. They have joined forces with the military to conduct sinister human experiments. They show no regard for life, inflicting suffering and death in their audacious attempt to lay hands on the very foundation and origin of humanity itself. They want to alter human DNA. That is a realm that only God should touch. Do you understand? I saw it with my own eyes. They drag a poor, helpless woman before me, and right there, transformed her into a leopard. They've gone mad, and I must stop them. I need your help. Help me rein in this beast that has strayed so far from the right path. But my strength alone is not enough. I need you. I need every single one of you. The military has lost its mind. Clausewitz Pharmaceuticals has lost its mind. They are in desperate need of healing. Help me bring them back to the right path." For a moment, even David Lieberman was stunned by Mason's impassioned and stirring speech. He was at a loss, unsure of what to say or do, his mouth hanging open in disbelief, a suffocating sense of frustration welling up inside. Never in his life had he encountered such brazen shamelessness. In that instant, David could no longer distinguish whether Mason was putting on a performance or expressing genuine emotion. Was this simply a mask he wore, or had the mask and his true face become one and the same, inseparable from each other? Mason could have told him with certainty. It could be genuine emotion. He was confident that not a single crack showed in his expression. During the empty moments before their arrival, Mason had meticulously studied the impassioned representative of a small, grieving nation at the United Nations. Carefully imitating the man's expression's tone, even the look in his eyes, he believed that sense of helplessness, welling up from the depths of the soul, was the most moving and convincing thing he could offer. Yet as Mason observed the assembly, he noticed 2 people he hadn't expected. One was a black woman sitting in the corner, looking out of place among the sharply dressed delegates around her. Before her nameplate was the word Wakanda, a nation in Africa. The other delegate hailed from Latveria, an obscure little country nestled between Hungary, Romania, and Serbia, a nation so insignificant that it barely registered on a world map. No more than a speck. For these small countries, the UN General Assembly was little more than a place to observe. They had no chance to speak. Among the great predators, these minnows didn't even have the right to approach. But Wakanda was no small country, Mason remembered. It was the homeland of the Black Panther. Though still ruled by a king, their technology was decades ahead of the rest of the world. Hundreds of years ahead, if the comic books were to be believed. After all, in the comics, Wakanda even set up a mining outpost on the moon. They possess a vibranium reserve that is the envy of the world. Captain America's shield is made from vibranium. Not the hardest metal in the universe, perhaps, but certainly one of the top contenders. Yet Wakanda has always remained isolated, passively closed off from the outside world, never engaging with outsiders. As for Latveria, Mason could only say he'd heard of the place, thanks to a colleague who was an avid fan of American comics. That colleague had gone so far as to buy those comics directly from the United States, and with only a rudimentary grasp of English taught himself the language just to read the raw editions. This country's name had stuck in Mason's mind from his colleague's constant chatter. Unless Mason used dream summoning techniques to enter deep sleep and guide himself to recall old memories, he couldn't remember the details. Out of the blue, but Mason felt that none of this really mattered. What truly mattered was that, as he looked at the incredulous sky and the silent David Lieberman, his gaze was earnest and sincere. Right now, he needed their help. After a moment of silence, Sky spoke up. Actually, there's a way. If you can get them to casually place the Trojan program on any computer within their internal network, then I can. No problem. Before Sky could finish, Mason agreed immediately. He turned to her and said, "We'll do it your way. You create the password virus, and I'll handle everything that comes after." Sky hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. She looked up, a little confused, staring at Mason. To her, this man was shrouded in mystery. Someone she simply couldn't figure out. As for David Lieberman, he didn't completely trust Mason's words, but he knew that at this moment, whether he believed him or not, the best option was to help. The fact that he'd already helped Frank kill someone proved he wasn't as easygoing as he appeared, and certainly not a kind-hearted person. "I'll be here to assist her," David said honestly to Mason. Mason nodded, both pleased and reassured. He liked people who could read the room, and he was always willing to give both respect and rewards to those who had what it took, as long as they treated him the same way. In return, what Mason hated most was having his goodwill wasted. Waste in his eyes was the most shameful thing of all. Fortunately, David Lieberman managed to rein himself in and reciprocated Mason's kindness. "Thank you both on behalf of myself, and on behalf of those poor souls captured and used as test subjects. I thank you," he said, bowing deeply to the two before him. Sky, startled, scrambled to dodge, bumping noisily into the tea tray. Mason reached out his hand. A powerful force will held these lightweight trinkets immobile. The tea and pastries that should have fallen to the floor were all now floating in midair, leaving Sky and David utterly stunned. Even though this wasn't Sky's first time witnessing such things, she still gaped in disbelief and asked, "What? How on earth did you do that?" "It's just a little trick," he replied. "If you're interested, I can teach you. It's nothing unspeakable or forbidden, and trust me, I'm no gypsy, which all of this is the power of science." He snapped his fingers with a cheerful smile, and everything settled neatly into its proper place, each item returning to where it belonged. Everything perfectly in order. Sky glanced back at the tea and pastries, then at him. She couldn't shake the feeling that this place was brimming with endless secrets, all waiting for her to uncover. Even as she left the office, her mind was still in a daze, lost in thought and unsure what to make of it all. As for Mason, after watching the two of them leave, he began making preparations around the room. He set up 5 layers of defense. In total, these makeshift barriers wouldn't actually stop anyone. Their sole purpose was to let him know if any guests arrived. Once that was done, he took the mirror and held it before his eyes, muttering quietly to himself, "All right, let's see. How do you perform dream summoning? Dream summoning, dream summoning. Ah, here it is," it says. "Don't resist, don't be defensive, silently recall the memory you seek." Then, there was no then. Mason slumped over the desk, completely limp, and drifted into a deep sleep. It was as if his soul was soaking in a hot spring, soothing, warm, and lulling him into drowsiness like an infant returning to the safety of the womb. All around Mason's ears, a chorus of voices swirled. Busy, intricate, and layered, he listened intently for the one voice he needed, the sly, familiar tone of his former colleague, and the place name Ladovinia. Ladovinia? Ladovinia? The word echoed through the distance, reverberating in Mason's ears as though it had traveled from far away. He felt as if he were submerged in water, with a muffled sensation in his ears, an indescribable barrier between himself and the world. He strained toward the source of the voice, struggling to open his eyes within the watery depths, hoping to catch a glimpse of the memory drifting in his mind, the most authentic memory he possessed. As he struggled, the distant voices grew more chaotic, and from afar his former colleague's mischievous tone came through, bringing with it a flood of information. "Hey, old Chi, this is a comic I smuggled back from America, do you know what it is? It's the Fantastic Four. You know the Fantastic Four, right?" "What? You don't know? But you've definitely seen the Fantastic Four movies, right? The ones with the guy who plays Captain America, and the super hot female lead." I'm telling you, there's a villain in those movies whose power rivals Thanos. In the films, he gets beaten down so badly, even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. But in the comics, he's insanely strong. Of course, the main reason is that he's filthy rich. Seriously, his family literally owns a country. If only I had that kind of money. Oh, you're asking which country? It's a fictional one called, what was it? Latveria. Man, these foreign names are such a mouthful. Hearing all this, Mason finally opened his eyes in a flash of realization. Outside, the world seemed to warp and twist, like looking through an ever-shifting kaleidoscope. Mason had no idea why things looked this way, but in the distance through the haze, he could just make out his co-worker comic book in hand. There he was, gesticulating wildly, chattering away, introducing his favorite hobby to the empty air as if to some invisible audience. Old Chi, just look at how strong Dr. Doom is. God King Doom. Tell me he isn't awesome. He's the region of Latveria. In the comics, he even created a world of his own. And look at this suit of armor. How cool is that? I freaking love this armor. Next, his co-worker launched into a spirited account of Dr. Doom's life. How his mother was a gypsy, how her soul was taken by that old fraud Mephisto because she dabbled in black magic, and how Dr. Doom mastered the dark arts and delved into all sorts of new knowledge to save her. On and on he went. Mason stood silently deep in the vast ocean-like depths of his consciousness, watching these memories unfold from afar. For once, there was a rare warmth in his eyes as he watched the scene play out to its end. Dr. Doom. Mason murmured the name to himself, and with that, he woke from the depths of his subconscious. He opened his eyes, slowly lifted his head from in front of the mirror, got to his feet, stretched, and poured himself a cup of coffee. He stood by the window, letting the gentle sunlight bathe his body. An afternoon like this. Finally, a truly wonderful half-day. No arguments, no fights, no annoying problems, just the golden sunlight, the open view before the window, and a cup of warm coffee in his hand. There was nothing more comfortable than an afternoon like this. If only he had a plate of perfectly crispy fries within reach, the world would be absolutely perfect. With one hand in his pocket and the other lifting his coffee for a gentle sip, Mason was just about to open the window and let the breeze drift in when his phone started ringing. Damn it. And just like that, Mason's pleasant afternoon tea vanished in an instant. He swung his fist angrily at the air, but as soon as he answered the call, his tone changed completely. A smile appeared on his face as he asked gently, "Hello, this is Mason Clausewitz. May I ask who's calling?" Strictly businesslike. Mason didn't like to let his personal feelings intrude upon his work. Remaining objective and rational was something he always strove for. Before Mason could even finish introducing himself, the other end erupted with frantic, heavy breathing, a voice so tense it sounded distorted, but Mason still recognized who it was. It had to be Norman Osborn, the current head of Osborn Industries. The caller deliberately lowered his voice, suppressing a tremor as he said, "Mr. Mason, this is Norman Osborn. I think I need your help right now." Of course, Mr. Osborn. I'll do what I can for you," Mason replied. "But from the sounds I'm hearing it seems like things aren't going well on your end. Do you need me to call 911 for you?" No, that won't be necessary. Thank you." After 3 quick refusals, Norman Osborn added in a rush, "Dr. Mason, do you have time right now? I need you to come to my house. There's been a bit of trouble here that I need your help with. I think my condition is getting worse." Mason listened carefully to the background noise coming through the phone. It sounded like a harsh, rhythmic language, a voice that seemed to cling to Norman's shadow, sending a chill down one's spine. It was as if some kind of arthropod, using its long, thin legs laced with a trace of venom, was scurrying swiftly beneath your skin. It was enough to make your skin crawl. "I'm sorry, Mr. Osborn," Mason replied calmly. "As I've said before, I'm a psychiatrist. From what I'm hearing, you might want to contact the church and have someone from there handle this situation." There was an awkward silence on the other end. Mr. Osborn said nothing, but the devilish whispers persisted, growing louder and closer. Mason could even sense a desperate longing in them. "Well then, I won't trouble you further, Dr. Mason," Osborn said in a low voice, ready to end the call in resignation. But just as despair overtook him, Mason suddenly spoke up. "That being said, Mr. Osborn, if you're willing to pay extra, I suppose I could act as an exorcist as well. Of course, exorcism comes with a different price tag." Osborn nearly smashed the table in front of him. He had never felt such an urge to punch someone in the face as he did now. He thought he left such impulses behind that he'd become civilized, unlike this damned German brute on the other end, who seemed to solve everything with his fists. But now he realized he was wrong. He truly wanted to roll up his sleeves and land a solid punch right on that vampire-like face of the man before him. Yet when he caught sight of his own reflection in the opposite mirror, eyes burning like live coals, a true demon staring back, He managed in the end to swallow his anger. At this moment, he would have rather believed that he was losing his mind instead of actually encountering a demon. If it was a matter of his own sanity, he could take advantage of the situation, lock himself in his room, toss the key out the window, and ensure he wouldn't hurt his son, little Harry, downstairs. But if it really was a demon, then he would be powerless to protect his boy. So he said, "All right, Mr. Mason, you set the price this time, but I have only one demand, my son Harry Osborn. Nothing must happen to him. Absolutely nothing. He must stay safe. If anything happens to him, I won't pay you a single cent." "Very well, Mr. Osborn," came the reply, the voice on the other end delighted by the promise of a generous payment, brightened at once. "Tell me your address, and I'll be there soon. In the meantime, Mr. Osborn, it's best if you do nothing. Just wait for me. If you're still uneasy, perhaps you could download a recording of the Bible and listen to it online. At the very least, the music might help calm your nerves, and you won't be so bored while you wait for me. Trust me, you'll be fine, Mr. Osborn." After getting the address, Mason turned his car toward Osborn's upscale apartment in Manhattan, ready to begin his exorcist work. To guard against Mephisto, he hadn't just tattooed himself with the Red King and the White Queen. He had plenty of handy tools at his disposal. Real holy water and blessed salt, vajra from Tibetan Buddhism, even wrappings from a mummy he had stockpiled all sorts of wonders, and today at last they would serve their purpose. He climbed into his car and drove out the gate. Meanwhile, in a basement somewhere in New York, a man sat transfixed before a screen, watching a recording. On the screen, a young man in uniform with a cocky stance and a fresh face was wielding a vibranium shield. Together with his comrades, he stormed a German base. The Watcher's eyes never lingered on the other members of the Howling Commandos. Instead, he replayed over and over the movements of the young Captain America as he hurled his shield. Then his phone rang. After hanging up, he stuffed the last bite of his sandwich into his mouth and pulled on his skull mask. The prey is out of the cage. Dark currents surged through New York. For all his meticulous planning, Mason had still missed something. He never expected the 10 Rings to make a move, nor that they would take out those unruly subordinates who fancied themselves freedom fighters. He gave the Mark I, which was immature both in design and concept, to Obadiah as a gift for further study. Tony had no idea that Obadiah, along with several shareholders, had secretly reopened the weapons division of Stark Industries behind his back. Their shipments didn't go to Gulmira, but instead turned up in other troubled regions. Still, it didn't matter, since no reporters had exposed the secret. Meanwhile, there was an exceptionally capable and beautiful secretary working in Stark Tower. Her professional skills were truly remarkable. "I think you need to take a look at this, Miss Potts." After uncovering the problem, she chose not to inform the other board members, but instead sought out Pepper. Although Pepper was not the CEO of Stark Industries at the moment, she was the one closest to Tony. Everyone wanted to know how he managed to escape, especially after Nick Fury found traces of the 10 Rings activities at the scene. His interest in Tony only deepened. When Miss Potts saw Natasha, she took the photo with a puzzled expression, her brow furrowing in confusion. But the weapons division at Stark Industries was supposed to be shut down. She started to say more, but suddenly realized something. With a hurried, apologetic smile to Natasha, she quickly excused herself and left. The Black Widow, currently using the alias Natalie, watched Miss Potts depart. She closed her folder and left the room with graceful poise. Pepper, of course, understood what all this meant. It signified open defiance, a loss of Tony's authority, and the emergence of underhanded schemes within the company. It also meant that at the next shareholder meeting, Tony could face accusations, criticism, and even the possibility of being ousted from the board by a united front of shareholders. That was something Pepper absolutely did not want to see. She hurried out of the tower and quickly dialed her phone. "Tony, where are you?" she asked anxiously once she got his answer. She headed for the garage and drove straight toward Tony's villa. At that moment, Tony was busy experimenting with his new suit. Mark II was much sleeker and lighter than its predecessor. After several test flights and improvements, today he had finally installed the weapon system. Seated on the sofa, he was carefully examining the control panel, searching for any possible enhancements. "Sir, Miss Potts is here. She's waiting outside," came Jarvis's voice, snapping Tony out of his thoughts. He waved his hand, dismissing the data hovering before him, and said to Jarvis, "Let her meet me in the living room." "Certainly, sir." Jarvis had been his father's butler, and Tony's as well. When he was a child, out of longing, Tony had even named his digital assistant after him. When he hurried into the living room, he found Pepper standing there, not sitting down. As soon as she saw him approach, Pepper handed Tony the photo in her hand and said, "Tony, I think you need to see this." Tony took the photo, his brows knitted in concern. "I didn't sell any weapons," he said. I know, Tony. And that's exactly the point. Pepper raised her voice, her composure faltering. Tony clearly understood what she meant. He sat down, flipping through the photos carefully, and said, "Sit down, Pepper. As long as I'm here, everything will be fine." Stark Industries weapons. The first person who came to his mind was Obadiah. Only someone of his seniority could bypass Stark Industries' new security systems. Piecing together this not-so-difficult truth, Tony turned his gaze to Pepper and said, "Listen, Pepper, I need a favor from you. I need you to go to my office, hack into my computer, and pull up all the recent shipping records. The information won't be in the administrative folder. It's in a hidden folder. This is my digital key. If you're looking for it, just find the file with the smallest number. Pepper, you're the only one I can trust right now." He looked at her intently. Pepper took the digital key, biting her lip before she spoke. "If I find these files, what are you going to do?" "I'm going to set things right." "Pepper, if this is some shady under-the-table deal, I'll destroy everything involved." Pepper held the key tightly in her hand and said quietly, "Tony, you can't do all this alone." "Yes, I can," Tony replied, looking at her with unwavering seriousness. "I have the suit now. I can do this, Pepper. Help me. Just this once. I can't stand by while weapons made by my company are used to slaughter innocent people. I should have died already, but the fact that I'm still alive means God wants me to make amends for my past mistakes. Please, Pepper, help me." Pepper looked at Tony Stark's weary face, turned away as if making up her mind, let out a determined breath, and then left with the key in hand. Tony was left alone, slowly examining the photos of the weapons and the innocent lives lost. With each photo, he turned the pages more slowly. Meanwhile, under the arc reactor, Obadiah had already established Sector 16, a newly built area for storing information about the Ironmonger. Having made significant progress in his research, Obadiah was in a tense and unstable mood. He poked his bald head out to scan the doorway nervously, then closed the door and growled in a low voice, "How dare you show up here? Are you trying to threaten me?" Standing before him was the very same Ten Rings envoy who had once come to his house to apologize, bowing his head once more with an apologetic tone. The man said, "I'm terribly sorry, but our boss is truly anxious these days. He wants to know, when exactly will the arc oscillation reactor and the portable power source you promised be ready? When the hell did I ever agree to give you a portable power source?" Obadiah snapped back, his voice brimming with anger. "Are you and those fools behind you so sure you want to threaten me? Do you really think you can withstand my wrath?" As he spoke, he seized his teammate by the collar, shaking him in agitation. Obadiah's imposing height and bulk gave him a clear advantage. The Ten Rings envoy kept his hands raised, palms open, doing everything he could to show he meant no harm. There wasn't even a trace of impatience in his manner. Once Obadiah calmed down a little, the envoy pulled a sheet of paper from his pocket and offered it to him, saying, "Of course, we can forego those things. All we ask is for your help, Mr. Obadiah. Find these people for us, their addresses, their contact information, give us what we want, and our business is done." Obadiah glanced down at the half-page document. As a veteran in the military-industrial sector, his keen eyes swept over the list, and he shook his head at the envoy. "What exactly are you planning? At least 3 of these people are members of our munitions department. Are you trying to build a hydrogen bomb? In fact, we already have one. Well, not a hydrogen bomb, just a nuclear warhead that surfaced on the black market. Acquiring it wasn't easy," the envoy replied, still wearing that unsettling smile. "So tell me, Mr. Obadiah, have you agreed to help us or not?" Meanwhile, Mason arrived at Norman Osborn's Manhattan apartment. He shut the car door behind him and looked up at the freestanding building. For someone of Osborn's wealth, this was a relatively modest place to live. Osborn had already given notice of Mason's arrival. Mason pushed open the door and was immediately greeted by a servant, her expression tense and worried. "Dr. Mason, is it?" Mr. Osborn said that if you came, you could go straight up to his study. "Wait," Mason interrupted as the servant made to lead him upstairs. "I want to see Mr. Osborn's son, young Harry, first. Otherwise, I'm not going anywhere." The servant froze, clearly surprised by such a request. She hesitated, glancing nervously toward a certain room. But as her gaze returned to Mason, she found him wearing a cold, insincere smile. Before she could react, Mason swiftly knocked her unconscious. "My apologies, madam," he murmured. He took a $100 bill from his pocket and slipped it into the servant's jacket as compensation, then strode purposefully toward the door. The door was locked from the inside, a clear sign that everything just now had been witnessed by little Harry, who had been spying, but in his panic, little Harry had forgotten one crucial thing. He'd left the key right in the lock. "What a careless mistake. I hope you remember to take out the key next time," he murmured under his breath. Inside the room, little Harry's eyes widened as he watched the key turn by itself and the door swing open. Mason stepped in from the hallway, his gaze falling on the boy whose eyes and hair were strikingly similar to Norman's. Speaking warmly, he asked, "You must be Mr. Norman's son, Harry Osborn. You really do look like your father. Who are you? Little Harry, somehow having found a fruit knife, held it out defensively in front of him. Mason glanced at the knife and wrinkled his nose before replying, "All right, let me introduce myself. I'm the psychiatrist your father invited to help. My name is Mason, but you can call me Dr. Mason. I know you were peeking earlier and saw me knock out your family's maid, so you might have some misunderstandings. She's a servant, not a maid." Even at a time like this, little Harry couldn't let go of such details. Mason quickly corrected himself. "Oh yes, your family's servant. Sorry about that." As he apologized, he reached into his satchel and pulled out a bundle. Unwrapping it, he sprinkled some salt on the floor, forming the shape of a fish. Looking at the men standing beside Mason, each carrying a long, sheathed blade, little Harry found it impossible to believe this man was really a doctor. Noticing Harry's gaze fixed nervously on the swords strapped to the assassins' backs, Mason casually drew the katana from the belt of a nearby warrior and explained, "He's my assistant. The sword is just one of our surgical instruments. Isn't it normal for a doctor to have an assistant?" "But you said you're a psychiatrist." Harry's voice trembled with fear. Mason handed the bag of holy salt to one of the assassins and replied, Did I really say that? Harry, you really are a high school student? What a memory. All right, bring the servant back inside." Harry Osborn flushed with humiliation, feeling as if he were being treated like a child. But before he could protest, Dr. Mason carefully stepped over the salt outline on the floor and approached him. "What are you doing?" Harry cried out. In shock, the knife in his hand vanished in an instant, and the next thing he knew, darkness closed over his eyes, and he collapsed. Unconscious. "All right, children really are a handful. If you weren't the key to my payday, I wouldn't have to go to all this trouble." He tossed the unconscious Harry Osborn and the servants into a bed of holy salt transformed into a Jesus fish. With that, even if a demon from hell showed up, it would cause a disturbance loud enough for him to hear and come to the rescue. As for why he knocked them out, the reason was even simpler: unconscious or dead. People are much easier to handle. Mason was here to perform an exorcism, not to play babysitter. A demon would have no trouble at all deceiving two alert humans. In fact, they were far more vulnerable now than if they were awake. Once he'd finished, Mason brushed the last of the holy salt from his hands and said, "Let's go. Time to see just what kind of demon has been harassing my client without end." In Osborn's study, Norman Osborn was half kneeling on the floor, clutching his head in agony. Behind him loomed a demon, nearly breaking free from its bonds. Its claws were mere inches from Osborn's neck, and the twisted grin on its face betrayed a twisted delight. It knew the meddling sorcerers of the mortal world wouldn't spot it here. This was a curse buried deep in the Osborn bloodline, a perfect camouflage in the human realm, the scent of blood, the taste of freedom. The demon murmured, entranced. Its crimson skin radiated a heat as dry and intense as burning coals, and its long, sharp nails drew even closer to Osborn's throat. Of course, the demon didn't want Osborn dead. In fact, everything it did was calculated to shatter Osborn's mental defenses. It needed Osborn as its anchor, its lodestone in this world. In other words, the last thing it wanted was for Osborn to die. What it craved was for Osborn to fall under its thrall, a perfect, obedient puppet. With a mocking touch, the demon traced its claw along Osborn's neck and leaned in, its head level with Norman Osborn's ear. But before it could utter another word, a thunderous crash shattered the moment. The study door was kicked clean off its hinges, smashing into the glass behind and sending shards flying as a gust of wind swept in. Before the demon could react, a barrage of holy salt rained down on its head, stinging and burning with every grain. Even it couldn't help but bare its fangs, hissing in pain. Cursed exorcist, damn priest, damn holy salt. In this world where there are demons, there are naturally angels as well. And Satan, though countless demons in their arrogance called themselves Satan, the Lord of Hell, the adversary of God. And so surely there must be a God. It's just that the Almighty hasn't appeared in the multiverse for ages, as if he's been gone from this place for a very, very long time. Of course, even though he's been gone for a very long time, his power still lingers. Even someone as mighty as Odin after death can draw upon his strength simply by invoking his name, let alone a being such as God. However, to call upon the name of God and receive his power requires true devotion. Only the most faithful priest could hope to achieve such a feat. As for Mason, he could recite God's name all he wanted, but it would do absolutely nothing for him. But that hardly mattered. Walking around with the scripture in one hand and mercy in the other was never Mason's style. His way was a sudden blinding storm of holy salt, followed by a firm grip on the demon's throat. This was how Mason handled things. Who are you?" The demon's eyes widened in shock. Its entire body was pitted and scarred where the holy salt had eaten away at its flesh. Even one of its eyes had been burned blind. never in its wildest imaginings had it thought it would meet its end here. Who was this opponent? How could it ever take revenge? But no matter how desperately it tried to make sense of it, the demon never got the chance to see the face of the one who slew its shadow. The wind rushed past its ears as its form was dragged backward, breaking apart into countless ashes, each fragment bringing fresh waves of agony. Mason's hand remained clamped around its throat, while the demon's slaying pestle in his other hand worked with the precision and relentlessness of a master's needle, stabbing mercilessly into the demon's abdomen. By the time Mason finally stopped, he was standing at the edge of the glass window, just one step away from tumbling down, his arms stretched out of the window, and the once terrifying demon was now reduced to little more than a neck and half a face exposed to the open air with a casual motion. Mason tossed the demon-slaying pestle to the ground. Whether or not the demon could still see him, he flashed it a friendly, polite smile. Then he let go. The demon's remains crumbled into ash and scattered to the wind. After completing this complicated exorcism, Mason took the towel offered by the assassin and wiped his hands clean before making himself comfortable atop the Osborn family's astonishingly large desk. Help our esteemed guest to his feet, Mason said, glancing at Norman Osborn, who was still kneeling on the floor. He gave a nod to his assassin, signaling for Osborn to be lifted and forcibly seated in a chair. Norman's expression was hollow, his gaze unfocused, his spirit shattered. Mason picked up a glass of iced water, tempted to splash it in Osborn's face to snap him out of it, but remembering that Norman was his benefactor, he restrained himself. Instead, he grabbed a handful of holy salt and tossed it onto Osborn's face. It was as if he'd been splashed with acid. Norman Osborn shuddered violently. If the assassin hadn't been holding him down, he would have leapt from the chair. Still, it was only a sensation, nothing more than a sting. The holy salt couldn't truly harm him, since he bore only traces of the demon's taint. It would hurt just enough to wake him up. Exactly what Mason intended. Watching as Osborn's gaze gradually sharpened, Mason kindly handed him a glass of ice water and said, "Mr. Osborn, have a sip to calm your nerves. I've already completed the exorcism ritual, so there's no need to worry, at least for now. The demon won't be coming after you. As for this thing..." With a flick of his wrist, the demon-subduing staff landed in his hand. Despite its name, the staff was originally a weapon, and more than capable of piercing someone through. Osborn's face remained expressionless as he witnessed Mason summon the staff from Adair, but his heartbeat sped up noticeably. Mason walked over and firmly pressed the staff in Norman's hand. "Mr. Norman, keep this on you for protection. The fee for this exorcism is $2 million. Will that be by check or credit card? We're not accepting cash at the moment. I'd rather not have the tax office show up with tanks, guns at my head, demanding their cut. Remember, just bring the money by when you have the chance. I'll be at the sanatorium. You've been there before?" Osborn ignored Mason's clumsy joke. Licking his parched lips, he asked in a low voice, "What was that?" Mason understood exactly what he was asking about and explained in a familiar tone. "That was a demon, a being from another dimension. Of course, to make it easier to understand, you could just think of them as aliens like E.T., only the vicious kind of E.T." As he spoke, he made a gesture with his hands to mimic the big eyes of the famous movie Alien. Osborn coughed twice, memories from earlier flooding back. The endless, abyssal despair that had hung over everything like an iron curtain, with no hope in sight. He never wanted to feel that again. Struggling to steady himself, he asked, "Why? Why us? Us?" Mason feigned ignorance, curiosity in his voice. "Who do you mean by us? You and your son?" "No, or rather, not just us." Mentioning his son, Osborn suddenly remembered him and anxiously inquired about his whereabouts. Mason gestured downstairs. "He's fine. We can go see him in a moment. And, Mr. Osborn, I've completed the exorcism for now. So I'll lend you this talisman. If you run into any danger, just stab it with this. It should hold things off long enough for you to call me." Clutching the Vujra staff nervously, Osborn pressed, "Are you saying it'll come back?" "Of course," Mason replied matter-of-factly. "Demons can't come to Earth in their true form. If they try, the Guardians will destroy them. So what comes here are always there. Projections, and with projections, when you get rid of one, another will always take its place. Guardians? Where are they? Can I find them? Perhaps you can try. But, Mr. Osborn, when you first mentioned are there others who have experienced the same thing as you? If so, could you introduce them to me? I can offer you a commission in return." This was clearly a question asked with full knowledge of the answer. If he was right, the way Osborn referred to meant his family. This all seemed to have the makings of curse, a bloodline curse. For some powerful, or even not so powerful demons, a bloodline curse was hardly a cost-effective method. Not all curses last forever. Only the gods of eternity or death possess curses that can twist the very rules, remaining unshaken even by the passage of Time. For everyone else, their curses inevitably fade and vanish as time goes on. If the Osborn family was suffering because of curse, then clearly whoever cursed them did not wish for him to die. Hearing Osborn speak so candidly, Mason could only shake his head, unable to help. Although what you described does sound a lot like a demonic bloodline curse, I'd advise you to prepare for both possibilities. Osborn Industries, as I recall, is a leader in biotechnology. You've already stepped into the realm of genetics, haven't you? Of course, if you're still uneasy, I can perform a banishment ritual for you. Whenever you have time, come see me in my retreat. I'm always there. As he left, he closed the study door behind him, his footsteps light as he exited Osborn's home, got into his car, and drove away from the apartment. Osborn stood by the shattered window, watching Mason depart, his face a tangle of conflicted emotions. The genetic serum meant to target his hereditary defect was almost ready. Just one final trial remained. The Parkers had been merciless, destroying every trace of information in the end, leaving him not a single lifeline. Osborn gazed into the mirror. This time, it reflected only himself. No demon lurking within. He reached for his phone and called one of his researchers. I'm in a foul mood right now, so you'd better have good news for me. You know what they say, a dying man is capable of anything. He kept nothing from the researcher. In truth, there was no way to hide these matters. They would be discovered sooner or later. The only ones he still kept in the dark were the other shareholders. Yet he knew this secret wouldn't last long. The influence of those shareholders seeped into every corner. Sooner or later, they would find out. Harry was still just a high school student, and not a single shareholder was one to be trifled with. He couldn't die now, no matter what. He could not die. Hearing the voice of his direct superior, the researcher on the other end was already breaking out in a cold sweat. He stared at the complex formulas before him, feeling as though his head might explode. He simply couldn't calculate the correct parameters. With genetic serums, even the slightest error would be glaringly obvious. If his formula ended up killing Norman Osborn, he could well imagine the consequences. He was still young. He didn't want to die just yet. As sweat trickled down his forehead, a sudden gust of wind swept through his workspace, scattering his handwritten calculations across the floor. The researcher nervously hung up the phone, meaning to curse at his assistant, but his eyes landed on a formula, and he froze stunned. Professor Kurt, please come take a look at this. Professor Kurt Connors, Norman Osborn's most trusted senior researcher and a lead on the genetic serum project, had only one arm. The other had been left forever on the battlefield, a retired military doctor. Even after years away from the front lines, every movement of his still bore the unmistakable stamp of military discipline. He was domineering, strict, and brooked no argument, or so his subordinates muttered behind his back. Yet the very traits his research team considered faults were precisely what Norman Osborn valued in him. To the boss, these qualities meant efficiency, precision, and reliability. Connor's favorite saying was, "Don't put blind faith in authority. I want every number calculated by your own hands. By your own hands. And if you can't finish these calculations tonight, none of you are going home." But lately, Professor Connors had been weighed down by frustration. His data had hit a wall, an impassable threshold. When someone called his name, he closed his eyes in exhaustion for a moment. When he opened them again, he had become once more the stern and unyielding Professor Connors. "What's going on here? Oh, Charles, haven't I told you before? In this lab, everything must be kept clean and orderly. Just look at this mess. Tell me, did a bomb go off in here, Charles? Or perhaps a hurricane swept through? You'd better give me a good explanation, Charles. Otherwise, tomorrow you'll be cleaning the toilets. This isn't a threat. It's a simple fact. I hope you realize how angry I am right now." Normally, faced with such an irate Professor Connors, Charles would have been too nervous to utter a word. But now his face was alight with excitement. He trembled as he held up a sheet of paper, stammering, "Professor, look at this. Look at this, Professor." Seeing Charles so agitated and incoherent, Connors suspiciously took the paper with his one hand. Yet after just a few glances, he too was utterly absorbed. For the sake of this data, they had no idea how long they'd been stuck in limbo. Even in their dreams, they saw endless streams of numbers. At first glance, Professor Kurt sensed there was something special about the data this time, but he couldn't be sure yet. He needed to run the calculations once more. Satisfied, he gave a researcher he'd just scolded a hearty slap on the shoulder and said, "Well done, Charles. If these numbers turn out to be correct, I'll make sure you get the recognition you deserve." Charles flushed with excitement. He knew Professor Kurt was a man of his word. If he said it, he meant it. This could really be his big break. But Professor Kurt's attention was already completely absorbed by the sheet of paper in his hands. He turned and walked back toward his desk, asking casually, "By the way, Charles, what was all that commotion just now about?" Charles was momentarily at a loss for words. he didn't really know what had happened either. Instinctively, he glanced back at the laboratory, confusion clouding his eyes. This wasn't where the main experiments were conducted, but their precautions here were still quite thorough. The actual experiments took place in another section. This area was mainly for working out formulas. The lounge was just next door. Both this workspace and the lounge had been designed without windows. All the air came from air conditioning and fresh air systems. Of course, the lab itself had a separate ventilation setup completely independent from this area. So where had that sudden gust of wind come from? Charles was baffled. Was it just his imagination, or was there now a faint, acrid whiff of sulfur in the air? It prickled his nose. And another odd thing. Thinking back, the numbers on that sheet didn't look like his handwriting. He couldn't recall ever writing them down. But then, again, who else could have done it? He was the only one sitting there working. If not him, then who? Charles wondered if he was just being neurotic. The stress of these past days had really gotten to him. After this project, he thought he truly deserved a vacation. Venice, perhaps? Or maybe Hawaii. He just wanted to finish this damn job. And then he'd finally be free. Pushing his doubts to the back of his mind, he joined Professor Kurt by the computer to start a new round of calculations. After leaving the Osborne residence, Mason knew the family's troubles no longer concerned him, at least for now. What he needed to focus on was his studies. Learning was the ladder to success. With a snap of his fingers, the thick volume titled Asterisk Introduction to the Occult Asterisk landed squarely in his hand. He was well aware of how terrible traffic could be in New York and was sure he'd experience it soon enough. He joked to himself that even if he cooked and finished a hot pot meal in his car, the traffic would be so bad he might not have moved 100 meters. As expected, even though night had already fallen outside, they were still stuck in traffic. The blaring of horns rose and fell in waves, as if launching a noisy, utterly graceless symphony. The irritable taxi driver rolled down the window and began rap-ranting curses into the night. Rain poured down, headlights cut through the darkness, and a long line of cars snaked ahead. An unexpected convergence of chaos. Yet under the neon lights, this scene somehow took on a strangely haunting beauty. Mason lifted his head and caught sight of the distant Stark Industries tower. Surrounded by the neighboring skyscrapers, the Stark Tower appeared all the more imposing. Gently closing his book, Mason leaned his elbow on the window, gazing out at the building, his thoughts wandering to the plot of the first Iron Man film. How far along had the story progressed by now? Had the Ironmonger been created yet? He took the evening snacks handed to him by the assassin sitting beside him. The dragon treats hadn't been concocted yet, so he still needed frequent meals to fill his bottomless stomach. 10 minutes later, after wiping his hands with a towel, Mason looked at the unmoving sea of cars, shook his head, and returned to his book. But this time, before he could even pull out his introduction to occult studies, a deafening explosion thundered through the air. The Stark Industries tower split open in the middle, sending a shower of glass fragments glittering down. What a spectacle, Mason remarked, glancing at the doll in the assassin's arms and tucking it deeper into the man's jacket. Be careful, that's your lifeline. The assassin nodded in apology, and Mason paid him no further mind, turning his gaze back to the window. He hadn't expected things to unfold quite so coincidentally. The showdown between Iron Man and Ironmonger was happening right now. 2 missiles from who knows where came screaming through the air, plunging into the traffic and erupting in twin explosions. When gods clash, it's the mortals who suffer, Mason muttered as he watched people in the distance screaming and scrambling out of their cars. He seemed to catch a faint sound in his ears, and suddenly he shoved the car door open. In less than a heartbeat, he dragged the driver, the assassin, and the bodyguard out of the vehicle. An explosion roared close by, and the car behind Mason erupted into a blazing fireball that shot into the sky. By all rights, Mason shouldn't have survived at such close range, whether from shrapnel, the shockwave, or the searing heat. Anyone would have been fatal. Yet Mason stood amidst the flames, looking down at his tattered clothes, his expression blank and unreadable. What did I say I should have done? I really shouldn't have gone out today, he muttered, tearing off the remnants of his shirt. Looking at the approaching assassin and bodyguard, he commanded, "Find him, kill him, bring me his head." The street was in utter chaos, screaming crowds and fleeing figures everywhere. Of all those present, it seemed only Mason remained standing calm and unshaken. No, Mason hadn't stayed in place either. By now, he'd already slipped into the darkness behind a car, using the nearby shadows as cover. The ones still trying to maintain order were some men dressed in black, and Phil Coulson had appeared as well. He looked over the panicked crowd, but his calm never wavered. This wasn't the first time he'd encountered chaos like this, nor was it the first time he'd handled it with his wealth of experience. Coulson remained composed and unflustered. You start evacuating the crowd. The rest of you, come with me. It was obvious that, at this moment, he hadn't received any distress call from Pepper Potts. He'd come to help, but the message summoning him hadn't come from Pepper at all. It had been Natasha who sent it. Just as he drew his gun and prepared to head inside, a distant explosion interrupted his advance. Coulson could tell immediately that the missile hadn't been launched from the building. Someone out there had taken advantage of the chaos. To strike, as he processed this, a voice echoed from above. It was Black Widow Natasha. Coulson, yes, the moment he heard Natasha's voice, Coulson responded without hesitation, leading his team upstairs. Upstairs, poor Obadiah was clutching his chest, blood pooling around him. It looked as though in less than 30 seconds, he'd be dead right there. Who did this? Coulson circled the room with his gun at the ready, his eyes alert. Apart from Obadiah lying on the ground, only Black Widow Natasha and Pepper Potts were present. Pepper was utterly lost in shock, and Natasha was right there as well. So who was it fighting on the rooftop? Before he could make sense of it all, a thunderous crash erupted upstairs. Iron Man was sent flying out by his opponent's heavy blows, 3 missiles slamming into his suit and knocking him down. Tony crashed headlong onto the roof of the car, then struggled back into the air with a desperate, unsteady movement. Whether it was his untested Mark II armor or the arc reactor in his chest, everything about him felt rushed and unprepared. Ironmonger burst through the glass with a force that belied his size, shooting off into the distance with astonishing agility. Clearly he had no intention of tangling with Tony any further. When Tony tried to leap up to stop him, another volley of missiles was fired in his direction, leaving even Tony scrambling to keep up. At that moment, Mason finally caught sight of the true culprit behind the attack. The figure wore a sleek black high-tech combat suit and a black skull-shaped mask. Mason's gaze was drawn to the man's arm where some advanced technology was at work. Just moments before, Mason had watched as a shield materialized out of thin air on the killer's arm. Using a technique that could have come straight from Captain America himself, the masked assassin had knocked out a hand ninja who tried to rush him. The way you throw that shield is just like someone I know, Mason called out, his tone edged with meaning. Who knows? Maybe he's even here right now. Mason was, of course, referring to Steve Rogers. Shields are not a common weapon, and as far as he knew, only Steve could wield one with such mastery. Oh, really? But as far as I know, he's already dead. The voice that came from beneath the assassin's mask was altered by a voice modulator. In a flash, his shield transformed once again into a katana, which he gripped tightly in his hand. The remaining killers around Mason all charged at the man with the skull mask at the same time. Mason noticed several figures in black heading toward them. Raising their guns, some of them shouted in surprise, "Everyone freeze! Drop your weapons, hands on your heads, get down on the ground." Clearly not many people were inclined to obey. Their eyes lingered briefly on Mason, who was bare-chested, and then one of them leveled his gun at him while the rest rushed toward the ongoing fight. "Kneel down, hands on your head, move away," the SHIELD agent practically barked out each command, his nerves stretched taut. Mason glanced up at him and replied with a note of regret. "If I were you, I'd look behind me." "What?" The agent didn't turn around at Mason's words, and Mason made no effort to warn him again. He dutifully ducked his head, just in time to see the agent get shot in the head by someone behind him. As the shooter made to finish him off, Mason acted faster, firing and blowing out the back of the attacker's skull. Take out the ones with weapons first, then deal with the unarmed. Not a bad tactic, just the wrong target, Mason muttered as he rose from the ground. He stepped over and slipped the black-clad agent's jacket off. Thankfully, it hadn't been splattered with anything grotesque. He shook out the coat and put it on, then turned just in time to see the last agent get knocked out cold by an uppercut from the man in the skull mask. Now there's no one left to save you. The man twirled his katana with practiced skill, while Mason raised his gun and fired off several shots, each one missing its mark. That damn guy had conjured his shield again, blocking every bullet in front of him. "Well, that's just fantastic," Mason remarked. By now, the street had emptied out. Everyone who could run had fled, and the black-suited agents who had tried to maintain order now sprawled across the ground, their fates uncertain. The only people left were those who had come to deal with the agents, and the group that had stormed into Stark Tower. Inside, fierce firefights broke out between these intruders, the building security, and the agents left behind. The whole street was eerily quiet save for the crackling of still-burning cars. Occasionally, the aftershocks from the battle between Tony Stark's Mark II suit and the heavily upgraded Mark I echoed in the background. Mason paused to take in the sight, watching the clash. A moment longer, Tony was completely at a disadvantage. For some reason, the Mark I was equipped with an overwhelming amount of firepower, forcing Iron Man to retreat again and again. If there was no outside intervention, Tony probably wouldn't be able to win this battle. Watching the assassin draw closer, Mason asked with a hint of confusion, "There's something I don't understand. Why don't you just shoot? Me? Do you have a fondness for cold weapons? Or is this part of your ritual of killing? You don't need to know the skullmast. Killer replied. He raised his gun, but then lifted his shield before himself, exposing his side. At that very moment, a bodyguard, who should have been dead, suddenly sprang forward like a bolt of lightning, thrusting a katana at the killer's exposed ribs. If that strike pierced his armor, it would run right through half his lung and his entire heart. The attack was wickedly precise, slipping between the ribs and aiming straight for the vital spot. Of course, all this depended on whether the strike landed. For the first time, Erica missed her mark. Even though she had ammunition in front and her katana behind, she failed. The assassin's shield came flying out, striking Mason's hand. Mason played along, dropping his pistol, while Erica found herself in a deadly contest of bare hands for the blade. Years of assassin training had honed Erica's skills. Even when her katana was snatched away, she stayed calm. With a practiced motion, she drew a dagger and slashed it toward the skull mask's neck. In hand-to-hand combat, the skull masked assassin was among the best of the best. Erica, though trained as a killer, was no stranger to fighting techniques. But even so, she wasn't his equal, not even with the element of surprise. When Mason returned from Clausewitz Sr.'s third institute, Erica had already been by his side, following his orders. From the very first clash, Erica realized her opponent was much stronger than she was, so she shifted tactics, aiming to take the fight to the ground and throw the skull mask down. If she could get him on the floor, she'd have a chance at a joint lock, but the skull-masked assassin quickly saw through Erica's intent. He seized on her opening, landed a brutal blow to her left ribs, then kicked her square in the chest, sending her flying. Not bad, he commented coolly, appraising Erica. He rather enjoyed facing an adversary like this. Lately, a new idea had taken root in his mind. He wanted to give up the killing life, but he was short on cash, so he considered opening a school, one where he'd teach criminals and thugs how to fight and commit crimes, earning tuition from them. In the process, perhaps it wasn't such a bad plan after all. One last job, and he could finally put into action. He looked ahead, and at some point that playboy had already slipped away. As luck would have it, he seemed to have dashed off into the distance, now nothing more than a tiny figure near Stark Tower, which had become the new battlefield, cowardly as a mouse, and just as quick to run. The master of imitation thought to himself as he followed inside. He was confident in his own control. He knew exactly how hard he had struck. The woman he had knocked down had shattered bones and internal bleeding. She was in no state to stand in his way. As for Erica, she reached for her vial of medicine, but was stopped. Mason, by some unknown means, spoke softly in her ear. "It's all right. I'm off to find some free reinforcements." Right now, Stark Tower was in utter chaos. The armed men who had somehow slipped inside were wielding firepower far too strong for the security team to handle. Stark Industries was, after all, a weapons manufacturer, but that didn't mean every security guard was walking around with an assault rifle. Nor did it mean there was an armored vehicle parked outside the office lobby. In reality, most of the security personnel carried only tasers or net guns. After all, subduing threats took priority over killing them. It wasn't every day a group of maniacs stormed the building with heavy weaponry. Besides, Stark Tower had stringent security. A person without clearance couldn't even make it past the first floor, but this time Stark Industries had been caught off guard. No matter how many precautions you take, it's hard to guard against enemies from within. Once the gunmen had swept through the area with their firepower, they used stolen ID cards to access the elevators and began heading upstairs. Their objective was clear. Their teams split with precision. It was obvious they had planned this for some time. A few remained in the lobby, setting up defensive positions to block any potential rescuers. After all, this was Stark Industries. No one would simply stand by and watch it fall. Meanwhile, upstairs in the control room, Natasha watched the chaos unfold on the monitors. Turning to Coulson, she said, "Leave the rest of them to me. You take Ms. Potts and get out of here." "No problem," Coulson replied, holding his pistol in both hands. He turned politely to Pepper Potts and said, "Ms. Potts, please come with me." Oh, Pepper was a bit dazed by now. Earlier she had sensed Obadiah's scheme, and just after she had warned Tony about it, she pulled out a business card, intending to call the number 4. Phil Coulson. That was when Natalie from the legal department appeared at exactly the right moment. Then Obadiah and another man chased after her, trying to grab her. After that, things became a blur. Both Obadiah and the other man were swiftly brought down by Natalie. Then the second man shot and killed Obadiah, and as if that wasn't enough, pulled out some kind of high-tech grenade and tossed it to the floor. Natalie, in order to protect her, didn't give chase. Immediately after, a terrifying armored machine burst loose, trying to escape. Tony flew in right at that moment. That's how everything happened. She still doesn't really know what went on. Poor Obadiah. Never imagined that In the end, he'd be killed by members of the Ten Rings. To them, his life was utterly insignificant, especially after they gained access to Stark Tower. At that point, he was of no consequence at all. All of these people belonged to the Ten Rings. They had come for materials and documents, and for the talented individuals listed on certain rosters. When Natasha saw the crowd pouring in, her first instinct was to tell Coulson to get everyone out. But just then, Pepper's phone rang. Tony, seeing the name on the screen, Pepper glanced at the other two in the room for help, then answered the call. Pepper, I need your help. At a time like this, Tony wasn't in the mood for small talk. He spoke as concisely as possible. In a moment, when I give you the signal, overload the reactor and blow the roof off. That's the only way, Pepper, right now. You're the only one I can trust. Listen carefully to what I'm about to say. Go to the central control room and turn on every circuit switch. When I notify you, hit the main breaker. Do you understand, Pepper? Pepper looked over at Natalie, Natasha's alias, and Phil again, quickly explaining the situation. Coulson said, I know what to do. Let me handle it. This was the central control room. He began flipping the surrounding switches, but just then a group of unwelcome guests charged in outside. When they saw the people inside, they raised their guns. They were fast, but Black Widow was even faster. With 2 crisp shots, Phil took down the first 2 who tried to raise their weapons. Black Widow's gun fired in rapid bursts. At this range, every shot hit its mark, a display of human skill at its very peak. At that moment, there was a sudden jolt above their heads. Tony's Mark II armor tumbled awkwardly overhead, battered and scarred with parts of its plating completely gone. The hulking behemoth across from him now took aim at Tony. Tony had no intention of drawing out the fight. His opponent wanted to finish him off and bring this research to his master. That was the root of all his motivation. A missile landed nearby. Tony threw himself aside with every ounce of strength he had. The explosion shattered all the glass around, and the blast wave clearly damaged Tony's propulsion unit. It sputtered and failed, leaving him grounded and unable to fly. Now throw every switch. Tony knew he couldn't delay any longer. If he hesitated now, it would mean certain death. Yet in that critical moment, Pepper faltered. She cried out, her voice trembling, Tony, you'll die. But before she could finish her warning, Black Widow yanked down the final lever. I think we'd better listen to him. After all, he's the expert here, she said calmly. Unlike Pepper, Black Widow showed no hesitation. Decisive and resolute, she acted without a trace of doubt. If Tony Stark said it had to be done, then so be it. As the lever fell, the overloaded energy broke free like a wild beast escaping its cage, bursting through the safety barriers and surging toward the rooftop. Phil. Coulson grabbed Pepper and rushed her outside. The instincts honed by years as an agent told him that when energy of this magnitude goes berserk, the outcome is rarely pleasant. Their actions proved wise. Moments after they escaped, the central control room exploded in a violent blast. Poor Tony was tossed aside like a rag doll by the shockwave, flung all the way to the rooftop. As for the massive ironmonger, it suffered a catastrophic short circuit. The electromagnetic surge obliterated its internal components, and the powerful shockwave shot skyward, stirring up thunderclouds above. Thankfully, this wasn't the heart of the city. Otherwise, who could say how many terrifying superhumans might have been created by such a surge? At that same moment, the explosion upstairs drew the attention of the Ten Rings members below. Instinctively, they looked up, though all they could see was the ceiling of Stark Tower's first floor. Still, the blast made them glance upward despite knowing they had no superhuman senses. Just ordinary men on the fringes of the organization. They were outsiders far from the core of the Ten Rings, untouched by any of its leaders' favors. Except money. Then again, money is a sort of favor, provided there's enough of it. Clearly the upper echelons hadn't paid them enough to invest in any body enhancements. While they craned their necks toward the ceiling, Mason stumbled into the room in a disjointed rush. Strangely, none of them noticed his entrance. It was as if a ghost had slipped in. Mason activated the powerful EMP device in his hand, and suddenly the entire first floor erupted in a shower of sparks, then was plunged into total darkness. Oh damn, what the hell just happened? One of the Ten Rings men shouted, panic in his voice. The sudden chaos left them rattled, scanning their surroundings with wary eyes. Then, with a soft, persistent hum, faint lights flickered back to life. Not as bright or noisy as before, but enough to illuminate the darkness. Compared to the brightness from before, the light now was dim and uncertain, casting many shadows across the room. Mason had already concealed himself within one of those shadows. When the skull-masked intruder burst in, what he saw were the Ten Rings members' weapons aimed squarely at him. There was no time for thought, only that instinctive reaction honed by training in life-and-death situations he acted on. Reflex, the others responded in kind. Although they had no idea who was rushing in, their orders were clear. Hold this position at all costs. Anyone who wasn't one of their own was an enemy. In the murky half-light, gunfire erupted, flashes splitting the darkness. Mason remained hidden, blending into the gloom with practiced ease. He pressed close to a wounded man, whose body still radiated faint warmth and breath. Whispering softly, Mason chanted under his breath. All around, the spilled blood seemed to flow backwards in time, seeping back into the flesh of the unconscious man. Regardless of how much dirt and filth had mixed with it on the floor, it was anything but clean by all rights. Even if that blood belonged to the wounded man, forcing it so crudely back into his body should have had dire consequences. But this was the Marvel Universe, a place where science often bowed to the fantastic and the impossible. Mason bent close to the man's ear, murmuring incantations without pause. He wasn't saving only those Stark security personnel who still clung to life. He was doing more. Once he finished, Mason moved on, gliding through the shadows like a snake lying in wait, silent and unseen. He crept up behind one of the Ten Rings members who was still firing, and gently covered the man's mouth and nose, locking his body in a firm grip. As panic and suffocation set in, Mason whispered spells quietly into the man's ear. His face turned a deeper and deeper shade of red, terror rising as the edge of death closed in. In those final moments, it seemed as if only one sound remained in the man's world. Mason's voice, just as the man teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. Mason abruptly released him. Fresh air flooded into his lungs, and the man collapsed to the floor, clutching at his chest, gasping desperately, like an ancient dust-clogged fan sputtering back to life. Mason didn't flee after letting go. He knew the assassin had spotted him, stripping a jacket from a nearby body. Mason slipped it on. With a quick kick, he scooped up a semi-automatic rifle, gripping it tightly. Raising the weapon, Mason stared down the approaching assassin. The killer advanced with the calm, measured poise of a hunting lion. Unhurried and unflustered, he studied Mason, and a distorted voice filtered out from behind a mask. "What are you hiding? I saw you. You're no ordinary man. If you were just an ordinary man, you would have perished in the ashes long ago." He fixed his gaze on Mason, as if trying to see straight through this man before him. Mason looked back at him and gave a slight smile. Then, after giving the Ten Rings gang member lying on the ground a firm kick, Mason said, "Get up, you lazy pig. Your people are here. Go with them and get out of here. Be careful on the way, and make sure you get back to base safely. I'm counting on you, kid, yes." Everything Mason did was about placing his pieces on the board. Even the idle ones. Mason was more than willing to do so. Very soon, this place would be swarming with all sorts of unsavory characters, all hoping to use the Stark Industries incident as an excuse to snoop around. But Stark Industries was no easy prey. This was the Stark Tower, not the heart of Stark Industries itself. Even if the whole place was blown sky-high, Stark Industries would still stand firm, barely suffering any irreversible loss. Mason couldn't help but covet this vast enterprise and the sheer convenience that came with immense capital. It would only take a little time for Stark Industries to regroup and drive out anyone trying to poke around, NYPD included. Without permission, no one would be allowed inside. That's the strength of Stark Industries. Even after shutting down their arms division, they remained a colossal force, a true behemoth. Even Congress couldn't bring this titan to heel. Not to mention, the formidable legal team under Stark Industries' banner was enough to give anyone a headache. Given their immense scale, everyone else had no choice but to sit down and negotiate. An enterprise of this size would never turn a blind eye to injured security personnel. In fact, sometimes even a janitor might have their moment to shine. The same was true for wounded guards. Although Mason's mind raced through these thoughts, in reality, only a split second had passed. He leaned closer to the assassin. Before him, lowering his voice, "You know, don't you? Your real opponent was never me. Not from the very start." Just as the assassin's eyes filled with confusion, the elevator chimed, and its doors slid open. Members of the Ten Rings stepped out. With a thunderous voice, Mason roared, "Don't even think of stopping our glorious mission, you filth." His shout immediately drew the attention of those just stepping out of the elevator. In the dim light, as they caught sight of Mason's familiar jacket and the blood-stained floor, these newcomers did not hesitate. Instantly, they grabbed their weapons and turned them on the masked man, who until a moment ago had seemed to be one of their own before they could open fire. The master of mimicry in the skull mask rolled across the ground and found cover, with bullets flying in every direction. He chose to stay hidden for the moment. The members of the Ten Rings, burdened with stolen files and dragging the kidnapped engineer, had no time to deal with the skull-hooded man who had already slain so many of their own. Escaping safely was now their only priority. Once they'd pinned him down with suppressive fire, they shouted for Mason to come with them. But Mason had no intention of leaving with them. He tossed the young man he had enchanted toward their group, signaling for them to join the main force, then turned his attention back to the Grand Hall. The Skull Mask Killer was not someone so easily dispatched by these petty thugs. He was merely biding his time, pressed down behind cover by their gunfire. As soon as the gunman retreated, the assassin emerged from the shadows. He looked at Mason and spoke in a slow, deliberate tone. "So is there any trick you haven't shown me yet?" Unbothered by the hassle, Mason shrugged off his jacket and swapped it for a shirt he'd picked up earlier. "What's the matter? Are you really so reluctant to kill me? Or is your employer just not paying you enough?" The only chatterbox mercenary Mason had ever heard of was someone called Deadpool, according to his colleagues, a notorious troublemaker whose endless banter never got in the way of his deadly efficiency. But as far as Mason knew, word of Deadpool hadn't reached this universe, and the man before him was certainly not Deadpool. The Mimic Master regarded Mason thoughtfully. "You're right. I don't particularly want to kill you. I'm getting tired of senseless slaughter. There's no art or challenge in it, and the pay's beneath me. Besides, I rather like villains. What you did just now, that was the mark of a born scoundrel. It would be a waste to end you here. Of course, there's another reason. I want to see just what you'll do to stop me. What other powers can you call upon?" Even as he spoke, Mason stooped to smear blood from the floor onto his palm, then darted toward the elevator. "For God's sake, is there anyone here who can help me?" The Mimic Master's gaze flicked to the elevator, watching as the numbers ticked steadily down. As Mason sprinted across the hall, the display hit one. The elevator doors slid open. Black Widow strode out first, gun drawn and ready. She took in the sight of the staggering Mason, raised her weapon, and aimed at him, only to fire a shot at the Mimic Master instead. Coulson and the remaining agents immediately trained their guns on Mason. The slightest suspicious move, and they'd open fire without hesitation. Mason glanced up, instantly recognizing the reason for their nerves. They weren't just protecting Pepper. There was also the unconscious Iron Man, and Iron Man looked far worse than he ever had in the movies, covered in blood, battered beyond recognition. A far cry from the Tony Stark who'd sport nothing more than a bruised cheek on the silver screen. This time, it seemed Iron Man had broken more than a few bones. This ironmonger was unexpectedly powerful. When he lifted his head, Coulson recognized him. "Mr. Clausewitz, what are you doing here?" he asked. Seeing that Coulson knew the man before them, the surrounding agents did not lower their guard. Their fingers still hovered over their triggers. Mason made no move to get up from the ground. Attempting to do so would only invite a hailstorm of bullets. While he himself might not be harmed, the clothes he had picked up would be riddled with holes, which would be rather undignified. Meanwhile, Black Widow was already locked in combat with the Taskmaster. Both were masters of close quarters combat, and the Taskmaster's moves were unmistakably the same fighting techniques used by the instructors in the Red Room. "Who are you?" Black Widow's expression grew solemn. The memories from the Red Room had always been a source of pain for her. Everything they taught her was ingrained deep in her bones. Impossible to forget. By all rights, the Red Room should have ceased to exist, lost to the dust of history. The Taskmaster did not answer her. Though he was interested in Mason, Black Widow herself did not seem to interest him, at least not as a person. What truly drew him was her fighting style. In truth, everyone's combat technique was unique. Black Widow's own was the result of years of training and countless battles. She was always evolving. During their fight, Taskmaster was continuously learning from her, absorbing her skills as they exchanged blows. This was the secret to his formidable strength. He was a true genius, a natural-born learner. Coulson watched the battle from the corner of his eye, while keeping Mason in his sights. Mason, desperate, said, "I was just passing by in my car when the attack happened. It was that man outside. He tried to kill me. My bodyguard distracted him, so I could escape in here." Coulson glanced over at the fight, then signaled to one of the agents behind him. "All right, Mr. Mason, stay close to us. Now carefully get to your feet, and don't make any sudden moves." Of course, Mason replied, getting up with the shaky relief of someone who had just survived disaster. But before moving, he asked, "But who are you? Are you the security staff here?" "We're with the FBI. We'll show you our badges once we're outside. For now, please come with us," Coulson answered smoothly, not a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. All right, Mason agreed. As the agents shielded Mason, he could feel the cold barrels of two guns brushing against his waist from behind. Any wrong move, and these people would not hesitate to open fire. How fascinating, he thought. By the time they exited the building, the NYPD finally arrived, their sirens blaring in the night air. The group swiftly left the scene, taking Pepper and Tony with them. Mason glanced toward the supposed corpses of the bodyguards and assassins, only relaxing once he saw that they had all disappeared. It seemed that tonight, despite the danger, everything had turned out all right. They led Mason away, and Coulson pulled out a tissue saying, "All right, Mr. Clausewitz, wipe your face." "Thank you," Mason replied, taking the tissue and wiping the blood from his face. "So, how did you know my name?" Coulson smiled at him and said, "You're safe now. Until we meet again, Mr. Clausewitz." Mason could hear breathing from the shadows. Surely it belonged to Black Widow. She and the assassin had ceased their fight, apparently unwilling to tangle with the NYPD, even though the entire force would be no match for them. They still preferred to avoid an encounter. Since they had started sending people away, Mason left too. Carrying both gratitude and suspicion, Black Widow stepped out from the darkness. Watching Mason go, "He seems a bit off," she remarked. "I think so too, but that's something to worry about later. Our priority now is to get Tony home safe," Coulson replied. "Understood," Black Widow cast one last glance in Mason's direction before leaving with the others. When everyone else had gone, Mason walked down the street. Soon he saw the bodyguards ahead. They gathered around him, apparently none the worse for wear after the earlier fight. Of course, by none the worse it meant their lives were spared, but the coming days would likely be hard for them. After all, using decoys was not without its consequences. As Mason strolled along, he found himself replaying the movements of the man in the black skeleton mask. He'd never seen this person before, not in real life, nor in any of the films. Had Marvel simply never brought him to the screen? Or was he someone so obscure that even the comics barely mentioned him? That couldn't be anyone who could disarm Erica's blade barehanded and fight Black Widow to a standstill was no ordinary figure. Clearly, Mason would have to investigate further. Just who was this mysterious individual? That night, Mason didn't return to the manor or the sanatorium. Instead, he went back to his apartment, where Erica stood before him, eyes cast down like a student awaiting reproach. She had never felt so utterly defeated and useless as she did now. She felt a burning fire raging within her heart, filling her with shame and helplessness. Erica despised this feeling. To her, it meant she was a weakling, a failure. She refused to allow herself to be so feeble and incapable. Mason looked at her and pointed to the couch. "Sit down first," he said. Erica sat down, hands pressed against her knees. Mason poured a glass of honey water, handed it to her, and said, "There's no need to apologize for this, but you need to remember this feeling. It will drive you forward to no shame. Is to be courageous. Failure isn't what you should fear. What's truly frightening is letting it crush you for good. Now, tell me, Erica, will this defeat break you? Will you let yourself fall and never rise again? Look into my eyes and tell me, will you or won't you?" Mason's words gave Erica a slight boost of spirit. She stared back in his eyes and said, "It won't happen again. I promise you." "If that's what you say, then good," Mason replied. "Take care of everything you need to in the morning. And join us in training. You could be even stronger. You have more strength within you than you think. Our recent comfortable life has made us slack." "Erica, tonight, I'll sleep on the couch. You take the room inside. I also have plenty of sleeping bags. All of you should get some rest. Here, nothing will happen to you. You're safe. Trust me." This was Mason's promise, and everyone believed in him, without a shadow of doubt. Right now, they were truly exhausted, as if every ounce of spirit had been drained from their bodies. The side effects of the death substitute doll had kicked in. Mason watched them drift off to sleep. With a snap of his fingers, he summoned an introduction to the occult and 300 practical witchcrafts. He needed to brush up on his knowledge lately, even though he could take down that black-clad figure in the skull mask. He admired the man's fighting technique. Even if he himself didn't need it, his squad did. Erica needed it. There's never any harm in learning more, Mason thought. He reached for a glass of ice water, his gaze falling on the open books before him. Studying was always a painful process. Even Mason couldn't deny that. Fortunately, reading wasn't the only painful thing in life. David Lieberman clung tightly to Frank's fist, terrified that if Frank lost control again, he might kill the one-eyed agent right in front of them. Frank was now back at the sanatorium, with Bennis and Rollins alongside him. This audacious, bald-headed man didn't care in the least about the wrath the CIA might unleash. He had gone so far as to kidnap a senior CIA official. Even Lieberman, for a moment, felt as if the world before him had turned gray with despair. "We can't do this, Frank. You see, after all, if we kill him here, we'll be in serious trouble." "Frank, calm down." Frank glanced at David with a cold, indifferent look. Sky, who had rushed over after hearing the commotion, instinctively covered her mouth at the bloody scene before her, unable to believe her eyes. "Oh my God," she blurted out unconsciously. Frank heard her voice, gave her a brief look, and then paid her no further attention. The daily doses and training had made Frank so much stronger. At the very least, he no longer had to worry about breaking his knuckles or bruising his fists after landing just a couple of punches. He didn't even need to ice his hands anymore. All he did now was silently drive his fists one after another into Rollins' face, hitting him until the man went from stubborn defiance to desperate pleading. "Stop, please. I'll tell you whatever you want to know. Just stop. Please stop." Rollins howled like a beaten dog, but it was clear Frank felt no sympathy for him. Frank felt no sympathy for any criminal. His heart was as hard as steel. A true heart of steel, David Lieberman practically hung on Frank's arm. Try to restrain him. No matter what, at least for now, this man couldn't die here. They still needed answers. Watching helplessly as he failed to stop Frank, Lieberman shouted urgently to Sky, Call Mason. Get in touch with his boss. We can't just let him beat this man to death. We still need him." Okay. Sky fumbled for her phone in a panic, but her hands shook so badly the phone nearly danced out of her grasp, hopping and slipping before she finally managed to hold onto it. When she opened her contacts, her face grew even more anxious. "Damn it, I don't have his number," she shouted. The commotion caught Ward's attention. Pushing his way through the crowd of Russian mobsters and Mexican smugglers who had gathered to watch the spectacle, he reached Sky's side. "Thank God. Finally, someone here to help," Lieberman exclaimed as Ward approached. Ward took in the scene, held out a hand with fingers spread in a calming gesture toward Frank, and said, Wait. We need to talk, buddy. You don't look right." His other hand instinctively moved to the small of his back, where he kept the taser. He didn't know who the bloodied man was, nor did he recognize the man or woman standing there, but he did recognize the bald man with the single eye. That was Mason's right-hand man. Ordinarily, everything he did had Mason's explicit or tacit approval. But now, it seemed Mason's trusted lieutenant had gone off the rails. In his single eye, a wild, frenzied light flickered. That searing hatred was so intense that even Ward felt a chill run down his spine. When Frank saw Ward, his eyes were fixed on Ward's hand, moving toward his lower back. "Don't draw your gun here." That was the first thing Frank said, and it was also the only thing Ward heard before Frank charged at him. Frank bent low, barreling forward like an enraged rhinoceros, slamming Ward against the wall. Ward felt as if his stomach had been punched by a sledgehammer. He fought the urge to double over and vomit right there, but he knew he couldn't give in to instinct. If he collapsed now, the one-eyed brute would need only a single kick to knock him out cold. Yet pinned in this position, Ward couldn't muster any strength. Was he supposed to flail helplessly at Frank's back like a frightened child? That would do nothing to hurt his opponent. He glanced around, but there was nothing within reach that could be used as a weapon. All these thoughts flashed through Ward's mind in a matter of seconds. Less than a heartbeat, really, before Frank continued his assault. With a powerful heave, Frank hurled Ward upward, driving his head into the ceiling with a sickening thud. By the time Frank finally released him, Ward collapsed to the floor, his head streaming with blood. Frank showed not a shred of mercy. He turned and spotted Lieberman clutching a phone, pointing urgently. Frank barked, "Phone. Mason wants you on the line." Frank's gaze was deadly, radiating danger. Even Lieberman felt a prickle of fear. Thankfully, Frank didn't attack further. Instead, he snatched the phone, his voice a low, hoarse growl. "Mason, Frank, how much serum did you take?" Mason's question was blunt and direct. Frank paused for a moment before replying, 3 kinds. 3 kinds, not 3 vials. Mason let out a long breath on the other end and said, "Well done, Frank. I gave you those serums to use, not to get dependent on. I don't care if you beat that bastard to death or not, but right now I want you in an ice bath. Immediately. No arguments. The team will help you. I want you to listen to me. Right now, once you've cooled off, if you want to tear that jerk apart or rip his throat out, I won't stop you, but at this moment you do. As I say, I am your boss. If I say you need rest, you rest. This is my turf, you're my man Frank, and I'm responsible for you. Now, get some rest. Don't make me say it twice." Mason's voice left no room for argument before he hung up. A moment later, a girl walked through the doorway. A girl as tough and ruthless as steel. Jessica Jones arrived, apologetically lugging a huge bucket of ice water. She looked at Frank and said, "Hey, don't blame me. Blame your boss. He's a heartless slave driver. I'm just a hired hand." As she spoke, she tipped the bucket, and a cascade of icy water poured over Frank's head. Yet Frank didn't even shiver. He stood as motionless as a statue of some Greek hero, unmoved, even removing his eye patch. Of all his possessions, the only thing he protected from the blood and water was the photograph tucked inside his pocket watch. He stroked the pocket watch tenderly, but he didn't open it. It was as if a volcano on the verge of eruption had suddenly cooled and calmed, and the tension in the room dissolved. Everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. Sky stepped forward, wanted to check on the man who had been knocked to the ground. Meanwhile, the muscle-bound men outside who had been watching the spectacle strode in and expertly lifted ward. They were no strangers to this sort of thing. After all, they were all part of the underworld. It wasn't as if gangsters got into brawls. Every single day, after all, they were in it for the money. What's the point of being a gangster if you're not making a profit? But unlike ordinary clubs, violence and fighting happen here with some regularity, especially when some young punks got too drunk on vodka or dabbled in things young people really ought to avoid. That's when tempers flared and group fights broke out. At times like these, not only did the bystanders refrain from stopping the chaos, they'd stand to the side, whistling and cheering the fighters on. When it was over, just like now, they'd haul the loser out to see if a doctor could patch him up, and it just so happened there were doctors on site. The sanitarium had its share of doctors and nurses clocking in each day, eating, surfing the web, and playing games, rarely doing any actual work. Still, they were properly licensed and had real medical degrees, so they were more than capable when it came to dealing with injuries. After an examination, they assured the men who'd brought Warden that his life was in no danger. Unfortunately, the poor kid had a mild concussion and would need a few days of good rest. Meanwhile, Frank soaked in the ice water under Jessica Jones's watchful supervision. As for Mason, he packed up his books, grabbed his car keys, and prepared to head home. Glancing at his driver and bodyguard sprawled out on the floor, sleeping like the dead, Mason decided he had no desire to risk their fatigued driving causing an accident. There were still plenty of cars in the underground garage, but wastefulness was a shameful thing, especially when it came to his own property. The sense of loss from squandered assets was all too real and deeply unsettling, and Mason didn't care for it one bit. Before he even had a chance to open the elevator door, Erica stepped out from the bedroom. She had overheard Mason's phone call. Mason glanced at her and said, "Go back to bed," but she started to protest. But before she could finish, Mason cut her off. "I'm in a bit of a hurry right now. I don't think anything will happen to me." Usually when I say that, it turns out to be true. With that, he took the elevator straight down to the garage. Mason casually picked a car, ready to head home. Frank's condition was simply the result of taking too much medication. His reason had spiraled out of control. Mason had to go back and make him some lemon water, or who knew what else might happen. As he opened the garage door to leave, he caught sight of a familiar figure. The skull mask, like a lingering specter, appeared before him once again. Staring at Mason through the car window, the masked man spoke in a calm voice. "I know you're capable of more than what you've shown. Let me see your true abilities. I admit, curiosity is what drives me to do such reckless things. I just want to see if you're like me." A monster, he spoke with a hint of verbosity, his hands empty, not a weapon in sight, facing Mason. He continued, "Don't worry. I've disabled all the surveillance around here, and the patrol officers are all dozing off in their cars. I know all of SHLD's tricks probably better than you do. You won't be exposed." Mason stepped out of the car and regarded his opponent calmly. "Is there any way we cannot fight, or at least postpone it? I'm in a hurry." "I'm afraid that's not possible." This time, Mason saw it clearly. His opponent's weapon was formed from the metal of his own arm, or perhaps something even more advanced. This time a shield. It seemed he was quite fond of that shield, but as Mason's eyes focused on it, the other hand suddenly produced a gun. A shot rang out, and something struck Mason in the chest. To be precise, it wasn't a bullet. It was a bomb. Remember for next time. Don't let yourself be fooled by your opponent's feints. Mason looked down at his chest, seeing what seemed to be a bomb flashing right over his heart. In an instant, a burst of fire sent him flying back into the garage, crashing through a car door with a deafening smash. Erica, hearing the noise, leapt down from upstairs. The impact made her grunt in pain. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead from her injuries. The taskmaster didn't spare Erica a glance. His attention was fixed on the garage, where a muffled voice echoed out. "I already told you. I'm in a hurry. I don't have time to mess around with you, but you won't listen. You just won't listen. I admit your combat skills are truly impressive. I saw your fight with Black Widow, and I really admire you. But that's not a reason for you to stand in my way, right? Now, I'm in a terrible mood, and you've really pushed me too far. So, our game is over. You're done for, Skullface." Mason slowly stepped out from the garage, facing him as he spoke. "To ordinary people, you really are an unbeatable demon. But in front of me, neither you nor your toys can do me any harm. Sometimes, you'll find that your opponent isn't human." He clenched his fist and finally said to the man in the skull mask, "When faced with absolute strength and speed, technique means nothing." As soon as he finished speaking, the ground suddenly gave way. A thunderous crash rang out as Mason's fist came down hard on the high-tech shield of the skull-masked man. The blow echoed like a drumbeat, and the mimic master was sent flying outwards. His weaponry might have been made from advanced materials, but it was no vibranium. The flaw was obvious. Against such overwhelming force, the skull-masked man was like a scrap of paper caught in a hurricane, swept away in an instant. But before he could be flung to Far. Mason caught him by the wrist. The mimic master reacted quickly, keeping a sharp eye on Mason's other arm and readying another shield to guard his head. Yet this time, he made a fatal assumption. He thought a person could only have 2 arms he never imagined. Mason might have an extra, like a pile driver on the Hulkbuster armor. An unexpected third arm burst forth from Mason, delivering a stunning blow to the skull mask's jaw and leaving him reeling with temporary vertigo. The moment was brief. Mason was fast. He pinned the skull-masked man's shoulders to the ground with both hands, while his other fist hammered relentlessly into his body. Once, twice, 3 times for times, Mason shattered every bone in the man's body. The skull-masked man drifted in and out of consciousness, waking then blacking out again, until Mason broke the final bone and then poured a little of his miraculous compound down his throat. He couldn't die now. Mason didn't want him dead. Not yet, of course. If the compound failed and he did die, Mason would simply rip out his soul and memory. His memories could still be useful. Mason eyed all the advanced tech covering his foe. Clearly, this guy had ways of acquiring or even designing these gadgets, and Mason needed those connections himself. He hefted the now boneless and feeble-masked man onto his shoulder, tossed him into the car, and drove away. But before leaving, he gave Erica a word of instruction, telling her to tidy up the place. The big vehicle rumbled away, carrying him off into the night. Erica stared blankly at Mason's receding figure, unable for a moment to comprehend just what kind of power her boss now possessed. Such a formidable opponent had seemed like nothing more than a toy in his hands. The same could be said for the Mimic Master, who lay limp in the back seat. As Mason turned on the radio, the Mimic Master behind him let out a sharp, crackling noise, reminiscent of bamboo sticks thrown onto a roaring fire. "What did you do to me?" he growled in a low voice. Mason replied, "Bear with it. I simply traded away the next 20 years of your life in exchange for your rapid recovery right now." The Mimic Master gritted his teeth, wanting to protest, but the searing pain forced him to clamp his mouth shut. He lay obediently across the back seat. The car's suspension was decent, but even so, each jolt sent waves of agony through his body, making him wish he were dead. "Why didn't you just kill me?" He stared at Mason's back. Mason answered without turning, "Because you're valuable. Value is the greatest guarantee for staying alive. Prove your worth, and I'll guarantee you get to keep living." From behind his skull-shaped mask, the Mimic Master spat out a vicious curse under his breath. Then Mason suddenly asked, "By the way, what's your name? I can't just keep calling you Skullface forever. Let's have a proper title." "Mimic Master," came the reply from the back seat. After another bone-rattling bump, he stifled a groan and asked, "Since you're this strong, why didn't you act before?" "Why should I?" Mason's tone was nonchalant. "I have the power to control everything, so I determine how the game is played. Whether it's you chasing me or me chasing you, it's always up to me. Besides, do you really think my current strength lets me ignore all the rules? Earlier, I heard you mention S-H-I-L-D. You seem to know them well. Tell me, for someone as monstrous as I am now, is there truly nothing S-H-I-L-D can do to take me down?" Silence. The Mimic Master didn't answer, because the question cut too close to the truth. Mason was indeed powerful now, but invincible. Not at all. All it would take was a bit of time for those superheroes to catch up to him. In the shadows, who knew how many dangers were lurking? Even S-H-I-E-L-D, as it stood, possessed enough 084s. Those mysterious objects to threaten Mason's life. Gale winds, torrential rain, Brazil, the Rocinha favela. Blonsky was soaked to the bone as he gaped at the dreadful figure emerging from the darkness. Hulk stepped out from the shadows, his massive form impervious to the bullets striking him with a casual sweep of his arm. No more effort than swatting a fly. He hurled heavy debris at the Hulk capture squad, smashing them into a chaotic mess. Bronsky was lucky he survived this lopsided battle, but what he carried with him now was a deep shock, along with shame, and a trace of envy he hadn't even realized. Power. He stood by the breach in the wall, right where the hulking green monster had just grabbed a forklift and smashed open a gaping hole, then squeezed through and vanished. Now there was no sign of him. If only I had that kind of strength, Bronsky thought, unable to help feeling a flicker of admiration. He stood there, letting the cold wind and rain slap against his face. "We've failed, General." Only after the creature was gone did Bronsky remember his duty. He reported to General Ross, informing him that Bruce Banner had slipped through their fingers. On the other end, there was only silence. "Come back, soldier, but know this, I'm deeply disappointed in you. Maybe it's time for you to step back from the front lines. This kind of operation just isn't for you." After the call ended, Bronsky's gaze remained fixed in the direction where the Hulk had disappeared. At last, he turned and walked back in silence. General Ross tossed aside his headset and slumped into his office chair, leaning back as if life itself had drained from him. The old man had staked everything on the superhuman project. For that dream, he'd sacrificed his daughter and his would-be son-in-law, and now he'd failed. In his hand, he held a chip. A bold idea was taking shape in his mind. Maybe, just maybe, he could use this to control Banner. But this time, the team sent to capture Banner had failed. He was bitterly disappointed. Utter incompetence, he muttered from his chair. His voice grew louder and louder, until in a fit of rage, he sprang to his feet and slammed his fist down on the desk, splitting the skin and drawing blood. The pain snapped Ross back to his senses. He waved off the lieutenant's offer to come in from outside and began making arrangements for a new pursuit. No matter what, Banner had to be found, an invulnerable, immensely strong and wildly destructive super soldier. Flawed, yes, but the potential was simply too great to ignore, especially with the Clausewitz family's control chip. Ross believed he'd found a new path forward: control Banner and control the green monster he became. Even an ugly monster could serve their cause. Ross settled back into his chair, clinging to the solution he'd just devised. The idea was so tantalizing, so full of promise, that even he felt his heart burn with anticipation. No matter what it takes, I will find you, Banner. General Ross rummaged through his desk and found a comb. After tidying himself up, he opened the door and addressed the person waiting outside. Go gather the team. We've got work to do again. Move quickly, Lieutenant. The clock's ticking. Mason helped the Mimic Master out of the back seat. The drive from the apartment to the sanatorium had been enough time for the Mimic Master's bones to knit back together. Now, he walked with just a slight limp. You'd better have given up on killing me by now, Mason said quietly, because, next time, I won't be so forgiving. The Mimic Master replied, I can't promise I won't kill you, Mr. Mason. Just now, you took 20 years off my life. The front doors swung open, and Mason led him into the sanatorium. They soon found Frank, standing silently in front of Rollins. Frank looked much more composed now, at least no longer driven by hatred. Thank goodness you're all right, Mason said, making it up as he went along. You're one of my top 10 employees. If anything happened to you, I'd be losing a fortune. Truth be told, even if he counted people like Jessica Jones and Ward, who didn't truly belong to him, Mason couldn't scrape together 10 decent employees. Never mind a top 10. The Mimic Master shook off Mason's help and glanced at the unconscious Rollins. Is breaking people's bones some kind of tradition in your madhouse? Mason shot him a look and replied, No, it's just that I happen to enjoy breaking bones. That's all. Mimic Master, have you ever heard of this man? The last part was directed at Frank, and Mason didn't care that the Mimic Master was right there to hear it. No, Frank spat out the word, his tone cold as steel. Mason nodded, glanced at the Mimic Master, and said, I need you to come with me now, or I'll have no peace of mind. I'm sure you can appreciate my concern, can't you? Of course. If you don't, I'm sure you'll learn. So let me ask you again. Do you understand me, Mimic Master? The Mimic Master, his skull mask impassive, looked at Mason and replied slowly, You're the toughest one here right now. Whatever you say goes. Thank you, Mason said. He brought the Mimic Master and Frank to Bob's Tavern and ordered each of them a glass of lemon water to clear their heads. When a glass appeared suddenly on the empty bar, the Mimic Master raised an eyebrow. So what? You're a wizard or something? Wizard. Mason looked at him and shook his head. No, I'm a good guy, a really good guy, understand? You see, even though you once wanted to kill me, I still spared your life. Doesn't that prove I'm a gentle, reasonable gentleman? Wouldn't you agree? The Mimic Master remained silent. He felt that no matter how he answered, he would betray his own conscience and principles, because nothing this man said was ever true. This person could lie without the slightest hint of shame or guilt. What made it worse was that the wizard named Mason, in his every gesture and glance, made it perfectly clear to anyone watching. He truly believed what he was saying. He genuinely thought of himself as magnanimous and kind-hearted. That feeling was utterly revolting. It was as if he were dealing with the most infuriating kind of madman. Fortunately, after he fell silent, Mason didn't press him with any more uncomfortable questions. Instead, he said, Let me guess. You seem dissatisfied with your current job. Am I right, Mimic Master? It seems you're not content with being just a hired killer, are you? So tell me, what is it that you truly want? Personally, I have a soft spot for kindred spirits. I think you and I could be just that. What do you think? Still, the Mimic Master said nothing. He drained the last of his lemonade, slammed the empty glass down on the table, wiped his lips, and after snapping the lower half of his mask onto his face, spat out, You bastard, you stole 20 years of my life. You're nothing but a scoundrel, a born criminal, shameless, despicable fiend. Mason's smile never faded, as though none of those words were aimed at him. But when the Mimic Master finished, he slumped a little, looking at Mason and asking, So what is your path? What price must be paid for your extraordinary power? I'll give you a job. Mason replied, Once you have it, the power you want will naturally come to you. But aren't you curious what kind of job I'm offering? The mimic master shot back, "Did I ever agree to take your job?" "Oh, what a pity," Mason said, standing up and adjusting his clothes. "In that case, I'm sorry. I'll mourn for you. I promise to make it quick. Wait." The mimic master, unsettled by Mason's words, looked at him and said, "I accept your offer, but first, tell me, what exactly do you want me to do?" "Train some talent," Mason replied, nodding toward the door. "I have quite a few lost sheep out there. They have no idea where their true strength lies. I need you to show them what real power is, the meaning of true strength." After he finished speaking, he said to him, "If I'm not mistaken, tonight you'll meet your first student. Today is Saturday, and he's likely running late because he stopped to help someone on the way. That particular student, Peter Parker, who as yet had no idea he was about to meet his new teacher, was indeed in a bit of trouble. With his improved third-generation webbing, he had securely bound several thugs from the Demon Gang. These men were usually active in Chinatown, but for some reason, their activities had grown more frequent lately, and now they were showing up here, right in Queens. Along with them, several new gangs had also begun to appear in Queens. These newcomers were ruthless, far more troublesome than the ones who wore devil masks. Just as Peter was about to leave, a volley of tranquilizer darts suddenly shot out from the shadows of an alley. Fortunately, his spider sense had already warned him moments before. Alert, Peter dodged the darts with the agility of a street performer, then grabbed a nearby street sign and swung it into the alley, sending the assailants tumbling in a heap. "Oh, I didn't mean to do that, gentlemen," he called out. "You started the ambush. I was just defending myself." With that, he went in and tied up the attackers, called the police, and slipped away. "I've still got to get to class. Let's hope I'm not late this time," he muttered to himself. He knew those in charge of his training hated to be kept waiting. They always wore those icy expressions, as if the world owed them a fortune. Mason had been busy the past couple of days and hadn't had time to catch the news. After arranging a room for the Taskmaster, he returned to his own office. He wasn't worried about Taskmaster escaping. If he tried, the Arrow Tower would rain arrows on him from all sides. Mason didn't mind the idea of an extra hedgehog sculpture in his office anyway. Turning on the incandescent lamp, Mason opened a book and settled in at his desk. The news from the past few days played at double speed, filling the office with a cacophony of voices. He kept his head down, focused on his book, as if the noise meant nothing to him. But when a seemingly trivial news story flashed by, Mason suddenly pressed pause and replayed it at normal speed. The story was brief. An elderly man, after drinking a certain beverage, suddenly became remarkably energetic and lively, stroking his chin as he watched the man on TV, who bore a striking resemblance to Stan Lee. Chattering away at the reporter, Mason mused aloud, "So the Abomination and the Hulk are about to clash in New York. At last, my plan can begin." He picked up a pencil and, sketching as if drawing a portrait, outlined a human figure in front of him. "Hammerhead, I've heard you're fond of tattling. Well then, take a guess. After what's happened, do you think you'll get another message out? And as for my dear father, better savor every moment you have left. Your time is running out." Mason continued to scroll through the news at double speed, barely glancing at each story. Right now, he was waiting for everything to fall into place. Eric was behind the wheel, driving down the road in a refrigerated van. In the back, packed in cold storage, were blood and hair samples from over 2/3 of the researchers and security staff, all collected after their medical checks. But that wasn't all. In the last iron cage, a woman with cheetah features, a failed experiment who should have died, lay bound and motionless. This defective specimen, originally marked for destruction, had been spared by Mason's order. Yet, even though she hadn't been destroyed, her condition was dire. She was strapped to a medical bed, half her body having reverted to human form. Green blood seeped from her wounds, pooling across the cold floor of the van. Human or cheetah blood shouldn't have been that color. She teetered on the edge of collapse, barely clinging to life. Inside the swaying van, and 4 bag dangled above her cage, dripping nutrients into her veins. A futile gesture, doing little to change her fate. In just 30 minutes, they would arrive at Mason's private clinic, back at the research center. Chaos reigned. Old Clausewitz was entangled in his own troubles and had no time for his younger counterpart. Within the institute, Miss Jensen proved herself a clever operator, always finding ways to slip out with sensitive documents. For a time, the entire facility was in turmoil. After all, traders were hardly in short supply there. When Mason received the cheetah woman, he stood over her failing body and said, "Do you see now? This is exactly what I told you to prevent." Sky and David Lieberman, summoned to witness, both felt a chill that seemed to reach their very souls. They couldn't explain why, but seeing this once human creature reduced to such a state filled them with a profound sense of sorrow and dread. Perhaps it was empathy, or perhaps something else entirely. Mason took the file Eric handed over and said, Take a look at this. Then tell me, are you truly certain you want to help me? We could turn this over to Madani. Homeland Security will handle it, David Lieberman replied, hoping to avoid further trouble. All he wanted was to clear his name and go back to living a normal life. Mason looked at David Lieberman, as if he were looking at a fool. Under Mason's gaze, David lowered his head in shame. Of course, he knew how naive his idea was. Even Sky stared at David Lieberman in surprise, unable to understand why he would bring up such an unrealistic proposal. This is a military project, Mason repeated, his voice firm as he looked at David. I know you want to put an end to all this, that you don't want to get mixed up in matters like these. But let me tell you, these terrible experiments are not just the work of the old Clausewitz family, nor are they supported by the military alone. The Clausewitz family's pharmaceuticals, their super soldier project, the serums they've created, those are far from being the most evil things out there. Madmen who want to destroy the world are everywhere. If all you want is to run away, my friend, then sooner or later disaster will hit. You right at home. Think of your wife. Think of your lovely children. They're just ordinary people without any means to protect themselves. What would happen if they were faced with such dangers? Lieberman, your cowardice will end up hurting you, believe me. With that, Mason gestured for the cheetah woman to float to his side, then walked alone toward the place where he would cast his spell. He had no intention of telling anyone else about this location. After all, everyone needs to keep some secrets to themselves. Like where he was headed now, no one knew but him. Mason opened the spot prepared for his ritual. Once he lit the candles, he scattered a mixture of eucalyptus leaves and bone ash on the ground. This time, he placed a human skull, a bull's head, a tattered badge, and other odd items, crystal balls, feathers, and the like, around a six-pointed star. After arranging everything, he lit the incense. May the Great One watch your breath and sense his mercy, Mason prayed, sprinkling a life elixir over the cheetah woman. To be honest, by any calculation, she should have been beyond saving. Her genetic chain had completely shattered. With Mason's current medical skill, there was no way he could revive her. Not with conventional medicine, and not with modern science. He continued his incantation, and the life elixir seeped into her body. In his hand, he opened the tome of Draconic Alchemy, searching for a compound remedy within its pages. Perhaps the only way to save her could be found within the secrets of Draconic Alchemy. Neither the 300 practical witchcraft techniques, nor the introduction to occultism offered any solution for this situation. Mason flipped through the books at a rapid pace. At last, he found a compound potion that might revive this pitiful test subject. Of course, this potion was also of epic rarity, a legendary purple. He wasn't confident that he could successfully concoct such an epic potion in one go, but that didn't matter. Mason's lips moved slightly. Judging by his expression, he was speaking Chinese. It was a proverb. Do your best, and leave the rest to fate. Bruce Banner once again woke from a nightmare. In a panic, he glanced at the heart rate monitor strapped to his wrist. When he saw his heartbeat hovering around 130, he finally let out a sigh of relief. He sat up from the park bench. Rubbing his aching brow with weary fingers, the memories returned. Flashes of chaos in the laboratory, the shrieking crowd, and the overwhelming surge of green gamma rays crashing over him. Betty, he buried his face in his hands. To be fair, Bruce Banner was a handsome man as well as a genius scientist. If not for his remarkable talents, he would never have been chosen to lead the super soldier program. The thought of the girlfriend he accidentally hurt during the experiment's catastrophic failure filled him with sorrow. Now, he had made his way to Virginia. Tomorrow, he would visit Culver University, hoping to find his old experimental data. He was convinced he was close to discovering a cure, something that could finally free him from a monster within. He had been in constant contact online with someone called Mr. Blue, and for the first time he saw a glimmer of hope. Without that hope, he wouldn't have come all this way. The memory of hurting the person he loved most, Betty Ross, during his uncontrollable transformation haunted him relentlessly. It was like a blunt knife, slowly and painfully slicing into his heart. Exhaling deeply, Bruce crossed his legs again on the park bench. Every time these memories surfaced, he could feel the telltale signs of losing control. To calm himself, he practiced a simple breathing technique he had learned from a martial artist during his time in Brazil. Using his diaphragm to guide each breath, this method's greatest benefit was to quiet the mind and steady his nerves, keeping the monster inside at bay. At 5 in the morning, Bruce sat alone in the park. His abdomen rose and fell in steady rhythm as he tried to empty his mind, sitting quietly in the first light of dawn. On a cruise ship, the Ten Rings gang member whom Mason had scolded earlier now sat nervously in his cabin. He and his companion were both filled with a mix of excitement and anxiety. The Ten Rings operated by the rule of the strong rising above the weak. Here, only ability brought promotion. That was one of the reasons for their fierce loyalty. This time, they had achieved a great success because of that, they were returning to receive a reward. And perhaps, if fortune smiled, they might even have the chance to meet the master himself. He was the boss of everyone, wise, strong, and possessing boundless power, ruling over them like a god. Even better news was that this mighty boss was now short-handed. While he was stirring up storms on the other side of the globe, someone had cut off his arm and eliminated his limbs. At this moment, nearly all the upper and middle ranks of the Ten Rings gang had been wiped out. If they returned now, they would certainly be entrusted with great responsibilities. This poor child had no idea he'd been played by Mason. Deep down, fear still gnawed at him. Every now and then, that person's low private whispers would echo in his ears. The voice was like a demonic murmur, haunting him without end. He didn't dare see a therapist, nor could he tell anyone about it. A gangster going to a psychologist? That would be a joke. If word of this ever got out, he'd be shot. No doubt about it. It was a universal rule in the underworld. With a trembling heart, he disembarked when the cruise ship docked, joining the other fortunate youths as they stepped ashore and saw the people waiting to welcome them. "Welcome, my warriors, welcome to San Francisco." A man who clearly looked Southeast Asian opened his arms to them. "Now, warriors, lay down your weapons and armor. Through your courage and loyalty, you have earned our master's approval. Now, you are worthy of meeting him. Come with me." He led the way, and the group behind him was all smiles. Their worries aboard the ship had been unfounded. Now ashore, they were truly meeting the man they had dreamed of serving. Only the immigrant who watched them secretly looked down on them. But he had no choice. Nearly everyone he could command was already dead. If he didn't use these newcomers, they'd soon face an awkward predicament, having no one left to do the work, and it certainly wouldn't do to have the master handle everything himself. With that in mind, he ushered them into the car and drove off toward the distance. As for the other security officer from Stark who had been cursed, he was now well cared for in a hospital with a hefty sum of money and a logistics job waiting for him. One way or another, he might yet prove valuable to Mason. But at the moment, Mason had no time for them, just as old Clausewitz had no time for Mason, staring at General Ross and Blonsky who had appeared. Before him, Mason splashed cold water on his face, masking his exhaustion before stepping out. "Looks like you've got your hands full over here." General Ross said that before he came over, he had already seen the situation at the Third Research Institute. He didn't know who had leaked the location of the institute and the news about human experimentation. There a number of human rights organizations were gathered at the entrance, holding signs and chanting loudly, while security guards, weapons in hand, watched them with vigilance. Several newspapers had also published critical articles about Clausewitz Pharmaceuticals. Although this small spark would soon be extinguished, its effects had already begun to show. General Ross crossed his legs and looked at old Clausewitz, curious to see how he would respond. Old Clausewitz remained calm. As he replied, "These are just minor issues. General, please have faith in the strength of Clausewitz Pharmaceuticals." Of course, Ross replied quickly. "I do trust you. The reason I'm here today is to have you implant a chip in this soldier." "Oh, certainly. Do you mean right now?" Old Clausewitz asked, turning to General Ross, who pointed at Blonsky and said, "Yes, right now if possible." "Is that convenient?" "General, you know that Clausewitz Pharmaceuticals never says no to you, no matter the circumstances. So, if this soldier can wait a short while, we'll make the necessary preparations. The procedure can be done this afternoon. You might want to brace yourself. It could be a bit painful." "Pain?" Blonsky gave a dismissive laugh, his voice tinged with scorn. "A true soldier is never afraid of pain." "In that case, very well. I'll go and have everything ready. Please wait here for a moment." Just as old Clausewitz was about to leave, General Ross stopped him with another request. "Also, find me 2 steady-handed medics. I need to give this brave soldier an injection." "No problem, General. Do you need us to provide the syringe?" "No need, we brought our own," Ross declined politely. After all, what he was about to inject into Blonsky was a diluted sample of the super soldier serum. Meanwhile, Mason, feeling a bit weary, slumped into his chair, picked up his mug of hot cocoa, and turned on the television. Next to him sat Peter Parker, who had spent the whole night getting roughed up and was now seriously questioning his life choices, even as a former criminal mastermind who had only recently recovered from having every bone in his body broken. The Taskmaster was still more than capable of thrashing the well-meaning young Spider-Man Black and Blue. Oh, and it's worth mentioning, Black and Blue is just a figure of speech. In reality, Spider-Man looked perfectly fine, without a scratch on him, even though he hadn't developed much of his true strength yet. When it came to taking a beating, he was a true professional. No matter how heavy the blows were, whether they landed on his face or body, he remained completely unharmed. As if nothing had happened at all, Mason was quite pleased with this. After all, learning how to fight usually started with learning how to take a hit. Right now, young Spider's mind was filled with questions and confusion. According to the new instructor who arrived today, he was faster than the instructor and stronger too. But then why couldn't he win against him? The thought gave him a headache. Mason glanced at Spider a moment longer. Here, there was no need for him to wear a mask. Mason handed him a cup of black tea and asked, "What's wrong, Peter? Is it that you don't like the new teacher I found for you today?" Sir, no sir," Peter stammered, trying to explain, but words seemed to fail him. Mason gave him an encouraging smile. "Relax, kid, this damned life of ours isn't about to let us be comfortable or satisfied forever. In fact, we're standing at the very beginning of a troubled age. And Peter, you don't have any classes today. What I want you to witness is the press conference marking the start of a new era. Don't blame me for being harsh. If you want to protect peace, you must possess the power to destroy it. A new era? I don't really understand." "Sir," Mason pointed at the television. On the screen was a military spokesperson in a crisp suit, Rhodes, standing solemnly at the podium. The main speaking spot, however, remained empty. Clearly, the person meant to stand there was the centerpiece of the event, Tony Stark, the current head of Stark Industries. Everyone had witnessed what happened last night. Armored monsters soaring through the sky missiles, tunneling into the earth and heavens, the explosion at Stark Tower. These events were simply too big to cover up, even if anyone tried. Truthfully, no one expected much from this press conference. Even the reporters in the audience already knew what Tony Stark was going to say next. "Sorry, no comment. Sorry, it was an electrical malfunction. Sorry, blah, blah, blah." They didn't expect to hear a single word of truth. Just another routine press event, they thought. Only Mason knew. He alone had the advanced knowledge that for the first time, Iron Man would reveal himself to the world. He and Spider clinked their cups and took a sip of hot cocoa. Then through the glare of camera flashes, they saw Tony Stark walk in, bruised and battered, supported by two people. He stepped up before the reporters and, flashing lights, a small note clutched in his hand. All the reporters had their eyes on him, watching this genius billionaire. Tony looked back at them, raised his hand slightly, and, after a moment, began to speak. "All right, everyone, it's been quite a while since I've seen you all. I was thinking maybe this time I should just stick to the script." A wave of warm laughter rippled through the crowd. Tony's bodyguard, Happy, pushed a wheelchair over to him. Tony sat down, facing the audience, and said, "As embarrassing as it is, I honestly can't stand up right now." He glanced toward the door. Standing there behind the reporters, with a round-faced Coulson and Pepper Potts, Natasha had already caught the representative from the Ten Rings who'd been involved in the Mark I incident and was now interrogating him. When it came to getting information out of people, she was a true expert. Tony's gaze lingered on Pepper's face, then swept across the sea of reporters. But before he could say anything more, a sharp voice cut through the room. A female reporter with a pointed question. "Mr. Stark, some say that last night at Stark Tower, they saw a flying, earth-shattering armored warrior. You're not going to tell me that was just your bodyguard in a metal suit fighting on the highway and rooftops, are you?" Tony gave her a look and replied, I know, this whole thing sounds a bit fantastical, but questioning the official statement is one thing. Randomly speculating or insinuating that I'm some sort of superhero is something else entirely." The female reporter quickly protested. "No, I never said you're a superhero, didn't you?" Tony Stark didn't seem the least bit annoyed or embarrassed at being interrupted. He sounded almost casual as he continued, "If that's not what you think, that's a relief. I have plenty of flaws, and I've made a lot of mistakes, most of which, frankly, you already know about." Watching his old friend ramble on, Rhodey couldn't help himself any longer. He leaned in close and muttered, "Stick to the script. Don't go off topic." Tony looked wearily at his friend, managed a tired smile, and picked up the prepared speech. All right. I'll read from the script." He glanced down at the paper, then suddenly tossed it aside, his eyes lowered as if lost in thought, or perhaps in memory. But what he said next sent shockwaves through the room, because the words he spoke were, "The truth is, I am Iron Man." The room erupted into chaos. Even people watching from behind their televisions let out cries of disbelief. Spider-Man, watching Tony confess to being Iron Man, stared at the screen in utter confusion. This poor child did a good deed last night, only to be put through half a night of training by the master of mimicry. He had no idea what had really happened at Stark Tower yesterday evening. Instinctively, he glanced over at Mason, who was now struggling to stifle his laughter. Unsure whether he should say anything, Mason burst out laughing, tears streaming down his face. Clearly, he had noticed the confusion in Spiderling's eyes. Pressing the remote in his hand, Mason switched on the TV, which began to play footage from last night at Stark Tower. The video looked like it had been shot by a bystander on a shaky cell phone, short, blurry, and unsteady. Yet even so, it was clear that there had been an explosion at Stark Tower. Cars in the street had been blasted apart. bursting into giant fireballs, too armored. Figures battled each other, soaring through the air and crashing to the ground, fighting as if no one else existed, still laughing heartily. Mason left the room. His laughter was so infectious and booming that people passing by stared at him with a mix of fear and astonishment. Mason made his way alone to Ward's convalescence room. Ward, suffering from a splitting headache, had no interest in conversation. When Mason entered, Ward didn't even bother to greet him. Not that Mason was here for small talk. Before Ward could react, Mason pulled a syringe from his pocket and jabbed it forcefully into Ward's arm. "What the hell is wrong with you?" Ward clutched his arm, looking down in alarm. After the injection, he could clearly see the veins under his skin standing out in bluish-purple lines. "What is this?" he demanded, glaring at Mason, barely restraining himself from punching him in the face. Mason just smiled and replied, "It's Frank's apology. I don't need any of that crap." "Damn it." Ward, agitated, tried to leap from the hospital bed, only to collapse back down with a heavy thud, like a fish flopping helplessly after a final struggle. The pain was so intense that he pressed his hands to his head, feeling as if his skull and brain had been split apart and were now two completely separate things. Even the slightest movement sent a fresh wave of agony through him. Mason acted as if nothing had happened, calmly stowing away the syringe. "This is called the Night Demon Serum. Its only effect is to let you see as clearly at night as you do in broad daylight. No special equipment required." "Ward, have you ever heard of vampires? This serum will make you just like a vampire." "Just like what?" At the word vampire, Ward's face turned ashen. He didn't doubt for a second that Mason could actually turn him into one. Damn it, he didn't want to become some blood-sucking monster cursed to haunt the night. He wanted to stay human. The thought had barely crossed his mind before he ignored the searing pain in his head and swung a fist straight at Mason's face. Mason stood utterly still, yet Ward's punch landed on nothing but air. He struck at emptiness itself, unless he could swing his fist so fast it drew all the air from around Mason and suffocated him. His attack would have no effect at all. Watching Ward lose his composure, Mason shook his head in mild regret and said, "Ward, impatience is never a good thing, especially for someone in your line of work. During your time with me, I've seen far too much unprofessional behavior. It's hard to believe your grades in spycraft were second only to the legendary Black Widow, Natasha. If all of SHIELD's agents turn out like you, Ward, I wouldn't be exaggerating to say I am truly, truly disappointed. Pull yourself together, Ward. That injection you just received won't turn you into a vampire. Not at all. In fact, all it does is give you the same night vision as a vampire, if you really want to become a vampire. All you need to do is read a certain book. As long as you're willing, that book will show you how it's done here. I won't force any of you to do anything. We're partners, allies with a common purpose. Of course, at the moment, I am your superior. After all, you're still drawing a paycheck from me." Mason rambled on, sounding like an old man reminiscing about his days of glory. He straightened his clothes, waved a hand at Ward, and said, "Well then, Mr. Ward, I'll be leaving first. As for this incident, I can only offer my personal apology. Rest assured, it's over now, for reasons he couldn't explain." As Ward watched the young man fuss over his appearance and ramble on, a bone-deep chill crept over him. He'd felt it once before when he was weak and Garrett took him hunting. Garrett handed him an old shotgun, a few grenades, and 4 or 5 hounds, then abandoned him on the Siberian tundra with orders to bring back a wild bear. Dead or alive, he had only 2 days' food, which he had to share with the dogs. When he finally caught sight of a bear, awakened early from hunger on that endless and desolate plain, the icy dread that sank into his bones was exactly the same as what he felt now. It was like a living nightmare. His body stiffened for a split second. The instinctive reaction of a creature sensing mortal danger, something even a human couldn't control. Only after Mason had left did Ward return to himself, realizing that his shirt was soaked through with cold sweat, clinging uncomfortably to his skin. Just as he was clutching his aching head and thinking of lying down, a nurse with a sweet face and a sincere smile walked in through the doorway. She was holding a fresh hospital gown in her hands and said, "Mr. Ward, the director asked me to bring you a new hospital gown. He said that when someone is ill, it's best not to wear damp clothes. It could be very uncomfortable otherwise." Ward's arm, which had been pressed against his head, paused slightly when he heard this. He glanced in the direction Mason had left, but didn't say a word. Mason, for his part, didn't intend to say anything more. As soon as he stepped out of the main doors, his phone buzzed with a message. Institute Ross. Soldier, chip, serum. Mason looked at the words, then slipped his phone back in his pocket. Clearly, our lovely Miss Chien-sun had proven herself competent. She already knew what had happened in the lab, and had relayed the information to him right away. He returned to his secret base. In truth, The message from Miss Chiensen was vague and somewhat disjointed, but Mason just happened to know exactly what it meant. Blonsky, are you really going to inject the super soldier serum? To give up everything for strength? Is it worth it? Mason poured himself a glass of tequila, exhaled deeply, and spoke aloud, though no one was there to listen. He was used to talking to himself, so he gave himself the answer. It was worth it after downing the tequila. He set to work. He arranged the ground goat horns he'd prepared in a rough circle around himself, forming a simple protective barrier. Mason had decided it was time to have a real conversation with the Ten Rings member he'd enchanted. After all, he'd already cast the spell. If he ignored it now, it would seem downright impolite. San Francisco, inside a lavish mansion. The Ten Rings affiliate whom Mason had bewitched was now a minor boss. Even now, he could hardly believe it. Life's twists and turns were extraordinary, and it all felt like a dream. He'd gained wealth and power, with plenty of men and business handed to him by that remarkable gentleman. When he'd come ashore, he even had the honor of meeting the legendary man himself. The man wore a robe that was obviously worth a fortune, adorned with gold thread and gemstones, the design evoking an eagle and the earth. Though his face was aged, his eyes shone with a fierce vitality. His hands looked almost like eagle talons as he lounged lazily in a crimson wooden chair, a teacup balanced in his grasp. Because of this posture, everyone who entered couldn't help but notice the 10 rings gleaming on his fingers. Hence the name, the 10 Rings. But no matter who it was, after a fleeting glance at his hands, they would quickly lower their eyes, daring not to stare. Such was the rule of this boss. Those who worked for him followed the rules, and if you followed the rules, you'd be rewarded. To defy the rules is to court death. With this thought in mind, the little gang leader glanced over the gear he wore. Even at the height of his prosperity, he had never possessed such a complete set of equipment. These weren't just tools for his underground dealings. He felt that, armed like this, he would even be willing to take on an assassination of the president. As he sat through the long, sleepless night, contemplating calling in a few of the new girls, a wave of drowsiness suddenly swept over him. His head grew heavy, and he crashed face first onto the table before him, sending his wine glass flying and losing all awareness. Mason barged into the man's dream, almost violently, even yanking a young fellow into unconsciousness with little ceremony. In the mystical corners of the Marvel Universe, dreamwalkers are not rare. Mason's presence is neither surplus nor deficit. The Ten Rings minor boss was not having a lucid dream. Mason entered his dream world and found himself surrounded by a patchwork of blurred, censored scenes, such raw, unfiltered desire. Mason murmured as he walked over, gently cradling the poor boy's head in his hands, much like Mantis herself, and began to read and rewrite his memories. There was no doubt. Mason could see everything the man remembered. The memories were chaotic and tangled. So Mason sifted through them, seeking out the most recent recollections about the Ten Rings. He saw the true master of the Ten Rings seated at the head of the table, a shadow-faced elder with a ring on every finger, imposing himself upon Mason's mind. The old man sat imperiously on an ornate armchair, his feet resting on a hand-woven wool carpet. The robe he wore looked to be Suzhou embroidery, crafted entirely by hand, judging by the intricate stitching. It was the work of a true master. Such garments are never meant for every day, where they're showcased as rarities, protected from the slightest blemish or scrape, treasured, not worn. But this old man paid no heed. The robe was already showing signs of wear from constant use. The ruler of the Ten Rings treated this luxury as nothing more than an everyday item. Another detestable tycoon. A perfect plump sheep. Mason muttered under his breath, as his view followed the memory of the little boss, finally coming to rest on those 10 rings. The 10 rings. 10 rings indeed. Having found the information he sought, Mason withdrew from the dream and opened his eyes. Before long, the pitiful underling, whose name was deemed unworthy of mention, would awaken. Remembering nothing of what had transpired, Mason sketched the old man's likeness on a piece of paper, noting the ancient style of his headscarf. Beneath the portrait, he wrote 3 lines. The first line recorded the location glimpsed in the little boss's memory. This isn't worth much. After all, a cunning rabbit always has 3 burrows. The master of the Ten Rings gang would never stay in one place for long. The second line lists the name of the gang's ruler, along with the purpose of each ring worn on his 10 fingers. The third line is Mason's signature. After he finished sketching all this, Mason glanced at the cheetah woman lying on the ground. He had no idea whether his ritual had succeeded or failed. The cheetah woman's skin had turned a deep russet red. Dense scales had sprouted along her forearms, forming a pair of bracers. She had yet to open her eyes, so Mason couldn't tell what color her pupils were. all he knew was that he seemed to have created a living weapon. Her streamlined figure and the strange patterns on her skin all hinted at something both alluring and alien. Maybe I should call you the Red Dragon Queen? Alexstrasza? Will you guard my life with your own? Mason poured himself a drink. He had no idea what it was, and after downing it, set the glass upside down on the table. He spoke to the cheetah woman, who still hadn't regained consciousness, though he didn't really expect her to reply. Her soul was still anchored to her body that much. Mason was sure of her genetic structure had been utterly shattered during the biochemical experiments at Clausewitz Pharmaceuticals. There was nothing Mason could do about that. He could only turn to the arcane for a solution, but whether the rescue had worked, he wasn't sure. Her soul lingered, her vital signs persisted, but she simply wouldn't wake. If in the end he'd saved a vegetable, well, so be it. He could chalk it up to practice. Mason had always been philosophical about these things. He turned to leave, but before he could go, he suddenly heard the clink of the cheetah woman's bracers striking the floor. He raised an eyebrow, paused, and glanced back, just in time to see her open her eyes. Now she was somewhere between woman and beast. Her body was lithe, sleek, and possessed the grace of a true cheetah, yet it remained unmistakably human. As she opened her eyes, Mason finally saw her pupils, twin golden slits devoid of emotion, like those of some cold-blooded predator. As she exhaled, he even caught sparks flickering from her nostrils. There was no doubt about it. The cheetah woman was now in an extraordinary state, utterly transformed from who she'd once been. What a fierce and flawless form! Mason marveled his admiration. Genuine, he asked her, "Can you speak?" Since opening her eyes, the cheetah woman had fixed her gaze on him, but when he spoke, she showed no reaction. Mason lifted his hand helplessly. After tearing open the skin on his own hand with his teeth, he began to draw. And right on her body, no matter what he traced on the leopard woman, she showed no reaction at all. This was a ritual of spirit communion. As his blood seeped into her body, Mason sensed the leopard woman's thoughts. Her mind was pure, as if she were a newborn creature. Her former memories seemed to have vanished. Nevia? Mason tried calling her name, but she didn't respond in the slightest. He exhaled deeply, realizing that what he had brought back was in essence a child. "Let's see your speed, your strength, and your power to destroy, my friend. Since you've completely shed your past from now on, you shall be known as the Red Dragon Queen." Alexstrasza. Mason walked out, intending to find a robe for her, and then a wide-open space to see just what his Red Dragon Queen was truly capable of. Clausewitz Pharmaceuticals' third research facility. Bronski sat in a chair, absently rubbing the back of his head, even though the subdermal implant had only been a minimally invasive procedure, leaving not even the faintest scar. He couldn't shake a sense of unease. Power always comes at a price, and he knew that the chip now embedded at the base of his skull was the price he would have to pay this time. The serum synthesized from Captain America's blood had already been injected into his body. He didn't feel any of the rumored side effects. Staring at the silvery isolation wall before him, he clenched his fist and felt the surging strength within. "This is exactly what I wanted," he murmured to himself. Unbidden, his mind flashed back to the green monster he had seen in Brazil. Ugly, no doubt, but what did that matter? That creature was the very embodiment of power. If one day he could attain such might, what would selling his soul matter, if it came to that? Outside the laboratory, old Clausewitz studied the readings on the equipment and turned to General Ross. Beside him, "Everything is normal, General. Whatever you've injected into this soldier, he's perfectly healthy now, strong enough to kill an elephant with his bare hands. That's how it should be. Thank you for your hard work, Clausewitz. I'll remember what you've done for me." Ross replied, and with his security detail, he opened the heavy door to the isolation room. Addressing Bronski inside, he barked, "All right, soldier, rip out those useless 4 lines. Our operation begins now. Don't just stand there. Move it. Follow me." Mason looked on at the Red Dragon Queen he had created, nodding in satisfaction. Her speed was astonishing, a blur of crimson shadow darting and circling all around him. The dragon fire spewing from her open jaws was so fierce it could scorch even stone, but what was even more terrifying was her mastery over matter itself. She transformed the molten flow left by her dragon fire into a knight's lance. "What a flawless work of art," Mason said, clapping his hands slowly. "As your creator from this moment on, I am your father. You may call me father, or even dad. I am your father. And you are my adopted daughter. Rest assured, before long, you will have your revenge. Whoever captured you, whoever hurt you, none of them will escape my wrath. None of us will spare them. Let them repent in hell. Red Dragon Queen, for now, you need these robes and this mask until this world collapses completely. Our only choice is to remain hidden. the deeper our roots burrow beneath the earth, the more nourishment we can draw. With his own hands, Mason fitted the crimson long-nosed demon mask onto his adopted daughter. He thoughtfully put gloves on her as well. Gazing at the Red Dragon Queen standing before him in her flowing robes, Mason led her to find Sky. The Trojan program he wanted. After all this time, it should be enough for her and Lieberman to have developed it. Work still required a measure of efficiency. If they were lagging, he would go and give them a gentle nudge, offer some encouragement where needed. Late at night in Hell's Kitchen, Luke Cage grabbed a gangster by his side and hurled him aside with brute force, utterly unmoved by the man's agonized groans. "Are you all right?" he asked, reaching out to help Daredevil to his feet. Matt Murdock struggled up from the ground, his body covered in shallow but numerous cuts. None were deep, but there were simply too many. His blood steadily leaking would soon be depleted. His body would grow colder, his movements slower, his mind gradually grinding to a halt, until death claimed him. Daredevil stood beside Luke Cage. He'd set out tonight, searching for the hand, but strangely, the once active organization seemed to have vanished. From New York, they had disappeared without a trace. Stick had been missing for days now, likely due to the hand's machinations. Members of the Chaste had also arrived. Though their leader appeared to act alone, he was still the head of the Chaste, hardly a solitary figure. The Chaste, an ancient organization, had a significant presence in New York, but in their early battles against the hand's five fingers there, New York branch had suffered heavy losses. After losing contact with Stick, the Chaste ninjas pieced together scattered clues and realized that his disappearance was the work of the hand. They couldn't find the hand, so they turned to Matt, but Matt too found no trace of the hand. As if the organization had vanished from New York altogether, he even considered leaving the city to search for the hand's whereabouts in Southeast Asia and the island nations. After all, that was where the hand's true stronghold lay. In truth, a terrifying thought lingered in his mind, so unsettling that he dared not examine it closely. He remembered Elektra. Perhaps she was now the only high-ranking member in New York who was still alive, or at least still free to move about. If that were the case, then had control of the remaining hand fallen into her hands. Was it possible that she was the one who had captured Stick? Matt simply didn't know. After tonight's fruitless search, he resolved to seek out Elektra. He knew she worked for Mason, and if he couldn't find Elektra, then Mason would be his next stop. Lately, the criminals and gangsters of Hell's Kitchen had grown ever more vicious for reasons unknown. Even Matt had suffered several setbacks. Tonight was no exception. Ambushed and nearly left for dead, he might have bled out in the alley if Luke Cage hadn't arrived just in time. With a cough, Daredevil stood his ground. On the other side of the street, Iron Fist and his girlfriend Colleen Wing approached. They had just broken up a black market deal, uncovering a trove of illegal drugs and bizarre animal specimens. These drugs were being transported by a new gang whose leader, it seemed, went by the name Clairvoyant. They were the most ruthless adversaries the heroes had ever faced, disciplined, cunning, and methodical. Every street hero in Hell's Kitchen had faced deadly ambushes at their hands. The arrival of the Clairvoyant had catalyzed the formation of the Defenders, though this version of the team looked quite different from what people might remember from TV shows or comics. Jessica Jones, for instance, was now happily working as a caregiver at Mason's clinic, thoroughly content with her life and with no intention of joining the crime-fighting Defenders. Thus Colleen Wing, Iron Fist's girlfriend, stepped into the place Jessica would have held, thanks to Mason's influence. The Kingpin, who once dominated the criminal underworld, had not only formed an alliance with the Chameleon, but had also pulled back his own operations, tightening his defenses. As a result, the Defenders now faced even fiercer and more unpredictable enemies. Clairvoyant, over the years, Garrett's health had steadily declined, whether in battle or in everyday life. He felt his strength ebbing away, his vitality slipping through his fingers. Desperation began to take hold of him. He delved into everything from ancient myths to urban legends, but it was the promise of cutting-edge biochemical experiments that became his lifeline, his last hope for salvation. The serum in the hands of the U.S. military is their lifeblood. Not even someone like Pierce nor Hydra or S.H.I.L.D. could extract the serum from the military's grasp, unless, of course, he became the military's public face like General Ross. But that is simply impossible. Fortunately, his partnership with Mason had given him control over Hell's Kitchen, a prime location. Now, through the channels of Hell's Kitchen, he could easily acquire all sorts of things never seen on the open market. At the same time, however, he had begun to attract the attention of the countless petty criminals that infested Hell's Kitchen. Their constant meddling had already provoked this deeply hidden kingpin, and he had made up his mind to wipe out these troublesome pests once and for all. The trap set today was merely a warning to those petty crooks lurking in the shadows. The real bloodshed had yet to begin. Luke Cage looked at Daredevil, who was covered in wounds, and shook his head. Brother, you're in bad shape. How about this? I'll get you patched up now. You look like you've been through hell. All right, Matt replied, knowing full well how badly he was hurt and that he was in no state to keep fighting in Hell's Kitchen. Battles never seemed to end. Ironically, it had been most peaceful here when Mason's reign of terror still hung over the land. Kingpin and Mr. Negative remained seated on the couch. After putting down the cigar between his fingers, Kingpin uttered a single word: another. Another assassin had vanished after attempting to kill Mason. The first was Bullseye, the second the chameleon, who disappeared. After taking the advance payment, how much longer are we going to sit here and wait for the axe to fall, Wilson? Mr. Negative was no longer the genial Martin Lee. Seated beside Kingpin now was the deadly and dangerous Mr. Negative, the street fighting master, the king of New York's underworld. He glanced at Kingpin. In recent days, their alliance had grown stronger, united by a common enemy. Past grudges and disputes had faded into the background. Of course not, Kingpin replied, gripping his cane. Weighing risks and rewards is a lesson we must all learn. Martin, tell me, do you and I truly want to eliminate that damn German? To take him out, what price are we willing to pay? What price do we dare to pay? And will the cost be worth it in the end? Kingpin gazed at Mr. Negative, his eyes heavy with meaning. Martin, have you thought about all of this? Martin looked back at Kingpin. So you got a new plan? Of course, Kingpin said, our strength isn't just in our muscle. We have other weapons. Our minds. As he finished, he tapped his head lightly with his finger. Mr. Negative looked at him, then turned his head and said, if you have a plan, just say it. Wilson, there's no need to be mysterious at a time like this. To borrow a proverb from the East, you and I are in the same boat now. Our interests are aligned. Wilson, we're friends for now, and for the future as well. Hearing Mr. Negative's words, Kingpin replied with a smile, of course. I hope it stays that way. Mason walked out of Sky's house, idly spinning a small USB drive in his hand. All he needed to do now was deliver it to Miss Chinson and have her plug the drive into any computer in the Institute. Once that was done, his part would be finished. As for how she would get inside, Mason had already worked it out in his head. No matter how sophisticated the Institute's equipment was, people still had to operate it. If he could deal with the people, everything else would fall into place. But before putting his plan into action, Mason wanted to strengthen his mental fortitude. He went to his room, where his adopted daughter, the Red Dragon Queen, sat quietly to one side. Not wanting her to be bored, he turned on the TV for her, then closed his eyes and summoned his character panel. Something he hadn't seen in a long while. ID: Mason Clausewitz. Sin value: 4,300 strength, 20, base 5, spirit, 22, base 5, agility, 20, base 5, constitution, 20, base 5, exchanged. Introduction to the occult. 300 practical spells, dragon alchemy building list hidden. His sin value was holding steady for now. After all, he'd absorbed the sin from the hand and the gangs. And even after purchasing dragon alchemy, he still had plenty left. Looking at his 22 points in spirit, Mason decided to invest further. When he'd first raised his constitution to 20-inch, he'd considered pushing it higher, but had failed. 20 was a critical threshold. Beyond that, the cost of improvement soared. He focused on his 22 points of spirit and tapped to increase it. 500 sin value vanished, and his spirit rose to 23. 1 point for 500. Mason said nothing, concentrating on the subtle shift. In his mind, the boost was there, but a single point didn't make much difference. If 1 point isn't enough, then let's keep going without a flicker of emotion. Mason invested again. Another 500 sin value disappeared, raising his spirit to 24. Still no dramatic change. He wasn't surprised. He knew that when something truly remarkable happened with his spirit, the system would often grant him a boost in his other attributes as well. It must be that the system, to prevent him from creating a dangerously unbalanced distribution of points and causing his body to collapse, has triggered some kind of self-preservation protocol. This time, after Mason raised his stat to 27, he felt as though somewhere deep within, a certain barrier in his mind had shattered. At the same moment, he saw the system panel blur before his eyes. He'd seen this phenomenon before, so he remained calm and unfazed. This was simply the system repairing itself. Sure enough, the next moment Mason watched as his constitution stat increased by 2 points on its own, then his strength rose by 1, and his agility by another. When his spirit reached 27 points, Mason closed his eyes and began to focus inward. He wanted to understand just what it was he had glimpsed a moment ago. It seemed that his breakthrough in spirit had brought with it a strange influx of information. As Mason tried to probe deeper, a sudden realization struck him, and he decisively cut off all connection with the outside world. What a pity. Several ancient tongues whispered across distant dimensions. Mason opened his eyes and beheld a multitude of strange, dazzling powers, each shimmering before him like taut strings of a celestial harp. If he were to reach out and touch them, perhaps he would receive their gifts. But at what price? Yes, Gul'dan, what price indeed? Mason opened his desk, retrieved a tea set, and brewed himself a cup. He took a slow, thoughtful sip. Those who dare bargain with demon gods always meet the same end, their flesh and bones devoured without a trace. There is, after all, much knowledge in the universe, but truly ownerless treasures are rare. After finishing his tea, Mason increased his spirit stat to 30. Instantly, on his character panel, his spirit stood out alone, far ahead of all other attributes, now only his constitution lagged behind, sitting at 22, while both strength and agility held steady at 21. So what have I gained this time? He mused. He glanced at the red dragon queen nearby, then after a moment's thought, left to find Frank. Frank drew his gun, aimed, and pulled the trigger. Mason didn't move. The bullets froze in midair before him, suspended as if trapped in amber. He calmly reached out, plucked each bullet from the air 1 by 1 inch, and handed them back to Frank. Change your weapon, he said. Frank switched to an automatic rifle and fired. From just 5 meters away, Mason still remained motionless. Once again, he collected the bullets casually and returned them to Frank. The psychic energy I just used wasn't even close to my limit. Not even at an average level. It seems I'm even stronger than I imagined, he remarked. Turning to Frank, by the way, Rollins, have you finished venting your anger? If not, feel free to continue, but if you've calmed down, hand him over to me. I'll throw him into the dungeon, where he can finally face the punishment he deserves for his crimes. Also, inform the people below. I want to know what information they've gathered on Lawyer Weasley. Lawyer Weasley was Kingpin's true right-hand man. If something happened to him, many of Kingpin's business operations would be disrupted. Just imagine if our dear rotund Kingpin were suddenly surrounded entirely by Mason's people. What would happen then? But first, to abduct Kingpin's most trusted aide, timing had to be impeccable. It must happen without Kingpin noticing. Kingpin's entire body was muscle. His mind, however, was something else entirely. He was a cunning hunter. When dealing with someone like that, it was best to avoid leaving any traces behind. These days, Mr. Weasley was handling business for him under heavy protection. If he disappeared for even half a day, right under Kingpin's nose, it would instantly arouse suspicion. So, how could we persuade Kingpin to temporarily send out his right-hand man to meet with someone else? In fact, Mason already had a plan. He tapped his fingers slowly as he said the docs. George Stacy, deputy chief of the New York Police Department, was a tall, powerfully built man, and could even be called handsome. He also had a precious daughter named Gwen Stacy, who happened to be Peter Parker's classmate. George sat in his office a bit puzzled. Just a moment ago, as he returned with a cup of coffee, he'd seen quite a few gang members with bruised faces turning themselves in. Spider-Man, this veteran officer who had worked his way up from the ranks, honestly didn't care much for people like Spider-Man. To him, these gangsters and criminals were certainly despicable. But did that make those so-called superheroes swinging through the city any better? They were both trampling on the law. Was one really any nobler than the other? Especially yesterday, when Congress had tried to convene a hearing, led by Hammer Industries and several arms dealers, along with some members of Congress, aiming to target Stark Industries. However, the motion didn't pass the vote. Within the next couple of days, Congress would hold a second round of voting. In truth, there was no shortage of Stark supporters, unlike Hammer Industries, a company that followed the rules with mediocre research but advanced manufacturing. Stark Industries, if compared to a person, would be a rebellious prodigy, bursting with talent. Its founder, Howard Stark, had once helped the legendary Agent Carter and the General establish S.H.I.L.D. He had countless connections within S.H.I.L.D., as well as a web of friends and vested interests. Even the members of Congress weren't in a position to force Tony Stark to hand over that high-tech suit of armor. Deputy Director George wasn't a fool. He understood all this perfectly well, still seeing the NYPD officers who were first on the scene that day being kept outside made his blood boil. As a result, he found himself increasingly irritated with Tony Stark, the man who called himself Iron Man. Yet, even with his dissatisfaction, George knew he could only pick on the weak and shy away from the strong. He could publicly scold Spider-Man in front of reporters, but he couldn't dare vent his frustrations at Iron Man. In fact, throughout the entire NYPD, the only one who openly criticized Tony Stark was George's own boss, the police commissioner. The main reason was that the commissioner was planning to run for mayor of New York this year, and this was part of his campaign platform. After finishing his coffee and working for a while, George felt the urge to use the restroom. While he was there, he overheard some people talking nearby. After washing his hands, he quietly moved closer to eavesdrop, intrigued because he had caught a familiar name, Kingpin, the underworld overlord. The NYPD was by no means ignorant about him. In fact, many of the organized and premeditated criminals they had apprehended turned out to be Kingpin's underlings. Both the commissioner and the deputy commissioner were all too familiar with the name. The difference between George and the commissioner was that the latter always dismissed the idea, never believing that someone like Kingpin could truly exist in New York. And to be fair, there was some truth to his skepticism. None of the thugs they'd captured could ever provide Kingpin's real name or identity. After all, a name alone wasn't enough to convict anyone or prove anything. This time, however, the people who had come forward to confess were said to have been completely subdued by Spider-Man, surrendering themselves voluntarily. Yet unlike previous cases, only a few small-time henchmen admitted to working for Kingpin. The rest kept their mouths tightly shut. One of them even tried to pin a charge of assault and coercion on Spider-Man, claiming he'd forced them to confess, which admittedly wasn't entirely false. The real headache was that this time, the police had no solid evidence. Aside from a handful of those involved turning on each other, there was no physical proof whatsoever, even with a confession. That wouldn't be enough, but as the suspects turned on each other, they inadvertently revealed a major case: smuggling of people and human organs at the docks. Most importantly, this time, the evidence was still at the docks. The NYPD had already dispatched officers to the scene. Just as the group was excitedly discussing the developments, George Stacy coughed behind them. The men quickly slunk away without so much as a glance back, pretending nothing had happened. George left as well, and not long after, another officer followed him out of the restroom, not to use the facilities, but to pass along what he'd just learned. When Kingpin received the news, he slammed his fist down and shattered the table before him. His anger was like that of a bull tormented by a relentless Spanish matador, snorting and pawing at the ground, ready to charge if someone were to hand him a concoction of some volatile mixture. He might well spew spark from his nostrils like the Red Dragon Queen herself. He wasn't furious on account of the people who had been captured, nor was his rage provoked by any loss to his wealth. What truly ignited his fury was that hidden among this shipment was something he desired more than anything else at this moment. This batch of goods had come from the Life Foundation in Los Angeles, a colossal corporation with significant achievements in aerospace, and a deep partnership with Rand Corporation, run by Iron Fist Rand. Of course, Kingpin had no interest in rockets or space shuttles. What a joke. He had no intention of planting his flag on the moon. His collaboration with the Life Foundation was driven by the knowledge that their ambitions extended far beyond searching for extraterrestrials. The Life Foundation had made remarkable advances in various technologies. Their leader, Dr. Carlton Drake, was obsessed with the search for alien life, claiming to have witnessed alien spacecraft himself. In his public speeches and at gatherings, he would often expound on his theories about life beyond Earth. The Life Foundation had brought back many strange substances from space. Unfortunately, their technology was not advanced enough to reach planets like Xander or to encounter the Kree. What they had managed to bring back were bizarre materials, which they used for experiments on living creatures. Thankfully, they hadn't yet descended into outright madness by rounding up all the homeless of Los Angeles for their experiments. At least not for now. For the time being, their live subjects were mostly mice and chimpanzees, with the occasional human test subject. After all, they had yet to discover a true symbiote. Kingpin was a man with immense ambition for power. The bulging muscles beneath his suit were a testament to his yearning for strength. In smuggling and on the black market, his influence was everywhere, even in far-off Los Angeles. When the Life Foundation first began to seek help from the city's underworld, word quickly reached him. He had personally negotiated with Dr. Carlton Drake and struck a deal. Nothing could be allowed to happen to this shipment. He struck a match, took a slow drag from his cigar, and then called his lawyer, Wesley, saying, "This time, there's something you absolutely have to get right for me." Meanwhile, Spider-Man was uneasy. Deep down, he felt that what he had done wasn't right. After all, those men looked like honest, hard-working dock workers. He had listened to Mr. Mason, beaten them up, and forced them to turn themselves in to the police, yet the innocent-hearted Spider-Man couldn't shake the feeling that he had committed a crime himself. It wasn't until Mason opened the container and revealed the cargo inside. "Oh, sir, this is..." The powerful shock of the sight made Spider-Man feel physically uneasy. Mason, however, showed little reaction to the frozen cargo now laid bare before him. He'd seen these blood-soaked things more than once. Some of them were materials he used in his experiments, of course. He meant animal parts, not these human organs and frozen people. He turned and looked at Spider-Man. "Peter, if I told you that these people knew exactly what they were transporting, would you still think they were innocent? Peter Parker gazed at the scene in confusion, his voice uncertain. But sir, what are they trying to gain from all this? Power, Mason replied, glancing at Spider-Man. The kind of power you have. Power beyond what any ordinary human possesses. That's what they're after. And these, he gestured at the grisly cargo, are the price. After he finished speaking, Mason patted Peter's shoulder with a meaningful look, then told him, just wait, the real show is about to begin. And remember, every gift comes with a hidden price tag. God makes sure of that. Once he'd spoken, Mason glanced at his phone. On the screen was a blurry photograph. If he wasn't mistaken, the person in the photo was the famous lawyer. Wesley, I hope you get everything you want, Wesley. I'm sure you'll enjoy exactly what you receive. It was as if Mason could already see Erica lying in wait along the road, along with the road workers who were really undercover agents. Looking at the chaos on the dock, he said, let's head back, Peter. We can leave the rest to the NYPD. Everything will work out. All these cancers will be cut away, even if evil is like Hydra. Cut off one head and another grows. What does it matter? Just because evil never truly disappears doesn't mean we should stop fighting, even if what we do is as desperate as drinking poison to quench our thirst. Spider-Man listened, bewildered. He knew he shouldn't interrupt, but in the end he couldn't help asking, I'm sorry, sir, but what does drinking poison to quench thirst mean? It means that when you're dying of thirst, you drink a bottle of poison. Even though you know thirst will kill you, and drinking poison will too, people still choose to drink the poison. After explaining the phrase, Mason turned and left. As he departed, the security cameras along the way flickered back to life. On the other end of the line, Skye could now see everything inside the warehouse, because Mason, wearing his Google Glass, had made sure. She did. She knew exactly what the young girl wanted. She would give the girl the feeling of being respected, of being needed, and the thrill that comes from saving others. Of course, that sense of saving people was not just an illusion. In reality, they were indeed saving lives. Mason was certain of this. He felt noble, for he had accomplished both great deeds, curing illness and saving lives. So, when his phone rang, he even offered a friendly reminder to Osborn on the other end. Or rather, it was probably the Green Goblin now. No matter how much one tried to prepare, it seemed the devil always got his way. Over the phone, Mason heard a duet. Osborn's excited tone, interwoven with the deep and gravelly voice of the demon, blending together in a strange kind of harmony. Mr. Osborn, if I were you, I'd never leave that damned serum for your son. And if I were you, I'd stay far away from your boy. What's his name again? Harry, that kid is really well fed, isn't he? Tall too, still in high school, I suppose. Just look at all that excess energy. Oh, right, where was I? I was giving you a warning, wasn't I? If I were you, Mr. Osborn, I'd keep my distance from him. I don't know exactly what's happened to you, but I'm sure of one thing. There's a bastard inside you now, and maybe before long, you'll become that bastard yourself. So for your son's sake, I'd advise you not to go near him. He's a good kid. When Mason finished, Norman Osborn was clearly left speechless by the scolding he had called to share his joy, never expecting things to turn out this way. For some reason, after being berated, Osborn felt two wildly conflicting emotions rise up within him. Anger surged hot and sudden. He even had the urge to get rid of Mason altogether. Yet at the same time, he felt an odd sense of relief, as if a weight had been lifted from his chest. He glanced up at the mirror and saw his own reflection, his eyes glowing like hot embers, burning with an eerie fire. The sight unsettled him, but another voice inside assured him that it was perfectly normal. After all, this was what happened after taking the serum. In the end, that inner voice drowned out his reason. Yet just before that, it hadn't anticipated that Osborn's trembling hands, racked with pain, would tear a page from a notepad and hastily scribble something upon it. He stuffed the note into his jacket and walked out, feigning calm. Mason hung up, slipped the phone into his pocket, and sighed. It seemed Osborn's fate remained unchanged. Perhaps before long, a strange figure, riding a hoverboard and casually tossing pumpkin bombs, will appear in the skies above New York. And perhaps he will encounter his destined nemesis, Spider-Man. Maybe by then, the little spider won't be such a rookie, wasting so much time tangling with the Green Goblin. After all, in the Marvel Universe, anything is possible. The Spider-Man trained by the Taskmaster still refuses to kill, but he has mastered many of the skills he should have learned, especially those that tap into his physical potential. Even the Taskmaster envies Spider-Man's physical abilities, yet what interests him even more is the web shooter. Taskmaster has a particular fascination for these technological marvels. As a mercenary of his caliber, he must have his own logistics and safe houses. Mason even suspects he runs an entire team on his own. Given enough time, he could probably reverse engineer the web shooter and put it to use himself. In fact, he even offered Spider-Man plenty of suggestions, and the two tech geniuses immediately dove into a lively discussion. Mason listened in for a while before realizing that, at heart, he was a wizard, not a scientist. His own knowledge base still fell a bit short compared to geniuses like Peter Parker, but Mason's mood improved considerably when he returned to the sanitarium and saw the lawyer, Weasley, sitting with his eyes covered. "It really is you," Weasley said, as if he'd never doubted for a moment that Mason would be the one to abduct him. But what surprised him was that Mason didn't interrogate him at all. Instead, he simply dragged Weasley, chair and all, straight into the dungeon. "Time is money, my friend. I don't have the luxury of idle chatter. Now, please enjoy the lavish dinner I've prepared just for you. I hope you have a truly memorable experience." Weasley. Mason shut the dungeon door and gave him a mischievous wave. Weasley had never imagined he'd face an opponent like Mason, who barely spoke to him before tossing him into a dungeon. Inside, several others were imprisoned. One was a blind man who, upon Mason's entrance, shouted stern admonishments. Never vulgar, but always full of warnings and persuasion. He was the only one with any spirit left. The others, especially that demonic-looking prisoner, watched Weasley with a gloating, twisted grin. Another figure, presumably human, sat with his back to everyone, as still as a stone. "Well, make yourself at home, Weasley," Mason said after Weasley had taken it all in, throwing him a reassuring look before closing the cell door and activating the aura of fear. For the sake of efficiency, Mason also activated the penitence of the Wailer. Although the penitence had been running for less than an hour, the charge was still calculated by the hour, 100 sin points per hour. Mason only had 300 sin points at the moment, but that didn't matter. He was willing to pay the price, with both methods working in tandem. In just 9 minutes, Mason dragged out Weasley, whose face was smeared with snot and tears. He propped the limp young man on a chair, watching Weasley, who couldn't even sit upright and kept slipping off the seat. Mason let out a long breath. "What a pitiful child. You two come over and hold him up." He waved over two burly Russian men with thick arms and sturdy waists. The tattooed pair exchanged a glance, then stepped forward with practiced ease to hold Weasley in front of Mason. Mason slapped Weasley across the face and splashed him with some ice water. Weasley's pupils were still dilated, unfocused. "Go get some adrenaline from the nurse. The dose, as long as it's not lethal," Mason instructed the Russian orderly nearby. When the adrenaline was injected into Weasley, it was as if a drowning man had suddenly been pulled from the water. He drew in a deep, desperate breath. The air he gulped down was so much that Mason patiently waited for him to finish inhaling. After about 5 seconds, Weasley began to gasp, repeatedly, forcefully expelling all the air he'd taken in. The Russian men nearby grimaced at the sound. Mason waved them away, and, facing Weasley's tear and snot-streaked face, said, "I think you know who I am. You also know why I've come to you, and by now, you must realize that your only option is to cooperate with me." His voice was gentle and low, but as Weasley saw Mason's face drawing near, he kicked off hard from the ground, chair and all, and toppled over. Mason stubbornly hauled him back up, and Weasley pressed the 4 legs of the chair deep into the earth, as if to anchor himself. In his current feeble state, he couldn't escape Mason's grasp anyway. Mason found a pack of wet wipes and carefully cleaned the grime from Weasley's face. "Mr. Weasley, you and I are both intelligent men. I trust you. Understand what I want from you. I'm not asking you any questions because what I need right now isn't your information or your files. I need you." He paused, his tone even. "Of course, you have a choice. You can cooperate with me or refuse. You know I'm a reasonable man. If you agree to work with me, I'll send you out of here. If luck is on your side, you may find yourself before Mr. Kingpin, who suspects nothing, and remain one of his most trusted aides. If you're unlucky, you might just end up with your spine crushed by the furious Mr. Fisk." He spoke slowly, almost savoring the telling of what fate awaited Mr. Weasley. After carefully wiping every last smudge from Weasley's face, he took 2 steps back, studied him intently, and continued, "You know, the moment you became Mr. Fisk's assistant, your destiny was sealed. Don't blame me for showing you no mercy. After all, you never gave anyone else a chance when you were running those dirty deals. Now, merciful and kind as I am, I'll give you 2 choices. Either you become my informant and do what I ask, and I'll give you a chance, or I'll leave you here in this dungeon. And trust me, I have every reason to believe that time spent in this dungeon will be something you'll never forget." After being dragged out of the dungeon, Weasley's mind was consumed by the terrifying memories he'd just endured. He looked at Mason, who reached into the endless pockets of his coat, pulled out a piece of dark chocolate, broke it, and popped it into Weasley's mouth. "Think it over carefully, Mr. Weasley," Mason said gently. "After all, neither of us has much time, and if you don't call back on time, Fisk will." definitely get suspicious. Having shoved the entire piece of dark chocolate into Weasley's mouth, Mason dusted off his hands and announced, "All right, my patience with you is at its end. If you're still not talking, then let's get moving." He stepped behind Weasley, intending to drag the chair and the man in it back into the dungeon. At last, the lawyer broke, with a voice hoarse and ragged from terror. He shouted, "All right, I'll do as you say. I'll do anything. Please, in the name of God, don't send me back to that hellish place. I'll do whatever you want. Just let me go." At these words, Mason paused. For a moment, Weasley relaxed, daring to hope it was over, but Mason paid no mind to his pleading, his curses, or even his sobbing. Without a shred of pity, Mason shoved him back into the dungeon, subjecting him to 3 more agonizing minutes of torment. "Only pain brings eternity," Mason intoned. At last, he dragged the icy, wide-eyed Weasley back into the chapel. This time, the lawyer managed to catch his breath. Mason looked at him and said, "Now then, let's finally discuss your role as an informant. Mr. Weasley, do you accept or not?" At that very moment, General Ross was roaring with rage at the helicopter pilot. The madman had turned the helicopter's cannons on the green monster below, unleashing a relentless barrage. Yet the shells, powerful enough to rip a man in two, struck the creature's green hide and didn't even leave a scratch. On the lawn in front of the CAF University Library, the burning armored vehicles scattered around had already made it clear to everyone just how powerful this green monster truly was. Even armored vehicles were no match for him. With the support of strafing fire from above, Blonsky, gripping a 40mm grenade launcher, aimed at the Hulk and pulled the trigger. Grenade after grenade exploded against the Hulk's body, enraging him further. As though tearing a piece of paper, the Hulk ripped apart an armored vehicle and fashioned it into makeshift armor for his arm, then hurled half of it with tremendous force. The chunk smashed into a low-flying helicopter, sending it spiraling down in flames to crash on the ground in a ball of fire. Blonsky watched this savage creature and, in a taunting gesture, detonated a grenade right in the Hulk's face. "Let's see what you've got, big guy," Blonsky said, charging at the Hulk with fierce, reckless courage. He ducked beneath the Hulk's armored arm and landed a punch squarely on the monster's face. Lately, Harry had felt something strange about his father. Norman Osborn had developed the habit of muttering to himself, often alone in his study on the 2nd floor. Even though his bedroom was next to Harry's, whenever Harry went out at night, he would frequently hear whispers coming from his father's room. Yet whenever he pressed his ear to the door, all would fall silent. Of course, he heard nothing, because the moment Harry leaned in, Osborn would be on the other side of the door, a twisted smile curling at his lips as he stared quietly at the wood, as if he could see little Harry lurking just beyond. "Harry, Harry." He would whisper his son's name softly at times like this. Only then, too, did a trace of struggle flicker across his mind. Both his bedroom and his study were forbidden territory. Neither the servants nor Harry himself were allowed inside. Hidden behind his bookshelf was a glass display case, a cleverly concealed setup. Inside the case rested a suit of high-tech armor gleaming green, the legendary Green Goblin armor. On this suit of armor, not only was there cutting-edge technology from Osborn Industries, but also runes and markings from other civilizations. Osborn often stood before the display case, caressing the glass as tenderly as a lover's skin. Yet lately, he found his heart roiling with anger, his temper quick to ignite. He couldn't suppress the urge to eliminate Mason. Just thinking of that man sent an uncontrollable surge of murderous intent through him. The need to kill boiled within. All his weapons were prepared. He was just waiting for the right moment. As he traced the glass case, Mason's image flashed through his mind. At that moment, he heard his son's footsteps approaching outside. Osborn quickly let go, sat down on the bed, and feigned sleep, the room falling silent once more. "Norman, you can't do this." Right before bed, he whispered these words to himself. But once he fell asleep, Norman suddenly snapped his eyes open. His gaze burned like hot coals, glowing crimson, and even his face seemed to flicker with fiery light. Those flames twisted and writhed, as if tiny snakes slithered beneath his skin, never ceasing in their restless motion. "No, Norman, you must do this. You have to take out that damned exorcist," he murmured to himself, his voice low and persuasive, as though trying to convince his very soul. "Trust your instincts, Norman. Don't hide your true nature. Killing, that's the real self hidden deep inside you." After the lawyer Weasley had left, Mason sat outside alone. Someone brought him a meal. The people who used to be blind laborers in District D, once forced to make illegal drugs for Madame Gao and the Hand. Now, Mason paid them a salary to handle the cooking. How should he put it? The food tasted decent, filling and nourishing. Good enough. Mason scooped up a spoonful of curry over rice, ate in silence. then wiped his mouth and went to find Frank. David Lieberman sat beside Frank. In a way, the two of them were kindred spirits. Both had lost their families, and all because of this greedy Cyclops before them. David still had a chance to make amends, but Frank would never get a second chance. When Mason saw Frank's wife's corpse, he hadn't found the slightest trace of her soul. Honestly, he had no idea where it might have gone. According to the logic of Marvel Comics, there were countless places her soul could end up. Anubis, the dog-headed judge, any number of demonic gods who toyed with spirits. She might even have gone to hell, overseen by the one below all, or simply faded into death. But in the movie universe, Mason truly didn't know where her soul could be. He wasn't all that familiar with it. Was he supposed to go ask the Ancient One? They'd met once. She'd seemed friendly enough, but the problem was Mason wasn't sure he could even find her. Kamar Taj was in Nepal after all, and even if he went to Nepal, would he really find Kamar Taj? Doctor Strange had found the Ancient One because she had chosen him as her successor. She was weary, tired of protecting the Earth. When someone is ready for death, it only takes a few inept disciples to bring them down, because all she really wanted was an exit, dying at the hands of her own students. Didn't seem so bad, perhaps. Mason remembered from the movies that the first big battle in New York, the Ancient One should have been in New York at that time, right? In that case, it might not be impossible to look for her when the time came. He stepped in front of Rollins and said slowly, "I need you to confess every sin you've ever committed. Do you agree?" I agree. Please stop hitting me." His voice was barely a whisper. Mason spread his hands and said, "Of course, we're not violent people, Frank. I'll give you half an hour. Ask everything you want to know. After that, we've got business to attend to." He stepped outside. David Lieberman followed him downstairs, worry clouding his face as he said, "Madani is losing her mind. She's been contacting us nonstop, trying to warn us that the CIA has noticed someone's missing and they've started searching. If we really did kidnap him, they'll find us for sure." Mason looked at the anxious Lieberman, placed both hands on his shoulders, and spoke with gentle seriousness. "Lieberman, there's no need to worry or be afraid. Everything will work out in the end, don't you think? I want you to reach out to Madani as Micro. Tell her that Frank has been captured by Rollins. Say you're very worried about him. You wanted to rescue him, but you're outnumbered and can't do it alone. Tell her Rollins has Frank stashed away. Well, I haven't thought of the location yet. For now, pass on just the first part of what I said, and let her know you're searching for clues, trying your best to find where Frank is being held. When you find it, you'll let her know. Do you understand, David?" Lieberman didn't fully grasp Mason's plan, so Mason sat down with him and explained, "Listen, Madani is someone who relentlessly pursues the truth. There aren't many people like her left. Innocent, idealistic souls. Others might think she's naive, a flower, untouched by the harshness of the world, but we're different. She's a treasure, David. Do you understand? People who still hold onto their ideals are worthy of respect, no matter how unrealistic their dreams might seem. We have to protect that flower shield, her from every storm. Do you get it, Lieberman?" To Lieberman, Mason seemed either crazy, foolish, or maybe an artist, a madman in the vein of Van Gogh. Everything he said sounded like the ramblings of the insane, but Mason didn't care how others saw him. He looked Lieberman in the eye and continued, "Madani's partner died in Kandahar. She deserves an answer, so we're going to help her find it. Isn't that what you want too? To clear your name, to leave this false death behind? It's all right. I'll help you get what you deserve. But first, you have to listen to me. Only by following my lead can you really bring this to an end." Madani anxiously swept the hair from her forehead. Once again, her trail had gone cold. Whether it was with the Colonel, with Barnes, or with Rollins, now apart from Rollins and Frank, it seems that everyone else involved in this matter is either dead or missing. The Colonel is dead. Billy Russell has disappeared without a trace. And Barnes is also gone. The police in Barnes District found what was left of him at his residence, his flesh and blood, blown apart in such a way that survival was impossible. Even Rollins has gone missing. Her former boss has stood up for her time and again, facing off against that old woman from the CIA, whose face always glowers as if she could wring an ounce of water from it at any moment. Their stance is clear. No matter what, this affair, this scandal, must be covered up, no matter the cost. Now that Rollins has vanished, it's very likely Frank's doing. They will definitely think of a way to find Rollins. She pressed her fingers wearily to her brow, just as her partner Sam walked in from outside. Compared to Madani, Sam was an accomplished slacker, a longtime fringe figure in Homeland Security, just drifting along. He helped Madani partly because he was genuinely touched by her passion, and partly because he hoped to ride her coattails to a turnaround. Madani was not only pure-hearted, but also highly regarded by her superiors. If she survived this, there would surely be a place for her in Homeland Security. For Sam, the first reason meant even more than the second. After all, he was a born underachiever. He beckoned to the bewildered Madani, and the two of them slipped out together, heading into the corridor. which ironically was safer than the office itself. In a low voice, Sam said to her, "Things are really getting complicated. A friend of mine says they're in a complete panic over there. Word is they're planning a thorough, serious investigation. They believe Rollins is either dead or has been abducted. Either way, they see it as a direct provocation." Madani leaned back against the wall, her gaze following colleagues as they rushed about. She parted her lips and said, "But they have no authority to enforce the law." Hearing such naivete from his partner, Sam nearly laughed. He lowered his voice and replied, "The law is the law, the rules are the rules, but methods are another story. Do you really think the FBI is the only agency allowed to investigate things like this? Those people are far more ruthless and dirtier than you imagine." So, he was about to say more when Madani's phone suddenly rang. She glanced at it, then slipped it into her pocket, doing her best to keep her expression composed, as if nothing had happened. "He messaged me," Madani said, keeping her voice casual. Sam, of course, understood, and kept his own reaction just as normal. He asked, "What does he want?" Knowing that the conversation to follow would be highly sensitive, Sam deliberately turned his back to the camera. The benefit of this was clear. Even the most skilled lip reader wouldn't be able to decipher what they were saying now. "He's asked to meet me," Madani said. Sam nodded and replied, "Then go, I'll come up with an excuse for you on this end." "All right." Without hesitation, Madani hurried out the door, while Sam headed to the office, grabbed a mug, and went to make himself some coffee. Half an hour later, the hurried agent found herself in a small cafe, where David Lieberman sat tucked away in a corner. He wore a knitted hat bundled tightly against the world. "You people are absolutely insane. Chips, or should I say, Mr. David Lieberman." Madani's tone was sharp, almost confrontational. David glanced at her and said, "If I were you, I wouldn't say my name out loud. My friend Frank. You know who he is, right? Sing?" Madani nodded. David continued, "He's been captured by Rollins. If Frank dies, Rollins walks away scot-free, ready to retire. And your people will have died for nothing. My friend Frank tried to stop Rollins, but now he's caught, and I don't even know if he's alive or dead." "What did you say?" The news clearly rattled Madani. She stared at David and asked, "Where is he now?" "I don't know. I'm searching. Maybe I'll find him soon. Maybe it'll take longer. I don't even know if Frank is still alive." Seeing David's distress, Madani quickly reached out and placed her hand over his, offering reassurance, while Sky, watching from behind her computer, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at the scene. Mason, holding a mug of hot water, waved it gently beneath his nose, letting the steam rise before his eyes. This little cafe had surveillance too, but for someone like Sky or David, hacking in was hardly a challenge. Mason checked his watch, carefully keeping track of the time. Rollins was now locked in the dungeon, his sins being slowly drawn out. His guilt was no small matter, greater even than the gambler who trafficked people, greater than the warlord Soanda in those turbulent times, and nearly on par with Alexandra, if not more. His sin score was 4,500, placing him at the top of the list. Extracting all his guilt would still take some time, but in another hour, Mason should finally have the answers he sought. Meanwhile, David and Madani continued their conversation. After agreeing on their next move, David slipped away, ducking into a camera-free alley where he quickly changed clothes, dabbed on some simple makeup, and disappeared into the city. Not long after he left, a scavenging beggar took his clothes. After moving to another alley, the beggar set David's clothes on fire with a lighter. Only after making sure the clothes were completely burned did he leave, seemingly delighted. With this task done, he would receive 50 yuan. As for why he had to do it, well, did it really matter? After seeing David depart, Mason also stood up from beside the computer, intending to check on Rollins. Just as he was about to leave, Sky suddenly asked, "What are you going to do to him?" She was probably referring to Rollins. Mason looked at Sky and said abruptly, "Of course I'm not going to kill him. I have no intention of taking another person's life. So, would you like to come with me to witness a confession?" "Sky, I remember you went to a church school, didn't you? Do you believe in God?" Sky gazed at him, a bit perplexed by his words. She opened her hands, signaling her confusion. Mason led her to the chapel, where the serene atmosphere quietly soothed their minds. Mason closed his eyes. Sky peeked at him, noticed his eyes were shut, and so she closed hers too. Unknowingly, she drifted off to sleep. Mason, of course, knew she had dozed off, but he wasn't in the mood to bother with Sky right now. He slipped into a meditative state, once again seeing the radiant cosmos and countless fragments of information swirling around him. The universe, as it appeared in his eyes, was now something altogether different. He stood with his hands behind his back before this boundless ocean of knowledge, when suddenly a gentle and resonant voice spoke up from behind him. "Mason, all these things, so dazzling, extraordinary, utterly captivating. But within them, who can tell how many traps lie hidden?" Mason turned to see who had spoken. To his surprise, it was the Ancient One who had appeared behind him. The Guardian of Earth, the current Sorcerer Supreme of Midgard. Somehow, she too had come to this vast sea of knowledge. She was still wearing her familiar yellow robe as she spoke. I have wanted more than once to roam this place freely, but I carry a responsibility. Earth needs my protection. I have witnessed countless possible futures. And Earth's future is fraught with peril. If I don't pass on my duties at precisely the right moment, disaster is inevitable. Countless eyes are fixed on this place. I cannot afford to make a mistake. Hearing her speak of seeing the future, Mason's gaze fell upon the eye of Agamotto that she always carried, a vessel for the time stone, said to reveal all illusions. Yet Mason didn't know for certain if the Ancient One really kept the time stone in that artifact. Every sorcerer had their own secrets, and the Ancient One was no exception. Noticing Mason looking at her amulet, she smiled and asked, "Are you curious about this?" "No, or rather, not entirely." "Then, sorcerer, what brings you here?" Mason shifted his gaze as he asked, and the Ancient One turned, her eyes sweeping over the vast cosmos of knowledge. "I merely came to take a look," she replied. "Knowledge is the most intoxicating thing in this world." She paused, as if remembering something. "Ah, yes. Let us speak of you instead. Mason, I have seen countless possibilities, futures in which you do not exist. Among those futures, I chose the path that would bring the least harm. That was my intention, until I glimpsed a future where you were present, Mason." She turned to him, her gaze intense and unwavering. "The future with you in it is shrouded and unclear, but that doesn't matter. What matters is that in the future where you exist, the harm to everyone is at its lightest. Mason, you are the variable in the future. That is why I have come to meet you." Having finished, she reached out and plucked a star from the distance, examining it closely before letting it drift away again. Mason watched the sorcerer in silence for a moment before finally speaking. "Then what kind of future did you see?" The Ancient One cast Mason another look. "The wonder of time," she mused, "is that you can only observe it, never speak of it. To speak of it is to risk changing it, and what I say may never come to pass." Mason smiled gently and turned his face away. At last he asked, "So, may I ask you something? Do you know where Frank's wife's soul has gone?" "You know Frank, the one-eyed giant, who's always by my side?" The Ancient One said nothing, only shook her head. Mason gave her a final smile and raised a single finger, just like Dr. Strange did to Tony Stark in Avengers. In-game, the sorcerer, who was about to accept her own fate, watched as Mason turned to leave. She called out to his back, "You should know when I'm destined to die. If, when that time comes, Strange has not yet reached my level, then do not return here. A place left unguarded will always become overgrown." Mason didn't look back. His figure slowly faded from that realm, a sense of foreboding settling over him. This was the second time he had met the Ancient One. Perhaps it would also be the last. When the battle in New York came, he need not seek her again. If even the Ancient One did not know where Frank's wife's soul had gone, then there could be few who did. Mephisto might know, but Mason would never believe a word he said, not even a punctuation mark. That old liar was never to be trusted. So who else might know the answer? Perhaps the next Sorcerer Supreme. Strange. Mason was unaware at first, but when he opened his eyes, he knew the time had come. Rollins's sins had been thoroughly drawn out, and now it was time for his punishment. Though Rollins was a sturdy man, Mason lifted him as easily as one would pick up a chick and toss him in front of the church. Rollins trembled all over, his will completely shattered. No one comes out unscathed from having their sins extracted. Lady Gao was fortunate enough to encounter the church. Rollins, on the other hand, found himself in the dungeon, which was a truly dreadful fate. David Lieberman had yet to return, so the only witnesses to this scene were Sky Mason and Frank. As Rollins confessed to one unspeakable crime after another, Frank's expression became as hard and unyielding as a Greek statue. Sky, however, was shaking so badly her hands could barely steady themselves. She felt sick to her stomach. These men had used the corpses of fallen soldiers to smuggle illegal drugs. They trafficked in secrets, betraying their own comrades for blood-stained money. Every dollar they squandered was soaked with the blood of their own people. They even sold the organs of dead soldiers, reaping obscene profits. "Do you know who's buying organs from you?" Mason asked Rollins. Rollins claimed he didn't know. After extracting all that information, Mason hauled him to his feet again and said, "In that case, Mr. Rollins, I regret to inform you that this isn't a courtroom, and we are not judges, so we cannot put you on trial. By the way, do you agree with that, Sky?" Sky hadn't quite grasped what was happening when Mason escorted Rollins out, locking him up with Billy Russo. After a brief apology, Mason activated the confession of the whaler. At the same time, he ordered someone to carry Lady Gao's statue and stood alone at the cell door. unleashing the fearsome aura of terror that came with a level 1 fear halo. His powerful resistance shielded him from the effects of the terror, so he felt no fear. If that was the case, Mason thought for a moment, then unlocked another cell, entered it himself, and activated the confession of the Wailer. A torrent of agonizing memories flooded Mason instantly. He didn't resist. It was as if he'd sunk into the deepest pit of painful recollections. 15 minutes later, he pushed open the cell door and found Rollins and Russo already suffering from severe shock and asphyxiation. He brought them to the church, where people were waiting to try to save them. Sorry, I took a bit longer than expected, but I believe the result should be quite satisfactory this time, Mason said, his tone light and casual. Turning to Frank, he continued, they should be obedient now. Tell them the plan. Remember, we have very little time. Tonight, the curtain falls on our final act. After he finished speaking, he turned and walked out. Sky didn't know why, but when he came in, she felt that Mason had changed somehow. It was as if he had brought with him a biting, icy wind when he entered. Dangerous, terrifying. Sky felt as though she had been frozen stiff, too afraid to utter a word. It wasn't until he was about to leave that Frank, steadying his gun, finally asked, "Where are you going?" Mason glanced back at Frank and replied, "Calm yourself, Frank. The time for our agreement hasn't come yet. I know exactly what I'm doing. I don't need your correction. And besides, that gun of yours is losing its edge. Damn it. Where are you supposed to find a decent gun at a time like this? My safety catch. Looks like it's time to find someone new. My precious daughter would do nicely, if only she weren't so busy absorbing new knowledge right now, leaving no room for this." After Mason left, Sky saw Frank's hand still resting on his weapon and said, "Oh my God, did you really mean to kill him just now?" Of course, Frank answered. He didn't elaborate further, but turned to consult with Rollins. Sky couldn't make sense of any of this, and no one was about to explain it to her. Frank understood, though. He was the Punisher. He punished others, and he punished himself. He was the one Mason trusted the most, Mason's executor. If Mason ever lost his mind, it would fall to Frank to do what was necessary. Mason walked into the cell under the watchful, mad gaze of the demon, who looked at him as one would look at a lunatic. Though the demon knew that it wasn't the right time to speak, he couldn't help but shout, "Hey, man, you're a complete lunatic, aren't you? Do you even know what you're doing?" Mason opened his eyes and then flickered a wild madness and a chilling composure, shifting back and forth without pause. Yet the more intense that struggle became, the calmer and colder his voice sounded. "Of course I know what I'm doing. I'm experiencing pain. Only pain brings rebirth, isn't that right, Old Stick? What do you call it? Aversion therapy?" Old Stick's voice turned grim. "You're insane. Your mind has descended into utter madness. If you keep going down this path, you'll end up a monster." Mason's clothes began to shift and change, as if something inside was about to burst forth. Listening to Old Stick's words, he replied, "I admit you have a point, but if I can only die an ordinary forgotten man, then let me abandon what makes me human and lead the rest to truly live. That is the true meaning of power." As Mason spoke, his clothes finally tore open, revealing 4 arms underneath. The veins on every arm bulged and writhed, twisting like coiled vipers. He clenched his fists, closed his eyes, and said, "Pain is the prerequisite for truly understanding oneself, the only way to recognize one's own flaws." With a heavy heart, Madani returned to her office. Sam brought her a cup of coffee, but before she could utter a word, her phone rang again. She glanced at the screen and immediately stood up. It was a video clip. The scene must have taken place in a warehouse. Inside, a burly man was tied to a chair, and Rollins, with only one eye, was hurling insults and raining blows upon him. It looked like the ordeal had been going on for some time. The floor in front of the captive was splattered with blood. "We found Rollins," she said, rising to her feet and handing the phone to Sam. As Sam took the phone, it buzzed once more. Another video arrived. This time, it seemed to be footage from a different surveillance camera. From this angle, they could see the victim's face clearly. It had to be Frank. With a frown, Sam turned to Madani and asked, "What are you going to do?" "I'm going to catch him. No matter the reason, I have to put an end to this," she replied. A mission like this needed official approval. Without backing, she couldn't assemble a team, so she went to her former supervisor and showed him the videos. "It's not enough. If this is all you have, it won't be enough." He fixed his gaze on her, his voice steady and grave, a seasoned veteran who had weathered the tides of bureaucracy for years. He knew that bringing down a CIA special agent with just this evidence was impossible. "Madani, I can't authorize your operation. Notify the CIA and let them handle it. They'll erase Frank's trail, and Rollins will disappear as well. That's the best outcome you can hope for." Madani clearly couldn't accept this. She argued her case, but all she met was a cold, unyielding refusal. "No, Madani, it's out of the question." No matter what she said, her supervisor had only that answer, as Madani was On the verge of losing control, her phone rang yet again. She opened her email and found an audio file. She tapped to play it, and the words inside spilled out. It was Rollins' voice. "You filthy son of a..." A stream of senseless curses and profanities followed. "I gave you people a chance in Kandahar. That was your second chance, but you wasted it. Yeah, the Cerberus project was my own operation. I never got Congress's approval, so what? Even the colonel agreed to be my lapdog. Who are you to refuse me? Do you really think you're someone special?" The recording continued with the unmistakable sound of fists pounding flesh, followed by Frank's ragged, labored breaths, like someone gasping for air after a long sprint. The second segment was David's voice. "Madani, we've found Frank. He's been tortured, but he's still alive. I tracked his location through the electronics he carries and hacked into the cameras in that warehouse. Madani, I need you to save him. Rollins wants to beat Frank to death for blinding him in one eye." Madani's gaze settled on her superior, only to see he was already donning his coat and holstering his gun. "Well, since we've got the evidence, let's get moving. To be honest, I've had enough of that gang for a long time." With that, he strode to the door, pushed it open, and called out, "All right, let's go." Sam tried to look nonchalant as he lingered by the entrance. When he saw his superior striding out, he quickly grabbed Madani, who was coming up behind, and whispered, "Did he agree?" "Of course, Sam. Grab your weapon. We're heading out on a mission." Meanwhile, a harrowing drama was unfolding in the abandoned factory. Rollins relentlessly beating Frank didn't have a trace of cruelty or violence in his eyes. Instead, they brimmed with fear. Frank truly lived up to his reputation as a tough man. Every blow he took was real. Every drop of blood on the floor was his own. He endured all this for his daughter. He could have hidden in the shadows, living under a false name. But his precious girl deserved better. She deserved a joyful, carefree childhood. And then there was David Lieberman. Both of them needed new identities, ones that would let them live openly under the sun. This was their chance to make the act convincing. Rollins landed every punch for real. Skye watched it all unfold. Her pain so deep she had to close her eyes, her hands balled into fists. And at last, she couldn't hold back anymore. Why? Why did things turn out this way? Frank's the one who's been wronged. He's innocent. It's that damn Rollins who's the real culprit behind all this. Skye seemed on the verge of losing control. Mason, watching her, gently cupped her face in his hands and said, "Child, do you really think the truth is what matters most?" Of course the truth matters, to us, but to those damned politicians, it's nothing more than ammunition to attack their opponents, or if the truth is too dark, something to be buried and forgotten. Still, someone has to bring the truth to light, and that's exactly what we're doing right now, isn't it, Skye? Skye looked at Mason, lost and uncertain, then saw the fierce determination and a spark of madness. In his eyes, Madani and Sam both donned their bulletproof vests, loaded their weapons, and readied themselves for action. For most people, this gear would have been more than sufficient, but their opponent was Rollins, and that changed everything. Rollins had connections abroad. She had investigated him before. Among his former associates was a retired soldier named Billy Russell, who ran a security company called Anvil. According to her research, while Anvil appeared to specialize in corporate security, in reality, they were assassins for hire, doing Rollins' dirty work. When Madani's investigation began closing in on Rollins, the CIA moved in and took care of the company. In theory, anyone who had done Rollins' dirty work should have been eliminated. So where was Rollins finding his people now? Madani couldn't quite figure it out. Compared to her partner Sam was far less concerned with such details. He was a man who acted first and thought later. With the assault team at his back, he was ready to kick down the door, but just then Madani's superior waved his hand and said, "Wait." There was a commotion coming from inside. The mercenaries guarding the door hesitated, and in a display of poor professionalism, they opened the door and walked inside, leaving not even a single lookout. Madani glanced at her phone. Another video had come through. She played it on mute. At last, the reason for the chaos became clear. Rollins was clutching his ears, blood dripping steadily. Between his fingers pattering to the floor, his face twisted with impotent rage, he lashed out and kicked Frank to the ground, then fired a shot at him. It looked like they were getting ready to leave. "Now's the time. Follow me," she called out. Madani knew she couldn't wait any longer. If they hesitated, Frank might die for nothing. She was the first through the half-open door, kicking it wide. She raised her gun and fired a shot past a mercenary's ear, startling him so badly he nearly jumped out of his skin. Rollins saw them burst in, and his first instinct was to grab his men and flee. Sam and their boss charged forward with the rest of the team. Madani rushed to Frank's side and pressed her fingers to his neck. Feeling the pulse still beating beneath her hand, she allowed herself a small sigh of relief. Outside, the chase had begun. She stayed behind to save a life. Mason held a mouthful of lemonade Letting it linger before swallowing. He's dead. David approached, a note of satisfaction mingling with a touch of regret in his voice. Frank had completed his work. Now it was his turn to bring down the curtain. Mason looked at him and said, "All right, go on." He patted David on the shoulder. Just then, David's phone rang. After answering, he spoke simply. "The usual place, I'll meet you there." He put down his phone and looked at Mason. Mason smiled at him and said, "Take care on your way." "I will," he replied with a nod, then turned to leave. Mason didn't concern himself with whether, after clearing his name, he would return to his old post and shine again. Every company has its own inner circle of management. There will always be such circles elsewhere. After everything David had done, it would be impossible for him to fit smoothly back into the CIA. Mason took another gentle sip of his lemonade, watching David's figure as he walked away. Some things once witnessed are never forgotten. In the days to come, David would realize that relying on himself alone would never be enough to protect his beloved wife, Sarah. As this thought crossed Mason's mind, his eyes lit up with surprise, not from the anticipation of a talented subordinate's return, but from the joy of seeing his precious daughter coming home. The Red Dragon Queen entered, still dressed in that robe, her gloved hands at her sides. Even though Mason couldn't see her face, the bond of blood between them filled him with warmth. After all, she was his first successful creation. She had always been tall, but now she seemed even taller. And, more importantly, as she approached, Mason felt a subtle sense of danger, like the point of a sharp needle aimed straight at his eye. She came to a halt behind him. "How strong are you now, really?" Mason asked, as if speaking to his daughter, or perhaps questioning himself, since his precious daughter had always been silent. To his surprise, this time, he got an answer. He heard a soft sound of affirmation. Delighted, he turned around and lifted the Red Dragon Queen into his arms, spinning her around twice. "My precious daughter can speak now." Sky came downstairs, and upon witnessing this scene, was so stunned she stretched out her finger in disbelief. Mason, however, paid no mind to any of this. In his heart, he was every bit the gentle old father, a doting dad, holding his beloved daughter. David now sat in what had once been Madani's office. Rollins's superior, Madani's superior, and Madani herself were all there, staring intently at David. He was one of the witnesses to that incident. All those years ago, Frank was still alive. Of course, he was. Every detail of that shot, whether it was the bullet, the gun, or the part of the body hit, had been calculated with meticulous precision. In such circumstances, there was never any real danger. But expecting Frank to show up here now was hardly realistic. When Rollins tried to escape, Sam shot him dead on the spot. Even now, Sam was bewildered. Was his aim really that good? After all, the target had been moving at 30 meters distance. Even stranger still, when he rushed over to hold Rollins and try to stop the bleeding, Rollins gripped his hand with all his remaining strength and determination, ignoring the blood bubbling from his mouth. Rollins shook his head. Sam wondered if the shock of having killed someone had affected his mind. How else could he feel something so absurd? In that moment before death, Rollins gave him a smile of release, as if finally freed. As for the mercenaries, once they saw their boss was dead, they scattered in a hurry, vanishing from the scene. The encirclement around them had been breached, leaving an opening, and not a single one of them was caught. Now Sam sat just outside the office. The door wasn't fully closed, a deliberate gesture from Madani, who wanted him to hear what was going on inside. For reasons he couldn't explain, as he listened to David recount the story within, the image of Rollins's smiling face kept circling in his mind, growing larger and drawing ever closer. A sudden chill ran down Sam's spine. It turned out that at some point, Madani's supervisor and Rollins's higher-up had already left. They had promised to bury all of David and Frank's crimes, along with Rollins's death 6 feet under. They would walk free, with no criminal records, on one condition. They must never speak of this again. David, on Frank's behalf, accepted the deal. Now, it was time for that promise to be fulfilled. Madani stepped out from the office, looked at her dazed partner, and gave him a shake, waiting for Sam to snap out of it. "What's wrong with you?" she asked. With curiosity, Sam shook his head, pushing all his questions deep down inside himself. The wicked had been judged. Whatever the truth might be, it was all over now. What he needed, he thought, was a long vacation in Hawaii, to really enjoy life for a while. This place wasn't good for him anymore, so he rubbed his hands together, then scrubbed his face vigorously before saying, "Madani, in a couple of days, I'm going to ask for leave. As for Frank's gunshot wounds, on anyone else, it would have taken 10 days just to get out of bed and months to recover. But Frank was different. He had no special powers, yet somehow he always managed to heal in a shockingly short time. He hadn't dared to approach Mason directly. Frank had noticed more and more people watching him lately, even some from the military. One of them, an old man who called himself General Ross, tried to recruit Frank into his team. Frank turned him down. General Ross was deeply disappointed. In Blonsky, the man had failed twice. Despite being injected with a diluted version of the super soldier serum, he'd still been sent flying by the Hulk with a single blow. Miraculously, Blonsky survived, but survival was all he could manage. To Ross, he was useless now. The general needed new blood. General Ross learned about Frank through some special channels. After all, everyone has their own network of friends. They exchange information and keep each other informed. Ross discovered that Frank's service record and achievements in the military far surpassed Blonsky's, and he was keen to recruit Frank into his own hunting squad. Standing in front of the CAF University library, Ross had witnessed the power of the Hulk. If such strength could be harnessed by the military, even a handful of soldiers, a single combat team, would be enough to sweep away any adversary. After all, not even an airborne Vulcan cannon could pierce the Hulk's skin. Imagine a monster like that enhanced further with the latest chip technology. The possibilities were staggering. So when Frank refused his offer, General Ross was not disheartened. He patted Frank on the shoulder and said, "If you ever change your mind, soldier, give me a call. My door is always open to you." He handed Frank a business card with nothing on it but a single phone number. It looked like a private cell. Frank accepted the card, and Ross strode toward the exit. As he reached the doorway and saw who was waiting outside, he let out a sharp snort, making no effort to hide his disdain. "Mr. Coulson, isn't your agency meddling a little too much? How dare you lay a finger on my soldiers?" Ross had met them before. As a high-ranking officer, he was privy to things ordinary people never knew, like this agency headquartered in America, but not beholden to the U.S. government. What was it called again? The name slipped his mind. Staring at the round-faced agent who greeted him with a smile, Ross pointed at him and hurried away. Coulson could only watch the hot-tempered general leave with a sigh. The truth was, whether it was members of Congress or the brass in the military, none of them looked kindly on S.H.I.L.D., the agency answered to the World Security Council, a group made up of several powerful nations. Although its headquarters sat on American soil, the U.S. could never claim full control over it. The mighty bald eagle did not like anything it couldn't command, but Coulson was used to this kind of reaction. He wasn't much of a fighter, but communication and negotiation were his strengths. Conversation was his battlefield. This time, he'd been sent by Nick Fury himself. It seemed the director had once again bypassed official channels, issuing secret orders behind the scenes. Coulson was Fury's subordinate, perhaps even someone the director genuinely trusted. But for an agent, a truly open friendship didn't exist. He, Hawkeye, Black Widow, Hill, they were all among Fury's most trusted. Of course, that didn't mean they knew everything. The director always kept plenty of secrets. He was, by nature, an enigma. Coulson was deep in thought, but that didn't stop him from straightening his suit. Watching as General Ross strode away, he pushed open the door to the hospital room and stepped inside. Frank had been about to get out of bed, but when he saw someone else come in, he looked up at the figure in black and asked, "And who are you supposed to be?" Coulson stopped in front of him and said, "Hello, Frank. I'm an agent with the, excuse me, not with society, but with the Strategic Homeland Intervention Enforcement and Logistics Division. My name is Phil Coulson. I'm here to talk with you," even though he'd once again stumbled over the name of his own agency. Coulson's face showed not the slightest trace of embarrassment, as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened. He looked at Frank and added, "Don't be so quick to turn me down. We can talk this through." Mason sat beside Sky, while the Red Dragon Queen was right behind him, never leaving his side. Sky's expression was a mix of curiosity and intrigue. She found herself wanting to gossip a little, and almost without realizing it, she had started following Mason's instructions. There was no need for any more rousing speeches to persuade her. Her fingers were already at her lips as she searched the internet for any trace of Mr. Blue. Mr. Blue, Bruce Banner's online contact, was a university professor with an insatiable thirst for knowledge. His real name was Samuel Stearns, and Mason still had a printed photograph of him in hand. For a genius hacker like Sky, once she had the information, digging deeper wasn't difficult at all. The photograph had been found both on the university's official website and through a laptop webcam. Mason studied him carefully to recall the small, forgotten details from before. He had delved into his lost memories, searching with every relevant keyword more than once. Never had he expected that the colleague he used to find so annoying and talkative would end up giving him such crucial help this time. He was a real asset. The leader, Hulk's blood possessed extraordinary power. It could turn someone into another Hulk or create a Red Hulk, but it could also evolve a person's mind, turning them into the leader. Mason was quite fond of the leader, especially because of the good deeds he'd done in the comics. It made Mason all the more interested. He needed someone like the leader. What's more, Mason had also found everything he needed to know about Parker Industries in his memories. Parker was a genius. And so was his nemesis, Dr. Octopus, Doc Ox. Creativity and strength were nothing to scoff at. More importantly, despite his short and somewhat stocky appearance, he'd achieved a great deal in business and had a mind that was both sharp and flexible. After all, brutes often face brutes as adversaries, and clever people usually find themselves pitted against other clever people. With that thought, Mason absent-mindedly fiddled with the empty cup in front of him. It seemed it was time to seek out Dr. Octopus as well. After all, these were all sources of power and productivity. Mason glanced back at the red dragon queen behind him. Over there, Sky finally spoke up with excitement. I found it, let me see. Right, they agreed to meet in Central Park at 4 this afternoon, but the exact spot? It's not mentioned. Mason stood up and said, notify Peter Parker. Tell him to go to Manhattan tonight. There's going to be a major battle there, and he should try to save as many people as possible. The Mimic Master appeared at the doorway. No one knew when he'd arrived. Hearing Mason's words, a voice altered by a modulator came from beneath his mask. Didn't expect it, but you're actually a good guy. Mason shrugged at him and replied, can't help it. I'm just that kind of person. Once you know something's about to happen, you have to do something about it, even if it's just a small thing. That afternoon, Peter Parker had just finished school when he received a call from Mr. Mason. He hurried through his dinner, made up an excuse, and headed out with his backpack slung over his shoulder. Tonight, he will be going to Manhattan to save lives. A night that would mark his first true appearance in the public eye. Aunt May watched Peter from behind, frowning with worry. She had no idea what was going on with him. The boy had been acting so strangely lately. Did something happen at school? While she was lost in her doubts, Aunt May didn't notice that far off in the distance, a pair of eyes were watching everything unfold. Professor Kurt Connors. The goblin serum was complete. He had tested it first on white mice, then on an ape, and finally he made the decision to use it on himself. After all, he had been involved in the creation of the serum from start to finish. He thought he knew exactly what it could do. But in the end, he realized he actually knew nothing. His arm did not grow back, but he felt as if he had caught a glimpse of the world's hidden truths. His lizard regeneration serum had, in fact, worked. He had truly created it. The strange thing was, after injecting himself with the serum, he found himself unable to control his rage. An overwhelming urge seized him. A compulsion to kill Mason. Professor Connors knew something was wrong. He was certain he had never even heard of that name before. He didn't know this person at all, but the desire to kill kept growing stronger, and even he had to admit that he was close to losing control. Deep inside, his dissatisfaction with Peter's parents also began to surface again and again. The feeling was so intense that he even started to harbor a resentment towards Peter himself, a loathing that grew heavier with each passing moment. Watching Peter walk away and May standing at the doorway, a dark malice grew ever more intense in his eyes. Unable to help himself, he slapped his own face hard and staggered back to his car. Kurt, you're a man with principles. You're a man with principles, he muttered to himself, gripping the steering wheel with one hand. Technically, driving with one hand was not allowed, but at this point Kurt no longer cared. To him, notions like humanity and the law were fading into insignificance. His mind was filled only with thoughts of violence, of Mason. Panting, he slumped into his seat, pulled out a vial of regenerative serum, and plunged the needle fiercely into his arm. The searing pain made him smash his head against the steering wheel, and he blacked out. Dark green sweat oozed from his pores, soaking his skin. And that was not the end of it. His arm, lost long ago in the war, began to grow back. Yet what emerged was no longer the arm of a human. Kill Mason, destroy Mason. The words spilled unconsciously from his lips. When he finally came to, he looked down at his hand. It was still a human hand, but soon he sensed a power surging inside him. Wild, violent, bent on destruction. His thoughts matched this new force. Restless, furious, seething with murderous intent. He coughed, glanced at his 2 restored arms, and pulled out his phone to search for Mason Clausewitz. It didn't take long to find Mason's whereabouts. Pressing his hands to his aching head, he noticed 2 syringes, each holding 200 cubic centimeters of serum, lying close by. He carefully noted down the address and phone number of Mason's nursing home. Then dialed the number. Hello, is this the Mason nursing home? His voice was flat. On the other end, a Latino orderly answered lazily. Yeah, this is Mason nursing home. So what do you want from us? We don't have any, medicine. Mid-sentence, the orderly caught his own slip, slapped himself sharply, and grabbed the small pamphlet beside him, squinting to decipher the print. His finger traced awkwardly over the unfamiliar letters as he continued. Oh, hello. We offer a variety of, multiple services. Unders. Listening to the stammering, halting voice on the other end, Professor Kurt felt a sudden, inexplicable wave of irritation. He cut the man off. I'm looking for Mason. Is Mason at the home right now? Oh, yes, he's here. Do you want me to transfer you to his line? No need, I'll be there soon. With that, Professor Kurt started the engine and drove away. Oh, it's worth mentioning that he didn't have a driver's license. Fortunately, no one stopped him to check, so he drove straight toward Mason Sanatorium on the outskirts. As for Mason, tonight he had lost one of his key men. Frank was gone, so his attention shifted to the Master of Mimicry. But the Master of Mimicry was unreliable at this moment. Parker was probably perched atop some Manhattan skyscraper, on high alert for any lurking danger, while Frank was recuperating in the hospital. The only ones Mason could still count on by name were Erica and his own daughter. Gather your assassins and squads, he ordered, and go outside to clear out all those weeds who've been tailing us. They've lingered here long enough. It's time to let them rest. Use tranquilizer darts. Understood, came the reply. Erica and the captain of the first squad departed. Mason settled steadily behind his desk, just as the Master of Mimicry strode in from outside. Looks like you're planning something big, he said. Aren't you going to consider me? As long as the price is right, I can slip back into my old identity. I'm a mercenary. Doing jobs for money is what I do best. He glanced at the 3 squad captains still standing in a room, who fixed him with cold, steely gazes. No need, Mason replied. He was about to say more when the internal phone rang. Picking up, he listened as the young Latino man from earlier recounted everything in detail. I see. You did well. Mason praised the young man, then dialed Sky's number and gave her the phone number. He just learned. In less than 2 minutes, Sky reported back with the name registered to the number. Dr. Kirk Connors. The lizard. Doctor, wouldn't it be simpler to go find Peter yourself? Why come here to meet me instead? Leaning back in his chair, Mason folded his hands over his stomach. Master of Mimicry. I have a request. I want you to spar with my daughter. I want to see just how much potential she really has. The Master of Mimicry's eyes settled on the Red Dragon Queen, standing behind Mason. If it's her, then that'll cost extra, he said. Mason spread his hands. Of course, as you wish. The Master of Mimicry eyed the Red Dragon Queen, who stood perfectly still. This time, he wasn't using his shield. Mason noticed his moves resembled Black Widow's combat style. The Red Dragon Queen didn't so much as shift her feet, but just as the Master of Mimicry's legs swept in, aiming to hook her by the neck, she darted aside, a flash of red lightning. Without even glancing back, she raised her hand, and a ball of searing flame blossomed in her palm. What a troublesome opponent, the Master of Mimicry murmured as the blazing fireball hurtled toward him. Scorching flames raged through the cramped room. The Mimic Master's shield blocked the fire, scattering in the process. Mason reached out his hand ever so slightly, gathering all the flames into his palm. Where they condensed into a marble-sized sphere, he examined the fireball with keen interest. For him, with a mental strength of 30 points, leaving his body and spirit was already within reach, and collecting these flames felt more like play than effort. The Mimic Master put away his shield, watching Mason toy with the fire, and said, "This isn't the guidance you mentioned." She looked like she was trying to kill me. She's still just a child. My dear, show some forgiveness, Mason replied, producing a tiny vial from his hand and tossing it over. What's this? The Mimic Master looked down at the object in his grasp and asked. Mason answered, this is the extraordinary power you wanted. As for what it does, it's a transformation elixir. It can turn you into a minotaur like the bull-headed monster, the minotaur from Greek mythology. It'll give you immense strength, a massive body, and toughened skin, but at the cost of your reason. Also, its effects don't last very long. Only 2 inch, maybe 3 minutes at most. Mason calmly listed the potion's strengths and weaknesses. The Mimic Master gave no clear response, turning the vial over in his hand. So, what if I manage to analyze it? He asked. I thank you, Mason replied. In the field of draconic alchemy, there were many potions whose recipes he knew, but their underlying principles eluded him. If the Mimic Master truly could unravel its secrets, Mason might actually feel grateful. The Mimic Master studied Mason's face for a moment. As if trying to gauge his sincerity, Mason met his gaze without flinching. Then, with the potion in hand, the Mimic Master left. The Red Dragon Queen quietly returned to Mason's side. As if nothing had happened at all, Mason squeezed the fireball in his hand, snuffing it out as he sank into thought. Dust began to settle outside when his little helpers spotted a car approaching. He picked up his tablet, and after a few taps found a formal portrait, a headshot taken from the Osborne Industries website. Professor Kurt, you've come as well? Planning to stay here for a while? With your rank at Osborne Industries, your salary should be more than enough to cover a few pleasant days at our facility. You'll experience firsthand the hospitality of our sanatorium, Mason said, grabbing the phone and dialing the front gate. Professor Kurt felt his anger slipping beyond his control as he watched the gates of the sanatorium swing open before him. He stepped out of the car. Before he left, he slammed his fist hard on the hood of the car, leaving a deep dent in the metal. As he drew closer and closer to the main gate, His body grew taller and taller, until he had transformed into a towering lizard man, well over 2 meters high. Even his head had taken on a full reptilian form, and, curiously, his pants seemed to be the same kind as the Hulk's, despite being stretched to their limits. They never tore. His eyes burned with a wild, volatile anger as he charged forward, not expecting that even the barrier arm at the entrance would automatically lift for him. He could even make out on the road ahead a bold, freshly painted message in blood-red letters. "Mason is there." The paint pointed toward the distance. For a fleeting moment, a rare confusion flickered in the lizard professor's eyes. He glanced at the security booth. There wasn't a soul inside. It looked like an empty shell. But soon, all reason left him in the silent, deserted sanatorium with the setting sun casting long shadows over every building. The empty streets echoed with only the heavy steps of the giant lizard man as he rushed inside. Ward and Jessica Jones stood at a high-floor window of the patient ward, watching the monster surge forward. My God, Jessica breathed. Even she, for all she had seen, had never encountered a creature like this before. He had nothing left of the human about him. At best, he was vaguely humanoid. His enormous lizard head was enough to chill anyone to the bone, and when the streetlights flickered on, they cast a cold, steely gleam across his scaled body. Ward said nothing, his eyes filled with both shock and worry. He couldn't stop thinking, working through how they might take down such a monster. When it came to firepower, he was confident in his abilities. With enough weapons, creatures like this would stand no chance against them. But that wasn't what troubled him. What gnawed at him was the question of how such things came to be. And in places he knew nothing about, how many more monsters like this might exist. Deep down, he felt a creeping dread, not of the monsters themselves. For him, once he became HILD agent, fear was no longer part of the equation. Years of fieldwork had taught him that fear only made you weak. It never gave you strength. What truly frightened him was the terrible thought weighing on his heart. Gatler. He feared that one day, Gatler, man who had replaced his father's presence in his mind, might end up like this too. Without realizing it, Jessica Jones had crushed the metal railing in her grip. With such strength, even the gang-affiliated orderlies hiding nearby couldn't help but glance nervously in her direction. Damn it, where on earth did that bastard Mason find such a monster? Just to pit it against me. She had known from the very beginning that there was something wrong with this sanatorium, but she didn't care about that. The place was her special remedy, and nothing else mattered to her. Last time, when the old man with the cane came, she had handled it herself. Now there was a monster heading straight for Mason. Mason, that bastard, couldn't be allowed to die. She shook her head and dashed downstairs. She had to help. If something really happened to Mason, then her medicine would be gone. Ward watched as Jessica Jones hurried away. He hesitated for a moment, but in the end he followed after her. Meanwhile, on the tall wall in Section F, Sky sat next to Mason. Her heart pounding with fear, she felt like she might fall off at any second. The Red Dragon Queen hovered effortlessly beside Mason. Leaving Sky utterly baffled, she stared curiously at the Red Dragon Queen, whose skin was entirely hidden beneath her clothes. Sky had no idea what kind of creature she was. The same went for the Mimic Master, who also sat next to Mason. He scrutinized the Red Dragon Queen, hoping to spot even the slightest trace of advanced technology, but he found nothing at all. Instead, he saw a terrifying lizard man sprinting toward them from afar. The creature caught sight of Mason perched atop the high wall and let out a roar of agony and rage. Mason, from somewhere mysterious, Mason produced a canister of waffle fries and popped one into his mouth. I know this might sound terribly rude, but I have to ask, Professor Kurt, what exactly did I ever do to offend you? At the mention of Professor Kurt, the lizard's face softened a little, as if regaining a shred of composure. He opened his mouth, as if to speak. But in the very next moment, all his calm vanished. He roared again and charged straight at Mason. Mason felt his shirt tighten. Didn't take a glance to know that Sky had grabbed hold of him. As for the Mimic Master beside them, he had never encountered an adversary like this before, but he wasn't afraid. The lizard's power wasn't so overwhelming as to be unstoppable as long as there was still room to maneuver. Fear had no place. Need a hand? He asked, watching the lizard barrel toward them. Mason glanced at the Red Dragon Queen. She swooped down toward the lizard. I don't think so. Let my daughter have her fun. She's been holding back for far too long. The lizard's greatest advantage was regeneration. Whether you sliced off his tail or his hand, he'd recover in no time. The only thing Mason wasn't sure about was whether Professor Kurt would survive if his head was cut off. Spider-Man comics sold well. And maybe there was a storyline somewhere about the lizard losing his head. Or maybe there wasn't. He wasn't sure. Mason had only ever watched the Movies, his colleague, on the other hand, much preferred Captain Marvel and Doctor Strange. As for the Lizard Doctor, Mason's understanding was limited to what he had seen on screen. The Red Dragon Queen charging forward, crashing into the Lizard Doctor with a thunderous collision. The Lizard Doctor towered over her, his frame far more imposing, and yet, when it came to sheer strength, he was no match for the Red Dragon Queen. With a single punch, she sent him flying. He slammed hard into a street lamp by the roadside, just as he was about to pick himself up and resume the fight. The Red Dragon Queen closed in again, her fist driving mercilessly into the Lizard Doctor's abdomen. The earlier impact had left him in scathe. In fact, with his extraordinary regenerative powers, such wounds scarcely counted for anything. But when the Red Dragon Queen's fist landed, the Lizard Doctor for the first time truly felt pain. He was beaten to his knees, frenzied. Flames danced in the Red Dragon Queen's hands, spilling onto the Lizard Doctor and searing him with agony. He flailed, throwing wild punches in a desperate bid to land a hit. His flesh and blood burned to ash, losing vitality in the scorching heat. But just as quickly, new flesh grew back, seemingly without end. Yet, was his healing truly limitless? Mason watched the scene unfold before him. In terms of both speed and strength, the Red Dragon Queen clearly held the advantage over the Lizard Doctor. In the realm of pure physical combat, she was winning. But what about the mystical side of things? Mason refused to believe that his painstakingly rescued goddaughter was merely someone good with her fists. The Red Dragon Queen seized the Lizard Doctor as if she intended to rip him in half. The Lizard Doctor, enraged, lashed out with his tail, striking her. But her skin was armored with dragon scales. She didn't feel a thing. She was unharmed, though her robes weren't so lucky. The blow tore them in places. Watching this, Mason realized it was time to find some special clothing for his adopted daughter. The master mimic caught sight of the scales on her body and pondered thoughtfully, with a mask covering his face. No one could read his expression. Sky, on the other hand, was utterly shocked. She stared wide-eyed at Mason, but Mason didn't meet her gaze. He could sense his daughter's fury. Then, Mason saw flames ignite along his daughter's arm, swirling and transforming into the enormous head of a mayfly. Its gaping maw unleashed a wave of dark, destructive fire, striking the Lizard Doctor with devastating force. "Don't kill him," Mason intervened, stopping the Red Dragon Queen before she could incinerate the Lizard Doctor to ashes. Instead, the Lizard Doctor's life was spared. Professor Kurt Connors is an outstanding scientist. Wasting talent is a shameful thing. At his core, he isn't evil, a fact Mason confirmed through a thorough investigation of his background. He's merely been blinded by the serum. When all is said and done, the heart of the matter boils down to one thing. He is useful. That alone is the reason he gets to live. Mason leapt down from the wall, landing softly before taking a close look at the lizard. After being scorched by the dark, smoldering flames just moments ago, the lizard's remarkable self-healing ability was suppressed, racked with pain. He tried to get back on his feet, but failed again and again. "My dear professor, my brilliant doctor, believe me, combat isn't your strength. Your mind is." Though today was his first encounter with Mason, the lizard felt as if his hatred had been brewing deep within him for ages. The moment he laid eyes on Mason, it was as if a scorching wind swept through, igniting every ember of fury in his heart. With a roar of rage, his massive claws lunged at Mason's abdomen, a blow that would have impaled any ordinary person from front to back. But Mason was not ordinary, and he certainly wasn't about to let himself get hit. The elite squad surrounding them, their eyes fixed intently on the scene, had been waiting below like sentinels. Without hesitation, the special ops officers drew their weapons and opened fire on the hulking green monster. Blood sprayed violently as Mason watched the gigantic creature shudder and convulse. Proof that he was no match for rifle bullets. He wasn't like the Hulk, who could take a grenade to the face and barely notice. The lizard was simply too weak. Much of his thick, scaly skin had been burned away by his own adopted daughter, exposing raw muscle and even bone. Bullets lodged deep into the torn flesh, making for a grisly spectacle. The lizard did possess formidable regenerative powers, but that didn't mean he couldn't feel pain. The searing agony only stoked his bloodlust further. Yet the enchanted bullets soon sent tremors through his body, a piercing cold seeping into him that made him shiver uncontrollably. Mason sighed. "Professor Connors, it seems after I extract the serum from your system, I'll also need to perform an exorcism. That's quite a tall order. My services don't come cheap." He glanced at the cautious squad members advancing with weapons drawn and beckoned them closer. "All right, playtime's over. Come on, my daughter. Let's go home." He ignored the lizard writhing on the ground and went to the base of the wall, spreading his arms and calling up to Sky. Jump down. Sky hesitated, paralyzed with nerves. Even looking down from that height made her palms sweat. Trust me, Sky, just as I trust you. Jump. Sky shut her eyes, bracing herself to jump, her heart set with determination. Just then, a powerful gust of wind swept past her from behind, and she let out a sharp scream as she tumbled down. Behind her, the arrow tower sprang back to life, unleashing a storm of bolts, silver. Holy quarrels shot out from the tower, piercing deep into Dr. Lizard's limbs. A barrage of bolts whizzed by, weaving themselves into a cage that imprisoned the unfortunate Dr. Lizard. The mimic master cursed under his breath, then leapt after Sky. Even for him, those bolts laced with fearsome white light were nothing to trifle with. As for Professor Kurt, he could no longer speak. Reason had abandoned him entirely. A sinister, demonic aura coiled around him, making his presence deeply unsettling. It seemed the poor soul had fallen prey to a demon's deception. If you come to your senses, remember to thank me, Mason muttered as he brought out a pouch of holy salt, sprinkling it onto Professor Kurt's body. The wounds carved into Kurt's flesh by hellfire were still raw, and when the holy salt touched them, agony racked him, and he let out an inhuman screech. Not that he was exactly human anymore. Jessica Jones and Ward rushed to the scene, only to find Mason standing over the monster, sprinkling salt into its wounds. The sight looked nothing short of cruel. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm saving him. Exorcism you. No, Mason offered a gentle explanation, glancing at them with open hands, but judging by their faces, neither Ward nor Jessica seemed convinced by Mason's words. With a resigned shrug, Mason turned back and emptied 2 more packets of salt onto Dr. Lizard, Professor Kurt. Crimson demonic vapors began to rise from Kurt's body, swirling and coalescing into the ghostly visage of a demon's head, its glare fixed on Mason, and with its maw gaping wide, it bellowed with unrestrained glee, "Wizard, this time you can't cast me out? Listen well. I've already seeped into the blood, the spine, the very souls of these humans. You cannot rid me. For your past crimes, you will pay the price. Your soul will fall to me in the end, and I promise you'll enjoy every moment of it." Mason gazed at the hideous demon head, tossed another handful of holy salt at it, and said, "Sorry to spoil your fun, but I have to say, even if you want my soul, you'll have to get in line. There's quite the crowd ahead of you." Scorched by the holy salt, the demon head lunged for Mason, eager to devour him. But before it could draw near, the Red Dragon Queen, standing to one side, calmly extended her arm. Flames erupted, burning away the last traces of the demon's presence. Yet from deep within Dr. Lizard's bones, wisps and tendrils of demonic energy began to drift up. Once more, it seems the demon was right. Now he truly hides within the blood and bones of others. Even if his presence is temporarily dispelled, he will return again and again, endlessly, inexhaustibly. Though Mason turned his head away, he knew full well what was happening behind him. Demon. Mason suddenly let out a laugh. Cheerfully, he began to whistle as he made his way back to his office. No matter who saw Mason like this, not a single person cracked a smile. Ward stared fixedly at Mason's retreating back. "He's angry," Ward said in a low voice. Jessica Jones looked at the creature lying on the ground, watching as it slowly regenerated, but every time it managed to heal, an arrow would come whistling down, shattering its limbs once more. The cruelty of it was almost unbearable. Sky's eyebrows shot up at the sight, and she hurried after Mason. The Red Dragon Queen obediently followed and stepped behind him. Mason took a seat at his desk. It was as if he already knew what Sky, racing after him, wanted to ask, so he spoke first. "Don't worry, he won't have to endure too much pain. Professor Kurt is a brilliant scientist. I don't know what drove him in madness, made him want to kill me, but clearly someone as talented as him would have created an antidote when he made the serum. Where do you think that antidote would most likely be found? On his computer. And do you really think the biggest problem right now is his mutation?" "No, Sky. It's the demon." Rummaging through his drawers, Mason found some cocoa mix. Though he wasn't fond of it, he nonetheless prepared 2 cups, handing one to Sky, and offering the other to the Red Dragon Queen. The Red Dragon Queen reached up, removed her mask, and Sky, upon seeing her face, gasped in surprise. "Wait, isn't that?" She nearly blurted out the words "test subject," but swallowed them down, knowing it would be wrong to say it aloud. Mason turned to her and said, "She's my daughter, Sky. I did everything I could. This was the only way to save her." Seeing the confusion on Sky's face, Mason cut her off before she could ask further. "Sky, let's focus on the issue at hand. Oscorp may not rival Stark Industries in weaponry, and to be honest, it's not top tier in biotechnology either. Apart from Norman Osborn's cunning mind, what is Oscorp really capable of? Could it destroy the world? No. At least, not for now. If he ever tried, do you really think a bunch of villains and heroes wouldn't leap out to stop him? Our real threat right now is the demon. It's like a persistent fly buzzing and droning in our ears, irritating, relentless. For the sake of our safety and for the safety of others, these demons must be eliminated. By the way, can you look something up for me? I want to know if there's anyone with the last name Stacy among the current NYPD commissioner or deputy commissioners. Sky was having trouble keeping up with Mason's train of thought. She instinctively pulled out her finger, tapped a few times, and said there is indeed a deputy commissioner of the New York City Police Department named George Stacy. Is that so? Mason pondered for a moment, then took out his phone and spoke to Sky. Could you help my daughter pick out a set of clothes? Damn it, where on earth does that green giant buy his pants? They never tear. He grumbled on, muttering to himself until Sky left and his call connected. Judging by the voice on the other end, it seemed Blonsky hadn't found Mr. Blue or Bruce Banner yet, and Abomination hadn't returned to the streets. Manhattan remained as bustling as ever. Peter Parker, with his backpack on, still hadn't become Spider-Man. Peter, in your school, or rather among your classmates, is there anyone named Gwen Stacy? Yes, sir, I think there's someone by that name, Peter stammered in reply. Mason fell into deep thought on the other end. If he remembered correctly, Gwen was supposed to be Peter Parker's college classmate. Why then was she appearing in Peter's high school life? Logically, in this Marvel universe, without Uncle Ben, the most likely Spider-Man would be the MCU version. But with a high school when showing up, he was puzzled. He felt as if more and more people were gathering around him, constantly asking Mason, how many girlfriends does Spider-Man have? But now is not the time for such questions. He asked the young Spider-Man, so, are you close with Gwen? Peter Parker, the young Spider-Man, was confused as to why Mr. Mason would ask him this. He hesitated and replied, I know her, but we're just classmates. He was telling the truth. Since becoming a hero, Peter Parker barely had any time to focus on the girls in his class. For him, the schoolwork was a breeze, but the veterans he had to spar with were a different matter entirely. He'd been schooled by those seasoned fighters for quite some time, and now the training was even harsher. And then there was the Taskmaster. After meeting Taskmaster, they'd sparked a collision of inspirations that left Peter with even less time for romance. At school, he grew more and more withdrawn, less inclined to speak or interact with others. His mind was now entirely occupied with thoughts like how to unleash his full potential and how to make his webs even stronger. The reason he remembers Gwen is because the last time he was lost in thought, he found himself in another awkward situation. Someone tried to hit Peter on the head with a basketball. Predictably, Peter, caught up in his own thoughts, acted on instinct. By the time he snapped out of his reverie, his unfortunate opponent's arm had been broken by his reflexive move. Originally, the others wanted to call Aunt May over. Desperate and with nowhere else to turn, Peter Parker had no choice but to seek help from Mr. Mason. The matter was soon settled. Mason decided to treat the injured boy for free and sent someone to pose as Peter's guardian. After all, too, Mason saving a child in his own hospital was hardly a big deal. Gwen, who happened to be passing by, witnessed the whole scene. She found herself growing curious about Peter. Why would someone so quiet and often bullied suddenly react in such a way? Gwen was a person with a strong sense of justice. At first, she intended to step in and stop the fight, but before she could react, Peter had already broken the other boy's arm. Curiosity, after all, is often the beginning of affection. To be honest, Gwen had seen plenty of good-looking guys. These days, she spent every Saturday and Sunday as an intern at Oscorp Industries, where there was no shortage of handsome researchers. Yet, Peter Parker gave her an entirely different feeling. Clearly, at this moment, our young Spider-Man had no energy left for socializing with Gwen. He was utterly overwhelmed with everything on his plate. After hearing Peter's explanation, Mason said nothing at first. He simply cautioned Peter to be extremely careful, reminding him that tonight's terrifying giant was anything but an ordinary opponent. Peter mumbled his agreement before hanging up. Once Mason put down the phone, he turned to the remaining squad leaders and said, take your teams and head to Manhattan. When the fighting starts, I want you to capture this man. He's a university professor. You'll recognize him because his blood will be mixed with green blood. Bring both the professor and all samples of his blood back here. Remember, be extremely cautious. And make sure to bring Professor Samuel Stearns back alive. Before you return, use the cursed dagger to give him a couple of good cuts with their orders. The two remaining squads left at once. Mason and his daughter stayed behind in the office, quietly waiting for night to fall. Meanwhile, in Manhattan, a storm was brewing. In a small cafe, an elderly man in a jacket ordered a coffee and sat by the window. If Mason had seen him, he would have recognized him instantly. It was the same old man he'd encountered in the suburbs, the one riding a Harley. At some point, the old man had made his way to Manhattan. With a magazine in hand, he sat by the window, looking for all the world. As if he had nothing better to do than watch the day go by. Not far away, in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of Company 2. Men were seated. Whitehall lounged in the boss's chair, gazing out, while at his side sat old Clausewitz. Clausewitz, is this the so-called grand spectacle you promised me? Tonight here, there was always a peculiar hint of amusement in his voice, lately. Dark circles had appeared beneath Clausewitz's eyes. He'd been plagued by one stroke of bad luck after another. Even with all his cunning and skill, he found himself in a tight spot. But tonight, that wasn't their topic of conversation. Old Clausewitz turned to Whitehall and said, I brought you here today so you could see for yourself what kind of power they can offer you. Whitehall let out a soft, knowing chuckle. So Clausewitz, what are you really trying to tell me? What do you hope to gain from what I see tonight? Old Clausewitz fixed his eyes on him. We want to know the secret behind your restored youth. In fact, the person most desperate for that secret was Dean Malik, the Hydra elder who had crossed paths with Whitehall before. In truth, Whitehall was even older than Malik, but now anyone could see that Whitehall was clearly in his prime. Malik, despite his vast fortune, his world-class nutritionist planning every meal, and the best medical care money could buy, could do nothing to slow his aging. He longed to uncover Whitehall's secret of eternal youth. If it weren't for Whitehall's considerable influence, Malik might have simply tried to seize it by force. When Whitehall heard Clausewitz's request, he smiled with deliberate intrigue. I doubt this idea was yours. Was it Malik who sent you? What price is he willing to pay for this secret? Clausewitz looked him in the eye. Everything. Bruce Banner had no idea so many eyes were watching him. He found Mr. Blue, Dr. Stearns, and was taken to Stearns' apartment, where the doctor planned to administer the antidote. Before proceeding, Dr. Stearns fixed Banner with a searching look. Are you absolutely sure? Once this injection is done, you'll lose your powers. No, it's not a power. It's a curse, Banner replied earnestly. He lay down on the bed, letting the restraints secure him tightly, watching as the serum slowly coursed through his veins. Outside, General Ross and his squad had just arrived, with Blonsky at the front, leading the charge. It was precisely Blonsky's presence here that tipped off old Clausewitz. He now knew the Hulk was inside. At this moment, Blonsky's face was twisted with hatred. For him, failing twice against the Hulk had left a stain on his life he could never wash away. He wanted to lead the charge inside, but was stopped. The general's daughter was in there, just because the general's daughter was inside. These foolish bureaucrats, Blonsky cursed inwardly, his hand gripping the grenade launcher tightly, though he knew full well he was in no position to defy the general's orders. General Ross sat aboard the helicopter, watching the events inside the apartment unfold through special surveillance, issuing commands as he went. Snipers load tranquilizer rounds, prepare to fire. Inside the apartment, Banner was locked in a battle with the Hulk's power. At last he managed to stand weakly from the bed, offering Stearns and his girlfriend a weary smile. Just as he was about to speak, the glass behind him suddenly shattered. A tranquilizer dart struck him, enough sedative to knock out an ordinary person completely, but for Banner, it only left his muscles. Feeling a bit weak and sore, his legs buckled, sending Betty and Stearns rushing forward to steady him in alarm. Before they even had a chance to process what was happening, a squad of special forces kicked the door open and stormed in, Blonsky furious and leading the pack. Charged straight for Banner and landed 2 punches right to his face. Damn it, come on. Aren't you supposed to be tough? Come out and fight. Me. This was downright despicable. Witnessing this, Betty swung her hand at Blonsky's face, but he dodged her slap. What do you think you're doing? He had been about to snap back with something crude, but upon seeing Betty Ross, the general's daughter, he bit back the words. She was not someone he could afford to offend, yet he was unwilling to let it go. Taking a deep breath, he watched as Banner was dragged away by the team, with Betty at his side, fussing over him with concern. Turning to Stearns, Blonsky eyed the equipment scattered around, then suddenly drew his pistol and aimed it at Dr. Stearns' head. You helped him, didn't you? I know you just took away his power. Now, I want you to inject that blood into me. Right now, do it. Hearing the urgency and madness in Blonsky's voice, Dr. Stearns was nearly in tears. He looked at Blonsky and pleaded, but you'll have a severe reaction. You could die. Do as I say. Blonsky barked, striking Stearns on the head with the butt of his gun. Dazed, Stearns looked up into Blonsky's savage, frenzied eyes and finally gave in. In any case, if something really went wrong, it wouldn't be his life on the line. He had already injected Bruce Banner's blood into Blonsky's body. Blonsky suddenly began to swell up, his form expanding in a grotesque transformation. Dr. Stearns stared in shock at the scene unfolding before him. But before he could react, a massive hand swept him aside. He crashed heavily against the wall once more, while the ugly little giant who had just stood up began wrecking the entire room, leaving chaos in his wake. Abomination had finally made his first appearance on the streets of New York. With a furious roar, he charged outside. The small squad of special forces waiting outside saw this monstrous creature burst forth, and without hesitation, squeezed their triggers, of course. None of them knew this was Blonsky, but even if they had, they would have opened fire regardless. There was nothing human about what they saw. He was somehow even more grotesque and abstract than the Hulk, exuding a wild and violent madness that chilled the air. Off in the distance, Whitehall and old Clausewitz, both having just enjoyed a hearty meal, jumped to their feet as they saw Blonsky charging out. Even though old Clausewitz had half expected this, he couldn't suppress his shock at the spectacle. So this is the surprise you mentioned? Truly surprising. Didn't you implant a chip in the back of his head? Why aren't you using it? Whitehall wasn't the only one with this question, General Ross, watching from the planes, saw the massive beast rampaging below and frowned deeply. That's Blonsky, he said in disbelief, glancing at the computer in front of him. The screen confirmed the giant monster was indeed carrying a Clausewitz Pharmaceuticals chip. Damn it, what happened just now? As he vented his frustration by shouting Banner's name, General Ross immediately ordered his team to use the chip to control the terrifying creature. But after repeated attempts, the operator turned around in horror. I'm sorry, General. The chip has stopped working, damn. The general cursed, unable to hold back. Meanwhile, Spider-Man came swinging in from a distant street. Moving swiftly and skillfully, he rounded up several people, stuffing them into a car, then used his webbing to move the car and deposit everyone safely far from danger. What is that supposed to be? As Spider-Man entered the fray, he was quickly noticed. General Ross, seeing the red-suited figure tirelessly rescuing people, turned to those around him with a question. No one had an answer. Abomination continued his rampage through the city streets, but the damned Hulk still refused to show himself. Coward, he thought, rage boiling inside him. In his fury, he hurled a minibus, aiming to crush anyone in his way. Unexpectedly, the short guy in the tight suit blocked the bus mid-flight. An unfamiliar surge of hostility rose within him. With a snarl, he charged straight towards Spider-Man. I'm only here to save people, sir. Please calm down. Spider-Man darted nimbly back and forth, his movements quick as lightning. There was no denying that. Abomination's strength was immense. He was gripping two cars trying to smash Spider-Man with them. But no matter how hard he tried, he always missed. By just a hair's breadth. Meanwhile, inside the innocent Dr. Stern's apartment, Stern's blood was mixing with Hulk's. Almost immediately his skin began to turn green, but unlike the Hulk, it wasn't his body that grew bigger. Only his head began to swell. It was as if Dr. Stern suddenly glimpsed a wealth of fascinating knowledge. But before he could see it clearly, a group of highly trained operatives burst in from outside. Tranquilizer darts thudded into his body, and someone whipped out a dagger, slashing his skin, drawing lines of blood. One after another, they brandished different blades, carving fresh wounds across his body. Dr. Stearns forced out the word with great difficulty, his voice thick with fury. He believed he might be able to control these people, but before he could act, a wave of chills, weakness, cold dizziness, and drowsiness crashed over him like a tsunami, a flood of negative sensations that left him powerless to even control his own thoughts. He tried to speak again, but before he could finish, someone forced a concoction into his mouth. After restraining him, the group quickly withdrew. Another person stepped forward to collect a sample of Hulk's blood and left as well. Outside, Abomination was still rampaging. Thanks to his training, Spider-Man had developed part of his potential. He yanked up a nearby car and hurled it straight into Abomination's face, staggering the monster. But that was all he could do. The NYPD switchboards were ringing off the hook. Scores of officers arrived on the scene, and at the sight of the colossal creature, each one let out a string of curses. A monster like this, never mind their service pistols, even rocket launchers might not be enough to hurt him. Night of bloodshed. Daughter, look at this glass of wine. Doesn't it remind you of blood? At this moment, wasn't just Manhattan that was awash in blood here. 2. Crimson flowed. Mason lounged on the sofa with his legs crossed in a careless posture, while the Red Dragon Queen stood silently at his side, as still as a statue. Mason persisted in talking to her. Even though his daughter never spoke, he was endlessly patient with her, no matter how unsuitable their surroundings. The place was a factory-turned-office. The sofa was a fine one, genuine leather, soft and luxurious to the touch. The wine in the cabinet was also excellent, consistently high in quality. The office's owner was quite an interesting character as well. The only thing Mason didn't like was the vodka and rum stashed beneath the wine cabinet, sinking into the plush sofa. Mason waited for the owner of this office to arrive, This was Hammerhead's territory, the Russian who had lost his memory. After swallowing the last sip of wine, Mason finally heard footsteps outside the door. Hammerhead was without a doubt a monster. The organ he'd had modified was his head, but judging from his record, whatever the reason, the ways in which he differed from ordinary people went far beyond just his skull. He could send a speeding car flying with a head-on collision. That was something no mere cranial implant could accomplish. He must have undergone further augmentations. According to investigations, his Maggia gang had been implicated in several missing persons cases. Because of this, many of his lieutenants had been arrested and were now sitting in prison. This crime boss seemed to have an unusual obsession with biochemical experiments, though no one quite knew what his problem was. As the footsteps drew closer, the door swung open. Someone flicked on the lights. In that instant, they saw Mason sitting there flanked by heavily armed men standing behind him. Hammerhead entered with two companions. As those two moved to act, the ninjas, who had been pressed silently against the walls, cloaked in darkness, struck with lethal precision. In a flash, the two men's throats were slit, and they crumpled to the floor. Mason Clausewitz, Hammerhead was calm enough to ignore the bodies at his feet. He addressed Mason directly. "I let you go once. I never thought you'd have the nerve to show up here again." A wave of ninjas flooded the room. Erica, who had been lying in wait outside, stepped in, her blade still slick with blood, a silent testament to her deadly craft. The wound she'd suffered had already healed, thanks to a miraculous compound, and the side effects had faded. In recent days, she'd even increased her dosage, and now the adverse effects were plain to see. Scales mottled her skin, and her eyes burned red. Even with lemon water, Erica's temper had grown dangerously short. She trained her twin blades on Hammerhead. From the rafters above, a dozen ropes dropped down, and a squad slid swiftly to the floor. "You think these people can kill me, Mason?" Hammerhead said, but truthfully. Even he recognized how troublesome the situation had become. A smile played on Mason's lips. "Honestly, Hammerhead, you were never at the top of my list. The world will always need a Lich King. If not you, then someone else. Maybe I'd have come for you after dealing with Kingpin and Negative, but you had to go and tattle, didn't you? A report specifically about me. I have to say, I'm not happy about that. Not happy at all. If I didn't have the strength I might have actually swallowed my anger and let this go. But the thing is, as it happens, I possess some power now. Besides, I've heard you're dabbling in biochemical experiments. Well, just like what's happening here, isn't it?" He reached behind him and pulled out a tablet. After seeing the horrific scenes displayed on the screen, he let out a long, weary sigh and said, "Looking at this, I truly see no reason to spare you any longer. You really are a madman, utterly devoid of conscience." On the other side of the tablet, there was a prison and next to it a laboratory, but now it seemed that not many of the test subjects had survived. The staff in hazmat suits had surrendered, raising their hands meekly as the barrels of the squad's guns were trained on them. After all, it was just a job, not worth risking their lives for. Mason set down the tablet as he looked at those bodies melted into pools of ooze. Calmly, he asked, "By the way, Mr. Hammerhead, there's a name I wonder if you know. Nevia. Tell me, Mr. Hammerhead, does that name mean anything to you?" Mason seemed almost casual as he spoke. Hammerhead, meanwhile, tried to keep up a wary conversation, all the while searching for an opening, if there was even the slightest chance he'd make a break for it. But when Mason mentioned that name, he simply shook his head and replied, "No, I've never heard of her. She was, let me think, originally of Latin descent, Spanish-speaking, a tall girl, maybe one who liked to laugh. She had a sweet tooth, loved pretty clothes, and sometimes she'd rack up a huge electricity bill in winter from running the heater too much. Maybe she had a boyfriend who adored her, or maybe she ran into a real scoundrel, someone who even hurt her at home. Life is always full of such strange twists, isn't it?" Mason rambled on, his words filling the space, though there were many people present. His was the only voice that mattered. He stared into a glass of wine, its liquid bright and red as blood, and said softly, "So you don't remember? But I do. Since she's a stranger to you, let me make an introduction." He set his glass aside and beckoned to Red Dragon Queen over. "Allow me to introduce her. She is my adopted daughter. Her former name was Nevia, but now she is called Alexstrasza. Or, if you prefer, you may call her the Red Dragon Queen. But whoever she is, the only thing you need to remember is that she was likely one of your abducted test subjects. Well, that's enough talk from me. Go on, my dear girl. He's all yours." As soon as he finished speaking, a red blur flashed past him. All the while, it had been Mason's voice guiding the tempo, every step of the way under his control. Hammerhead had barely uttered a few words when he suddenly felt a hand press against his forehead, the sturdiest part of his body. But the force in that hand far surpassed anything he could withstand. He was slammed hard against the warehouse wall, crashing through it and landing with a heavy thud on the ground. Just as he was about to get up, he saw a foot mercilessly stomping down. Aiming straight for his head, he rolled to the side, narrowly dodging the attack, and staggered to his feet. The Red Dragon Queen stood there, silently watching as he struggled upright. Outside, everything had fallen eerily silent, as if the world had turned into a city of the dead. Mason lay sprawled on the sofa, his voice low and gravelly. "You really are damned. You can't even remember her name." Hammerhead had been knocked far from the fight. His men had vanished without a trace, and only a few cold corpses lay nearby. That was all he managed to take in during his hasty glance around. He pushed himself up from the ground. The Red Dragon Queen made no move to chase him. She simply hovered quietly in front of him, waiting for Hammerhead to stand. Slowly, Hammerhead rose to his feet. Through the gaping hole in the wall, he saw Mason inside, still lounging on the sofa. Mason poured himself another glass of wine, raised it toward Hammerhead as if toasting him. "You'll regret the choice you've made," Hammerhead growled, in a low voice. Whether he meant the Red Dragon Queen or Mason, even he wasn't sure. Just moments ago, in that sealed space, he might have had no chance to escape, but now things were different. If he could just knock out his opponent, everything would be so much simpler. He charged at the tall, masked figure across from him like an enraged bull. Yet the Red Dragon Queen didn't dodge. She stood her ground, bracing herself for Hammerhead's vaunted attack. With a resounding crash, the Red Dragon Queen merely drifted back a little, completely unharmed. Only her mask began to crack, splintering bit by bit and slowly falling to the ground. For the first time, Hammerhead felt dizzy. A dent had formed in his forehead, and he stared in shock at the Red Dragon Queen, at the true face now revealed to him. "You really are a disgusting, hideous, cold-blooded monster," he spat, locking eyes with her. The Red Dragon Queen tilted her head ever so slightly, as if she understood his words. Or perhaps she didn't. She gazed at the centipede-like stitch scar running across his face, then suddenly opened her mouth. At once a dark, brownish jet of fire erupted from her throat, engulfing Hammerhead completely in its searing embrace. Hammerhead screamed in agony. Watching all this unfold, Erica tightened her grip on her knife. Even she hardened as she felt a chill of terror run through her at the sight before her. Was this the true power of magic? Mason set down the cup in his hand and leaned forward as if trying to see everything in front of him more clearly. After about 20 seconds, a pile of ashes appeared on the spot, burned evenly. "Well done, my girl," he said, rising from the sofa. Behind him, someone naturally stepped in to erase any traces of his presence. Cleaning up was, after all, their specialty. Mason glanced at his daughter's unobstructed face and said to her, "All right, there's no need to wear a mask here. It's stifling. There's no one else around." He felt no regret over Hammerhead's death. Mason was a man who treated friends and family with genuine care. His feelings for his daughter mirrored those he held for Frank. Rollins must have carried a heavy burden of sin. If Mason had absorbed that sin, he would have gained its dark energy. Still, if Frank ended up killing Rollins during a mission, Mason would not have blamed him. Hatred is like gunpowder. If you bottle it up in your heart, it might lie dormant forever, but should it meet a single spark, it can blow a person to pieces, or, if released in time, it simply flares up like a firework, then fades away. Hammerhead had kidnapped his adopted daughter, and now she had burned him to death. Mason saw nothing wrong in that. "All right, let's head to the biotech lab," he said. Mason led a group to the laboratory. There were over a dozen experimental pods, each worth at least 100 million, or perhaps even billions. He wasn't sure. These numbers ought to be familiar coming from family like his, but he never really cared. What he saw instead was the pus and blood left behind from failed experiments. Mason beckoned to the researchers being held to the side and asked, "So this is what you do? Use living people for your experiments?" His tone was almost casual. The man trembled but didn't dare lie to Mason. When Mason received a definite answer, he slammed his fist through the glass in front of him in fury. "Disgusting," he muttered. "Copy all the experimental data. Make it quick." "Yes, sir," someone answered and hurried off to get it done. Mason made his way to where the test subjects were locked up. The people here looked dazed, likely from sedatives mixed into their food and water. Didn't the researchers worry that sedatives in the bloodstream would mess up the results? Mason neither knew nor cared. These people would all be taken away. After all, he was a good man. He stood there watching them until someone returned. "It's done," reported Erica. "Leave the bodies here," Mason instructed. Once everything was finished, Mason ordered everyone out. He took out a small vial, inside of which was a green liquid. For dragons, the concept of a potion is broad and far-reaching. Chimera's Wrath is also a kind of potion. Today is your grand debut. Are you ready? Now, he was the only one left here. He waited for everyone to leave, and once the last person was gone, Mason hurled the potion bottle in his hand fiercely to the ground. There was a heavy thud. Mason watched as the glass vessel bounced off the floor and rolled away into the distance. A brief silence hung in the air, making things a little awkward. Luckily, he was the only one here. Mason picked up the potion bottle again, uncorked it, and released the chimera's wrath. There was a thunderous boom. Far off in the distance, Erica and the others witnessed this terrifying scene. First, a small explosion erupted, and then looming above the blast appeared a monstrous beast. This monster had 2 heads, a lion's head, a goat's body, and a serpent's tail. The sheer force of the explosion was so frightening that even Erica, usually so composed, felt a pang of worry. She feared that Mason, the one who had unleashed such a dreadful blast, might not have made out alive. Unlike her, the elite squad members nearby showed not a hint of concern. To them, Mason was their unwavering faith that could not be shaken. Half an hour later, Mason appeared in the car parked in the distance. Erica watched as he stuffed the last bite of a high-calorie burger into his mouth and licked the oil from his fingers. "Is it done?" she asked, glancing at his loose robe. Erica continued, "Yes. We've checked the site. There's no doubt about it." Indeed, there was no room for doubt. Erica recalled the scene they just witnessed. The spot where the Hammerhead Laboratory once stood was now corroded beyond all recognition, ravaged by intense heat and powerful acids, scars of destruction everywhere. And Mason, he stood there in the middle of the crater, completely unharmed. No one dared approach him. As he stood in the heart of the blast zone, the lingering acid and searing heat still present could have easily claimed their lives. Mason walked out barefoot, threw on a robe, and returned to the car. Whatever happened in that place just now? Only Mason knew the truth. Today, the NYPD's phone lines were flooded. At first, the operators thought it was an outrageous April Fool's prank, a giant monster rampaging through the city streets, people calling for help. No matter how you heard it, it sounded absurd. But as the calls poured in, and even patrol officers started urgently requesting backup, they finally believed it. SWAT teams were dispatched en masse, and even helicopters were sent to the scene. Even Tony Stark, the notorious playboy, received the news. Wearing his latest suit of armor, he flew over and saw the massive creature temporarily restrained by the little spider on the street below. Although it was his first time here, a few quick glances were enough for him to recognize that the giant monster with no pants was the true culprit behind all this chaos. As for the figure darting about, shooting webs from his wrists, Tony figured he must be a vigilante like himself. "Hey kid, move aside," Tony shouted. Launching several missiles from his back, they streaked through the air and exploded against Abomination, sending the brute hurtling away. At last, Spider-Man could breathe a sigh of relief. He watched as Tony landed in front of him, looking at the shivering survivors huddled nearby. Tony said, "I'll handle the big guy. You go save the civilians." "Okay," Spider-Man replied obediently, rushing off to help the people in danger. That, after all, was why he'd come. The monster was simply too troublesome. A real surprise, given how much punishment it could take. Spider-Man had flung countless cars at its face, but it barely seemed to notice. Even the barrage from the Vulcan cannons above barely registered his pain. Up in the circling aircraft, Bruce Banner watched the chaos unfolding below, feeling the familiar power of the Hulk stirring within. He said, "I have to go down there and stop him." "You stop him?" "No way. Absolutely not." Betty clung tightly to her boyfriend and pleaded, "Your strength is gone. You can't fight again. You'll be killed. There's no such thing as can or can't." Bruce had hoped the kid in spandex might handle a monster, but he never expected it to be so overwhelmingly strong. Yet he knew the Hulk was still inside him, suppressed by the serum, not destroyed. He lingered for a moment, gazing wistfully at the watch on his wrist. He knew deep down that he could never truly escape the Hulk. Nearby, General Ross watched everything in silence, before finally saying, "Tell the pilot to land." "No need. Open the hatch." "I'm jumping," Bruce replied. He looked Ross in the eye, and after a moment's hesitation, Ross nodded. "Open the hatch." Bruce gave Ross one last look, said his goodbyes to Betty, and plunged from the aircraft. "No!" Betty cried out, her voice echoing with fear and desperation. It was at that very moment, to the northwest, that a monstrous chimera rose into the sky. "Damn it. What now?" Tony muttered as he glanced in that direction, only to be struck by a flying car, which sent him crashing away. He wasn't the only one to witness the chimera's arrival. Even Abomination and Hulk, who had just crashed to the ground and was climbing to his feet, turned to stare. "What is that?" Whitehall had no idea what it was either. He felt that in this era, he had encountered more strange things than in all his previous years combined. Old Clausewitz was just as clueless, even. The elderly man holding the magazine stood up, an uneasy feeling creeping over him, because everything he was witnessing now had never happened before. "I haven't altered any timelines." He remembered this very clearly. He had returned everything to its rightful place in the past, exactly where it should have appeared. At this very moment, another version of himself was still buried beneath the ice, but after the Avengers were formed, he had seen the files on this battle. He was certain, absolutely certain, that the monstrous figure rising before them now had never appeared. In any of those reports, inside the New York sanctum, others also sensed that something was amiss. They were the guardians of the mystical realms, and there were 3 such sanctums in total. Someone was always on duty in the New York sanctum. When they detected the presence of supernatural forces, they reacted swiftly. One of the sorcerers conjured a portal, intending to see firsthand what was unfolding on the other side. The Ancient One was the current Sorcerer Supreme. Not every incident in the mystical world required her direct involvement. In fact, unless it was Dormammu or Nightmare invading, or Mephisto revealing his presence, the Ancient One would never show up in person. Only events of the greatest magnitude would draw her attention. Everything else was handled by her disciples or other sorcerers. Tonight's events were supposed to be handled the same way, but what was happening tonight seemed unusually sinister. When one of the sorcerers opened the portal, he saw nothing on the other side. After casting some protective enchantments on himself, the unfortunate sorcerer stepped through, only to be sent flying back by a single punch. The portal slammed shut behind him. What happened? The force behind the blow hadn't been fierce. It actually carried a strange gentleness, as if the one who struck him meant no harm. Another sorcerer on duty looked at him and asked, "Are you all right?" "I don't know." He glanced down at himself, finding no trace of injury, as though the punch hadn't even landed on him. He even wondered if the whole thing had been a hallucination. Just as he was about to open another portal, he was stunned to discover he couldn't do it anymore. No, it wasn't that he couldn't open one. It was that when he did, the gateway opened onto the East African plains. His magical beacon had been shifted. Who on earth could do such a thing? And how? The man responsible, Mason, was sitting quietly in a sanatorium. He knew that the events of tonight would set off a chain reaction once word got out, especially with Abomination still wreaking havoc. The chip Clausewitz had developed was useless, or at least it had no effect on controlling Abomination. General Ross would never let up on Clausewitz Pharmaceuticals, not even if both the military and Congress had Hydra's tentacles all over them. To put it plainly, plenty of people from both sides have accepted donations from Clausewitz, and they'll do their part to protect the company. Even so, Clausewitz is bound to bleed heavily this time. Though on the surface it might look like a loss for them, in reality, they've gained much more. After all, anything that catches Hydra's eye is never as simple as it seems. He had already sent off his flash drive. Now he called Sky into the room and said to her, "It's all up to you now. Go and dig up the latest updates. If I'm not mistaken, we're in for quite a surprise." He turned on the television. Sky had already caught the news. A fearless reporter was broadcasting live from the scene on the screen. The grotesque Abomination was locked in battle with the newly appeared Hulk. The 2 hulking figures were already trading blows. Iron Man and Spider-Man flanked the Abomination, darting in and out, trying to distract him. But to Abomination, the Hulk, who hadn't fully awakened, whose strength was still suppressed, and whose rage had yet to truly ignite, wasn't much of a threat at all. As for Iron Man and Spider-Man, truth be told, neither had yet reached their prime. Iron Man's legendary resourcefulness hadn't come into its own right now. He could almost taste death on the air, the palladium poisoning gnawed at him, leaving him too drained to focus on perfecting a suit.